Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 1 to Chapter 77. Gu Chen, your wife was assessed to have the martial saint physique. It has been 1,000 years since someone with such a physique appeared in the Fenglin mansion. Gu Chen, your wife ranked first in the 13 clans trial. The Grand Elder has decided to accept her as a personal disciple. Gu Chen, your wife is incomparably beautiful and talented. How did she get engaged to you? Gu Chen, your wife is here to look for you. In the servant room, Gu Chen was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Steward Su Hai walked in and said impatiently. Seeing him meditating seriously, Su Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Gu Chen was expressionless. He nodded and walked out under everyone's envious and jealous gazes. Yi Qingshuang, the proud daughter of the Wuchen sect, was Gu Chen's fiancée. 2 years ago, the two came from Tiannan City and entered the Wuchen sect together to cultivate. They had the same starting point, but they had different experiences. Yi Qingshuang was talented. When she entered the Wuchen sect, she shone in the entrance examination and won great glory for the Wuchen sect in the 13 clans trial. Now, she was a core disciple of the sect. In addition, she had a beautiful face and an impressive figure that didn't match her age. Her popularity in the sect was frighteningly high. Gu Chen, on the other hand, ranked at the bottom of the entrance examination. Relying on the friendship between his father and the Wuchen sect's elder, he barely managed to stay in the sect. However, he was unable to cultivate his origin energy for 2 whole years and was still a part-time disciple until now. The two were so different from each other, but they were engaged. One could imagine how much criticism they received behind their backs. On the staircase, the cold girl in snow-white clothes was standing there waiting for him. What's the matter? Gu Chen walked closer. He didn't have the tenderness for his fiancée. Instead, he was as cold as a stranger. Everyone thought that he and Yi Qingshuang were childhood friends, but only he knew the truth. 2 years ago, before his father, Gu Tianming, disappeared, he helped him get in touch with the Wuchen sect. Gu Tianming was the mayor of Tiannan City in the eastern wasteland. After his disappearance, the Gu family's position became unstable, and the Yi family, which was the #1 family in the city, naturally rose in power. The patriarch of the Yi clan wanted to send his daughter to the Wuchen sect to cultivate, but he had no connections. Thus, one day, the Yi family suddenly came to their door and bullied the Gu family's orphan and widowed mother, forcing her to get engaged to Yi Qingshuang. Yi Qingshuang had used her engagement to get a place in the Wuchen sect, which was why there had been a rise of geniuses in the past 2 years. Gu Chen did not have any feelings for Yi Qingshuang, even if this woman was as beautiful as a flower. As for Yi Qingshuang, she had never looked Gu Chen in the eye. Today, Yi Qingshuang suddenly came to find him, which made him a little surprised. The Rising Dragon ceremony will be held in 2 months. At that time I will defeat everyone and become the head disciple. The chief disciple will be the future sect master, so his reputation cannot be tarnished. So, I'm here today to break off the engagement. Yi Qingshuang didn't even look back at Gu Chen and said indifferently. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth revealed a bitter smile. Back then, she forced him to get engaged to her, but now that she had no value, he decided to kick her aside. Your aptitude is dull, and you can't even cultivate origin energy. In a place like the Wuchen sect, you should be bullied, but these 2 years, you've borrowed my protection to avoid a lot of trouble, so you should be satisfied. Seeing that Gu Chen did not reply, Yi Qingshuang thought that he was reluctant to part with her. If you want to withdraw, then withdraw. But I, Gu Chen, have never relied on you. Gu Chen said impatiently. He had long had enough of this woman's high and mighty attitude. The relationship between the two of them was originally an ill-fated relationship, and cutting it off was also a good thing. He had long had enough of people teasing him with Yi Qingshuang. In addition, the position of Tiannan City's lord should also be inherited by my Yi clan. At that time, please write a letter and let your mother move out of the mansion, so that it won't look good. Yi Qingshuang said again. In your dreams. The previously nonchalant Gu Chen's expression immediately changed as he angrily said. The position of Tiannan City's lord had always been held by the Gu clan, and the Gu mansion was filled with his parents' memories. Writing a letter to let his mother move out, how could he say that? He did not care about being used to get engaged or break off the engagement, but he definitely could not accept this. You might not have heard it clearly, but I am not asking, I am ordering. Yi Qingshuang turned around for the first time. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade, and her temperament was out of this world, but her clear eyes were filled with ridicule. Gu Chen coldly stared at her, not giving way in the slightest. I can divorce you, but my mother will definitely not move out of the Gu mansion, and the Yi clan can forget about the lord's position. Your words are quite good, but what can you do? Yi Qingshuang said with a trace of pity, and turned around to leave. Whether you agree or not, in 2 months, the day I become the head disciple, will be the day your mother moves out of the Gu mansion. Gu Chen looked at that figure, and the humiliation he had suffered for the past 2 years turned into a mountain torrent. Yi Qingshuang. Are you so sure that you can become the head disciple? I can't, but can you? Yi Qingshuang stopped in her tracks. If you were the Gu Chen from when you were young, you might have the qualifications to boast, but unfortunately, you have faded into the crowd these past 2 years. Gu Chen tried hard to calm his anger, gritted his teeth, and said word by word. In 2 months, I will tear that proud coat of yours to shreds. Head disciple, you are not qualified. Yi Qingshuang suddenly laughed, her laugh was so light and casual, as if this oath was very childish. Unfortunately, you are not even an outer disciple, you are just a servant. She disappeared into the corridor, her voice floating in the air, every word hurtful. Gu Chen stood in the same place, tightly clenching his fists, and lowered his head, thinking about something. Heh, Gu Chen, you trash, in the end, you were still dumped by Yi Qingshuang. Thinking about it, a toad can never eat swan meat. Seeing your sister Ye's decision is too wise, haha, I have to quickly tell everyone this news. The 2 of them made a lot of noise, and Su Hai and a few other servant disciples heard it, and they all took pleasure in their misfortune, coming forward to mock Gu Chen. In the past 2 years, they had long been unhappy with Gu Chen. He was clearly a servant like them, but he had the halo of Yi Qingshuang's fiancé. Scram! Gu Chen raised his head, and his eyes were so cold that they seemed to be able to kill. Su Hai and the others did not know why, but they were shocked by that gaze and subconsciously shut up. It was not until Gu Chen left that they suddenly realized that the other party was just a lowly servant. Why should they be afraid of him? P.S. New book opening, friends who like it remember to collect it, and vote for it. Late at night, the moon shone by the lake. Gu Chen was still awake. He formed hand seals and sat cross-legged. The surrounding essence chi flowed into his body. On the Kunlun continent, cultivation was divided into 5 realms: physical body, magic, nirvana, longevity, and celestial. The physical body realm was the foundation. It was further divided into chi nurturing, blood strengthening, tendons transformation, meridian opening, skin strengthening, bone cracking, marrow building, aperture opening, and rebirth. Only when the physical body treasure was unlocked and reborn would one be able to create magic and be called a cultivator. The basic chi nurturing of the physical body realm required one to be able to sense chi and draw the essence chi into one's dantian. To attract the essence chi, one needed to cultivate. In the eastern wilderness, cultivation techniques were usually in the hands of sects and families. Ever since Gu Chen had entered the Wuchen sect and obtained the basic cultivation method, he had not been able to condense a trace of origin energy for a whole 2 years. Compared to his fiancée, who had entered the soothing pulse realm a month after entering the sect, he was simply a big joke. Gu Chen doesn't even have a sense of qi. If not for his father's friendship with Elder Nangong, he wouldn't even be qualified to be a servant. He would have been chased out long ago. Gu Chen's ears almost grew calluses from hearing such mockery. However, was that really the case? At this moment, under the moonlight, Gu Chen sat like a rock. The essence qi flowed into his body continuously. How could he not have a sense of qi? It's been 2 years. Ever since I took the seed that father gave me, no matter how much essence qi I absorbed, it would be snatched away by the seed. In these 2 years, I can clearly feel the seed becoming saturated. Tonight, it won't snatch away my essence qi anymore. Yi Qingshuang, do you think I'm trash? Unfortunately, how can a sparrow understand a swan's ambition? Gu Chen muttered to himself. His eyes were burning with passion. In these 2 years, no matter how many people rolled their eyes at him and mocked him, he was able to remain indifferent. The most important reason was that he knew he was not trash. Not only was he not trash, but he had also developed a sense of qi on the first night he entered the Wuchen sect. It was only because of the mysterious seed in his body that no matter how much essence qi he refined over the past 2 years, it was all absorbed away. This resulted in his cultivation not even reaching the first level of the fleshly body. The scene of his father's departure was still fresh in his mind. When he left, his father's face was solemn, and he repeatedly warned him to swallow the seed. He asked him what it was, but he didn't say anything. He only said that it was the only way he could survive. Guchen did not understand what had happened to his father back then, but he trusted him unconditionally. Therefore, even though his cultivation had been stagnant these past 2 years because of the seed, he had been cultivating tirelessly. His father had been missing for 2 years, and the confusion in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. Tonight, the seed would finally hatch. Perhaps all the mysteries would be explained. Ding! At some point, when another strand of newly refined elemental energy flowed into the dantian and was plundered by the seed, it finally reached saturation and began to shine. Bang! It was as if a comet had suddenly exploded in Guchen's head, and a large amount of information flooded into his brain. Art of Myriad Stellar. Use the stars to open the aperture, use the moonlight to nourish the soul, use the yang fire to temper the body, smelt the Milky Way blood, and turn the body into an indestructible star body. Where one's thoughts go, the universe goes. This technique was created by observing the stars in the sky, and it shows the wonders of the universe. Once the 33 levels of heaven secret technique is cultivated, I will be invincible in the past, present, and future. Guchen's head was splitting. It took him a long time to digest all the messy information. The mysterious seed in his dantian had sprouted, and it was shaped like a wooden stake, floating in his dantian. According to the memory fragments, it was called the mother root of all beings. Other than the mother root of all beings, there was only a technique that he thought was a myth, and it was more than 10,000 times more heaven-defying than the basic technique of the Wuchen sect. I don't have the information about my father that I want to know the most, but this technique was left to me by my father. After a long time, Guchen took a deep breath. The seed had grown into the mother root of all beings, and it finally stopped robbing his elemental energy. He could now truly cultivate. The nature of Heavenly Star's technique that the mother root of all beings brought opened a door that he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Without considering whether the realm described in this technique was real or not, Guchen chose to believe in his father. He closed his eyes and carefully went through the contents of the nature of Heavenly Star's technique. This was a technique that borrowed the power of the sun, moon, and stars to cultivate, and it had a total of 5 volumes. When cultivated to the extreme, one's physical body could go through thousands of tribulations, and one's soul could roam the universe without being destroyed. One breath could even extinguish the fire of the sun. The more Guchen comprehended, the more shocked he was, especially the 33 levels of heaven's secret technique that came with the technique. Every secret technique was extremely profound, and it was beyond his current level of understanding. Did Father leave this technique in the seed, or is it something that came with the mother root of all beings? Guchen had countless questions in his mind, but the only thing he was sure of was that his father didn't harm him. 2 years of not being able to cultivate in exchange for a heaven-defying technique, Guchen focused his attention on the Stardust volume of the nature of Heavenly Star's technique. The cultivation method described in it was very different from ordinary techniques. The first level of the physical body, qi nurturing, blood strengthening, tendons transformation, meridians opening, skin tempering, bone cracking, marrow forging, orifices opening, and 9 levels of reincarnation. Cultivators refined their elemental energy, strengthened their blood, and opened their meridians by absorbing the essence energy of heaven and earth. Essence energy existed in the environment that people depended on for survival, and it had complex attributes. Different types of techniques would absorb the essence energy of the same attribute. And the nature of Heavenly Star's technique not only absorbed the essence energy of heaven and earth, but also the power of celestial phenomena. The power of the distant stars descended through the dark void. According to the description of the technique, Guchen closed his eyes and sensed the position of the Big Dipper in the sky. Dubhe, Merak, Phecda, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. The initial cultivation of the nature of Heavenly Star's technique borrowed the power of the Big Dipper. If he couldn't sense the Big Dipper, he couldn't start the first step of cultivation. Guchen was a little nervous. According to the description of the nature of Heavenly Stars technique, 99% of cultivators failed at this first step. Sensing the stars in the sky was a matter that relied heavily on talent. Sinking his chi into his dantian, Guchen concentrated on the nature of Heavenly Stars technique. An hour later, his mind became ethereal, and he imagined himself in the vast galaxy. Gradually, he sensed a primitive power calling out to him from afar. In the sky, among the bright stars, the 7 stars were shaped like spoons. At this moment, they cast down faint starlight that sprinkled on his body. Guchen immediately felt his body warm, and his heart was filled with excitement. He had succeeded. He didn't expect that he would only need an hour to sense the Big Dipper. According to the description of the nature of Heavenly Stars technique, to be able to do this in such a short period of time, he was a true genius. Not only was he not trash, but he also had amazing talent in cultivation. In his joy, Guchen quickly calmed down. He guided the starlight into his body and circulated it according to the route of the nature of Heavenly Stars technique. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper and Guchen formed a miraculous connection as they searched for the dragon's location across the vast star region. Crack, crack. At the beginning, his muscles, bones, and internal organs rang at the same time. Every strand of his hair shone, making him look like an immortal. If someone saw such a scene, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Guchen sat as steady as a mountain. The nature of the Heavenly Stars ran once, and the first trace of origin energy was born in his dantian. When it ran for the second time, the light of the Big Dipper melted into his flesh and blood. His chi and blood were nourished and strengthened rapidly. When it ran for the third and fourth time, the tendons in his body loosened, like rain after a long drought, like a flower quietly blooming. When the sky brightened, the Big Dipper could no longer be seen. Guchen also ended his cultivation. He opened his eyes, his face full of surprise. I didn't expect the nature of the Heavenly Stars to be so magical. In one night, I actually went from not even the beginner level to the 4th tier of the physical body realm. The first 4 tiers of the physical body realm were chi nurturing, blood strengthening, tendons transformation, and meridians unblocking. This was the process of nourishing chi and blood and unblocking the meridians. Only by unblocking the meridians could the origin energy flow in the meridians and practice the Wuchen clan's outer techniques. When Yi Qingxuang first entered the clan, it only took her a month to complete this process. Just this alone was already shocking. But now, Guchen only used one night to do it. This kind of talent could be said to be shocking, and it also showed the nature-defying nature of the Heavenly Stars technique. Guchen took a deep breath. He realized that the description of the nature of the Heavenly Stars technique was probably not an exaggeration. This was a technique that really stole the fortune of heaven and earth. At that moment, he decided to treat this technique as his biggest secret. He must not reveal it, or he would be killed. The standard to distinguish Wuchen clan's servant disciples and outer disciples is the 4th tier of the physical body realm. Now that I have reached this realm, I finally don't have to do chores anymore. Guchen was excited. Servant disciples were at the bottom of any cultivation clan. Not only did they have to do the most difficult and tiring work, but they also did not get any cultivation resources. Now that he had finally gotten rid of this status, and with the nature of the Heavenly Stars technique, he might be able to give Yi Qingxuang a surprise in 2 months. Guchen washed his face by the lake and found that his skin was covered with a layer of black dirt. He knew that it was the effect of the starlight tempering yesterday. The stench was unbearable. Guchen quickly returned to the odd job courtyard. He planned to change his clothes and go to the outer hall to apply to become an outer disciple. Guchen, you piece of trash, where did you run off to so early in the morning? Don't you want to work anymore? As soon as he entered the door, Su Hai saw him and immediately cursed. I have chores to do in the afternoon. Where I go is none of your business, right? Guchen frowned. Su Hai was more or less a steward in the handyman yard. He was usually responsible for arranging their work. His job was to deal with the dregs of the elixir workshop and filter out the useful components for recycling. This job was considered easy, but it required attentiveness. He usually started working in the afternoon. Your job has changed. From today onwards, you will be responsible for picking the night incense. Sparrow will be in charge of the pill shop. Su Hai sneered, and the group of odd job workers next to him burst into laughter. Picking the night incense? Gu Chen could not help but raise his eyebrows. The so-called night incense referred to excrement such as feces and urine. There were so many disciples in the Wuchen sect, and the amount of night incense produced every day was extremely astonishing. The job of picking the night incense, even among the many hard jobs of odd job workers, was definitely the hardest, the most tiring, and the least dignified. He had always worked well in the pill shop, and even a few medicine boys praised him for his ability. But now, for no reason, Su Hai suddenly changed his job. Gu Chen glanced around and saw that many chores disciples were gloating over Su Hai's misfortune. In particular, the guy nicknamed Sparrow, who usually followed Su Hai around, had a smug look on his face. He immediately understood everything. It turned out that when Yi Qingshuang came to break off the engagement yesterday, these guys felt that he was easier to bully and decided to beat him when he was down. It was not easy to be an odd job worker, and they had to resort to such deception. Gu Chen inexplicably felt sad for this group of people. If you stay at the bottom for too long, all your ambitions will be erased, and in the end, you will only chase this little bit of profit and bully your own people who are in the same boat. Fortunately, my fate has changed. From today onwards, I am no longer an odd job worker. Gu Chen thought silently in his heart. He no longer paid attention to this group of guys and went straight back to his room. Gu Chen. Didn't you hear what I said? What are you still doing? Hurry up and pick the night incense. Su Hai scolded. That's right. Let's clean up everyone in the odd job yard first. I was especially free this morning. The others sneered, as if they were celebrating a festival. Gu Chen turned a deaf ear to them. He changed into clean clothes, then packed his luggage, and was about to leave the odd job yard. Stop right there. Gu Chen, where do you think you are going, you trash? Are you rebelling? You dare not work anymore? Su Hai saw that Gu Chen completely ignored him, and his face was full of anger. Gu Chen, hurry up and apologize to Brother Hai. The consequences of Brother Hai's anger are terrible. Sparrow was small and thin, but at this moment, he was arrogant. He stepped forward to stop Gu Chen and poked Gu Chen's shoulder with his finger. Get out of my way. Gu Chen's expression was cold. I won't get out of your way. What can you do? Do you think you are Yi Qingshuang's fiancé? Bah, why don't you take a piss? Before Sparrow finished speaking, his vision blurred. Slap, a slap landed heavily on his face. His whole body flew out, and his body even broke the chair. You dare to hit me? Sparrow's cheeks quickly swelled and bruised. He struggled to get up and pointed at Gu Chen angrily. Gu Chen ignored him and was about to go out. Wait. Su Hai's eyes were red from behind. Sparrow was his man. As the manager here, he had always regarded himself as the boss. But now, not only did Gu Chen not listen to his arrangements, but he even dared to hit his man. This was simply too rebellious. Stop him and beat him to death. Su Hai roared in anger. Suddenly, 7 or 8 handymen rushed forward, each of them assuming a different stance as they punched. That was the Wuchen sect's basic fist technique, the 5 forms fist. It was mainly practiced by handyman disciples and could be used to assist in tempering one's qi and blood and unblocking meridians. The Wuchen sect was the first sect to enter the Tao through martial arts. This 5 forms fist contained the 5 stances of dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane. It would not be a problem for one to fight 7 or 8 mortals. Everyone present was a handyman. Su Hai, who had the highest cultivation, was only at the 3rd level of the physical body. There was not much difference between them. Such a group of people beat up Gu Chen and even used the 5 forms fist. If he was still the guy who had not even reached the 1st level of the physical body, even if he did not die, he would be half crippled. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's killing intent surged. Why would handymen make things difficult for handymen? Since this group of people wanted to fight, then fight, whoosh. Bang, Gu Chen used both his hands and feet, and in just 2 or 3 moves, he had beaten 7 or 8 handymen to the ground. Each and every one of them had their tendons broken and their bones broken. How is this possible? Seeing this, Suhai's expression changed. When did Guchen become so powerful? P.S. The new book will be updated 3 times a day at 8 a.m., 12, noon, and 6 p.m. After the new book, the updates will be even more powerful. Everyone, please remember to collect and recommend. This is very important to Old Heretic. Thank you. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you just had to provoke me. Don't blame me for being merciless. Gu Chen's gaze turned cold as he punched at Suhai. Suhai was startled by Gu Chen's imposing manner and hurriedly rolled to the side. Gu Chen's punch landed on the square table behind him. Bang! The incomparably heavy square table was actually smashed by a single punch. Smoke and dust filled the air. Suhai drew in a breath of cold air. This punch has at least 1,000 gene of strength. Gu Chen, have you reached the 4th level of the mortal body realm? He cried out involuntarily. The first 4 levels of the mortal body realm were the process of nourishing qi, strengthening blood, and opening up meridians. There was not much difference between each level, and it was even hard to tell. Only when one reached the meridian opening level would there be a huge improvement in physical strength. One punch would have about 1,000 gene of strength. After that, with every increase in level, the strength would increase by about 1,000 gene. From the looks of it, Gu Chen had clearly advanced to the meridian opening realm. Even if another 20-odd job disciples came, they would not be a match for him. You guessed it. Gu Chen took a few steps forward and kicked Suhai's leg bone, causing him to scream in pain as his bones cracked continuously. No one could stop him from leaving anymore. Gu Chen left with large strides amidst the wails of the crowd, without any reluctance to leave. He would never return to the odd job courtyard. On the mountain path of the outer hall, a handsome youth was in high spirits, walking as if he was flying. It was Gu Chen. The Wuchen sect occupied 2 valleys and 16 peaks, bordering the Forbidden Forest Sea. It was one of the 13 sects of the eastern Baron Fenglin prefecture. The outer hall was far away from the core of the sect and formed its own peak. Outer disciples came and went all day long. Gu Chen went up the mountain and immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Eh? Isn't that senior sister Ye's fiancé? What is he doing in the outer hall? Has he been promoted to the outer hall? Pfft. How is that possible? That guy couldn't even cultivate elemental energy for 2 whole years. He can only be a job disciple for the rest of his life. There's something you guys don't know, right? I heard that senior sister Yi broke off the engagement yesterday. From now on, I'm afraid he won't be able to raise his head in the sect. Because of Yi Qingxuang, Gu Chen's reputation in the sect was not small. Everyone was talking about him in private, looking at him with pity, sympathy, or gloating eyes. Gu Chen turned a blind eye to it. In these past 2 years, his mind had long since been tempered to far surpass his peers. He quickly walked into the hall and found the outer court deacon. Your cultivation has reached the 4th level of the fleshly body realm? The deacon was a middle-aged man. When he heard the reason for Gu Chen's visit, he asked doubtfully. Gu Chen knew that it was pointless to say anything more. He glanced at the gravity scale used to measure cultivation and kicked his leg in the air. Bang! The weight on the scale quickly shot up high. This kick was at least 1,500 kilograms, causing the deacon to slightly raise his eyebrows. Not bad, congratulations on entering the outer sect. The warden nodded and immediately registered Gu Chen and told him what to take note of. From today onwards, you will leave the odd job courtyard and live in the 10th peak of the outer sect. You can get clothes and keys from the room next door. As an outer sect disciple, you can come to the outer court hall on the 1st of every month to get a bottle of blood qi pills. At the same time, you can also go to the Cultivation Technique Pavilion and choose 2 mortal-level cultivation techniques or martial techniques. In addition, you must remember that although outer sect disciples do not need to do odd jobs, they still have a fixed monthly quota. This is something that must be completed. Cultivate well and strive to reach the 7th level of the fleshly body realm as soon as possible. That way, you can enter the inner sect. Inner sect disciples are the mainstay of our Wuchen sect. At that time, not only will there be no quota, but you will also receive far more cultivation resources than the outer sect and live in the inner sect. The warden encouraged him. Gu Chen listened attentively and then entered the room next door to collect his belongings. When he received the key to his new residence, Gu Chen was overjoyed. In the future, he would finally not have to live with a group of people. The treatment of outer sect disciples was more than 10 times better than the odd job workers. Gu Chen walked out of the hall and was about to go to the 10th peak when he saw a familiar face. Hey, isn't this Gu Chen? The newcomer was a young man with bull eyes and a dark face. He had a strong body and glanced at the clothes in Gu Chen's hands. It's been 2 years. Young Master Gu of Tiannan City has finally broken through and entered the outer sect. Congratulations, you're truly a genius. His voice was not low and immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Hong Quan, long time no see. You are still the same. Gu Chen's face immediately darkened. This strong young man had entered the Wuchen sect in the same batch as him. It was said that his family was also a large family in the city they were in. When Hong Quan first entered the sect, he fell in love with the beautiful Yi Qingxuang. However, Yi Qingxuang was his fiancée, so from then on, he had been hostile towards him and always competed with him in all aspects. His talent was far from Yi Qingxuang's, but it was not too bad. He entered the outer sect a year ago and now his cultivation was already in the 5th tier of the physical body. Gu Chen used to be an odd job worker and had been running around to make a living. The two of them had not seen each other for a while. He did not expect his hostility to be so deep when they met. Gu Chen, I heard that your engagement was broken off by Qingxuang yesterday. How pitiful. Although I knew that this day would come, I still feel that you are quite pitiful. Fortunately, there is always a way out. You finally got lucky and entered the outer sect. Otherwise, I was afraid that one day you would take things too hard and commit suicide. Hong Quan shook his head repeatedly, with the attitude of a winner. Gu Chen found it funny, and the corner of his mouth showed disdain. Hong Quan, people who don't know you will think that Yi Qingxuang left me and followed you. Unfortunately, she doesn't like you at all. You two are from 2 different worlds. When Hong Quan heard this, his face immediately froze, and his eyes turned cold. Gu Chen's words touched his sore spot. Back then, he had once pursued Yi Qingxuang, even after knowing that Gu Chen was her fiancé. At that time, he showed great confidence and even told Yi Qingxuang that he would protect her after entering the sect. However, Yi Qingxuang was later identified as a martial sage body in the assessment, and as soon as she entered the sect, she had a status that was worlds apart from his. After that, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and now she was almost the core disciple of the entire Wuchen sect. She was like a star in the sky, not something that he could touch at all. His pursuit of her back then was a joke now. Hong Quan wanted to mock Gu Chen, the weakling, but he did not expect to be slapped in the face instead. He was extremely angry. She and I are from 2 different worlds. Aren't you the same? What right do trash like you have to talk about others? You're wrong. I am fundamentally different from you. Gu Chen sneered. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of a large number of disciples. What's the difference? Hong Quan asked disdainfully. She did not break off my engagement. I took the initiative to divorce her. I dumped her, and you were dumped by her. How can it be the same? When Gu Chen finished speaking, Hong Quan's face immediately turned red. Stop bullshitting, Yi Qingxuang doesn't like you at all. If she doesn't like me, why did she shamelessly ask me to get engaged to her? Gu Chen wanted to provoke Hong Quan, and his words shocked the disciples next to him. This Gu Chen is too shameless, how dare he blaspheme my goddess? Actually, what he said is a bit reasonable. After all, they were once engaged. No matter what, they must have loved each other, right? Maybe Yi Qingxuang has already been done by him. Everyone whispered. The higher the status of a saintess, the more men liked to fantasize about her unrestrained side. Hong Quan heard the discussion of the people next to him and thought that he had completely lost to Gu Chen on this point, and suddenly became angry. Gu Chen, cut the crap. Since you are now an outer disciple, how about we have a spar? A vicious light flashed in his eyes, and he decided that as long as he made a move, he would completely cripple Gu Chen. I have just been promoted to an outer disciple, and I only know 5 forms fist. You have the nerve to say that? Gu Chen frowned. Not to mention that Hong Quan's cultivation was higher than his. Hong Quan had been in the outer disciple for a long time, and he must have gone to the martial arts pavilion to learn martial arts. In a physical body realm battle, in addition to the pure difference in strength, the level of martial arts was also important. Without good martial arts, it was easy to suffer a big loss in a battle with only a body full of strength. Hey, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why can't we have a spar? Come, let's have a few moves. Hong Quan did not care whether Gu Chen agreed or not, and a big hand grabbed out. Gu Chen knew that he could not dodge, so he immediately dodged and used the tiger fist of 5 forms fist. Bang, Hong Quan did not dodge. Gu Chen punched his arm, but found that his skin was rough and thick, and his fist hitting the skin was like hitting a thick brocade. This was the characteristic of the 5 forms of fleshly body. At this stage, the skin was rough and thick, and extremely resistant to blows. The more powerful ones were even invulnerable. Hong Quan was different from Su Hai and those guys who were not even outer disciples. Gu Chen immediately realized something was wrong. I'll let you have a taste of my tiger-shaking ominous blade. Hong Quan formed a blade with his fingers. Essence radiance gathered at his fingertips as he prepared to suppress Gu Chen. Stop. It was at this time that a young man in blue strode over. When Hong Quan saw him, his expression immediately changed, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Senior brother Wenchuan. Duan Wenchuan walked in front of the two and sized them up with a frown. Gu Chen, my master wants you to go over. Duan Wenchuan was an inner sect disciple, and his master was Elder Nangong. Back then, the reason why Gu Chen and Yi Qingxuang were able to enter the Wuchen sect was because of this relationship. On the surface, Elder Nangong was supposed to be Gu Chen's backer in the Wuchen sect. However, ever since he had entered the sect, Gu Chen had only seen him once. Therefore, he was not familiar with him and did not know what kind of relationship he had with his father. Today, he had just entered the outer sect, but Elder Nangong unexpectedly sent someone to look for him. This made Gu Chen very surprised. He nodded and immediately followed Duan Wenchuan. Duan Wenchuan did not make things difficult for Hong Quan. After the two of them left, Hong Quan secretly spat. Humph, surnamed Gu, you're lucky today. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Elder Nangong was an absolute anomaly in the Wuchen sect. It was said that he was not originally from the Wuchen sect, and had only come here a few decades ago. Although he was only a guest elder, his status in the sect was not low. Even the clan leader and the great elder had always been courteous to him. 30 years ago, there had been a tide of beasts in the Forbidden Forest, which posed a huge threat to the Wuchen sect. At that time, it was Elder Nangong who attacked alone. It was said that he had turned the tide, and it only took him half an hour to finish off all the beasts. Since then, his prestige had increased greatly, and he had a transcendent status in the Wuchen sect. Such a highly respected elder did not live in the Wuchen Valley and the Stainless Valley in the hinterland of the sect, nor did he live in the 3 peaks of the inner sect, which were especially rich in the chi of heaven and earth. Instead, he lived in the 13 peaks of the outer sect, which was close to the Forbidden Forest. Gu Chen followed behind Duan Wenchuan, thinking about the information about Elder Nangong in his mind, and felt a little uneasy. In his eyes, Elder Nangong had always been a serious person with an extremely cold personality. On the peak, there was a grass hut, a pool, and 2 or 3 rows of bamboo forest. This was Elder Nangong's residence. When Gu Chen arrived, Elder Nangong was fishing. Seeing him come, he did not even look up. Master, I brought Gu Chen, Duan Wenchuan said respectfully. Well, you may leave. Elder Nangong's hair and beard were all white, and he looked older than any of the elders in the Wuchen sect. Duan Wenchuan left, leaving only Gu Chen and Elder Nangong in the courtyard. Elder Nangong did not speak, and only cared about fishing by himself. Gu Chen suppressed his thoughts, and stood quietly by the side, neither servile nor overbearing. After a long time, Elder Nangong seemed to have recovered from his own world, and raised his head to look at Gu Chen for the first time. Since you have embarked on the path of cultivation, then work hard. Gu Chen was confused, and could only nod repeatedly. Disciple will follow elder's instructions. All right, you may leave. Gu Chen could not help but widen his eyes. This elder Nangong had only met him once in 2 years, and only said one sentence, and he actually let him go. What was he doing? Was he playing with him? He was very confused, but did not dare to ask more. Guchen bid farewell and left. After he left, Elder Nangong looked at his figure on the mountain path, and sighed softly. Tianming, I'm afraid your efforts have been wasted. I hope this child will not walk the path of your father and you. Guchen moved into the 10th peak of the outer sect. Although the concentration of the chi of heaven and earth here was far from the center of the sect, and the location was the most remote in the entire sect, close to the forbidden forest, Guchen was very satisfied. In the chores yard, more than 10 people squeezed into a room to sleep, eat, and poop together. In the 10th peak, he had his own wooden house, and there were only 3 outer sect disciples living in the same yard. In this way, his concealment greatly increased, and in the future, when he practiced the nature of the heavenly stars technique, it would be easier to be discovered. Ever since the nature of the heavenly stars technique allowed him to reach the physique stage 4 in one night, Guchen paid special attention to this technique. Unfortunately, on the second night of practice, his speed of improvement had obviously decreased. The first time he practiced, he used the power of the Big Dipper to help him open up his meridians, and opened the path of cultivation, so the effect was very obvious. After that, his practice returned to normal. Although it was normal, it was only for the nature of the heavenly stars technique itself. Compared to other techniques, it was still 100 times faster. At night, Guchen sat in the house, cross-legged, and practiced the technique. Even if he did not practice under the starlight, his speed of absorbing the chi of heaven and earth was still shocking. Based on this practice speed, I'm afraid I will achieve great success in the skin strengthening stage in less than 3 days, and enter the bone strengthening stage in a week. As Guchen refined the chi, he felt his skin gradually become tough, and he was extremely excited. It was common for an ordinary person to take 1 or 2 years to advance from the 4th tier to the 5th tier. For example, Hong Quan. But now, he only needed 3 days to cross this stage. It was almost 100-fold shorter. It was too heaven-defying. I only need a week to surpass Hong Quan. But the battle of the physical body realm is not only about cultivation. Martial skills are also very important. I almost lost today. If I want to win the next time I meet him, I have to learn martial skills. After 2 years of not being able to condense any elemental energy, Guchen only wanted to work hard and shorten the distance between him and others, especially Yi Qingxuan. Thinking of his own shortcomings, he suddenly had an idea. The Tianjin manifestation art has the 33 levels of heaven's secret skills, and each of them is an earth-shattering skill. Instead of learning martial skills that only have some effect in the physical body realm, why not try the secret skills? He immediately closed his eyes, and the contents of the 33 levels of secret skills appeared in his mind. If the art of celestial manifestation borrowed the power of the stars to cultivate, elemental energy was still the foundation. The 33 levels of secret skills, on the other hand, were the specific use of celestial energy. Guchen skimmed through it. The difficulty of cultivating the secret skill of 33 levels of heaven was extremely high. Most of the secret skills either required a special astronomical environment or specific cultivation requirements. Otherwise, it was simply too difficult to understand, and he had no clue about it at all. The only thing that he could understand was the first level of secret skills, sun and moon refining. The contents of this level of secret skills were all-encompassing and involved a wide variety of aspects. For example, by borrowing the divine power of the rising sun and the purple aura from the east, one could cultivate the wonderful purple polarity eyes. Moonlight soul refining technique. By borrowing the mysterious power of the moon, one could temper one's soul and increase one's mental strength. Stars and moon stride, faster than shrinking earth to an inch. After mastering it, even wind and lightning would not be able to catch up. Sun and moon embracing hammer was an extremely powerful martial skill, far superior to those mortal martial skills of the physical body realm. The entire secret art involved ocular techniques, soul-nurturing techniques, martial techniques, movement techniques, and so on. It was close to the Tao, and comprehending just a tiny bit of it would surpass the ultimate techniques of ordinary sections. Guchen carefully comprehended and discovered that he couldn't even scratch the surface of the moon treading star steps and the sun embracing moon cradling hammer. The purple polarity pupils and the moonlight soul refining technique didn't have high requirements. As long as the environment was suitable, he could cultivate them. He immediately set his sights on these two secret arts. As for the others, his brain automatically blocked them out. It was better not to bite off more than one could chew. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Sneaking out of his residence, Guchen found a secluded place. He raised his head and saw that the full moon was hanging in the sky tonight. It was the perfect time to practice the moonlight soul refining art. At that moment, he activated his technique and absorbed the moonlight's divine splendor. As the moonlight flowed into his mind, he suddenly felt light and ethereal, and his thoughts became much clearer than usual. Unknowingly, a night had passed. When Guchen opened his eyes, there was a look of wisdom in them. The moonlight soul refining art could cleanse and strengthen one's spirit, and the most obvious benefit of a strengthened spirit was that one's thoughts would become more agile, one's comprehension would become higher, and one's insight would become stronger. In just one night, Guchen felt that his thoughts were much clearer than before. Some of the areas that he didn't understand when he was learning the five-form fist in the past suddenly became clear. He leaped out and started practicing the five-form fist on the grass, vigorous and vigorous. This basic fist technique of the Wuchen sect, which looked unprepossessing, actually had a somewhat natural and invulnerable feeling in his hands at that moment. This was the power of comprehension. After a night of cultivation, Guchen's spirit had been cleansed. Now, not only was he smarter, he could even have a photographic memory. When he finished practicing a set of fist techniques, the sun in the east just happened to rise. Guchen didn't waste a moment. His eyes looked straight at the sun, and in his eyes, there was a hint of purple light flashing. When the sun rose, there was a purple aura coming from the east, and it was indescribably noble. This purple aura was used to practice the purple polarity pupil technique. When the sun rose completely, the sun rose to its normal height, and Guchen's cultivation also ended. Every day when the sun rose, there would only be a little power of purple aura. Therefore, the first time's effect was far less than the moonlight soul cultivation technique. Even so, Guchen clearly felt that his vision had become clearer, especially his dynamic vision. A flying insect flew over 100 meters away, and he could actually clearly see its high-frequency vibrating wings, including the lines on them, clearly. Just this sun and moon training is already so magical. The 33-layered heaven's secret technique is too scary. Guchen was shocked. It was only one night, and he actually gained so much. After breakfast, Guchen went to the technique chamber. Sun and moon training was indeed magical, but the purple polarity pupil technique and the moonlight soul cultivation technique weren't specific offensive techniques. He needed some practical martial techniques to rely on. He had just been promoted to the outer sect, and he could choose two suitable mortal-level techniques to cultivate in the technique chamber. Naturally, he couldn't let go of this opportunity. The technique chamber was a huge rectangular building. Just as he went up the steps in front of the chamber, someone stopped Guchen. Guchen, I knew you would definitely come to the technique chamber today. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It was Hong Quan. When he saw Guchen appear, he excitedly clenched his fists, and his face was full of hostility. Yesterday, he was ridiculed by Guchen in the outer hall, causing him to become the joke of many outer sect disciples. He lost all his face, and he was very unwilling. Thinking that a newly promoted outer sect disciple would definitely come to the technique chamber, he waited here early in the morning, and sure enough, Guchen arrived. Hong Quan, you really don't change. Guchen was a little angry. From the beginning until now, Hong Quan had been making things difficult for him. He was really determined to eat him up. Hey, cut the crap. Let's have a spar. Hong Quan couldn't wait to beat up Guchen. He released his essence force, turned his palm into a blade, and slashed horizontally, tiger-shaking ominous blade. In the dustless sect's outer sect, it was considered a rather powerful martial skill. With a slash, it could split a stone and hit a tiger. Guchen subconsciously wanted to dodge, but to his surprise, Hong Quan's movements suddenly became extremely slow in his eyes. Not only was it slow, but this martial skill, which looked very powerful yesterday, was actually full of flaws now. He just lightly tilted his body, and it didn't take much effort for him to dodge this move. Eh? Hong Quan was stunned. This kid's reaction speed had improved quite a bit. Roar, take this. He slashed consecutively, and the momentum was frightening. A faint purple glow flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he dodged agilely, effortlessly. Hong Quan slashed more than 10 times in a row, but he didn't hit his target. Instead, his stamina was greatly depleted, and he was panting heavily. It's all thanks to the purple extreme pupils. In addition, my mind has become more agile, and my reaction speed is also faster. Gu Chen thought in his heart. Suddenly, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear towards Hong Quan. But stronger than him by a layer of heaven, it was nothing. He took the initiative to attack. Like a leopard, he leaped out with astonishing explosive power, and in an instant, he was close to Hong Quan. Tiger fist, snake fist, crane fist, the ordinary 5 forms fist was displayed in his hands, like a rabbit rising and a magpie descending. Today, its power was actually several times that of an ordinary person, and every punch accurately hit Hong Quan's weak spot. Even though he had reached the skin-toughening realm, there were still many weak spots on his body. Yesterday, Gu Chen couldn't see through them, but today, he could see through them at a glance. Is this still the 5 forms fist? Hong Quan tried his best to use the trembling tiger fierce blade, but every time Gu Chen found a flaw, he could not exert his strength. Hong Quan was extremely aggrieved. He was bombarded by the dense rain of fists, panicking. His body was covered in red and purple patches. Several disciples who happened to pass by were dumbfounded. That guy's fist technique is so powerful. What martial technique is that? I want to learn it. Are you stupid? That's the basic fist technique, the 5 forms fist. Are you serious? Don't lie to me. How can the 5 forms fist be so powerful that it can beat the trembling tiger fierce blade? Dragon fist, Gu Chen exerted force from his spine. He leaped up like a dragon and smashed into Hong Quan's head. Boom, Hong Quan knelt on the ground. He had a severe concussion and was foaming at the mouth. His face was so swollen that even his parents wouldn't be able to recognize him. It was as swollen as a pig's head. Gu Chong, F*ck, he was about to mumble something when Gu Chen kicked him away, causing him to roll down the steps. Poor Hong Quan. There were hundreds of steps in front of the technique pavilion. If he rolled down like this, he would need months to recover. After solving the problem, Gu Chen rubbed his red fists and walked into the technique pavilion. To be able to practice the basic fist technique to this level, you have a good perception. The old man who guarded the door of the technique pavilion praised after witnessing the whole process. Senior, I want to choose 2 martial techniques to practice. Gu Chen said respectfully. The old man was not surprised. He pointed to the first floor of the technique pavilion. You can choose freely on this floor, but I suggest that you don't just learn martial techniques. A chi cultivating technique and a martial technique are the most suitable. The basic cultivation technique of an odd job disciple was very shallow. Many people would choose a better cultivation technique after being promoted to the outer sect, and add a martial skill to it. Gu Chen saw that the old man was kind and thought for a moment. I wonder which cultivation technique is the most powerful and lethal on this floor. Naturally, it's the dustless sword art. It's said to have the strongest killing prowess in the physical body realm. Back then, our ancestor relied on this sword art to enter the Tao, eventually becoming famous in the Feng Lin manner. The old man answered without hesitation. The name of the dustless sect came from the sword technique that the founder had practiced in his early years. Gu Chen had long since heard of this matter, and he became very interested in the dustless sword technique. Then I want this dustless sword technique, he said straightforwardly. Young man, aren't you going to reconsider? The old man's eyes widened. The speed at which he chose was too fast. Although the dustless sword technique is powerful, the difficulty of cultivating it is also abnormally high. Entering the Tao through martial arts is a rather difficult thing to do, which is why there are so many essence cultivating techniques in the sect. The Immaculate Sword technique has 4 major levels. Only 1 out of 10 outer court disciples can successfully cultivate the first level. As for the second level, not many inner court disciples can master it. Looking at the entire sect now, I'm afraid only that little girl, Yi Qing Shuang, who has the martial sage body, can learn the third level. The old man reminded him earnestly. Although the dustless sword technique was powerful, it was no longer the mainstream of the disciples' cultivation. Moreover, the founder has clearly instructed that any disciple who cultivates the dustless sword technique is not allowed to choose other techniques or martial arts techniques. You'd better think carefully. Guchen fell into deep thought. He had the nature of heavenly stars technique, so he did not need any other essence cultivating techniques. As for martial arts techniques, he naturally wanted to learn the best ones. The dustless sword technique was famous, and it was known as the strongest sword technique in the physical body realm. It was perfect for him. I want the dustless sword technique. Sorry to trouble you, Senior. Guchen said resolutely. Young men nowadays really don't turn back until they hit the wall. The old man sighed. Young people always liked to bite off more than they could chew. He saw many outer court disciples choose the dustless sword technique based on its reputation every year. In the end, they did not gain anything and wasted their time. Guchen took the secret manual of the dustless sword technique from the old man and read it carefully in the technique's chamber. The dustless sword technique was divided into 4 levels, which were shadowless, spaceless, lifeless, and dustless. Just the first level, the shadowless realm, had 42 sword techniques. Each technique was divided into 3 styles, and each style involved at least 3 movement changes. Some movement changes were extremely difficult. The twisting of the body, the change of posture, and the posture of drawing the sword were simply challenging the limits of the human body. But what was even more difficult was that one had to perform all 42 sword techniques consecutively. Only then would the shadowless realm be considered completed. The cultivation difficulty far exceeded any martial arts technique in the physical body realm. It was no wonder that not many dared to learn it. Guchen memorized every sword technique in the secret manual. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. Young man, the sword techniques are very complicated. How long will it take for you to finish reading them? You can copy the sword technique back. As long as you don't leak it and return it on time after a month, it will be fine. The old man saw that Guchen was exceptionally diligent and reminded him. At this time, Guchen just finished reading. He let out a long breath and closed the secret manual in his hands. No need, Senior. Copying it back is too troublesome. It's easier to memorize it. I've already memorized it, Guchen said calmly. Copying it is too troublesome? You've already memorized it? The old man could not help but stare. He had been in charge of the technique's chamber for so many years, but this was the first time he heard someone boast about something so fresh and refined. Young man, the cows are flying in the sky. Do you think I don't know how complicated the dustless sword technique is? Can you memorize all those sword technique changes in a few hours? The old man's face was full of disbelief. I indeed memorized it, Guchen said with a bitter smile. Speaking of which, he also did not believe it, but it was indeed so. The moonlight soul refining technique helped his soul metamorphose once. Now, he really had a photographic memory. The moment he closed his eyes, all the sword techniques of the dustless sword technique's 4th level appeared vividly in his mind. I don't believe it. Let me test you. The old man had the heart to expose this young man who was biting off more than he could chew. He picked up the secret manual and asked Guchen a few tricky questions. Guchen answered fluently. When it came to the questions that were not easy to explain, he simply used his fingers in place of a sword and performed a sword technique. His movements were exactly the same as in the secret manual, without the slightest difference. Oh my God, a genius! When Guchen left, the old man was dumbfounded. It took a long time for him to come to his senses. Swoosh, in the courtyard, Guchen held the iron sword and started waving it according to the dustless sword art. The first path, the first style, the first change, he raised the blade, straightened his back, and exerted strength in his wrist. He stabbed 3 times to the right and 4 times up. The first time he practiced the 42 paths of the shadowless realm, his limbs were stiff and his movements were sluggish. He felt that his sword was not coordinated at all. Even after practicing for only an hour, he was already panting from exhaustion. But for the second time, he closed his eyes and meditated, practicing the complete sword art in his mind. Soon, he found his shortcomings and corrected them. drawing the sword, waving, moving, raising chi, chopping. The second time, he did it well. The 7 paths of the sword art were executed smoothly, which was completely different from the first time. His face lit up, and he continued to practice his swordsmanship. The eagle soared in the sky, the fish played in the shallows. The endless changes of the dustless sword art made Guchen addicted to it. He practiced from day to night. The continuous adaptations and tricky body movements were a great challenge to his muscles, and the consumption of physical strength was astonishing. The dustless sword art was extremely difficult, but Guchen was like a fish in water, enjoying it. One hand was so sore that he couldn't even lift his wrist, so he switched to the other hand. He was 10 times more diligent than ordinary people. No matter how difficult it was to practice, he gritted his teeth at the thought of that arrogant woman. He must surpass her. He practiced from day to night until his muscles were sore and weak, and he couldn't use any strength. Only then did Guchen stop practicing. But he still refused to rest. He sat down cross-legged and started practicing the nature of Heavenly Star's secret art. The mysterious power of the sun, moon, and stars descended, and starlight poured into his body. It was warm, and Guchen's sore muscles suddenly felt much more comfortable, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Sizzle, his skin actually shook gently like waves, and under the starlight, it became tough at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if a layer of wax had been added. The skin training realm, the 5th realm of the human body, I actually reached it in advance. When Guchen opened his eyes, his face was full of surprise. According to his estimation, he needed 2 more days to reach the skin training realm. He didn't expect it to be in advance. He quickly realized that this was the bonus brought about by the dustless sword technique. It was a sword technique that used one's martial arts to enter the path, and it had an astonishing effect on tempering one's physical body. Stepping into the skin training realm, Guchen felt that his skin was much thicker. With a thought, he took the iron sword beside him. Dang, he stabbed the sword into his own skin, but when he exerted a little force, he found that the tip of the sword could not break through the defense of his skin. Instead, it bounced off. Invulnerable, although in theory the skin training realm could achieve this, but most of the fleshly body realms only made their skin rough and thick. For example, it was impossible for Hongquan's skin to be so tough. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily defeated by Guchen today. But now, his skin was much stronger than his peers. He could only attribute it to the effect of the nature of the heavenly stellar technique. Not only is his skin tougher than others of the same level, but his strength has also increased by a lot. The more Guchen practiced the nature of the sky art, the more he realized how amazing it was. From the fleshly body realms 4 onwards, with every increase in level, an ordinary person would increase their strength by 1,000 caddies. The fleshly body realms 5 would increase their strength by 1,000 caddies. But he estimated that if he punched out with all his strength, the power of one punch would be at least 2,000 caddies, which was twice the strength of others. In the following days, Guchen practiced assiduously. At sunrise, he practiced the purple extreme pupils technique, and at night, he practiced the moonlight soul cultivation technique. After practicing the moonlight soul cultivation technique for 3 consecutive days, the impurities in his soul had almost been cleansed. No matter how long he practiced, the effect would be weak. Therefore, he only spent 15 minutes a day practicing. In the rest of the time, he meditated and practiced the dustless sword technique. His cultivation progressed at a tremendous pace. 5 days later, Guchen had already demonstrated the 42 sword techniques of the shadowless realm. As the sword light flashed, it was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, creating layers of illusions. Dong, dong, dong. On this day, when he was practicing the sword, the bones in Guchen's body suddenly made a rumbling sound, as if there were countless small hammers striking him. He was delighted. This was a natural phenomenon when his cultivation broke through to the bone-hammering realm, which was the 6th tier of the physical body realm. After entering the bone-hammering realm, the human body's bones became tougher and harder to fracture. In the truest sense, one had copper skin and iron bones. At the same time, it also came with some small abilities, such as the bone-shrinking skill and disguise. In just a week, I've cultivated from not even the 1st tier of the physical body realm to the 6th tier. This speed is simply shocking. Gu Chen was in high spirits. His originally skinny body had become much more muscular after a week of practice, and he had also grown taller. Especially after he cultivated the purple extreme pupils technique and absorbed the purple sunrise chi, his entire aura had imperceptibly become noble. He was originally delicate and handsome, and now because of the change in his strength, he was even more handsome. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as his body stabilized at the bone-hammering realm, Gu Chen felt extremely hungry, as if he had not eaten for 10 years. All the cells in his body were greedily craving for energy. This made his vision turn black, and he almost fainted. The intensity of the Dustless Sword technique's cultivation is too high. Although the starlight can replenish some of my energy, it's just a drop in the bucket. I need elixirs. Gu Chen murmured. Advancing from the physical body realm to the transcendent realm was a process that transcended the limits of the physical body and evolved supernatural powers. This meant that one had to continuously dig out the potential of the physical body. From the muscles, bones, skin, to the internal organs and brain, everything had to be trained. This kind of training relied heavily on cultivation resources, especially for those who entered the Tao through martial arts. The pressure on the physical body was terrifying, and the amount of resources required was even more shocking. The Dustless Sword technique was a sword technique that entered the Tao through martial arts. It was especially taxing on the body, and Gu Chen cultivated it with all his might. Therefore, after many days, his body finally could not take it anymore. Stepping into the bone-hammering realm had depleted the remaining energy in his body, and he almost collapsed. He also realized that if he wanted to improve further, he had to rely on elixirs. Looking at the time, tomorrow is the 1st. Outer disciples can go to the outer hall to collect a bottle of blood chi pills. At the thought of the blood chi pills, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. That was a type of elixir that could strengthen one's blood chi. Although it was only at the mortal level, it was quite effective for those in the physical body realm. Without any additional resources, the blood chi pills that the Dustless sect distributed every month were especially important to the outer disciples. It would affect their future cultivation. Gu Chen immediately decided to go to the outer hall early the next morning. Today, the outer hall was especially crowded. Be it the outer disciples who were out on missions or cultivating in seclusion, all of them were there just to get the blood chi pills, which were extremely precious for cultivation. Although every outer disciple could get a bottle of blood chi pills in name, the Dustless sect often distributed a few bottles less every month. On the surface, it was said to increase the competition between disciples, but in reality, it was just to eliminate those disciples who did not make any progress in cultivation. Therefore, to ensure that they could get the blood chi pills, most disciples would rush to collect them early in the morning. I thought I was early enough, but I didn't expect the queue to be so long. Gu Chen looked at the dense crowd in front of him and frowned slightly. Because he was used to absorbing that wisp of purple gas every day at sunrise, he was delayed. He did not expect the competition to be so fierce, and by the time he arrived, he was already at the end of the line. He compared the number of blood chi pills distributed today and found that he was in the third last place. Those who were lucky could still get elixirs, and he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He suppressed his thoughts and queued up. The waiting outer disciples around him were enthusiastically discussing the recent major events in the sect. I heard that a connate stage demonic beast has appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Recently, the disciples of the Golden Crow sect, the Purple Cloud sect, and several other sects have been hunting it. The so-called innate realm demonic beasts are born with a demonic core. Their bloodline is powerful and they can easily command hundreds of beasts. I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with, right? Recently, a fortune master came to the market of West Mountain City. I heard that his fortune-telling is extremely accurate. Even the sect elders specially ran over to consult him. I heard from a senior brother in the inner sanctum that there will be important people from the Central Empire coming to watch the Rising Dragon ceremony on the first day of the 7th month. Suddenly, a piece of news caught Gu Chen's interest. The Middle-earth Empire was thousands of kilometers away from the eastern desolate continent. It was said that that was the center of the entire Kunlun continent. The cultivation civilization there was extremely strong. In the eyes of the people of Middle-earth, the eastern wilderness was a barren land. The Fenglin Manor in the eastern wilderness was even less famous. A major figure from the Middle Lands was coming to the Dustless sect. This kind of thing was too unusual. Every year, the other 12 sects of the Feng Lin Manor would send many people to spectate the Rising Dragon ceremony. This is a common practice, but I've never heard of people from the Middle-earth coming as well. Are you talking nonsense? This matter is absolutely true. The news has already spread throughout the inner sect. I heard that the important figures of the Central Plains are here for a disciple. Who is it? Could it be because of Senior Brother Lei? Everyone was astonished. To be targeted by a major character of the Central Plains, no matter which disciple it was, they would feel as if they were going to fly up a branch and transform into a phoenix. Idiot, Senior Brother Lei has already been the chief disciple for many years, and he always gets first place in the Rising Dragon ceremony every year. If someone wanted to come, they would have come long ago. According to reliable sources, the important figures of the Central Plains are here for Yiqing. Yiqing has the congenital sacred body. It is said that this kind of body is rare even in the Central region. It is not surprising that she has attracted the attention of the Central region forces. TSK, she's only been in the sect for 2 years and she's already reached this level. Senior Sister Yi is indeed a genius. Looks like she'll definitely be able to get the chief disciple position this time. That's a must. Only by becoming the chief disciple will he be able to attract the attention of the important figures of the Central Plains. I heard that the Great Elder has put a lot of effort into this. The discussions of others caused ripples in Gu Chen's heart. He didn't expect that Yiqing would have such a great opportunity. No wonder she was in such a hurry to break off the engagement with him. She probably didn't want to leave any stain on her reputation in front of the important figures of the Central Plains. After all, she had relied on her own quota to enter the Wuchen sect, which was not very honorable no matter how one looked at it. Yiqing, you want to spread your wings and soar high, and for that, you didn't hesitate to step on me again. Unfortunately, this time, I won't let you get what you want. I will make you fall from heaven to hell. Gu Chen secretly clenched his fists and made up his mind. The queue was getting shorter and shorter, and the number of vitality pills around the deacon was also decreasing. The disciples who came later basically had no luck with the pills. They stared at him, regretting that they didn't come earlier. After 2 more people, it would be Gu Chen's turn. He waited expectantly. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door. 4 disciples walked in, laughing and chatting. It's the 4 outstanding disciples of the Outer Sanctum. They're here again at this time. Someone next to Gu Chen immediately said in a resentful tone. Bah! What 4 heroes of the Outer Sanctum? They're just 4 sly old foxes who couldn't enter the Inner Sanctum for many years and only know how to bully others. Lower your voice, they're coming over. The disciples' voices lowered, and the so-called 4 heroes of the Outer Sanctum talked and laughed. They walked past the queue openly and walked towards the deacon who was distributing the pills. Old Kong, do you still have vitality pills? The burly man in the lead grinned, as if he was very familiar with the deacon. Old Han, you guys came at the right time. There are only 4 bottles of vitality pills left. The deacon smiled and nodded. Oh, I see. We'll take them. Han Dongliang squeezed to the front and was about to take all the remaining vitality pills. Senior Brother Han, a skinny disciple who had been queuing for a long time in front of Gu Chen and was staring at the vitality pills, suddenly looked like he was about to cry and stammered. What kind of luck was this? It was almost his turn, but the 4 heroes of the Outer Sanctum just had to come. What, you have a problem with that? Han Dongliang, who had been smiling, immediately turned his head. His face was fierce, and his voice rose an octave. No, I have no problem with that. The disciple was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly waved his hand, not daring to argue anymore. How about you guys? Do you have a problem with that? Stand up if you do. I'm a very easygoing senior brother. Han Dongliang immediately looked at the rest of the disciples in the queue. He narrowed his eyes, clearly a smiling tiger. The disciples looked sullen, but they dared not speak up. Especially the last 4 disciples who could have gotten 4 bottles of vitality pills. Everyone looked at them sympathetically. Sigh, Han Dongliang and his group are like this every month. Even Deacon Kong is in cahoots with them. Heh, what can they do? They came in together, so of course they help each other. Especially when Han Dongliang has a cousin in the inner sanctum. That makes him even more fearless. People like us who have no background can only blame it on our bad luck for encountering such things. The disciples who had already received the pills discussed quietly. The eyes of the 3 disciples who had lost their vitality pills dimmed, and they did not dare to argue anymore. What right do you have to cut the queue? At this moment, a person strode out with a gloomy expression and a loud voice. That guy is, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All eyes were on the young man. You are? You look quite familiar. Han Dongliang could not help but look over. At first glance, he felt that this person looked very familiar. Seeing his aggressive manner, he immediately thought that it was a guy with a backer and felt guilty. It's Gu Chen, Yi Qingshuang's fiancé. When did he enter the outer sanctum? Someone recognized him and said in shock. At this moment, Gu Chen was very angry. He had queued so hard for so long and was finally about to receive the vitality pills. But this group of idiots rushed out and wanted to snatch it without saying anything. Others could tolerate it, but not him. If he wanted to defeat Yi Qingshuang in the Rising Dragon ceremony, he had to race against time, and this vitality pill must not be lost. Yi Qingshuang's fiancé? Han Dongliang recalled after being reminded by others. No wonder this guy looked so familiar. Everyone in the sect knew that Yi Qingshuang, the proud daughter of heaven, had a useless fiancé who could not cultivate essence energy even after 2 years in the sect. He used to look at this trash from afar. He did not expect him to leave the odd job hall and be promoted to the outer sanctum. I was wondering which guy was so arrogant. So it's you. I heard that the engagement between you and Yi Qingshuang has been broken. Now that you have a backer, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Han Dongliang looked at Gu Chen with disdain. Old Han, don't look down on him. I heard that Hong Quan was beaten up by him a few days ago and is still lying in bed. One of the 4 outstanding outer disciples reminded. Hong Quan was beaten up by this Gu Chen? Many of the outer sanctum disciples were in an uproar. This was really news. It's absolutely true. It happened in front of the techniques chamber. I saw it with my own eyes last time. Immediately, a disciple echoed. Yi Qingshuang's useless fiancé was finally promoted from an odd job hall to the outer sanctum and even defeated Hong Quan. This was too fresh. P.S. Everyone, please remember to collect it and vote for it. It would be even better if you could help promote this book. Thank you. TSK, that useless Hong Quan is only at physical body tier 5. He's not good at martial arts. What's so surprising about defeating him? Han Dongliang's face was still full of disdain. The other 3 heroes heard him and smiled disapprovingly. Indeed, all 4 of them were at physical body tier 6. They had honed their martial arts techniques for many years. Why would they be afraid of this kid? Put down the blood chi pill. It's ours. Gu Chen said again, with coldness in his eyes. Yours? Look, who's helping you? Han Dongliang said arrogantly, glaring at the people beside Gu Chen. Instantly, all the outer sect disciples retreated. Even the 3 disciples whose blood chi pills were snatched gritted their teeth and pretended not to see anything. Gu Chen's heart sank. They didn't even fight for their own interests. These people deserved to be bullied, but he couldn't give up his rights. Give me my blood chi pill. Are you courting death? Han Dongliang was furious. He waved his hand casually. Bang, Gu Chen didn't even dodge. He took a step forward and threw a punch, thud thud thud. Han Dongliang, who was a head taller than him, was knocked back. The inertia was too strong, and he fell to the ground with a thud. How can you be so strong? He was shocked and angry. The force from his opponent's fist was too strong. He didn't notice it and his entire hand went numb. Gu Chen sneered. They were both at physical body tier 6, bone hammering. He, who cultivated the nature of Heavenly Star's art, had 6,000 kilograms of strength. His opponent only had 3,000 kilograms. It would be strange if he didn't lose. Gosh, this Gu Chen's cultivation is also at physical body tier 6. Well done. Some outer sect disciples who had been bullied before couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Gu Chen was like a hero in their eyes. Old Han. Han Dongliang's companions pulled him up. Han Dongliang shook his numb hand, his expression as dark as a beast. Cripple him. The four heroes of the outer sect had always been domineering. It had been a long time since they were provoked like this. How could they tolerate it? His three companions nodded and surrounded Gu Chen with ferocious expressions. The other outer disciples retreated far away, not wanting to be implicated. Gu Chen looked at the four bullies and laughed angrily. He pointed at Deacon Kong and asked, "Are you going to do something about this?" As the deacon of the outer hall, he was also in charge of the distribution of vitality pills. Logically speaking, he should not have allowed such a thing to happen. I didn't see anything. Deacon Kong raised his head and stood with his hands behind his back as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Many of the deacons in the outer hall were old and knew that they had no hope of being promoted to the inner hall. To them, anything that didn't involve their own interests was none of their business. All right then. Gu Chen did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. He calmed down and glanced at the 4 bottles of vitality pills on the table. Since that's the case, if I get rid of these 4 bullies, the 4 bottles of vitality pills will belong to me. You guys have no objections, right? He looked at Deacon Kong and then at the 3 cowardly disciples who were supposed to get their share of the pills. The 3 disciples did not dare to object and shook their heads. As for Deacon Kong, his lips curled into a mocking smile. If you can win, you can take them all. I'm afraid you'll have to leave this place lying down. All right then. After getting the promise, Gu Chen drew out the iron sword that he always carried with him, his eyes shining. Do you think that you can deal with us with a broken iron sword? Han Dongliang and his companions could not help but laugh. They were already at level 6 physical body stage, with copper skin and iron bones. A mortal-grade iron sword was useless against them. Do it, break his bones. The 4 of them rushed forward. Their stance made many disciples turn pale, and they could not help but break out in cold sweat for Gu Chen. Swoosh, the iron sword in Gu Chen's hand moved, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the sword moved in an unorthodox manner. Pfft, the sword pierced through the enemy's shoulder at an extremely fast speed. The copper skin and iron bones were of no use at all. Immaculate sword technique? That person held in grief. He recognized this sword technique with the strongest killing power in the sect. Gu Chen did not intend to give the 4 of them any time to react. He used the 48 shadowless sword technique like his own arm, and the sword light was extremely fast, unpredictable, and ever-changing. Poof. 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 After a few consecutive strikes, they were so fast that they could only be seen as afterimages. The 3 enemies could not react at all, and they were struck one after another, bleeding non-stop. The copper skin and iron bones that they were so proud of were like paper in front of the immaculate sword technique and Gu Chen's terrifying arm strength. Greater mastery of the shadowless realm? Han Dongliang was shocked and retreated hurriedly. He had been in the outer sect for many years, and naturally, he had seen others who had learned the immaculate sword technique. This sword technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, and only 1 out of 10 people could cultivate it to the first level. But this Gu Chen had clearly mastered it to perfection. The strongest sword technique in the physical body realm wasn't just for show. This was proven through countless battles. His opponent's cultivation was not weaker than his, and he could not defeat him with any martial arts skills. Han Dongliang immediately wanted to retreat. Gu Chen, I was just joking. If you want the elixir, then take it. Han Dongliang forced a smile, and this scene stunned the onlookers. Too late. Unfortunately, Gu Chen was already angry, and he wanted to get rid of this evil for the people. Whoosh, the bright sword light rose, and Han Dongliang hurriedly blocked it. His arm, abdomen, and thigh were all struck, and the wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. He fell on his back, and blood flowed all over the ground. In a short time, the outcome was decided. The outer sect hall was silent for a while, and all the outer sect disciples' mouths were so wide open that 2 eggs could be swallowed. Especially Deacon Kong, his expression was very interesting. Gu Chen sheathed his iron sword and walked quickly toward Deacon Kong. He took a few steps back. Reflexively. You, what do you want? He did not want to have a few holes on his body. I can take the energy pill, right? Guchen glanced at him disdainfully. Of course you can. Deacon Kong nodded vigorously. He did not dare to offend him at this critical moment. Guchen took all 4 bottles of energy pill, and then left the outer sect hall without looking back. After he left, the outer sect hall was in an uproar. Oh my god. I didn't expect Guchen to be so strong. He defeated the 4 heroes so easily. With this strength, he must be number 1 in the outer sect, right? He only got the Immaculate Sword technique for a week, but he has already mastered the Shadowless Realm. How talented is he in swordsmanship? I'm afraid he was pretending to be weak before, and it was a lie that he could not cultivate origin force. Now, he is amazing. Everyone was amazed. The scene just now was too shocking. What's there to be surprised about? No matter how strong he is just an outer sect disciple. He is far from senior Sister Yi. Some people said in a sour tone, pretending not to care. The 3 disciples who had given up their rights had the most complicated emotions. At this moment, it was too late for regrets. If they had been a little more strong-willed, they might have been able to enjoy the energy pill now. The effect of the dustless sword art is even more amazing than I thought. I've mastered the 42 sword art of the Shadowless Realm. It's time to try to understand the Void Realm. Oh, this realm emphasizes simplifying the complex, and the speed of the sword is amazing. This is how I should practice. Holding the 4 bottles of chi pills, Guchen was still thinking about the sword art on the way back to the outer sect's 10th peak. He was only focused on cultivation. Considering the importance of the sword art, he couldn't help but use his fingers to gesture, causing the female disciples passing by to cover their mouths and laugh. Soon, he returned to the courtyard and entered the house. He was still immersed in the understanding of the sword art. What smells so good? The fragrance coming from the house made him sniff. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but look at the table. He was stunned by what he saw. On the table were spiced chicken, eggplant pot, and other delicious dishes. They were all his favorite dishes, and they were still steaming hot. He had been living in the wooden house on the 10th peak for a week. He had been cultivating hard every day and had no time to cook for himself. He looked at the other places in the house. Everything was clean and tidy, and the things were arranged in an orderly manner. It was completely different from before he left. The door seemed to be open when I came in. Could it be? Guchen thought about it, and his heart was inexplicably excited. Creak. At this moment, someone opened the door and walked in. Guchen suddenly turned around, and his heart warmed. He couldn't help but shout. Mother! The person who came was an elegant woman. At this moment, she came in with a pot of soup. When she saw Guchen, she said with a smile. You're back. Mother was worried that if you didn't come back, the dishes on the table would have been for nothing. Mother, why are you here? Guchen hurried forward to help with the soup. He was happy and puzzled at the same time. Guchen's mother, Xianxia, was born in a famous family. Ever since she married his father, Gu Tianming, she took care of him and their family was happy. 2 years ago, after Gu Tianming had disappeared, this weak and powerless woman had single-handedly supported the family and became the acting mayor of Tiannan City, taking care of the city's affairs in an orderly manner. Because Guchen had always been very busy, coupled with the fact that the Wuchen sect was a cultivation sect, in principle, it did not allow the relatives of its disciples to visit. Therefore, in the past 2 years, his mother had not come to see Guchen even once. When he saw the familiar dishes on the table, he immediately thought that it might be his mother, but he couldn't figure out why his mother was here today. Do I need a reason to visit my own son? Xianxia said with a smile. Even though she was already in her 40s, her skin was still very well maintained. Coupled with the fact that he was well-read, he naturally had a calm temperament. The only fly in the ointment was that she had obviously worked a lot in the past 2 years. Guchen saw that her temples were slightly white and felt inexplicably distressed. Of course there's no need for a reason. It's just that Tiannan City is so far away, and you didn't even let me pick you up. You even cooked up this table of food. I don't have any cooking utensils here. Mother, you must have spent a lot of effort to make this, right? Guchen casually thought about it and could guess how much time this table of food had taken. I know that you usually don't have time to eat, so the food and utensils were all bought when we passed by Xishan City. As Qin Yushu spoke, Guchen's mouth became greedy. Smelling the fragrance of the food, he couldn't help but want to move his chopsticks. Wait, you child, I had Xiaoqiu go call Qing Shuang. Wait for her to come before we eat together. Qin Yushu stopped him. Guchen's chopsticks, which he was about to move, stopped, and his expression also froze. He suddenly lost the mood to eat, and his expression wavered. 2 years ago, when the Yi clan came to force a marriage, he was only 14 years old. His father had disappeared, and his mother was busy with the affairs of Tiannan City. At that time, the Yi clan was powerful. If they didn't agree to the marriage, his and his mother's situation would not be optimistic. Guchen matured early. In order to help his mother share her worries, he agreed to marry Yi Qing Shuang even though he knew that the Yi clan's motives were not good. At that time, his mother asked for his opinion. In order to let her not have any psychological burden, he told her that he liked Yi Qing Shuang very much. After that, he and Yi Qing Shuang entered Wuchen sect together. The two of them obviously didn't have much interaction, and his situation was still very bad, but in order to let his mother not worry, he told her in the letters that he was very good and that his relationship with Yi Qing Shuang was stable. Thus, in his mother's eyes, Yi Qing Shuang was probably her standard daughter-in-law. Loved the house, loved the crow under it, and naturally doted on her. But now, Yi Qing Shuang wanted to break off the marriage, and even wanted to take the position of Tiannan City's city lord, forcing his mother to move out of the Gu residence. How was he going to explain this to her? He originally wanted to delay this matter. In any case, there were still 50 days. As long as he could defeat Yi Qing Shuang in the Rising Dragon ceremony on the first day of the 7th month, his mother wouldn't need to know about these things. But he didn't expect that his mother would suddenly come to Wuchen sect, and even let servant Xiaoqiu run to call Yi Qing Shuang over to eat together. Guchen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chen what's wrong? Qin Yushu saw that Guchen's expression wasn't right, and could not help but ask thoughtfully. Mother, there's something I should tell you. Guchen wanted to explain, but at this time, the door opened, and a weird little girl walked in first. Behind her, surprisingly, was Yi Qing Shuang, who was dressed in white. Ah, young master, you're back. Wow, I haven't seen you for 2 years, and young master is getting more and more handsome. Xiaoqiu hadn't seen Guchen for a long time, and was extremely excited. She almost pounced on him. She had a happy look on her face, as if she had reunited after a long time. Qin Yushu also greeted Yi Qing Shuang with a smile, brought over a bowl and chopsticks, and asked her to sit down and eat. No need, Madame Gu, I just came over to clarify some things. Yi Qing Shuang coldly refused. Facing an elder, she didn't have much respect. What is it? Qin Yushu's smile faded. She was a wise woman, and she could smell that there was something wrong with the relationship between her son and her future daughter-in-law. For so long, Guchen and I. Yi Qing Shuang was about to speak, but Guchen spoke first, and his voice was extremely cold. Mother, I've already divorced her. Divorced? When the words came out, the room instantly became quiet. Xiaoqiu, who was originally laughing, suddenly widened her eyes. Qin Yushu's expression was very calm, and after a moment of silence, she asked. Why? Because Yi Qing Shuang's future husband will definitely be an indomitable expert, and Guchen will never have the possibility of becoming an expert. Yi Qing Shuang's expression was cold, and she spoke mercilessly. Guchen rushed to say that he was the one who divorced her. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to show any mercy. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely awkward and oppressive. Guchen was so angry that he started laughing. Yi Qing Shuang, whether I, Guchen, will be a dragon or a worm in the future is not up to you to decide. Yi Qing Shuang glanced at Guchen who was sitting, and her beautiful face was indifferent. Guchen, I heard that you entered the outer sect. Maybe this made your confidence explode, and made you feel that you are very close to me. The data for the new book issue is very important. Tomorrow is Monday, and everyone remember to bookmark and recommend it. But that's just your misconception. Not to mention the difference between the outer sect and the inner sect, even if you enter the inner sect, I will still look down on you. She turned to look at Xin Yushu and changed the topic. Madam Xin, Governor Gu has been missing for 2 years. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid he's already dead. Tiannan City should, Yiqing Shuang. Guchen exploded and roared, interrupting her words. His eyes were so cold that he wanted to devour someone. This Yiqing Shuang was too much. Her mother came to see her today and kindly invited her to dinner. Not only did she not show any respect, she even brought up the cancellation of the engagement. Not only did she bring up this matter, she even brought up the abdication of the Gu family and had her mother move out of the Gu family. This was intolerable. No matter how dazzling she was now, she relied on the Gu family's quota to get where she was today, but she didn't know how to be grateful. Gu Chen had never hated a woman so much and was about to explode. The Yi family wants the position of Tiannan City's governor? They want me to move out of my home? Xin Yushu suddenly spoke, actually guessing what Yiqing Shuang wanted to say. Yiqing Shuang looked at Xin Yushu in surprise. She had heard her father say that this woman was not simple, and it seemed that it was true. She was not stupid. Yes, this is the wisest thing for the Gu family. At the Rising Dragon ceremony on the first day of the 7th month, I will definitely become the chief disciple of the Wuchen sect. Just based on this, there will not be any forces in Tiannan City that will support the Gu family. To be honest, I don't care about the small Tiannan City at all. My goal is further away. But since my father wants it, as his daughter, I naturally have to fulfill his wish. She didn't hide it anymore. Since you're open and honest, that's good. Xin Yushu said straightforwardly. Gu Chen and Xiaoqiu became anxious and wanted to stop her. But there is a condition. She changed the topic and looked at Yiqing Shuang deeply. What? Yiqing Shuang frowned. Everything you said must be based on you becoming the chief disciple, but in my opinion, you are not Chen Er's opponent. Huh? Yiqing Shuang did not hide her disdain, and Gu Chen was shocked. Defeat Chen Er first. Otherwise, your lofty aspirations will be meaningless, Xin Yushu said gracefully. Mrs. Shen, you don't know cultivation, so you might not know. The gap between Gu Chen and me is too big. It's impossible for him to beat me. Yiqing Shuang found it funny. How could this mother and son pair be so whimsical? How would you know if you don't try? Do you dare to bet with me? What are we betting on? If Chen Er loses in the Rising Dragon ceremony, everything in Tiannan City will be handed over to the Yi family. If you lose, you don't need to be the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, just be a servant girl by Chen Er's side. After all, Yiqing Shuang was only a 16-year-old girl and was angered by Xin Yushu's calm and composed appearance. She felt humiliated. All right. If he can really defeat me, I can do anything. On the contrary, you should prepare to move out of the Gu residence. After she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves and left. She felt uncomfortable staying here for another breath. In the end, she and the mother and son of the Gu family were people from 2 different worlds. They were unreasonable. Gu Chen was originally filled with anger because of Yiqing Shuang's disrespect, but seeing his mother and her opposing each other, his anger suddenly disappeared and he laughed out loud. He suddenly realized that he really looked down on his mother. He didn't want her to worry, but he didn't think that this educated and reasonable woman's heart was so strong. All right, let's eat. The food is getting cold. Xin Yushu acted as if nothing had happened and called Gu Chen and Xiaoqiu to eat. This meal was extremely delicious. Gu Chen hadn't eaten the taste of home in a long time. He wolfed down the food, wishing he could lick all the egg dregs in the soup. How long has young master been hungry for? Xiaoqiu was dumbstruck. When the meal was finished and cleaned up, Xin Yushu was actually about to leave. Mother, you just arrived. Shouldn't you stay for a night before leaving? Gu Chen didn't understand. There are many things to do in Tiannan City. There are still many things waiting for mother to go back and deal with. Take good care of yourself here. Remember not to disappoint mother. Xin Yushu's words had a hidden meaning. Gu Chen's heart trembled and he nodded solemnly. Mother, don't worry. The men of the Gu family will never be looked down upon. With his mother's previous conversation with Yi Qingshuang and her support, Gu Chen's determination to defeat Yi Qingshuang became even firmer. Shen Yushu didn't say anything more. She warned him a few more times and left with Xiao. "Hey, madam, you just arrived and you're leaving. I've eaten so much that my stomach hasn't even digested yet." That Miss Yi is really too hateful. She actually dared to say such things. Who does she think she is? On the carriage back, Xiao's little face was wrinkled as she complained incessantly. Shen Yushu smiled but didn't say anything. Her gaze passed through the carriage window and looked towards the 13th peak of the Wuchen sect's outer sect. On that peak, an old man with white hair and beard looked at the departing carriage. As if sensing Shen Yushu's gaze, he nodded. "Hey, young master is so handsome. Why doesn't Miss Yi like him? I heard from the Wuchen sect disciples that she has some martial sage physique. Is that the reason why she doesn't like young master?" Xiao was still nagging. Martial sage physique? Shen Yushu revealed an expression that was not a smile. That girl seems to have her eyes on the top of her head, but in reality, she's short-sighted. She'll regret it in the future. In this world, there are many physiques that are stronger than the martial sage physique, but she is blinded by it. She's right about one thing. She and Chen are indeed people from two different worlds. I originally wanted to confirm Chen situation. Thanks to her, I've made up my mind. The will of a young man can't be erased. Tianming, you hope that the child can endure it, but how would you know that some geniuses can't be concealed? Shen Yushu muttered to himself as he looked outside. The wind had picked up. Yi Qingshuang, it's fine that you humiliated me, but you even disrespected my family. Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson during the Rising Dragon ceremony. After his mother left, Gu Chen's smiling face during the meal disappeared. It was replaced by determination and indifference. He did not rest. He took out a bottle of blood qi pills and began to cultivate. His cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the fleshly body realm, and with the help of the blood qi pills, he believed that he would soon be able to reach the 7th level of the marrow creation realm. The marrow was an extraordinary organ that stored a large amount of blood essence in the human body. It was closely related to the production of blood in the human body, and greatly affected the body from the inside out. To surpass the limits of the body and derive supernatural powers, one had to be reborn, and this rebirth required a large amount of blood qi. Only by reaching the marrow creation realm could one store a large amount of blood qi, and then break through the orifice and be reborn, and finally achieve divine transformation. Therefore, this realm was very important. Wuchen sect used it as a symbol to distinguish the inner sect from the outer sect. Once one reached the 7th level of the fleshly body realm, one would be an inner sect disciple, and would receive a large amount of resources from the sect. There were 5 blood qi pills in the bottle. Gu Chen swallowed 2 in one go, and then activated the Tianqian manifestation technique. He wanted to step into the inner sect as soon as possible. Only by becoming an inner sect disciple would he have the right to fight during the Rising Dragon ceremony. The 2 blood qi pills entered his abdomen and turned into a warm current that flowed through Gu Chen's limbs and bones. If the blood qi in his body was a cluster of flames, he could clearly feel that the flames were much stronger now. The abundance of blood qi allowed his body to advance even faster. Circulating his cultivation technique, his elemental energy seeped into the depths of his bones, subtly changing his marrow source. An hour later, the surging blood qi weakened, and Gu Chen could clearly feel that his cultivation, which had just entered the physical body tier 6 not long ago, had increased by a large margin. This was much faster than just cultivating, which made him very happy. Continue. Gu Chen did not stop. He took out the remaining 3 blood qi pills from the bottle, swallowed them, and continued cultivating. 2 days later, the 4 bottles beside Gu Chen were empty, and he had already consumed a total of 20 blood qi pills. If any Wuchen sect disciple knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and say that Gu Chen was crazy. Blood qi pills could strengthen one's blood qi and increase one's cultivation, but they were only mortal-grade pills after all. There were still drawbacks. Wuchen sect only gave outer sect disciples 5 blood qi pills a month, and this was reasonable. Normally, it would take 3 to 4 days to digest a blood qi pill. If the frequency of consumption was too high, it could easily damage one's body. As for Gu Chen, he had consumed all the blood qi pills in just 2 days. Logically speaking, it would not be strange if he bled to death from his orifices, but now, Gu Chen's breathing was long and stable, and a strong aura constantly overflowed from his body. He did not look like he was unable to withstand it at all. Ding, at a certain moment, a sound similar to tinnitus came from Gu Chen's body. He opened his eyes, which were as warm as jade. The next moment, the pores on his body continuously discharged black filth, which lasted for dozens of breaths. When it was all over, his entire body had turned into a mud man, and the entire room was filled with a foul stench, marrow cleansing. This was the characteristic of the physical body tier 7 marrow creation realm. In just 2 days, Gu Chen's cultivation had advanced again. This was something to be happy about. Gu Chen, who had not spoken for 2 days, opened his mouth. The first thing he said was, "I'm so hungry." The energy from the vitality pill had been used to advance, so he was starving. This hunger was more than 10 times stronger than before. He quickly got up, searched the room for the pancake his mother had left him 2 days ago, and wolfed it down. The pancakes made by his mother were very delicious. Gu Chen loved to eat them since he was a child. This kind of food was easy to preserve and didn't spoil easily. Therefore, his mother had made a lot of it before she came, enough for Gu Chen to eat for 10 days to half a month. However, right now, Gu Chen was practically eating one in a single bite. In no time at all, he had actually finished all the pancakes. After eating and drinking some water, he felt a little full and finally recovered. I've long heard that after reaching fleshly body level 7, one would become especially hungry and have an especially good appetite. However, I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Gu Chen sighed. Smelling the stench on his body, he quickly went to take a bath. After the shower, he stood in front of the mirror and was surprised to find that he had become taller and thinner. He was not fat to begin with. Now that he had become thinner, his figure looked a little thin. Fortunately, he had been training all year round, and his muscles were streamlined. He was not weak, but rather, he looked strong. He could feel that the qi and blood in his body were many times stronger than before, but it was hidden. Now the power of a punch should be more than 4,000 pounds. Gu Chen clenched his fists. The average fleshly body level 7 had at most 4,000 pounds of strength. It was normal for him to have 4,000 pounds of strength after cultivating the nature of the sky art. Now, I can go to the inner sect. He took a deep breath. If he wanted to defeat Yi Qingxuang, he had to first participate in the Rising Dragon ceremony, which was only eligible for inner sect disciples. Gu Chen did not know if there was a specific time limit for the registration of the ceremony. Now that there were only about 50 days left, it was better to become an inner sect disciple as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Gu Chen changed his clothes and put the iron sword on his waist. He left the outer sect's 10th peak and walked toward the dustless valley where the inner sect was located. The dustless valley and the stainless valley, as well as the 3 peaks of the inner sect, were the hinterland of the dustless sect. Other than exceptions like Elder Nangong, all the elders and inner sect disciples of the upper echelons of the sect usually lived in these places. And the dustless valley was the dividing line between the outer sect and the inner sect. There were many important halls of the dustless sect here. At this moment, at the entrance of the dustless valley, Gu Chen, who looked frail but was full of spirit, strode over. At the entrance of the valley stood a huge decorated archway. Gu Chen raised his head and looked at it, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. This decorated archway was called the Xianxia Tower, and there were 300 wooden dummies inside. As long as one passed the wooden dummies, one could enter the inner sect from the outer sect and become an inner sect disciple. This was the method passed down by the ancestors to identify inner sect disciples. If one could walk through the main entrance of the Xianxia Tower and walk out from the back door, he would be recognized as a mortal and have the hope of reaching the transcendent realm. When Gu Chen was still an odd job worker working in the pill workshop, he often had to pass through the dustless valley. However, at that time, he could only enter the dustless valley from the small path beside the Xianxia Tower. He could not walk into this majestic decorated archway at all. Now, he finally had the ability to challenge this place, so one could imagine how excited he was. When he arrived in front of the Xianxia Tower, Gu Chen was overwhelmed with emotions. It had been 2 years. Xianxia had passed this place very early and stood at a height that ordinary people could only look up to. And now, he was finally here. Look, someone is going to challenge the Xianxia Tower again. Because it was located at the boundary between the inner and outer sect, there were always people coming and going near the Xianxia Tower. Immediately, some disciples noticed Guchen. Once one entered the Xianxia Tower and succeeded in the challenge, they would become an inner sect disciple, and their status in the sect would change drastically. Therefore, every time someone challenged, it would attract a lot of attention. Isn't that Guchen? He just entered the outer sect not long ago. Why does he want to enter the inner sect? Some disciples recognized Guchen, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Previously, Guchen taught Han Dongliang and the others a lesson, which made him famous. Many outer sect disciples just found out that he was no longer a servant. However, only a few days had passed, and he actually came to challenge the Xianxia Tower, wanting to enter the inner sect. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was really biting off more than he could chew. I heard from a few servants that Xianxia and Guchen broke off their engagement, and this Guchen threatened to defeat her in the Rising Dragon ceremony. Could it be true? A disciple said in shock. To participate in the Rising Dragon ceremony, one had to be an inner sect disciple. If that was the case, then it could be understood why Guchen was so anxious to enter the inner sect. There's actually such a thing. Although we can understand him, isn't this too much of a show-off? Exactly, senior sister Yi has the martial sage physique. How could Guchen defeat her? Being so eager for quick success will only bring harm to his future. Everyone sighed. Guchen had taught the 4 outer sect bullies a lesson, and he had won a lot of good impressions. At this moment, there were fewer sarcastic remarks, and more regrets. That brat actually wants to enter the inner sect. I have to tell Brother Han and the others about this quickly. A shifty-eyed disciple in the crowd murmured, then turned around and left quickly. Guchen did not notice the discussion of the people not far away. He adjusted his emotions and stepped into the Xianxia Tower without hesitation. Name, affiliation. On the first floor of the Xianxia Tower, the deacon in charge of guarding had long noticed Guchen at the door and inquired as usual. Guchen, 10th peak of the outer sanctum. The deacon immediately flipped through the outer sanctum booklet. There was detailed information on every disciple. When he found Guchen's name, he immediately frowned and looked displeased. According to the registration, you just entered the outer sanctum a week ago, and now you want to challenge the Xianxia Tower? He was a little angry. Although the standard to enter the inner sanctum was to reach the 7th level of the mortal body, there were often outer sanctum disciples who thought they could get lucky and pass the wooden dummy stage. These kinds of disciples were the most annoying. They were too ambitious and even needed him to save them when they were injured. He was only at the 4th level of the mortal body a week ago, and now he wanted to enter the Xianxia Tower. He was obviously making fun of him. My cultivation has already reached the 4th level. Guchen explained. Seeing that the deacon was still sullen, he could not help but look around and soon found the gravity scale standing in the corner. Go back to where you came from. I don't have time. The deacon impatiently wanted to chase Guchen away, but he stopped when he saw him walking towards the gravity scale. Guchen walked to the front of the gravity scale and stomped on it with his heel. A clean left hook smashed on the gravity scale, boom, the weight on the gravity scale shot up. 5,000 kilograms, 6,000 kilograms, 7,000 kilograms. When it reached the top, the weight actually broke free from the scale and rushed to the roof, smashing a small hole, 5,000 kg in one punch. The deacon gasped and looked at it in disbelief. The Xianxia Tower's gravity scale could only measure a maximum of 10,000 kilograms. A disciple who just entered the 7th level of the mortal body would at most have a strength of 4,000 kilograms. This scale was more than enough. But who would have thought that the skinny youth in front of him could actually smash the scale with a single punch? His strength actually exceeded 5,000 kilograms. Guchen looked at the exploding gravity scale and was delighted. The increase in strength after the advancement was greater than he had imagined. I can challenge now, right? He turned around and glanced at the deacon. Seeing that the deacon was in a daze, he didn't say anything else and went straight up to the 2nd floor. This time, the deacon did not stop him. He had already walked in front of the gravity scale. He touched it left and right, wondering if the scale was broken. The Xianxia tower only had 2 floors in total. The second floor was the 300 wooden puppets. As soon as Guchen entered, he saw 300 formidable wooden puppets holding steel swords in their hands. Ha! As soon as someone stepped into the designated area, the formations inside the 300 wooden puppets were all activated. They stepped out in unison and assumed their sword stances. Every one of them was equivalent to an outer sect disciple with a physical body tier 5 and a small success in sword arts. Their combined strength was not to be underestimated. The criteria to pass the Xianxia tower was very simple. There was no need to defeat all 300 wooden dolls, and there was no time limit either. As long as one could pass this place and enter the dustless valley from the other side of the stairs, it would be considered a success. This distance was about 100 meters. It was not difficult for a disciple who had stepped into the 7th tier of the fleshly body to do this. Based on the speed at which a disciple passed through, one could also roughly gauge how strong a disciple's potential was. Using a sword? Just what I wanted. Looking at the 300 wooden dolls, Guchen unsheathed the iron sword at his waist and rushed out. Swoosh, 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 a continuous stream of sword light surged out like a tidal wave. The wooden dolls swung their swords at the same time. They had great teamwork and formed a perfect sword net with every 3 steps. Guchen dodged 2 swords that approached him. He casually used the 14th sword style of the shadowless sword and pierced through the chest of a wooden doll. Crack. The wooden doll's body immediately cracked. He had cultivated the purple extreme eyes, and he could see the weak points of the wooden doll with a single glance. He attacked its vital points, and the effect was immediate. The other wooden dolls immediately thrust their swords over. Swoosh! Thousands of sword shadows appeared. Guchen's body made a strange metal stool and dodged it. He then used his sword art as he pleased. Bang! He casually destroyed another wooden doll. It's too easy for me to pass this wooden doll barrier. I don't even need 10 breaths. The 42 moves of the shadowless sword art were freely used in Guchen's hands. Even in battle formations, it was easy. If he wanted to pass, it was very easy to do. However, it was rare to have 300 wooden dolls that were skilled in sword arts to practice with him. Guchen suddenly had an idea. He had already mastered the 42 moves of the shadowless sword. Recently, he had started to study the next level of the void sword art. The void sword art only had 7 moves in total. It was based on the foundation of the shadowless sword, turning complexity into simplicity, pursuing speed. Void, because it was so fast that it could ignore distance and space, it was given such a name. This level was different from the shadowless sword. The effect of one person practicing the sword was very weak. It was best to have a suitable opponent. There were so many wooden dolls that were skilled in sword arts. If he missed this village, he wouldn't get another. Guchen thought, and decided to use them to practice his sword. Whoosh, Guchen's sword move changed. The sword moves that needed to be split up merged into one, and his speed instantly increased. Clang! Clang! The wooden doll's sword moves were large and uniform, and they fought with him as an equal. Haha, come on! Guchen laughed loudly. His legs kicked out, and the sword moved with his heart. It has been 3 days, and that brat Guchen still hasn't come out from the exuding tower. In the dustless valley, many disciples gathered together early in the morning, whispering to each other. 3 days ago, when Guchen entered the exuding tower, he had attracted a lot of attention. According to past experience, if Guchen couldn't pass the wooden dolls, he would come out in half a day at most. If he could pass it, he would enter the dustless valley in 4 hours at most. When passing the wooden dolls, the shorter the time, the more powerful and talented one was. The current record holder for passing the wooden dolls was Xianxia. At that time, she had only used 12 breaths to pass the wooden dolls. An ordinary inner disciple could pass it in about 2 hours. However, Guchen was different. From the moment he stepped into the exuding tower, he actually stayed for 3 days in a row. He was a weirdo that the dustless sect had never seen before. 3 days, how could an ordinary physique realm 7 take so long? Therefore, Guchen became famous again. Many people were waiting with a mocking attitude, curious about how long he would need to pass the wooden dolls. TSK, I was shocked when I heard that Gu Chen was going to enter the inner sect. I guess he is overestimating himself. Han Dongliang and the other 4 outer sect tyrants stood together. All of them had injuries on their bodies and were covered in bandages. Gu Chen is just unhappy about being dumped by Yi Qingxuang, so he is trying to use this method to attract her attention. What a joke. Why doesn't he take a piss and look in the mirror to see how big the gap is between him and her? Hong Quan, who had been kicked down the steps in front of the technique chamber by Gu Chen, was also here. He said sarcastically. He was even worse than the other 4. His face still looked as if he didn't care for his parents, and his legs were still stiff. Actually, he is already very close to Yi Qingxuang. One is the fastest in passing, and the other is last. Another person said. The others immediately burst into laughter, feeling that they had vented a lot of their anger. Dongliang, I don't think we should wait anymore. He most likely won't come out. I don't have time to waste here. The only uninjured youth in the crowd said with a displeased expression. He was Han Dongliang's cousin, Wu Chensek's inner sect disciple, Huang Mingwei. Han Dongliang suffered a huge loss at the hands of Gu Chen. He was filled with indignation and immediately went to find his cousin, wanting him to help him vent his anger. But Huang Mingwei had always disliked this cousin who used his name to act like a tyrant in the outer sect, especially when he was only teaching an outer sect disciple a lesson. He was not too willing to help. Originally, this matter should have been left unsettled, but who would have thought that 3 days ago, Gu Chen actually went to challenge the Xianxia tower? A lackey immediately informed Han Dongliang. After knowing this, Han Dongliang was restless. If Gu Chen really became an inner sect disciple, his status would change drastically in the future, and he would have to tuck his tail between his legs whenever he met him. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, so he immediately went to find his cousin. In his opinion, even if Gu Chen really became an inner sect disciple, he would not be his cousin's match in a short period of time, and let his cousin teach him a lesson, then he would not dare to be too impudent to him in the future. Huang Mingwei could not resist his cousin's pleading, plus if he really became an inner sect disciple, it would not be degrading for him to make a move, so he came to take a look today. But when he came, he found out that Gu Chen actually did not pass the wooden dummy stage in 3 days. Such trash was not worthy of him making a move, so he thought of leaving. Don't, cousin, wait a little longer, maybe he will come out soon. Han Dongliang did not want his cousin to leave just like this, he still wanted him to take revenge for him. His plan was very perfect. No matter if Gu Chen passed the wooden dummy stage or not, he would definitely be in a bad state after coming out. After all, he had been fighting for 3 days. At that time, if his cousin casually made a move, wouldn't he be kneeling on the ground crying, thinking of the other's disgraced appearance? He felt extremely happy. How could he bear to give up? 2 hours, I will at most wait here for 2 hours. Huang Mingwei said impatiently. Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion at the exit of the Xianxia tower. It was actually Gu Chen who finally came out. After 3 days, the moment Gu Chen stepped out of the Xianxia tower, he was so hungry that his footsteps were light and weak. He seemed to be even thinner, his hair was messy, and the dark circles under his eyes were very heavy. What's going on? It's only been 3 days since I last ate. How could I be so hungry? I wouldn't have been like this before. Gu Chen mumbled to himself. Even though cultivators in the fleshly body realm could not abstain from food like cultivators in the transcendent realm, due to their vigorous blood qi, they could go without food for a few days without any problems. But ever since he stepped into the 7th tier of the mortal body realm, he became hungry very quickly. This time, after practicing the sword art in the mortal Xianxia for 3 days, he was so hungry that he felt dizzy. Luckily, I didn't sleep or rest these 3 days and finally mastered the void sword. Gu Chen couldn't help but smile as he thought about his gains over the past 3 days. Void sword was much harder to practice than shadowless sword, but maybe it was because his comprehension was really high that he managed to learn it under the pressure of the 300 wooden figures. At this moment, in the mortal Xianxia tower, the 300 wooden men were all shattered on the ground. Not a single one of them was intact. When the deacon in charge of cleaning up went up to check, he would be shocked to find that all of them had been killed with a single slash. Gu Chen was so hungry that his head was dizzy. At this moment, He didn't feel any joy of becoming an inner sect disciple, nor did he care why so many disciples were gathered outside. He just wanted to go to the inner hall to complete his registration and find food. Gu Chen, I didn't think that you could really pass the trial and become an inner sect disciple. A slightly familiar voice sounded. Gu Chen raised his head and saw Han Dongliang, Hong Quan, and the others walking over. At this moment, their eyes were filled with jealousy and anger. Even though he barely used 3 days to pass the trial of the wooden figures, he passed it. Gu Chen was really an inner sect disciple in the future. The gap between them had suddenly widened. At this moment, they were incomparably furious and just wanted to teach him a lesson. Even though you passed, look at your pathetic appearance. You really barely passed it. Spending 3 whole days to pass the wooden figure trial. This is unprecedented among the inner sect disciples. Aren't you afraid of losing face? The group of people spoke one after another, taking pleasure in humiliating Gu Chen. Are you done? Gu Chen said indifferently. At this moment, Gulp's stomach was protesting. He was already starving. Count yourselves lucky. He really didn't have the energy to argue with these people and wanted to leave. A hand reached out and stopped him. It was Huang Mingwei. And who are you? Gu Chen's face was expressionless. I am Dongliang's cousin. You didn't know how to control your strength and injured them so badly. You want to leave without saying anything? Huang Mingwei said coldly. Gu Chen immediately understood. He smiled and glanced at Han Dongliang. Helpers, right? You guys are really promising. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they started to discuss among themselves. Han Dongliang really invited his cousin. This time, Gu Chen is going to be unlucky. Huang Mingwei only used 2 hours to pass the wooden figure trial. Compared to Gu Chen, how could this Gu Chen be his opponent? Sigh, what a pity. If I were Gu Chen, I would admit defeat now. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Gu Chen stared at Huang Mingwei and the 2 blades on his waist. This guy seemed to be an expert in using 2 blades. Both of his hands were covered in calluses. Clearly, he had put in a lot of effort in practicing his blades. What do you want me to do? Apologize to him? Gu Chen said casually. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to each of them. Say that you won't dare to do it again. Huang Mingwei stated his conditions in an overbearing manner. Han Dongliang, Hong Quan, and the others were excited. If this was really the case, they would regain the face they had lost earlier. What if I don't? Gu Chen's hand casually touched the iron sword on his waist. If you don't, I will break your legs and press your head down to apologize. Huang Mingwei noticed the movement of Gu Chen's hand and disdain flashed through his eyes. In the inner sect, his blade skills were famed for their speed. Pulling out a sword in front of him was like playing with a broadsword in front of Guan Yu. So it's like this, if that's the case. Gu Chen slowly said, his eyes suddenly becoming cold and harsh. I'll break your legs first. Clang. His metal sword left the sheath. Like lightning, Huang Mingwei felt his vision blur. Not good, his heart shook. Such fast speed, he immediately wanted to pull out his blade, but he was 1 step too slow. He felt a bone-piercing pain come from his knees. Plop, he instantly fell to the ground, blood flowing down his pants, a painful expression on his face. Void sword? Cold sweat formed on his forehead as he suppressed his shock. The speed of his opponent's sword was too fast. In terms of speed, the only sword technique in the sect that could suppress him was the 2nd level of the Immaculate Sword Art. You have some eyes. The tip of Gu Chen's sword dripped with blood as he said coolly. What happened? Cousin lost? Gu Chen's sword was too fast. Han Dongliang and the others didn't even see it clearly. They only saw Huang Mingwei fall to the ground and were confused. When they heard the words void sword, their expressions changed. The disciples watching from afar gasped in shock. That's not possible. I heard that Gu Chen had the stainless sword style not long ago. How could he have practiced it to the level of void? The difficulty of the stainless sword style was famed in the sect. The 1st level, shadowless sword, was difficult, but the path of the sword was complex. As long as one practiced hard, they could learn it. So only 1 out of 10 outer sect disciples could learn the shadowless sword. But the void sword was different. It required great comprehension. Without comprehension, it was useless no matter how many years of practice. Even among the inner sect disciples, there weren't many that could learn the first level of the sword style. But right now, Gu Chen, who had obtained the stainless sword style for just over a week, had learned the void sword. No one was willing to believe that Gu Chen was such a genius, but Huang Mingwei was kneeling on the ground, using bloody facts to prove it. Just now, you said you were going to break my legs and press my head to apologize? Gu Chen had been starving to begin with. Now that he was disturbed by these people, his mood was naturally bad. He grabbed Huang Mingwei's head and, with a bam, pushed him down. A small hole appeared in the ground. Huang Mingwei's head was inside, blood flowing endlessly as he screamed. It was over. Seeing this scene, everyone shuddered. This Gu Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Huang Mingwei fell. He hadn't lost consciousness, but he felt humiliated and angry. He buried his head in the ground and pretended to be unconscious. Gu Chen saw that he wasn't moving. He didn't want to kill him, so he stood and walked towards Han Dongliang and Hong Quan. Gu Chen, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The two paled in fright as they stammered. The others also had faces full of fear. Damn it, they hadn't thought that Gu Chen was already this strong. If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to offend him. Gu Chen didn't plan on letting these people go. The metal sword in his hand rose. Clang, the bystanders only saw several bright sword energies flash by. Gu Chen appeared behind Han Dongliang and the others, the metal sword slowly sheathed. HM? Nothing? Han Dongliang and Hong Quan's faces were full of shock. They didn't feel any pain. Crack. Bzzz. In the next moment, the clothes on the 5 of them exploded, revealing their naked bodies in front of everyone. Hua. Everyone present roared with laughter. A female disciple's face flushed red as she screamed and quickly turned her head away. Wow, this is too small. Some of the male disciples looked at Hong Quan in shock. This guy's body was clearly quite muscular, but why was that area so small? Hong Quan let out a blood-curdling scream and hurriedly covered his important parts. This moment was more painful than death for him. There was a saying that all limbs were long, but at least one was short. He was the best spokesperson for this saying. Ever since he was young, he had felt inferior because of this matter. He had never dared to let others know about it. He never expected that it would be exposed in front of so many people today. He was filled with grief and indignation. This body hair is too thick, just like a gorilla. Some people also looked at Han Dongliang. The size of his important parts was normal, but from his chest to his lower body, there was abnormally thick body hair, which was curly and coquettish. Han Dongliang wanted to cover his embarrassment, but he realized that it was impossible. No matter what he did, he would be exposed. Gritting his teeth, he simply covered his face, screamed, and ran away in front of everyone. With this lead, the other 4 also ran away, leaving messy shadows in the wind and endless laughter. In a day, they were going to be famous in the inner and outer circles. Gu Chen watched the 5 of them run away, but did not continue to chase. He was really too hungry and had no energy left. Compared to the physical torture, the mental humiliation was probably the greater torture. He believed that these guys would not dare to provoke him in the future. After officially registering as an inner disciple in the inner hall, Gu Chen signed up for the Rising Dragon ceremony. From this moment on, he walked into the eyes of many inner disciples and became famous in a short period of time. In less than 2 weeks, he went from a servant to the outer circle, and then from the outer circle to the inner circle. Such a speed was terrifying, especially when the feud between him and his fiancée, Yi Qingxuang, spread like wildfire, and the news that he wanted to stop Yi Qingxuang at the Rising Dragon ceremony spread like wildfire, causing the whole sect to be shocked. Yi Qingxuang, who had the martial sage physique, was the pride of the whole Wuchen sect. Originally, if someone said that Gu Chen could defeat the goddess like Yi Qingxuang, everyone would definitely scoff at it. However, it was different now. He was improving at an unbelievable speed, and it seemed that he was writing an impossible story. Gu Chen quickly gained fame in the Wuchen sect, no longer as Yi Qingxuang's fiancé, but as Guchen himself. Because of his appearance, the Rising Dragon ceremony also attracted even more attention. The news that Guchen had stepped into the inner circle reached Yi Qingxuang's ears immediately. Disciple, in less than 2 weeks, from a wastrel who could not cultivate elemental energy to the 7th tier of the physical body and stepped into the inner circle. Your fiancé's advancement speed is a little scary. And I also heard that he only used a little more than a week to cultivate the Wuchen sword technique to the 2nd realm, and easily defeated the veteran inner circle disciples when he just came out of the mortal evolution tower. Great Elder Tao Yu's face revealed a solemn expression. I didn't expect him to enter the inner circle just after I said that he could not even enter the inner circle. Even Yi Qingxuang was a little surprised when she heard this. But more than that, she was annoyed. She had just said that, and Guchen immediately entered the inner circle. This was obviously a slap to her face. If you lose, I don't want you to be the daughter-in-law of the Gu clan. You can just be a servant by Chen Er's side. Thinking of Xin Yu's words, Yi Qingxuang was even more furious. Although it's not very possible, with his speed, the Rising Dragon ceremony in 1.5 months might really be a threat. Disciple, you have to be careful. Tao Yu reminded her. She knew how much the Rising Dragon ceremony would affect Yi Qingxuang's future. Master, don't worry. With Guchen's advancement speed, he can't be a threat to me at all. Yi Qingxuang sneered. What you mean is? Tao Yu understood. The 7th and 8th realms of the physical body, the formation of the marrow and the breakthrough of the aperture, this is a process of accumulation. It can't be rushed. Any inner circle disciple who reaches this realm will think of ways to suppress their cultivation, so that they can accumulate more potential in their body. Only when they reach the 9th realm of the physical body and are reborn will they be stronger. This is related to a cultivator's life's foundation. The amount of potential accumulated in the physical body realm will be exchanged for the amount of divine power. Because of this, I could have stepped into the 9th realm of the physical body long ago, but I forcibly suppressed myself for more than a year, just to break through more apertures in the 8th realm of the physical body, so that the martial sacred body can unleash more potential. And Guchen only wants to surpass me. With such a fast advancement speed, his foundation is already unstable. This can be seen from the fact that he took 3 days to pass the wooden dummy stage. With this mentality, how can he build a good foundation at the 8th realm of the physical body? Even if he reaches the 9th realm in 1.5 months, can he be a match for me? The only one who can threaten me to become the chief disciple is senior brother Lei. He, Guchen, is not qualified. Yi Qingxuang said arrogantly. That's right. If that guy is smart, he should give up the obsession he shouldn't have and slow down his cultivation speed. His future may not be as good as yours, but it won't be too bad. It's a pity that he's still delusional, thinking that the martial sacred body is beyond his reach. Disciple, your future lies in the faraway Middle-earth Empire. Don't bother about these nobodies and focus on preparing for the ceremony. When the time comes, give the guests of Middle-earth a surprise. The first elder said with a smile. It was the luckiest thing in her life to be able to accept a genius like Yi Qingxuang, who had a peerless physique. She was destined to be a phoenix that soared through the heavens, and the Rising Dragon ceremony was just her first step. Gulp. His stomach protested in disappointment. Guchen swept away all the food in the canteen like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Only then did his hunger subside slightly, and he came back to life. This isn't normal. Even if one's appetite would increase after reaching the 7th tier of the physical body, I've never seen anyone as hungry as I am. Guchen frowned. Recently, he was getting hungry faster and faster. 10 meals a day was far from enough. At first, he thought it was normal. But after consulting with other inner sect disciples, he realized that others weren't as exaggerated as him. He felt like there was a bottomless pit in his body. No matter how much food he ate, it wouldn't be enough and would be emptied very quickly. If it was just food, it would be fine. Wuchen sect didn't care about anything else, but grains were still provided. The real problem was cultivation resources. After officially registering as an inner sect disciple, he received the elixirs and a pile of medicinal herbs that were distributed every month. Compared to outer sect disciples who could only receive 1 bottle of qi and blood pills every month, Wuchen sect was indeed generous to inner sect disciples. Other than 2 more bottles of qi and blood pills than outer sect disciples, there were also snow jasmine, savage tortoise shell, jade dipper, and other nourishing medicinal herbs. Apart from that, there was also a bottle of fierce tiger pill. That was a mortal middle-grade pill, a grade better than the low-grade qi and blood pills. Because the 7th and 8th tiers of the physical body were important realms before rebirth, the more one's physical body accumulated, the greater one's potential. Therefore, the cultivation resources distributed by the sect were always abundant. Logically speaking, it should be enough for any inner sect disciple. But in just 2 days, Guchen finished all the nourishing medicinal herbs and consumed 2 bottles of qi and blood pills. This speed was very shocking. Guchen was originally worried that he would overdo it, but after consuming it, he realized that he didn't feel any discomfort at all. Before he reached the 7th tier of the physical body, he could clearly feel the effects of the qi and blood pills. But now, it didn't seem to work. It was like there was an abyss in his body. No matter how many medicinal herbs he consumed, it couldn't be filled up. However, this was different from when the mother root of all being seed devoured his elemental energy. He could clearly feel that the blood energy in his body was growing stronger and stronger as he consumed the pills and herbs. I don't know why my need for resources is so much higher than others, but it shouldn't be a problem with my cultivation technique. Every time I circulate the heavenly stellar art, I can absorb a trace of celestial phenomenon energy, and it has already helped me replenish a lot of my energy. Guchen frowned and thought for an entire afternoon, but he still couldn't come to a conclusion. In any case, all the food that he ate could be converted into his physical body's potential. His strength was constantly increasing, so there was no problem. He no longer hesitated and devoted himself to cultivation. Another day passed, and the fierce tiger pills were all eaten. As for Guchen, he didn't feel any discomfort, as if all the precious herbs and elixirs were just a drop in the ocean to his body. One had to know that the energy contained in 1 fierce tiger dan was equivalent to 2/3 of a fierce tiger's blood essence. This gave Guchen a headache. In just 3 days, he had used up a month's worth of resources for others, but he didn't feel anything. He could eat his fill if he was hungry, but if he ran out of cultivation resources, his cultivation would stagnate. In this way, how could he catch up to Yi Qingxuang before the Rising Dragon ceremony? Inner court disciples can get a year's worth of cultivation resources in advance. It seems like this is the only way. Guchen had no other choice but to go to the inner hall and get a full year's worth of cultivation resources in advance. This matter caused quite a stir in the inner court. Many disciples felt that Guchen was too eager for quick success. If he took elixirs in such a short period of time, it would instead accumulate a large amount of medicinal toxins in his body. Even if his cultivation increased, if his foundation wasn't stable, it would be useless. Suddenly, there was a rumor in the faction that the reason why Guchen could rush from a servant to an inner court disciple in such a short period of time was because he had taken elixirs. When Yi Qingxuang heard this news, she was even more certain that her judgment was correct. She sneered a few times and no longer paid attention to Guchen's situation. Guchen knew nothing about these rumors. Every day, other than cultivating the heavenly stellar art and the dustla sword technique, he didn't pay attention to anything else. As Guchen was cultivating, a clear sound suddenly came from his body. Waves of origin energy flowed into the Zhigang acupoint at his heart. At this moment, the Zhigang acupoint released a burst of elemental light and an aura surged out. Guchen immediately opened his eyes and glanced at the medicinal dregs and empty pill bottles on the ground around him. His face was filled with helplessness. He had broken through from the 7th firmament marrow creation realm to the 8th firmament aperture breakthrough realm. However, he was not happy at all. He had used up a whole year's worth of medicinal herbs and pills, but within 2 weeks, he had only managed to break through the first aperture in his body. There were countless acupoints in the human body, and in order to advance from the 8th level to the 9th level of the reincarnation realm, one had to open at least 9 basic acupoints. They were the Yongquan acupoint at the feet, the Earth's Gate and Huiyin, the Dantian of the lower abdomen, the Shin-Kei of the spine, the Sea of Qi acupoint in the front of the body, the throat at the neck, the Tai-Yang acupoint on the head, the Baihui acupoint on the top of the head, and the purple palace at the heart that Guchen had just broken through. On the basis of these 9 acupoints, the more acupoints that were opened before the rebirth, the more solid the foundation and the greater the potential in the future. A year's worth of cultivation resources contained a massive amount of energy that was enough for a regular inner sect disciple to open 3 or 4 acupoints, but Guchen had only opened 1. If I only wanted to open 9 acupoints and quickly advance to the 9th level of the reincarnation realm, it would be fine. But with that kind of result, I will never be able to defeat Yi Qingxuang. Guchen's expression turned gloomy. Yi Qingxuang, who possessed the martial saint physique, had astonishing aptitude. He also heard that she had stayed at the 8th level of the physical body for a long time. It was probably to open more acupoints. As such, on the first day of the 7th month during the Rising Dragon ceremony, she would definitely not be defeated by someone who had only opened 9 basic acupoints. In fact, such a person wouldn't even be qualified to be her opponent. In theory, the heavenly stellar art can open 365 acupoints at the 8th level of the physical body, corresponding to the 365 stars in the sky. This is the best Great Tao foundation, perfect and flawless. If I can achieve it, the martial saint physique will never be able to match it. Guchen pondered. If he could achieve the state described in the heavenly stellar art, he would definitely be able to defeat Yi Qingxuang. But right now, just opening 1 acupoint had consumed an entire year's worth of herbs. Where could he find such a massive amount of resources? If he gave up, he wouldn't be willing. Being reduced to mediocrity would be worse than death. This was an opportunity to peek at the supreme Great Tao. He wanted to build the most flawless foundation for himself. It seems like I can only head to the Forbidden Forest Sea. As Guchen muttered to himself, he took a deep breath. The Forbidden Forest Sea was adjacent to the Dustless sect. It was a famous dangerous place in the East Wilderness. It was 3,000 miles in length and width, spanning across Fenglin, Changhe, and Yangqing prefectures. There were wild beasts and herbs everywhere. As long as he was willing to risk his life, he would definitely be able to satisfy his needs. Asking for collection and recommendation votes. Asking for everything? There was only about a month left until the Ascending Dragon ceremony, and Guchen needed an unprecedented amount of resources. And there was no other place that could satisfy his needs other than the Forbidden Forest. If he could not eat the Fierce Tiger elixir, he could go to the Forbidden Forest that was rich in fierce tigers and eat them whole. The essence chi it could provide him was not inferior to the elixir. Moreover, the fierce tiger was only a very common wild beast in the Forbidden Forest. The wild beasts there had strong blood chi and could provide him with an endless supply of energy. However, the reason why the Forbidden Forest was called a Forbidden Forest was because of the rumors that there was a ghost ruins in its depths. It was a place that even transcendent realm cultivators could not return from. And although the Forbidden Forest had the most wild beasts, there were also many demonic beasts. They were equivalent to human transcendent realm cultivators. With Guchen's cultivation, he would most likely die if he encountered them. Fortunately, the demonic beasts usually only appeared in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Guchen estimated that as long as he did not go too far, there would not be too much risk. After making up his mind, Guchen immediately went to the sect's weapon workshop and asked the craftsman to forge 3 fine steel swords for him. He also bought a pile of healing medicine and changed into a light black martial artist's robe. Everything was prepared. In a situation where no one knew what he was doing, he passed through the outer sect peaks alone. Without even turning his head back, he stepped into the Forbidden Forest Seas region. Roar in the forest, the roars of tigers and the cries of apes could be heard. 2 ironback blue wolves and 3 fierce tigers surrounded a black-clothed youth in a horn-like formation. In the air, there were 2 golden-crowned vultures eyeing the young man, waiting for him to fall into the mouth of the wild beasts and swoop down to eat his corpse. The black-robed young man was Guchen. He held a fine steel sword in his hand and coldly looked at the many wild beasts. This was his first day in the Forbidden Forest. Because of his lack of experience, after killing a single-horned rhinoceros, the strong smell of blood quickly attracted these wild beasts. But he was not surprised. Looking at these wild beasts, it was as if he saw dishes such as twice-cooked pork, stir-fried wolf meat, tiger meat soup, and so on. He could not help but swallow his saliva. His appetite had long since grown bigger and bigger. The food of the Wuchen sect was too ordinary, with too many grains and miscellaneous grains, which could not satisfy his appetite at all. On the other hand, these savage beasts were different. Every single one of them grew up in the forest, and their muscles were well developed. The fierce tiger was about to pounce, and the ironback blue wolf was ready to make a move. They stared at the human youth in front of them, and their appetites were already stirred. When humans entered the forest to hunt, they usually formed groups. It was very rare to encounter a lone person like this. A human youth like this, young and delicious, crunchy, made one salivate just thinking about it. Roar, unable to hold themselves back any longer, the savage beasts pounced on Xianxia instinctively. The purple glow in Gu Chen's eyes deepened. The ferocious movements of these beasts seemed very slow to him. So, raising the fine steel sword, Gu Chen used the void sword 7-path sword style. The sword light was fast and slow, bright and dark, each sword accurately hit the weak point, piercing the throat of the fierce tiger without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, it was pulled out and pierced through the abdomen of the grey wolf. The entire movement was done in one breath, flowing like water. Facing the attacks of the group of beasts, he was not panicked. When the sword was put back into the sheath, the 2 ironback blue wolves and 3 fierce tigers had all fallen, fresh blood covering the ground. The strongest sword style of the physical body realm, how could this group of coarse and thick-skinned wild beasts that only knew how to attack brutally compare? Scree, the golden-crowned vulture circling in the air saw that the human delicacy was gone, angrily screeched a few times, and then flew away. And Gu Chen, after a simple tidying up, started to work on the barbecue rack. No matter if it was the fierce tiger or the ironback blue wolf, they were all grilled on the rack until they glistened with oil. The oil dripped onto the fire pile and made a chee-chee sound. He then sprinkled some sea salt, which moistened the meat. An alluring aroma instantly spread through the entire forest. With a bite of the soft and tender wolf meat, Gu Chen's appetite was piqued. As the wolf meat entered his stomach, waves of heat flowed through his body. Gu Chen could clearly feel that the effects were not inferior to those rare herbs. His eyes lit up, and he started to eat heartily. 2 hours later, the 2 grey wolves and 3 fierce tigers had all entered his stomach. Gu Chen felt his entire body heating up. Unlike pills, directly consuming a savage beast's essence was extremely violent, and ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. He silently circulated the heavenly astronomical art. Starlight fell from the sky, and his breathing gradually stabilized. He had entered the cultivation realm. After the time it took for an incense to burn, the essence of the savage beasts in his body was almost completely digested. A portion of the essence was absorbed by the invisible abyss in his body, and the other portion was integrated into the Yongquan acupoint at his feet, accumulating there. Eating savage beasts directly has a pretty good effect on accumulating the potential of the physical body. Initially, I was worried that the essence would be too violent, and I would not be able to withstand it. Who would have thought that in just a short while, I would be hungry again? Gu Chen couldn't help but rub his nose. The invisible abyss in his body seemed to have caused his appetite to increase, and he needed to constantly replenish himself. Fortunately, the essence did not disappear for no reason. It was indeed integrated into his flesh, and he could feel his strength increasing bit by bit. Yi Qing, just you wait. 1 month later, I will give you a huge surprise. Gu Chen made up his mind and stood up once again. In this month, he would transform into an Azura, and hunt countless savage beasts, just to forge the strongest bone frame. Every day, Gu Chen would walk along the periphery of the forbidden forest, and continuously hunt savage beasts. The process was dangerous, but the rewards were huge. Initially, his daily appetite only required 10 savage beasts, but later on, it multiplied by several times, and then doubled again. Under the constant replenishment of the vast amount of essence, the acupoints in his body were opened one by one. Yongquan acupoint at his feet, Earth's gate, perineum, dantian, spine. He used a week to open up the 9 basic acupoints, and then set his goal on the 365 star acupoints of the nature of heavenly stars technique. He experienced life and death situations every day, and spent every day in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood of savage beasts, all for the obsession in his heart to never lose. Under such circumstances, not only did his physical body realm improve rapidly, even his immaculate sword art had unintentionally stepped into the 3rd realm, lifeless sword art. The lifeless sword was focused on killing. The most important thing was the indomitable killing intent, which was filled with a sense of death. Although Guchen used to practice swordsmanship, he lacked actual combat experience, and his swordsmanship lacked the smell of blood. However, fighting with savage beasts in the forest, where one could lose his life if he was not careful, caused his swordsmanship to improve by leaps and bounds. Lifeless sword art was naturally mastered, and Guchen's swordsmanship became more agile and powerful. At the third realm, the immaculate sword art could crush most of the physical body realm martial arts techniques. This also allowed Guchen's productivity to be liberated once again. Ordinary savage beasts could be killed with one strike, and even the blue-scaled giant elephant, whose flesh was as thick as a city wall, could not withstand more than 3 strikes. He practiced the purple polar pupils in the morning and drank the lotus dew at night. During the day, he chased after wild beasts, and at night, he cultivated the nature of the heavenly stars art. Guchen had forgotten his identity as a human being. In the midst of the wild beast's pursuit and counter-pursuit, he had also transformed into a humanoid ferocious beast. His clothes became tattered after countless battles, and his body was often stained with the blood of all kinds of wild beasts. His hair was messy, and there were stains on his face, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. In just 10 days, after eating thousands of wild beasts, the blood in his body was as vigorous as the sun. The number of meridians opened in his body reached 90, and his strength increased from 10,000 jin to 100,000 jin. With every meridian opened, his strength skyrocketed. One must know that some of the weaker 9th-layer mortal body cultivators at their peak could not exceed 10,000 jin, and he had far surpassed this number. After countless battles, Guchen's body was surrounded by an astonishing blood and killing intent. Gradually, as long as a wild beast encountered him, they would show fear in their eyes and flee in panic. This was the instinctive fear of the strong. In the food chain of nature, Guchen had proven himself. Vaguely, he had become the king of the beasts in the outer area of the Forbidden Forest. This was not a good thing, because Guchen soon discovered that he could not find any wild beasts. All the wild beasts would flee when they saw him, and it was difficult for him to catch up to them in the forest. To make matters worse, his appetite had increased to a terrifying level. He could eat 3 blue-scaled elephants, 10 fierce tigers, and 20 gray wolves a day, but it was not enough to fill his stomach. On a mountainous area, Guchen was as sloppy as a primitive man. He looked into the depths of the forbidden forest from afar, and his stomach kept on growling. Screech, a few golden-crowned vultures in the air saw him from afar, and immediately turned around and fled in panic, avoiding him. 3 days ago, Guchen had used rocks to kill a few of their brethren, and made them into delicacies. These bastards are getting smarter and smarter. Guchen revealed a bitter smile. It seemed that he had to take the risk and enter the depths of the forbidden forest. In the past 10 days, he had been very restrained. He had always been circling around the periphery, not taking the risk to enter the depths of the forest. However, in order to avoid him, countless savage beasts had fled into the depths of the forest. If Xianxia wanted to continue hunting, he could only follow them in. Most importantly, he discovered that ever since he unlocked more than 90 apertures, the abyss in his body seemed to show signs of transformation. Between his ribs, there seemed to be something about to be born, and it was just a step away. He was sure that this thing had nothing to do with the nature of the heavenly star technique because it was not mentioned in the cultivation technique. Xianxian's intuition told him that it had something to do with the reason why he had such an astonishing appetite recently. Even after eating so many savage beasts, he was still unable to satiate his hunger. For some reason, he was filled with anticipation. After devouring the essence of over 1,000 savage beasts over the past few days, what would this thing in his body look like when it was born? There are only 20 days left, and I haven't even opened up a third of the 365 acupoints. No matter what, I have to go deeper to seek fortuitous encounters. If I can hunt down a demonic beast. Guchen couldn't help licking his lips. Demonic beasts were too difficult for him to deal with now. They were equivalent to divine realm cultivators, but this did not stop him from fantasizing. Demonic beasts had demonic cores in their bodies, and their flesh and blood were strong. One of them was equivalent to several ordinary savage beasts. Guchen leaped into the forest. In the distance, there were more fortuitous encounters waiting for him. Early in the morning, the dense forest was shrouded in mist. The team formed by the disciples of the Golden Crow sect and the Purple Firmament sect advanced with difficulty. With every step they took, they would either step on mud or rotten leaves. They were already very far into the Forbidden Forest, and it was hard and tiring for them. Damn it, we've been tracking that innate stage demonic beast for more than a month. It wasn't easy to surround it, but we didn't expect the savage beasts in the forest to go crazy. A burly man from the Golden Crow sect who was walking in the middle cursed. There was a fresh wound on his forehead. Even though it had been bandaged, it was still bleeding. This matter is too strange. It's true that innate stage demonic beasts can command hundreds of beasts, but the number of savage beasts in each area is limited. With so many of us trying our best to surround it, it wasn't easy to get rid of most of the savage beasts. Who would have thought that a large group of them would appear out of nowhere? A disciple from the Purple Firmament sect said. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he felt. Innate stage demonic beasts were extremely rare. They were born with demonic cores and usually possessed special bloodlines. Hence, they were priceless. The most attractive thing was that they were relatively weak when they were young. Compared to mature demonic beasts, they were much easier to deal with. It wasn't easy to find such a rare demonic beast in the periphery of the Forbidden Forest. Hence, the disciples of the two sects who first discovered it immediately formed an alliance. In order to capture this innate stage demonic beast, they had stayed in the Forbidden Forest for more than a month. They gradually moved from the periphery to the deeper parts of the forest, gradually sealing off the demonic beast's escape route. Even if innate stage demonic beasts were born with the ability to command hundreds of beasts, they would be isolated and helpless after they killed all the savage beasts in a certain area. Initially, the plan was carried out in an orderly manner and they were about to successfully capture the demonic beast. However, who would have thought that the number of savage beasts swarming in from the periphery of the Forbidden Forest would suddenly increase, creating a lot of chaos. Under such circumstances, the innate stage demonic beast eventually escaped and they had to start the chase again. Needless to say, it was extremely depressing. Why would the savage beasts in the periphery suddenly run into the deeper parts of the forest? The deeper we go into the forest, the higher the possibility of demonic beasts appearing. Savage beasts with low intelligence would usually avoid them instinctively. A cute, short-haired young girl from the Purple Firmament sect frowned as she pondered. Chen, you mean, everyone could not help but look over, attaching great importance to this young girl's opinion. The young girl's name was Chen. She was the daughter of the current Purple Firmament sect leader and had a special status among the group. At the same time, she was very talented in cultivation and was intelligent. Hence, everyone subtly regarded her as their leader. The savage beasts suddenly escaped into the deeper parts of the forest. From the looks of it, they seemed to have encountered some terrifying existence. The Forbidden Forest has always been filled with unknown dangers. Let's not talk about the ghastly ruins in the deeper parts of the forest. If any powerful demonic beasts appeared in the periphery as well, our escape route would be sealed. She said solemnly. When everyone heard this, their expressions turned solemn. That was indeed the case. They had already taken the risk to venture very far into the Forbidden Forest in order to find the innate stage demonic beast. If any accidents were to happen, it would be a disaster for them. From the looks of it, if we still can't find the innate stage demonic beast, we can only retreat from here. A Golden Crow sect disciple took the lead and said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Although they were unwilling to give up, compared to the innate stage demonic beast, their lives were more important. They had stayed in the Forbidden Forest for more than a month and were really tired. Gotcha. The chipped steel sword broke into two, and the other half was stuck in the yellow armored lion's abdomen. Chen frowned slightly. This was the second fine steel sword that was broken. He had been in the Forbidden Forest for 2 days. Because of the high-intensity battles, only the last of the 3 swords he had brought out from the sect was left. Even the last sword had some chips on its blade, and it looked like it would not last for more than a few days. The heavily injured yellow armored lion wailed and soon died, but Chen did not feel good either. Before it died, it scratched his arm with its sharp claws, leaving a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. After dealing with the wound, Chen found that the healing medicine he had brought with him was almost used up. He had experienced countless battles in the past 12 days. If not for the large amount of beast meat that made his body surging with energy and made his self-healing ability extremely strong, he would have died long ago. Even so, he was at the end of his rope. If this goes on, I won't last 3 days. Do I have to go back? Guchen bit his lips. So far, he had only broken through 96 of the 365 acupoints. If he were to return now, he would not be able to complete his original goal by the time of the Rising Dragon ceremony, considering the time it would take to travel back and forth. Moreover, the abyss in his body was about to transform. If he went back now, all his efforts would be in vain. However, if he did not go back, he would not have any healing medicine. When the last sword was broken, he would be in a dangerous situation in the forest. The Immaculate Sword technique was powerful, but wild beasts had their own specialties. If he was not careful, he would fail miserably. Just like the yellow armored lion just now, if its claws had landed on his abdomen in the final counterattack, he might have died right now. Eh? Someone camped here? Guchen was thinking about whether to go back or to go deeper when he noticed the traces of a bonfire on the ground. It seemed to be left yesterday. The forbidden forest was extremely vast and uninhabited. After so many days, this was the first time he had seen traces left behind by humans. His eyes lit up. Looking at the traces, the other party had quite a number of people. They would definitely have healing medicine and other supplies. They might even have extra weapons. Compared to leaving here, it was more practical to track this group of people. He could observe from afar and see if he could trade with them. Thinking of this, Guchen carried the corpse of the yellow armored lion, which was 2 meters long, and followed the trail of the group of strangers. This yellow armored lion was one of the more valuable beasts he had killed. If possible, he would use it to exchange for something he needed. A yellow armored lion weighed at least 10,000 pounds, but Guchen easily carried it. Currently, Xianxia possessed a strength of 100,000 jin in a single arm. With just brute force, he could easily beat a savage beast to death. Ho-a-woo, at the foot of a cliff, the cries of beasts resounded incessantly. Savage beasts walked out of the forest continuously. There were packs of steelback blue wolves, huge white-fronted black bears, fierce tigers, blue-scaled elephants. Several hundred savage beasts bared their fangs and glared greedily at the group of people before them. A few disciples of the Golden Crow sect and the Purple Heaven sect had disappeared, and the remaining disciples were covered in wounds. Their faces were as pale as paper as they stared at the approaching beasts, their eyes gradually filled with despair. Damn it, I didn't expect to be tricked by that Khanate stage demonic beast. A disciple of the Golden Crow sect smiled bitterly. Just half a day ago, they had finally found that Khanate stage demonic beast and chased it all the way here. They thought they would succeed this time, but they did not expect that the Khanate stage demonic beast was so intelligent that it was a trap. Once they were tricked, the Khanate stage demonic beast slipped up the cliff, and countless savage beasts emerged from the forest on 3 sides, completely surrounding them. Originally, it was not difficult for them to climb up the cliff, but they did not expect a large flock of golden-crowned vultures to appear in the sky. These birds were extremely ferocious. They circled low in the sky, obviously waiting for their prey. If they dared to climb up, they would definitely be attacked violently. As a result, they were in a predicament where there was no way out. Life and death were on the line. Seeing more and more savage beasts approaching and the flock of golden-crowned vultures eyeing them, how could they not feel despair? It's all my fault. I did not notice the Khanate stage demonic beast's trick. I did not expect it to be able to control the golden-crowned vultures. Lu Yichen had a sad look on her face. They had already lost a few companions, and the rest were exhausted. How can you be blamed? We made the decision together. You reminded us 2 days ago, but we were unwilling to give up and insisted on trying again. That's why we ended up like this. The others consoled her. I'll lure the savage beasts away. You guys take the opportunity to escape. Lu Yichen gritted her teeth and made up her mind. A few Golden Crow sect disciples were tempted, but the Purple Cloud sect disciples objected strongly. How can we do that? Senior Sister Lu, we can't abandon you. Furthermore, there are too many savage beasts. Their eyes are already bloodshot. It's useless. No one can escape. This was the truth. The crowd fell silent. It seemed like they could only wait for death. If I'm going to die, I want to leave my body intact. I don't want to be eaten by these beasts. A female disciple said with tears in her eyes. She took out a bottle of poison. Savage beasts had a sharp sense of smell. They did not dare to eat poisonous food. As long as they consumed the poison, they could avoid being eaten by hundreds of beasts and leave their bodies intact. She was about to kill herself but was stopped by Lu Yichen. Don't be like this, don't give up hope. What else can we do? Senior Sister Lu, I beg you. I just want to die a less painful death. Just as the crowd was debating whether to kill themselves, the hundreds of savage beasts surrounding them suddenly became restless. Awu, the steel-backed blue wolf howled, its eyes filled with fear. The white-fronted malevolent bear and fierce tiger shivered as well. They stared in the direction of the forest, their hair standing on end. This strange scene caused the crowd to fall silent. They looked in the direction of the forest in shock. There, the leaves rustled, and footsteps could be heard. As the leaves were too dense, they could only see a huge beast pass by the top of the tree. Their hearts sank. It's over. From the looks of the savage beasts, an even stronger beast is coming. For a moment, many of them had the urge to consume the poison first. That way, they would suffer less. Lu Yichen smiled bitterly. She did not stop her junior sister. Perhaps she was the smart one in this situation. Under the despairing gazes of the disciples of the two sects, the huge beast finally came out of the forest. The blue wolf, fierce tiger, white-fronted malevolent bear and the other savage beasts subconsciously took a few steps back, as though they were welcoming the arrival of the king of beasts. The crowd's breathing tightened. They could clearly see that the beast was the corpse of a huge yellow armored lion. And it was easily carried on the shoulder of a wild man. That wild man bared his white teeth at them. Hey, brothers, are you guys alright? Hey, brothers, are you guys alright? The savage's tone was relaxed, as though he had just met his neighbor after a meal and casually asked if they had eaten. The people from the Golden Crow sect and the Purple Heaven sect were all stunned, their mouths agape. Where did this ferocious person come from? The yellow armored lion on his shoulder should weigh more than 5,000 kilograms. Isn't it tiring to carry it like that? Also, why did the group of arrogant savage beasts seem to be afraid when he appeared? The scene before them was too unbelievable, and everyone was petrified. Guchen greeted them with a smile, but they all ignored him in a daze. He could not help but feel uncertain. He wanted to trade with this group of people, so he naturally had to be more polite. He had also seen their situation, and his appearance could be said to be very timely. He could not understand why a large group of savage beasts would attack this group of people in an organized manner. They belonged to different species such as bears, wolves, elephants, tigers, and even birds. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to cooperate. It did not matter if he did not understand, and he did not take it to heart. The immaculate sword technique was unbreakable. Even if he was surrounded by hundreds of beasts, he was confident that he could escape safely, so he showed himself. This friend, please help us. Lu Yichen was the first to recover from her shock. She looked at Guchen and blurted out excitedly. She did not know where this person came from, but since the surrounding savage beasts were so afraid of him, it meant that he was extraordinary. As long as he was willing to help, they might be able to escape today. The others also recovered from their shock and begged Guchen to help, treating him as their last hope. Guchen had originally wanted to trade with them. Hearing this, he walked forward, and his eyes flickered. It's not impossible for me to help you, but I have a condition. As Guchen spoke, he could not help but look at Lu Yichen. The sword in her hand looked extraordinary. The sword patterns were like stars, exuding a frightening chill and incomparably sharp. What condition? Lu Yichen immediately asked, but she noticed that Guchen's gaze was fixed on her, revealing a hint of heat. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. The person in front of her had messy hair like a bird's nest, and his whole body was dirty. She had already determined that he might be a savage who lived here. She was instinctively afraid of the barbarians, because these people were more barbaric, crude, and unrestrained. If he asked for her, what would she do? Lu Yichen couldn't help but worry. She was pretty, so it wasn't strange for something like this to happen to her. I want you. As soon as Gu Chen opened his mouth, Lu Yichen's face turned pale, and her body almost went limp. I want the sword in your hand. After Gu Chen finished speaking, Lu Yichen was dumbfounded. What, can't I? If it doesn't work, we can change to another one. Gu Chen frowned and looked at the others, searching for better swords. No, if you want this Cold Star sword, feel free to take it. Lu Yichen came to her senses and hurriedly said. Her face immediately turned red. So she was thinking too much. The other party wasn't that kind of person. From his voice, he didn't seem to be that old, and his words were easy to negotiate. I also want all the healing pills on you. Gu Chen said again. Yes, of course. Everyone nodded their heads like they were pounding garlic. What a joke, if they were to die here, what use would those healing pills be? They weren't worth much anyway. Seeing that this group of people were very cooperative, Gu Chen was satisfied in his heart. There were so many savage beasts here, and in his eyes, they were just food. Even if he didn't help them, he would still help them. Solving the problem of weapons and healing pills was truly a joyous thing. Do you have any other conditions? Lu Yichen asked again. No. Gu Chen replied straightforwardly. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. Are you sure? Lu Yichen felt a little apologetic. From her point of view, with so many savage beasts surrounding him, even if he was strong, he would still have to take a huge risk. To take such a huge risk to help them, all he wanted was a sword and healing pills. He was really too easy to negotiate with. Gu Chen nodded his head. Lu Yichen was shocked. Looking at the pair of clear eyes on the other party's dirty face, her heart was touched. In this world, it was hard to find such a kind person. I'll be troubling you then. Taking in a deep breath, Lu Yichen handed over her Cold Star sword with both hands. Gu Chen took it and lightly flicked the blade. A crisp cry rang out, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Good sword. This sword is forged from 1,000-year-old cold steel. Its sharpness is unparalleled, and it feels great to the touch. Lu Yichen couldn't help but say. This was a gift from her father, and it was already a top-grade mortal sword. However, compared to the safety of a group of people, a mere sword was nothing. Gu Chen carried the sword and threw the corpse of the yellow-armored lion to the side. Rumble. The ground trembled slightly, proving that the weight of the corpse was genuine. Lu Yichen secretly estimated that to be able to carry a corpse that weighed over 10,000 pounds so easily, this person must have reached the fleshly body realm 9. Gu Chen turned around and looked at the hundreds of savage beasts surrounding him, revealing a mocking smile. Why aren't you running for your lives? Previously, when he chased after these savage beasts, they all ran away when they saw him. However, even though they were still somewhat afraid of him and hesitated to come forward, it was obvious that they had no intention of running away. You have to be careful, this group of savage beasts is being driven by a Xianxia realm demonic beast. With that demonic beast's orders, they won't leave easily. Lu Yichen hurriedly reminded, afraid that Gu Chen would be at a disadvantage. At the same time, she and her companions pulled themselves together and prepared to follow Gu Chen to kill a path of blood. Xiantian realm demonic beast? Gu Chen was stunned. Looking at the clothes these people were wearing, it can't be such a coincidence. To meet people from the Purple Firmament sect and the Golden Crow sect, he had long heard about the appearance of a rare Xiantian realm demonic beast in the Forbidden Forest, but that was a long time ago. He thought that the people from the Golden Crow sect and the Purple Firmament sect had already succeeded. He didn't expect them to suffer such a huge loss. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, the smile on Gu Chen's lips became even more brilliant. In that case, since this group of savage beasts wouldn't escape easily, he would be able to save a lot of energy. Clang, Gu Chen raised the Cold Star sword, and the way everyone saw him changed. Just a moment ago, they felt that he was easy to talk to, but at this moment, his entire body exuded a seemingly solid killing intent. That was something that could only be tempered through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His sword, bloodthirsty, once my sword is drawn, only death awaits. Gu Chen took a big stride forward, and the shadow of his sword flashed, splitting into thousands of pieces. The lifeless sword, also known as the Sword of Massacre, was fast, ruthless, and fatal. Wherever he passed, the flesh and blood of the savage beasts would fly. His movements were too fast, as though he was cutting cabbages. The group of savage beasts couldn't resist him at all. The steelback blue wolf was cut into two with a single slash, the white forehead black fiend bear's belly was cut open, the blue-scaled giant elephant's four pillar-like legs fell down with a loud bang, and the fierce tiger was crushed by the giant elephant. Gu Chen's sword light was too fast. He moved between the hundreds of savage beasts like flickering lights and passing shadows, each of his sword aiming for their lives. What kind of sword technique is that? How could he be so powerful? The disciples of the two sects followed behind to break out of the encirclement, their hearts filled with shock. Gu Chen was like a god of death. His swordsmanship had been brought to the point of perfection. Not a single sword move was superfluous. Dustless sword art. That's the dustless sword art, which is known as the strongest sword art in the physical body realm. The disciples of the Golden Crow sect exclaimed as they recognized it. Are you sure? I've seen the disciples of the Wuchen sect use this sword technique before, and it doesn't seem to have this kind of power. Another disciple said doubtfully. The 13 sects of the Fenglin prefecture had a close relationship with each other. The Wuchen sword art was a famous sword art of the Wuchen sect, and there were many people who learned it. I can't be wrong. I've seen Yi Qingshuang perform the immaculate sword art in the 13 sects trial. I heard that there are 4 realms of the dustless sword art. Back then, Yi Qingshuang had displayed the second level, the Void Realm, and it was already so powerful that not many people could deal with it. The Golden Crow sect disciple immediately retorted. So you're saying that this person isn't a savage, but a disciple of the Wuchen sect? Lu Yichen's face was filled with surprise. In your opinion, what level has this person's dustless sword technique reached? Is he stronger than Yi Qingshuang? Another person could not help but ask. Yi Qingshuang's name was not only known within the Wuchen sect. As someone with the martial saint physique, she was almost a legend in the other sects of Fenglin Mansion. This person doesn't hesitate to use his sword. Even the blue-scaled elephant couldn't block it. This power is even more terrifying than Yi Qingshuang's. If I'm not wrong, he must have stepped into the 3rd stage, the lifeless realm. The evaluation of the Golden Crow sect disciple made everyone gasp. His swordsmanship was even better than Yi Qingshuang's. The Wuchen sect was really full of talents. When did such a genius appear? I wonder what his name is, but he should also be a core disciple of the Wuchen sect. Lu Yichen frowned. She had seen many core disciples of the Wuchen sect, but none of them seemed to match the appearance of the person in front of her. Of course, the other party looked a little sloppy, and she couldn't see him clearly, so she couldn't be sure. While everyone was still in shock, Gu Chen had already killed a bunch of savage beasts. Leaving behind the corpses of their comrades, they howled in agony and slowly retreated into the forest. GG. Creak creak. At this moment, a few roars came from the cliff above their heads. Some of them seemed to be flustered and exasperated. The remaining savage beasts glanced at the top of the cliff, then at the sword-wielding Gu Chen. After hesitating for a moment, they fled. They were already afraid of that humanoid ferocious beast. Now that they had once again experienced the fear of being dominated by him, they really did not want to throw away their lives. In the end, only a portion of the savage beasts managed to escape. Hundreds of savage beast corpses were left behind. After such a great battle, even Gu Chen was exhausted to the point of panting. But looking at the sword in his hand, he couldn't bear to part with it. This cold star sword was much better than the fine steel sword he used before. It could cut through iron like mud. With it in his hand, his combat power had at least doubled. After all, his combat power was all on the sword. The problem of healing medicine had been solved, and he had obtained a good sword and a pile of food. This made Gu Chen's mood very good. Friend, you are a disciple of the Wuchen sect, right? Lu Yichen and the others stepped forward at this time. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep reverence. With the strength of a single person, he turned the tide and got rid of all the savage beasts that they were helpless against. This person was too strong. In the past, they always heard people say that the Wuchen sect's Wuchen sword technique was the strongest sword technique in the physical body realm. They were still a little unconvinced, but now, they were completely convinced. Gu Chen was not surprised that the Wuchen sword technique was recognized, nor did he have any intention of hiding his identity. He nodded. Wuchen sect's inner disciple, Gu Chen. Gu Chen? Everyone could not help but look at each other. The people present were all inner disciples of the Golden Crow sect and the Purple Cloud sect. They usually had many dealings with the Wuchen sect, but they seemed to have never heard of the name Gu Chen. With such tyrannical strength, there was no reason for him to be unknown. Could it be that the Wuchen sect was still hiding such a powerful disciple? Everyone was secretly shocked. At this time, the female disciple of the Purple Cloud sect, who wanted to commit suicide by taking poison, suddenly had a face full of surprise. Eh? Gu Chen. You can't be the rumored good-for-nothing fiancé of Yi Qingxuang, right? She had a close friend who had grown up in the Wuchen sect. She often heard her gossip about the Wuchen sect during their daily gatherings. As the most famous person in the Wuchen sect, Yi Qingxuang naturally heard the most rumors about her. At this moment, the name Gu Chen sounded very familiar, and she subconsciously blurted it out. Yi Qingxuang's fiancé? After being reminded, everyone carefully thought about it. It seemed that there really was such a person. However, wasn't Yi Qingxuang's fiancé extremely weak and could not even enter the outer sect? Gu Chen's face revealed a helpless expression. He did not expect that even the outer sect disciples would know about his previous bad reputation. Yi Qingxuang's influence was really great. Xiao, don't talk nonsense. How can you address your savior like that? Lu Yichen immediately glared at the female disciple. Seeing Gu Chen's expression, she, who was smarter than others, immediately understood many things. Sorry, Brother Gu. Xiao hurriedly apologized. She also realized that her words just now were very rude. However, Gu Chen shook his head. His pride was not so fragile. I might have really been a good-for-nothing in the past, but I am not now. Yi Qingxuang will soon fall from the altar. At the end of his words, his voice turned cold. Together with the blood dripping from the sword in his hand, it made people shudder. How could everyone not see that he and Yi Qingxuang were like fire and water? Lu Yichen hurriedly changed the topic. You guys, quickly take out all the healing medicine on you and give it to Brother Gu. Everyone hurriedly did so. They were all inner sect disciples of the two sections. They had all kinds of healing medicine with good quality. Brother Gu, your arm is injured quite badly. Let me help you bandage it again? Lu Yichen noticed that one of Gu Chen's arms was stained with blood. Although it had been treated simply, blood still seeped out. She worriedly said. That was the wound left by the yellow armored lion's counterattack before its death. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Gu Chen did not stand on ceremony. The wound on his arm was indeed difficult to treat. It was quite painful when he used the sword just now. Lu Yichen carefully untied the bandage on Gu Chen's arm. She found that the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. She observed Gu Chen's body carefully again. She was shocked to see that Gu Chen's body was covered in wounds. What kind of cruel trial did this person go through in the taboo forest? He was too desperate. She took out the golden wound medicine and carefully and gently applied it on Gu Chen's wounds. Then, she took out a handkerchief that she carried with her and bandaged it. The whole process was not short. The girl's soft body was right next to Gu Chen, and her unique body fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was very fragrant. The male disciples at the side were a little jealous. They were also injured, but who could be so loved by the daughter of the Purple Cloud sect's leader? Alright, your wounds have been treated. But Brother Gu, you are quite injured. Do you want to leave the Forbidden Forest with us? After almost dying under the attack of the beasts, the group of people had completely given up on the idea of hunting innate-stage demonic beasts. They just wanted to leave the Forbidden Forest as soon as possible to avoid any more accidents. Lu Yichen was grateful to Gu Chen for saving her life, and felt that his injuries were not light. She really hoped that he could leave with them, so that they could take care of each other. Gu Chen shook his head without hesitation. I still have 2 more weeks before my training ends. You guys leave on your own. 2 more weeks. Wuchen sect's Rising Dragon ceremony? Lu Yichen mumbled to herself. She had already understood everything. This was a youth with a will as firm as a rock. She had never seen such qualities in other people of the same age. He was special. She really wanted to help him. Brother Gu, wait. Lu Yichen called the disciples of the other two sects away, and no one knew what they were discussing. Gu Chen ignored them and quietly meditated to rest. After a while, a group of people returned with Lu Yichen in the lead. Brother Gu, to be honest, we have been tracking an innate stage demonic beast for more than a month, but we were still one step away from capturing it. The reason why we were surrounded by beasts was also because of that innate stage demonic beast. Now that we have decided to go back, it would be a pity to let that innate stage demonic beast escape. If Brother Gu is interested, we can tell you everything about that demonic beast. Lu Yichen went straight to the point and made her intentions clear. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. His training progress was indeed lagging behind, and he was afraid that he would not be able to complete his goal before the Rising Dragon ceremony. An innate stage demonic beast was of great significance to him. This was undoubtedly a timely help. I'll have to trouble Miss Lu to tell me everything about that connate demonic beast. I'll never forget this favor. Gu Chen said solemnly. Brother Gu, don't say that. You've saved so many of our lives. What's this bit of information worth? Lu Yichen shook her head and did not waste any more time. She briefly explained the situation of the Xiantian realm demonic beast. That Xiantian level demonic beast is a white ape. I don't know what kind of beast it is, but I know that it is very intelligent and agile. It's true that ordinary Xiantian level demonic beasts can control hundreds of beasts. But, I've never heard of a demonic beast being able to control flying beasts. But, that white ape has done it. We've been chasing after its shadow. We thought we were about to catch it, but in the end, we fell into a trap. Now that I think about it, perhaps it has always been toying with us. It could have easily escaped, but it would always turn back. It has always been at ease. Gu Chen listened attentively and asked. Where did it go in the end? I think I heard a sound from the cliff just now. Could it be it? Lu Yichen nodded. That's it. The last time we saw it, it was on this cliff. Brother Gu, you must be careful when you're chasing after it. That demonic beast is too cunning. We're not sure if it has any other unknown tricks up its sleeves. Anyway, take care. Lu Yichen reminded him in detail. Gu Chen memorized everything. The group was in a hurry to leave the forbidden forest. Hence, they bade farewell. Brother Gu, take care. I believe we'll meet again very soon. Lu Yichen waved goodbye with a smile on her face. Her words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Miss Lu, take care. Gu Chen nodded. He had a good impression of this young lady whom he had just met. After the group had left, Gu Chen looked up at the top of the cliff. But, he couldn't see if there was anything up there. Coo. After the battle, Gu Chen was hungry again. In addition, the sky was getting dark. He wasn't in a hurry to chase after the white ape. Instead, he made a grill on the spot. Because grilling was too time-consuming, he only grilled most of the meat. He didn't care if it was charred or if it tasted good. Only when the ingredient was the white-forehead black fiend bear would he grill it. The meat of this savage beast was extremely delicious, especially the bear's paw. It was simply a delicacy. Wisps of smoke rose from the chimney. Gu Chen started grilling the meat at the bottom of the cliff. Soon, the fragrance of the meat wafted out. Every inch of the bear meat was grilled until it was soft and tender. Meat juices were constantly flowing out. Gu Chen gorged himself. The fragrance of the meat wafted to the top of the cliff. Unknowingly, a white figure quietly slipped down from the cliff. Gu Chen didn't notice it. He was focused on the food in front of him. A moment later, the meticulously grilled bear meat was finished. However, Gu Chen's stomach was only slightly full. He raised his head and looked at the other meat that he had casually grilled on a tree branch. He was stunned when he saw that the meat of a few fierce tigers and wolves was gone. All that was left were empty skeletons. His mouth twitched. It was obvious that someone had secretly eaten it. Which bastard was so powerful to be able to eat all the meat and leave him with a pale skeleton? It was as if he was mocking him. his eyes moved. Suddenly, he saw a white figure. "You thief!" Picking up a stone, Gu Chen angrily threw it. His arm had the strength of 100,000 jin. This strike was like a cannonball. Bang! A pit appeared on the ground. That white figure somersaulted on the ground and nimbly dodged it. Then, it casually picked up a roasted fierce tiger. It was clearly an experienced criminal. Squeak squeak. Gu Chen finally saw its appearance. It was a white ape that only reached his knees. It was obviously still very young. Its fur was as white as snow. Under the moonlight, it looked extremely beautiful. It had a pair of strange golden eyes, and the space between its eyebrows was extremely lively. "It's you!" Gu Chen was shocked. Wasn't this the innate stage demonic beast that Lu Yichen and the rest were chasing? He didn't expect that before he could find trouble with it, it had already come to steal his food. "You stinky monkey! Since you are here, then stay." Gu Chen snorted. He was overjoyed. He picked up the cold star sword and chased after it. Squeak squeak squeak. The white ape easily grabbed the tiger meat that was much bigger than itself. It made a face at Gu Chen with the other hand. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, it had already run more than 10 zhang away. It climbed up the cliff. "Don't run." The innate stage demonic beast was right in front of him. How could Gu Chen let it escape? He hung the sword on his waist and quickly climbed up the cliff. A chase between a man and an ape broke out in the forest. The white ape held the tiger meat in its hand as it ran. It vividly illustrated the saying, "Life is in the hands of a foodie." In just a few breaths, it had finished the tiger meat. Gu Chen's speed was slower than the ape's, so it took him a long time to climb up the cliff. By the time he caught up with it, the white ape was lying on the branch of a big tree. It was full of food and wine and was calm and composed. Seeing that Gu Chen had caught up, the white ape picked its teeth with the leftover bone and threw it to Gu Chen. Gu Chen's face darkened. This white ape was too arrogant. Clang, the cold star sword was unsheathed like lightning and slashed at the big tree with great force. The big tree collapsed in an instant, but the white ape leaped up. His body was agile, and he quickly jumped to the next tree. "Where are you going?" Gu Chen chased closely, slashing and stabbing all the way. Trees fell one after another, and all the grass and trees were broken, but he could not hit the target. On the other hand, the white ape turned back from time to time and made faces. It even deliberately waited for him to catch up, shook its red buttocks, and then ran away, full of provocation. As Miss Lu and the others said, this white ape is agile and playful. "I'm afraid it won't work if I just keep chasing." Gu Chen slowed down and calmed down, and a touch of purple appeared in his eyes. For more than a month, he had insisted on absorbing the eastern purple qi every morning, and the effect of the purple polar eyes was much stronger than before. As he looked carefully, the white ape's movements suddenly seemed to slow down, and its body language was quickly analyzed by him. He looked at the terrain in the forest again, screening the best place to attack. Seeing that he actually stopped chasing, the white ape scratched the back of its head, and in a blink of its golden eyes, it picked up a branch from the ground. It bared its teeth, and the way it held the branch became somewhat similar to how Gu Chen held the sword. "Huh?" Gu Chen was attracted by this scene, and he saw the white ape attack. It rushed up with the branch, and when it attacked, there was a vague outline of a sword technique, which looked very familiar. "This is the dustless sword technique? Could it be that this stinky monkey saw me attack before and secretly learned a few moves?" Gu Chen exclaimed. If that was the case, the white ape's learning ability was really strong. However, he did not take this immature sword technique seriously, and casually raised the cold star sword. Crack, the branch was broken, and the white ape's face was a little dull. Poof. Gu Chen took the opportunity to stab the white ape's shoulder, and its blood splattered. Squeak, its voice became sharp, and it quickly fled to the tree, and Gu Chen's sword missed again. Hua hua hua, the white fur on its shoulder was dyed red with blood. The white ape flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw the fruits on the tree at Gu Chen. Gu Chen didn't even try to dodge. How could these fruits hurt him? White ape was just venting his anger. He continued to chase, and the white ape continued to run, throwing fruits at him as he ran. Bang, another fruit smashed at him. Guchen subconsciously did not dodge, and immediately howled in pain. He was a durian, a bump appeared on his forehead and Guchen's face turned even darker. But when he saw White Ape holding his belly and laughing, he seemed to have calmed down. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at him a few times, then suddenly sped up, swung past the tree vines, and quickly disappeared into the forest. Have they left? Guchen had a gloomy look on his face. He couldn't catch up, so he could only return to the place where he had originally stayed. When he returned to the bottom of the cliff, he found that the other beasts he had roasted were all gone. It seemed that they had been eaten by other wild beasts while he was away. This was a double loss. Guchen gritted his teeth in hatred and remembered that White Ape in his heart. The next morning, when Guchen was eating breakfast and preparing to chase after the White Ape again, he didn't expect it to sneak down from the cliff. It smelled the aroma of Guchen's roasted meat and thought that Guchen didn't see it, so it sneaked up. Guchen ignored it and waited for it to come close before he pulled out his sword with a clang. Bang, his sword was blocked by a black stick. Guchen was stunned. White Ape waved the stick with a proud face, took a few steps back, and then put on the posture of the dustless sword technique. It was shouting, and its sword technique looked decent. It had already mastered the essence of several sword techniques. This monkey is too smart. Guchen was shocked. Yesterday, it couldn't use a branch to deal with him, but today, it found a black lump from God knows where. Its speed of imitating others was really amazing. Since you want to play with the sword, I'll play with you. Guchen was curious, so he simply used the 42 sword techniques of the shadowless sword. At the bottom of the cliff, a man and a White Ape swung their swords, fighting back and forth. It was very lively. Bang, the result was, of course, that the White Ape lost. The price was a wound on its abdomen. Of course, it didn't lose completely. Before it escaped, it also took a piece of roasted meat from Guchen as compensation. It was very clever. Guchen was helpless, but he was secretly happy. Since this White Ape ran back once, it meant that it would come back again. He would be able to take it down sooner or later. With this thought in mind, Guchen didn't deliberately chase after it. He followed the original method of catching wild beasts and cultivating. In the next few days, the White Ape really came back from time to time, waving the black stick to fight with Guchen. Guchen found that the speed at which it imitated and learned was really amazing. In just a few days, it had already mastered the shadowless sword and the void sword. It would be fine if it was only good at imitating sword techniques. However, when it came back for the 5th time, it was actually full of killing intent. It was imitating the lifeless sword, and it even understood the killing intent of the lifeless sword. Guchen had never heard of an innate realm demon beast being so smart. This little guy's bloodline must be extremely extraordinary. Gradually, fighting with it, Guchen felt like he was fighting with another him. The way it imitated his sword techniques was too good. It even learned some of his habits vividly. This brought benefits to Guchen. It was like looking into a mirror. It found some flaws in his sword techniques that were hard to notice, and constantly checked and fixed them. Under such circumstances, his lifeless sword quickly reached great success, and he vaguely touched the last level. The last level of the dustless sword technique was dustless. It focused on washing away the impurities, returning to simplicity, and the sword technique was pure. The lifeless sword was indomitable. There was no life and death. It focused on killing. Dustless and dustless was obviously a little higher. It had already transcended. According to what Guchen knew, the reason why the sword technique had such a change had a lot to do with the mentality of the founding ancestor of the dustless sect. Back then, the founding ancestor had many enemies in the physical body realm. He fought and killed along the way, and then created the powerful lifeless sword. When he stepped into the divine realm, he no longer cared about his past enemies. He also had a place in Feng Lin Mansion, and his mentality gradually changed. The 4th level, dustless and dustless, was created at that time. Because this was the comprehension of the divine realm, the difficulty of cultivating it was extremely high. In fact, it had been many years since anyone in the dustless sect had reached this level. They all thought that it was impossible to cultivate it without reaching the divine realm. The power of the lifeless sword was enough to surpass the physical body realm. Guchen originally did not have to cultivate to this level in a short period of time. However, with this white ape as a sparring partner, he actually had some gains. Naturally, he was more attentive. Guchen and the white ape fought for a week. There were only about 10 days left to the Rising Dragon ceremony. However, he was not in the mood to be anxious. He focused on cultivating and was not anxious or impatient. After interacting with the white ape, he discovered a major secret. The first time he fought with the white ape, Guchen had stabbed it in the shoulder. The wound looked deep, and its fur was dyed red. However, when it appeared the next day, it was unscathed. The second time it came, Guchen left another deep wound on its abdomen, but on the third day, it was alive and kicking again. At first, Guchen did not notice it, thinking that it had amazing regenerative abilities. However, after this state lasted for a whole week, he realized that it was not as simple as it seemed. This white ape was tortured by him almost every day, but its injuries recovered so quickly every day. There must be some kind of treasure somewhere that could help it. Thinking of this, Guchen's mind became active. Although he had been cultivating very hard, there was still a long way to go before he could break through all 365 heavenly cycle acupoints. The abyss in his body was approaching its limit, and there was clearly something being born between his ribs. The feeling was very abrupt. This stinky monkey is injured every day, but it's still alive and kicking every day. This means that it must have consumed a lot of treasures. Looks like I have to follow it secretly. This might be an opportunity. Guchen murmured, and then began to formulate a careful plan. After this period of understanding, he was already very familiar with the nearby forest. Every change in the terrain and the complexity of the forest, his outstanding brain could remember everything he saw. With the help of the purple polar eyes, he was able to analyze the white ape's behavior. The conditions to follow it were enough to make up for the lack of speed. Guchen made a decision. When the white ape came to provoke him again, Guchen fought it as usual. However, this time, he tried his best to hold it back, deliberately exhausting a lot of its energy, and only let it escape when it was panting. Then, Guchen behaved contrary to his usual behavior. He walked like a cat and secretly followed behind the white ape. There was a strong wind in the forest today, and the leaves rustled everywhere, providing him with a lot of cover. He followed the white ape all the way through the forest, climbing over stone mountains and crossing streams, but it did not seem to be vigilant. Guchen was not worried that it would go deeper into the forbidden forest. After many days of observation, he found that the white ape was quite unfamiliar with its own kind. It was probably afraid of other demonic beasts. After all, it was a Xianxia demonic beast, and it was only because of its unique bloodline that it was so powerful. In reality, its age was not much older than the offspring of other savage beasts. Very quickly, Guchen tracked them to a valley. When he arrived, his expression changed slightly. For some reason, there were quite a few savage beasts here, and they were all heading in the same direction. Fierce tiger and steelback blue wolf were the lowest existences here. Guchen discovered a few extremely powerful beasts, some of which he had to expend a lot of effort to deal with. For a moment, he was very vigilant. Could this be a trap? The white ape was able to command hundreds of beasts. Could it be that it had discovered that he was secretly following them and deliberately set a trap to lure him into its trap? Thinking about how cunning this stinky monkey was, it was entirely possible. Since he was already here, Guchen couldn't back down at the last minute. He gritted his teeth and continued to follow the white ape. Originally, he was still on guard against the attacks of the savage beasts along the way. However, he discovered that they were all focused on hurrying along the way, and did not seem to notice him at all. Not long after, he arrived at the end of the valley. There were already quite a number of savage beasts gathered here, and Guchen saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. At the end of the valley, there was actually a strange pool of blood. One by one, the savage beasts arrived here. As if they had lost their souls, they paced around the pool for a while before jumping into it. Plop. Plop. They seemed to be committing suicide. After jumping into the pool, they never came back up again. It was a chilling sight. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. The white ape's voice came from the pool. Guchen was shocked to discover that the pool of blood, which was like hell to the other savage beasts, was actually soaking in it. It had an extremely comfortable look on its face as it soaked in the pool of blood. Its wounds from the previous battle were rapidly healing. Guchen took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the white ape was able to recover so quickly without any heavenly treasures. It was all because of this pool of blood. The white ape seemed to have noticed Guchen long ago. It waved its hand at him, indicating for him to walk over. Its pair of golden eyes were filled with ridicule. Guchen's expression was unsettled. He had been fighting in the Forbidden Forest for 20 days, and his body had accumulated quite a number of open and hidden injuries. The blood pool had an obvious healing effect on his injuries. Soaking in it might be of great help to him. However, other than the white ape, all the savage beasts that jumped into the pool never came out again. Such a strange scene made one hesitate. Guchen suspected that the blood in the pool was formed after countless savage beasts died here. Seeing that Guchen was hesitating, the white ape immediately burst into laughter, a look of disdain on its face. Guchen was in a bad mood. He didn't expect that he would be looked down upon by a monkey. Thinking that the pool of blood might contain a huge amount of energy, which was exactly what he needed, Guchen no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and walked forward. He took off his clothes and boots and tried to step into the blood pool with one foot. Suddenly, a violent and extremely hot energy surged up from the soles of his feet and quickly entered his body. Guchen subconsciously activated the nature of the heavenly star's art. The violent and extremely hot energy immediately became tamed, and he didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. What was even more strange was that the protrusion between his ribs released traces of cold air, guiding the extremely hot energy to converge there. Not bad. His eyes lit up. His feet gradually submerged into the blood pool, adapting to it. Seeing this scene, the white ape hurriedly rubbed its eyes, as if it couldn't accept this fact. Guchen ignored it. At this moment, there was a violent and extremely hot energy continuously flowing into his body from the blood pool. When this kind of energy first entered his body, it was very uncomfortable, even painful. However, he quickly adapted to it, and instead felt comfortable. It was like a massage, first painful, then comfortable. Guchen felt that all the internal injuries inside and outside of his body were rapidly healing. What was even more incredible was that the energy rushed into his 8 heavenly cycle acupoints, rapidly transforming into the potential of his body. The effect was 100 times better than eating wild beasts. This blood pool is too amazing. If I continue to soak in here and cultivate, I can expect to break through all 365 heavenly cycle acupoints in no time. Guchen's face lit up with excitement. He didn't expect to encounter such a great opportunity. For a moment, his expression softened as he looked at the white ape. This guy was his lucky star. In stark contrast, the white ape saw that Guchen also had a look of enjoyment on his face. From astonishment to shock, from shock to depression, he finally got up resentfully and left the blood pool. He squatted on a rock next to the blood pool, eating fruits while watching Guchen cultivate in the pool. The blood pool was about 200 feet long, 7 or 8 feet wide, and 5 feet deep. Guchen touched the inner edge of the blood pool to prevent any suicidal wild beasts from jumping into the pool and hitting him. Then, he activated his cultivation method and concentrated on cultivating. Thank you to my book friend, Tangled Donkey, for the reward everyone. Please click on the bookmark, vote, and comment is the strongest motivation for me to update. This cultivation lasted for 8 days. Guchen frantically operated the nature of the heavenly star's art, absorbing the almost endless power of the blood essence from the blood pool. If an ordinary person entered such a place, their body would not be able to withstand it for a moment and would be torn to pieces by the violent power. But his body was like a bottomless pit, staying there for 8 days. On the second day of soaking in the pool, the protrusion between Guchen's ribs underwent a mutation. It actually grew into a bone. It was a bone covered in golden ancient runes. It was indescribable, but it had fused with his bloodline. It was originally one with him. The moment his bones were formed, his entire body exuded a supreme, holy, and peerlessly domineering aura. That aura swept across the entire Forbidden Forest Sea in an instant. All the wild beasts and demonic beasts actually trembled with fear. They all prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing their heads in his direction. Only the white ape by the side of the pool did not yield. It bared its teeth and stared fiercely at Guchen, all the white hair on its body standing on end. Seeing that he was still immersed in cultivation, completely unaware of the commotion outside, its expression slowly relaxed. The aura came and went quickly, but from this day onwards, the white ape kept staring at Gu Chen, from time to time revealing a puzzled expression. This human had greatly attracted its attention. On the 8th day, the originally dark red blood pool had already disappeared, it had unexpectedly turned into a clear pool of water. The huge amount of energy it contained had all been absorbed by Gu Chen. When the last trace of the blood pool's power was swallowed, a strange change happened to Gu Chen's body. Under the moonlight, his 365 acupuncture points shone brightly, overflowing with light. Crack, crack, crack. The dead skin on the surface of his body rapidly fell off, black blood continuously seeping out of his pores. His hair fell off and grew back again, the bone marrow in his body ruptured and grew again. Shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones, after a month of life and death trials, absorbing the huge amount of energy from the blood pool, Gu Chen finally broke through 365 circulatory acupoints, naturally stepping into the 9th layer of the fleshly body, shedding one's body. From now on, his body shed its mortal body, possessing the strongest foundation towards the great Tao of cultivation. Success. I finally succeeded. The moment he broke through, Gu Chen's emotions surged as he looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Whoosh! In the vast starry sky, the 365 stars in the sky shone brightly, and their light shone on Gu Chen through the vast expanse of the starry sky. At this moment, Gu Chen felt that the connection between him and the celestial phenomenon was unprecedentedly close. Every strand of yuan energy in his body was brimming with vitality. Shedding one's mortal body required the reconstruction of one's flesh and blood, and the pain was not something ordinary people could endure. Gu Chen, on the other hand, was willing to endure. After enduring for so long, he had finally taken the most solid step towards his goal. This little bit of pain was nothing, the process of rebirth lasted for a whole 4 hours. When everything was settled, Gu Chen's entire temperament changed. His internal and external injuries were all gone. His skin became white and smooth, and his flesh glistened. His long, ink-like hair casually draped over his shoulders, and his muscles were perfectly streamlined. His muscles, which were not exaggerated at all, contained the strength of a prehistoric beast. Swoosh! When he opened his eyes, his pupils were deep and enchanting, as if a nebula was flowing in them. He stood up from the pool. After 8 whole days, this was the first time he stepped out of the blood pool. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing him like this, White Ape followed him curiously, hopping around. Gu Chen ignored it and walked straight to the front of a mountain wall. 5 fingers closed, clenched into a fist, and punched. Boom! The hard mountain wall exploded in an instant, revealing a huge hole. The cracks were densely packed like a spider's web and extended outwards. The entire valley shook, and rocks fell from the sky. One punch, just one punch, but it has the strength of 1,000,000 pounds. Gu Chen muttered to himself, his heart filled with excitement, as expected of the nature of the heavenly star's art. After breaking through 365 acupoints, it gave him such terrifying strength. With this strength alone, he could blow up a small mountain. He had not truly stepped into the realm of divinity, but his physical strength was already no weaker than divinity spells. Yiqing Shuang, I've finally caught up to you. Just you wait, I'm coming to drag you down from your pedestal. Gu Chen's eyes glowed fiercely, his heart stirring. Only after calming down did he have time to look at White Ape. Whoosh! Seeing him looking over, White Ape was immediately on guard and took a few steps back. This fellow's strength had greatly improved, he did not dare to underestimate him. Don't worry, it's all thanks to you this time. I won't hurt you. Getting to know White Ape without a fight, Gu Chen had already given up on the idea of competing with it because of the blood pool. The White Ape squeaked as it saw him like this. It pointed at the crystal-clear pool of blood with a very dissatisfied look on its face. It protested. Gu Chen could not help but feel embarrassed. This place could be said to be White Ape's, but he had absorbed all the energy in the blood pool. It was not very kind of him. He walked forward and looked down at the pool. Eh? Only then did he realize that the bottom of the pool was littered with bones, left behind by the dead beasts. And somewhere at the bottom of the pool, there was a rusty copper door. Previously, the blood pool was dark red and thick, and he could not see the bottom at all. He did not expect the bottom of the pool to look like this. Driven by curiosity, Guchen could not help but dive into the water and swim towards the copper door. Along the way, there were all kinds of large beast bones, and Guchen even found a few broken beast cores. Those belonged to dead demonic beasts. There were even demonic beast skeletons here. Unfortunately, the broken beast cores had no energy left and had probably merged into the pool. Guchen arrived at the rusty copper door. It was sunk to the bottom of the pool, tightly shut, as if it led to an unknown world. Guchen could not help but stretch out his hand, wanting to open this ancient door. The moment his hand touched the handle, a cold and negative aura suddenly surged. Guchen's body trembled, inexplicably. The scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared in his mind, suppressing the urge to stretch his neck and commit suicide. At this moment, the newly born golden bone in his body vibrated lightly. Guchen immediately shook off the negative emotions and hurriedly stretched out his hand. What kind of terrifying existence is behind this door? Guchen sucked in a breath of cold air. He was almost immediately certain that the reason why this pond was so strange and kept attracting wild beasts to commit suicide here was because of the trace of power that had unintentionally seeped out of this copper door. That strange and evil energy was not something he could come into contact with at the moment, so he wisely chose to retreat from the pool. You already knew the secret of this pool? White Ape did not follow. Seeing Guchen return with a face full of schadenfreude, Guchen could not help but ask. White Ape tilted its head and pretended to be very innocent. Speechless, Guchen no longer paid attention to it and sat down to look at his own body. Other than being reborn, the biggest change in his body was the growth of a golden bone. This was a very strange thing. Guchen had never heard of anyone cultivating like him. For this bone, he had consumed a large amount of energy from the beasts and the blood pool. Of course, he had to find out its use. He studied it for a long time but found that it did not move at all, as if it was just an ordinary rib. The situation at the bottom of the lake did not appear again. He was very helpless. He already had an unknown root of all beings in his dantian, and now his body had grown such a strange bone. Forget it, I don't care about this. There are less than 2 days left until the Rising Dragon ceremony. Including the time spent on the road, I will not make it in time. I better go back as soon as possible. Guchen looked in the direction of the Wuchen sect, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He had waited for this day for too long, and he could not wait any longer. After bidding farewell to the naughty White Ape, Guchen stepped on the road back to the sect. Early in the morning, just as the sun rose from the east, the quiet Wuchen clan was awakened by a huge commotion. Whether it was the outer 13 peaks or the inner 3 peaks, they were all in an uproar as soon as the sun rose. A large number of disciples formed groups and gathered toward the huge drill ground in the Stainless Valley. Today was the Rising Dragon ceremony, the annual event of the Wuchen clan. The so-called Rising Dragon ceremony was a chance for all the inner disciples to transform into dragons. At the ceremony, they would compete to select the top 10 inner disciples of the year, especially the chief disciple. As long as they could enter the top 5, they would get the opportunity to enter the Wuchen clan's Rising Dragon pool to cultivate. The ceremony meant great glory and tempting benefits. Countless disciples had trained hard for a year, striving to reach the top, just to amaze the world on this day. This year's Rising Dragon ceremony was especially special because an extremely rare martial saint body had appeared in the Wuchen clan. In a small place like the Feng Lin Mansion in the eastern wilderness, the chance of such a body appearing was extremely rare. Therefore, not only were the inner and outer disciples of the Wuchen clan gathered in the Stainless Valley, but even people from the other 12 sects of the Feng Lin Mansion had come this year. Before the ceremony began, the Wuchen clan had already spread the news that this year, a big shot from the Middle-earth Empire would come to attend the ceremony for the proud daughter of heaven, Xianxia. To the people of the barbarian land, the Middle-earth Empire represented a powerful cultivation civilization, which meant that it was unattainable. And that unattainable place, because of one person, had a rare connection with the Feng Lin Mansion. Everyone knew that although the ceremony hadn't started yet, today was destined to belong to the martial saint body Xianxia alone. Being born in the same era as her was a tragedy for all her peers. Their halos were destined to be overshadowed by her. On the drill ground's viewing platform, today's distinguished guests were taking their seats one after another. Look, that's the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow sect, Gu Fenglai, right? Rumor has it that he's been in seclusion for 30 years. I didn't expect him to come to the Wuchen clan to attend the ceremony today. The head of the Purple Cloud sect, Liu Yonghao, is also here. Behind him is Lu Chen, right? She's as beautiful as the rumors say. The people from the 13 sects of the Fenglin Manor were all present. The ones in the lead were either the sect leader or the Grand Elder. They were characters who could cause a huge commotion in the Fenglin Manor with a stomp of their feet. The disciples of the Wuchen clan below the grandstand were talking about it, and they were shocked to find that the number of elders who were qualified to sit on the grandstand in the past had decreased a lot this year. There were too many important people here today. The only people who were qualified to sit in the upper echelons of the sect were the sect master, the great elder, and the mysterious and taciturn elder Nangong. There were so many important figures here, yet at this moment, they were not chatting cheerfully and wittily. Instead, all of them raised their heads in anticipation, staring in the direction of the valley entrance. It was unknown who they were waiting for. At a certain moment, a rainbow bridge suddenly appeared in the sky above the drill ground. Two silhouettes floated over like immortals. They were two women in their 30s, one in green and the other in purple. As soon as they arrived, the leaders of the 13 sects rose to their feet. Is that a teacher from the True Martial Academy? The Grand Elder of the Golden Crow sect opened his eyes in excitement. True Martial Academy was a famous holy land of cultivation in the Middle-earth Empire. It had nurtured countless geniuses and geniuses. Today, they had come for the martial sage body. The leaders of the various sects had all come with the intention of befriending and even sending their disciples to the True Martial Academy. The women in green and purple landed on the platform. With the Wuchen sect master, Wang Yuezhi, and the great elder, Tao Yu, in the lead, everyone immediately gathered around them. Teacher Su Yun, Teacher Wu Mo, you're finally here. The great elder, Tao Yu, said with a smile. The group of leaders also had smiles on their faces, and there was a hint of flattery in their expressions. My apologies, Elder Tao, Sect Master Wang, and everyone. We were delayed on the way here and made you wait for a long time. Teacher Su Yun, who was dressed in green, gave off a refreshing feeling, while Teacher Wu Mo, who was dressed in purple, did not say a word. When his eyes fell on this group of people, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. The crowd led the two distinguished guests to their seats. Su Yun and Wu Mo looked at the seats and realized that there was actually one person who had not stood up to greet them. It was the white-haired elder Nangong. He was a man of few words, and his eyes were closed, as if he had not noticed the arrival of the two. Interesting. The two of them cast a deep glance in his direction and did not say anything else. Then, they officially took their seats. The arrival of the important figures of the Middle-earth Empire, and the reaction of the leaders of the 13 sects, caused the disciples on the drill ground to be stirred. Is that the rumored important figure? He looks very young. What do you know? I heard that he is a teacher from the True Martial Academy. You don't know about the True Martial Academy, right? It's a famous sacred cultivation ground in the continent. I heard that even the weakest student in the True Martial Academy is at the Transcendent Realm, which is equivalent to the level of the elders of the various sects in our Fenglin prefecture. When the crowd heard this, they looked at the two teachers with fervent gazes. The ordinary students in the academy were all at the Transcendent Realm. The Middle-earth Empire was indeed the Middle-earth Empire. As expected, it was not something a small place could compare to. If their performance today was outstanding enough and attracted the attention of these two important figures, they would be able to fly up the branches and transform into a phoenix. For a moment, the inner disciples who were going to participate in the Rising Dragon ceremony were all excited, and their enthusiasm was unprecedented. The ceremony officially begins. All inner disciples, please come out. Sect leader Wang Yuezhi coughed twice, and his thunderous voice reverberated throughout the drill ground. Immediately, the inner disciples stepped out from the crowd and lined up in a square formation. At the very front of the group was a stunning young lady dressed in white. She stood there, and regardless of whether it was her flawless appearance or her impressive figure, all of them attracted the attention of the crowd. Behind her, a young man in his 20s revealed a bitter smile and consciously stepped back. He was the head disciple of the Wuchen sect for 3 consecutive years, Lei Wenbai. According to the rules, the eldest senior brother of the previous year should stand at the front. However, the situation this year was special. Xianxia's halo was too dazzling, and it was unknown how many important figures had come for her. Thus, he consciously stepped back. Is that the rumored martial saint physique? She is indeed an unpolished jade. Almost all the important figures on the viewing platform stared at Xianxia and nodded repeatedly. Tao Yu kept looking at the two teachers from the True Martial Academy nervously. Seeing that they were also very satisfied with Xianxia, she finally relaxed a little. Only two people on the viewing platform had different gazes. One of them was Lu Yichen, who was standing behind the Purple Cloud sect leader. Her pair of beautiful eyes that were filled with spirit swept across the square formation, and she quickly noticed the lonely young man dressed in black who was standing at the very edge. Is that him? Guchen? Her eyes were filled with doubt. Today, she had begged her father to bring her here to watch the ceremony, and it was all for the sake of the benefactor that she had met once in the Forbidden Forest. Among all the inner disciples of the Wuchen sect, she saw the young man dressed in black almost immediately, and felt that he was very familiar. However, that day, the other party was unkempt and dirty, and the young man in front of her was very handsome. The contrast was too great, and she was a little uncertain. The climax of the plot is coming, don't you all want to collect it? While Lu Yichen was sizing up Guchen was also sizing up the people on the viewing platform. When he saw Lu Yichen's pretty face, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled at her. It's him. Looks like he succeeded. Lu Yichen was sure that the handsome young man was Guchen, and she was happy for him. Since he was here, it meant that his life and death experience had paid off, and he was very confident about today's battle. At that moment, Lu Yichen's heart was filled with anticipation. Looks like today's Rising Dragon ceremony will be very interesting. That kid, has he really awakened? At the end of the viewing platform, Elder Nangong opened his eyes and muttered to himself. He looked at Guchen with a complicated expression. Let's cut to the chase. Today is your best chance to perform. Make good use of it. Rising Dragon Orifice's Pagoda. Faction leader Wang Yuezhi gave a simple introduction. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground of the drill ground began to rumble, and a small exquisite pagoda rose from the ground. Every year, the Rising Dragon ceremony was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was to fix the orifices, the second round was to test the strength of the hammer, and the third round was to compare notes on martial skills. The purpose of the Rising Dragon ceremony was to select the disciples with the most potential. What was the simplest way to judge an inner disciple's potential? Of course, it was by the number of unlocked acupoints. On the Kunlun continent, the essence of cultivation was the continuous transcendence of the physical body, and the number of unlocked acupoints directly determined a cultivator's future potential. The number of treasures unearthed from the human body meant a great future. The Wuchen sect provided a huge amount of cultivation resources to the inner disciples every year, and it was time to test the results. Go through the examination of the Rising Dragon Orifice's Pagoda in order. Wenbai, you take the lead. The eldest senior brother of the inner disciples, Lei Wenbai, nodded and stepped out of the crowd. He looked a little nervous, but his heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that this was an opportunity given to him by his master. If he performed well in the first round, it would be enough to leave an impression on the distinguished guests of the True Martial School. Although they were here for Xianxia, as long as he performed well, there was still a chance that he would be accepted into the True Martial School. Lei Wenbai quickly arrived in front of the Rising Dragon Orifice Pagoda and looked up. There were a total of 200 fixation stones embedded in the body of the pagoda, and there was a groove on the stone platform in front of the pagoda door. As long as one placed one's hand into the groove and injected a bit of elemental energy, the Rising Dragon Orifice's fixing pagoda would automatically sense it and analyze the total number of apertures that one had unlocked. Lei Wenbai took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. His palm was trembling slightly. Although he already knew his own strength, today was a very important day, so he couldn't help but have many wild and fanciful thoughts. Xiaochen placed his palm on the groove and infused his origin energy into it. Before the gazes of the crowd, the fixation stones on the pagoda slowly lit up one by one. 7 crystals, 8 crystals, 9 crystals, 9 lit up meant that the 9 basic apertures had been opened, and it was a piece of cake for the eldest senior brother of the inner sect. Almost without a pause, the fixation stones lit up continuously, and soon, there were more than 20 of them. Many disciples on the drill ground began to exclaim, but the big shots on the viewing platform remained calm. When the total number of lit up exceeded 30, the sect leaders of the 13 sects nodded their heads. This level of strength was considered pretty good in Fenglin Prefecture. The number of lit fixation stones finally stopped at 39. Lei Wenbai's face flushed red, and he tried to break through to 40, but it was a pity that he didn't succeed. He was a little disappointed and subconsciously turned his head to look at the viewing platform. He almost unlocked 40 apertures. Teachers, this disciple of mine should be pretty good, right? Sect leader Wang Yuezhi shamelessly recommended him to the 2 teachers of the True Martial Academy. The lady in green, Su Yun, smiled but didn't say anything, and the purple-robed Wu Mo was expressionless. Wang Yuezhi instantly felt awkward. He knew that the 2 of them didn't think highly of Lei Wenbai. Lei Wenbai also noticed the reactions of the 2 big shots. He was extremely disappointed in his heart and walked down the stage dejectedly. Soon after, the inner disciples went up the stage one by one. As the eldest senior brother for the past 3 years, Lei Wenbai's talent and strength were second to none. Compared to him, the performance of the others was simply too horrible to look at. Some of the inner disciples lit up a few fixation stones, but they were clearly still at the 8th level of the physical body realm. The better ones only lit up more than 10. This was very normal in previous years, and their performance this year was already not bad. However, with the arrival of the distinguished guests from the True Martial Academy today, it seemed a little shabby. The purple-robed Wu Mo looked at the fixation stones that lit up, and a look of impatience gradually appeared on his face. When will the Martial Saint Physique appear? In fact, they were only here today for the Martial Saint Physique, and they didn't have any hopes for the other disciples of the Wuchen sect. In her opinion, the aptitude of these disciples who went up the stage was so bad that it made people's hair stand on end. They couldn't even be compared to the standard of the average person in the Middle-earth Empire. If it was possible, they could just directly test Yi Qingxuang's physique and take her away. Why would they need to socialize so much? Teacher Wu, what's the hurry? Just watch. Teacher Su Yun spoke up at this moment. She was gentle and polite, and only then did the awkwardness of Wang Yuezhi, who didn't know how to respond. Soon, almost all the inner disciples finished their tests, and there were only 2 people left who hadn't gone up. One of them was naturally Yi Qingxuang, and the other was Gu Chen. Such a conspicuous action immediately caused a discussion among the disciples on the drill ground. Eh? That Gu Chen still isn't going up to take the test. Doesn't he know that it'll be very embarrassing to take the test next to Yi Qingxuang? TSK, you probably don't know this, but 1 or 2 months ago, there was a rumor in the sect that Gu Chen would defeat Yi Qingxuang in the Rising Dragon ceremony. Is that a fool's dream? Although I heard that he would be able to enter the inner sect from the outer sect in a very short period of time, unlocking an acupoint requires the most time to accumulate. He has no chance of winning at all. He's also a pitiful person. I heard that the 2 of them were originally engaged, but Yi Qingxuang probably didn't want him because she thought his talent wasn't good enough. That's why he said those words out of indignation. The discussions among the disciples were endless. The appearance of a former engaged couple, with the smell of gunpowder, was already a very attractive topic. Even the bigwigs on the grandstand noticed this kind of discussion. That young man and the Martial Saint Physique are engaged? Su Yun asked curiously. Her gaze fell on Gu Chen, and she only felt that he was a good-looking young man who looked very spirited. Not anymore. That Gu Chen is a good-for-nothing. How can he be worthy of Qingxuang? The great elder anxiously retorted, feeling a little angry in his heart. These disciples were really too much. Why were they talking about this at this time? That Gu Chen was even more despicable. He deliberately didn't take the test and wanted to tie himself to Qingxuang. If this stain affected Yi Qingxuang's admission to the True Martial Academy, it would be a huge loss for the Wuchen sect. Trash? Su Yun was stunned. The first elder hurriedly told her about how Gu Chen had not been able to cultivate his origin energy even after entering the sect for 2 years. There's actually someone who can't cultivate origin energy even after 2 years of cultivation. The Eastern Wilderness is indeed the Eastern Wilderness. Wu Mo, who was at the side, burst into laughter when he heard this. His words were filled with discrimination. Many people were angry but did not dare to say anything. I see. The gap between him and the martial sage body is too big. If he's smart enough, he should recognize the reality and treat himself better. Su Yin sighed regretfully. She sympathized with the young man's situation. Yi Qingxuang's face turned cold when she saw everyone talking about her and Gu Chen. Today was too important to her. If possible, she did not want to be affected by bad rumors. However, Gu Chen did not know what was good for him. He was still not going up. He was obviously going against her. She thought about it and walked straight toward Gu Chen. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. Gu Chen also noticed it and could not help but narrow his eyes. Gu Chen, I didn't expect you to overestimate yourself. You purposely stayed until the end to fight with me. She said directly, the disgust on her face obvious. Maybe you think you have a chance against me, but you don't know how powerful I am. You don't understand. The martial sage body is not something you can compare to. Watch carefully. I'll go up now and crush all your fantasies. If you can accept the reality, you can leave after I make my move. Let's save each other some face. Yi Qingxuang was like a proud peacock. She walked toward the rising dragon orifice pagoda after speaking. Gu Chen was a little stunned. He sneered when he realized what was going on. He did not purposely stay until the end, or rather, he did not expect it. His eyes were focused on the 200 fixation stones in the rising dragon orifice pagoda. Was this number enough for him to use his full strength? He did not expect Yi Qingxuang to be so full of herself just as he was thinking about this. She was the same as always. In that case, let's see how capable she was. Just how powerful was the martial saint body? Gu Chen raised his head and watched as Yi Qingxuang pressed a slender jade-like hand on the groove, and the fixation stones lit up one by one. Out of all the inner sect disciples who had been tested before, Lei Wenbai had the best performance. He had opened 39 apertures. At this time, the legendary martial sage physique was finally going to appear. Everyone was looking forward to it. Even the two teachers of the True Martial Academy were watching with rapt attention. 39 fixation stones lit up in the blink of an eye, and they rose at an astonishing speed. Cries of alarm rang out incessantly on the drill ground. As expected of Yi Qingxuang, this lineup was very frightening. 70, 80, 90. What caused everyone to be dumbfounded was that the number of aperture fixation stones quickly reached 90 before gradually slowing down. Are you going to break 100? What terrifying potential! On the stage, the sect leaders of the 13 sects all had looks of jealousy on their faces. They knew that the martial sage body was powerful, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. One had to know that Lei Wenbai's aptitude was top-notch in their respective sects, but this Yi Qingxuang had crushed him by countless times. The total number of fixation stones that lit up finally exceeded 100, and stopped at the 108th stone. 108 apertures had been opened. Countless people gasped. What kind of aptitude was this? It was too terrifying. One had to know that ordinary people would need several years to open an aperture, and this Yi Qingxuang was only 16 years old, but she had already reached this level. All of this could be attributed to her special physique. Her aptitude was too terrifying. Not bad, it is indeed the martial sage body. For the first time, the two teachers of the True Martial Academy had a satisfied look on their faces, and their eyes were filled with joy as if they had found a treasure. The great elder was grinning from ear to ear. It seemed that she had succeeded in entering the True Martial Academy. She was very proud of her disciples' aptitude. Everyone was cheering for Yi Qingxuang's aptitude, except for two people who showed disdain. The gap is too big. On the viewing platform, the Nangong elder murmured a few words. On the drill ground, Gu Chen looked at the excited crowd, especially the expressions of the True Martial Academy teachers on the stage. He had already made an evaluation of his own aptitude. Who would have thought that Yi Qingxuang and I are really from two different worlds, he murmured, and strode towards the rising dragon orifice tower. At this time, Yi Qingxuang was receiving everyone's shocked gazes, and was walking down from the stage. However, when she saw Gu Chen coming over, her bright eyes couldn't help but be filled with coldness. Gu Chen, it has already come to this, are you still not willing to give up? If you accept the test, it will only make you and I lose face in the end. Or was this your original intention? Her tone was very bad. No matter what, Guchen was her former fiancé. If he performed badly on the stage, others would also laugh at her. She only hoped that Guchen would disappear completely, and go back to Tiannan City to be an ordinary person. The more obscure he was, the less people would remember their relationship. Yi Qingxuang, since a long time ago, I have wanted to say something to you. Guchen coldly stared at her. What is it? Yi Qingxuang revealed her impatience. Could it be that Guchen wanted to confess to her now? You're too full of yourself. Guchen cursed, brushed past Yi Qingxuang, and strode towards the stone platform. He pressed one hand on the stone slot, and activated his spirit energy. Under the gaze of the audience, the 200 fixation stones lit up one by one. Their speed was even faster than Yi Qingxuang's. From the bottom of the tower to the top, the rows of fixation stones shined brightly, like bright stars in the night sky. In less than a few breaths of time, the 200 fixation stones all bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, the crowd that was cheering for Yi Qingxuang quieted down, and stared at the rising dragon orifice tower with wide eyes. On the viewing platform, the two true martial academy teachers suddenly stood up, their faces filled with unconcealable surprise. The great elder looked as if he had eaten a fly, and was stunned speechless. Could it be? Yi Qingxuang sensed the sudden silence, and turned her head with a serious expression. With one look, her face turned pale. The 200 fixation stones all lit up, and the light they released was far stronger than what she had released before, almost blinding her eyes. Impossible, she looked at everything in disbelief, and the entire school grounds had the same thoughts as her. Crack, crack. At this time, after the 200 fixation stones continued to shine brightly, their surfaces began to crack, and the sound of cracking could be heard. They all shattered and fell to the ground, as if the results of the test had far exceeded their limits, and the dazzling light stopped. At this time, Guchen slowly retracted his hand, and calmly said to Yi Qingxuang, "Martial sage physique is only SOSO." The evil old man roared on behalf of Guchen. "Where are my favorites and recommendation tickets?" The entire place was silent as they stared at the broken rising dragon orifice pagoda in shock. All 200 orifice stones had lit up. Such a thing had never happened since the Wuchen sect's rising dragon ceremony. The person who had created this miracle was Guchen, whom everyone had looked down on. Compared to him, the 108 stones set by Yi Qingxuang's martial sage physique seemed overshadowed and weak. "Is this the trash you were talking about?" Suya looked at the Grand Elder and couldn't help but ask. All 200 orifice stones lit up, and this might not be the limit. Even in the Central Empire, where there are many geniuses, there aren't many who can do this, Wu Mo murmured. Wu Mo murmured. His face was burning. She had just ridiculed the Eastern continent's cultivation level. She didn't expect the person she had ridiculed to slap her in the face. The Grand Elder was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what he had just seen. The sect master and the leaders of the other sects weren't any better. They just felt that it was too unbelievable. This is bad. The rising dragon orifice pagoda must be broken. Qingxuang has the martial sage physique, and that Guchen is nothing. How can he be more powerful than her? After a long while, the great elder said excitedly, his voice rather loud. Broken. When these words entered everyone's ears, they couldn't help but lower their heads in contemplation. It was not impossible, as all the orifice stones on the orifice pagoda had shattered after Guchen made his move. It did seem like that was the case. So the orifice pagoda is broken. That scared me. Gosh, I really thought that senior sister Yi had lost. There was an uproar on the drill ground. Compared to the shocking truth, the Grand Elder's words were more convincing. The uproar made Yi Qingxuang, who was pale, recover. She took a deep look at Guchen. You were just lucky earlier. The next round will be the sound of the hammer. You will naturally show your true colors. She regained her confidence and turned to walk away, but her footsteps were obviously a little hurried. Broken? Guchen smiled faintly as he listened to the countless doubts. Whether it was broken or not, they would know in a while. All right, everyone, quiet down. Let the next round begin. Sect Master Wang Yuezhi appeared and quickly suppressed the commotion of the disciples as he announced. Upper voiceless boomerang. The ceremony finally returned to normal. A total of 12 disciples joined hands and struggled to carry a brown bell as they walked into the drill ground. In the second round, hammer sound test, simply put, it was a competition of strength. The greater the potential of one's physical body, the more terrifying the power one would possess. The purpose of the second round was actually the same as the first round, which was to screen out the disciples with the most potential. At this moment, after the first round of the competition, nearly 3/4 of the inner sect disciples had been eliminated, and the top 10 inner sect disciples were ready to emerge. The voiceless boomerang bell was made of a special metal. It was extremely heavy and could be used to accurately judge a person's strength. Under normal circumstances, a punch with a force of 10,000 Jin could only ring the voiceless boomerang once. The more astonishing the power, the more times the bell would ring. The 12 disciples strenuously carried the voiceless boomerang to the original location of the Rising Dragon Orifice Tower. This round of the competition had officially begun. Since many people had been eliminated, the process of the competition was much faster this time. Guchen retreated to the edge, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked coldly at the disciples. He had already become the center of attention. Although most people felt that the Rising Dragon Orifice Tower was just an accident, a small portion of them felt that it was not. They looked at him with respect and expectation. Is the Orifice Tower really broken? Sect Master Wang, Elder Tao, the quality of the things here is really bad. On the grandstand, Wu Mo in a purple robe mocked coldly. Wang Yueji's face was full of awkwardness. He wanted to say that the Rising Dragon Orifice Tower would be inspected before it was used, so it should not be broken. However, he could not refute Great Elder Taoyu's words. It would be great if it wasn't broken. That way, the school would be able to recruit another genius. Su Yun shook her head regretfully. Almost everyone agreed with Great Elder's words. This was the most reasonable explanation. After all, his talent was strong enough to destroy the Ascending Dragon Orifice Pagoda. This was too shocking. It's not broken. It must be true. Behind the sect master of the Purple Cloud sect, Lu Yichen mumbled softly and clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Guchen, who was on the drill ground, with admiration in her eyes. Only she knew how much effort he had put in for this day. Even now, when she thought of the scars all over his body, she felt shocked. Yichen, is that the young man who saved you? Sect Master Lu Yonghao asked in a low voice. Lu Yichen nodded heavily. Not simple. It seems that the second round is worth looking forward to. He sighed. Clang, 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 Lei Wenbai punched out, and the clear sound return bell shook, ringing 3 times in a row. As expected of senior brother Lei. One punch has the strength of 30,000. Caddies! Many disciples exclaimed. Before great senior brother Lei made his move, many of the disciples on the field could not even make the return bell ring once. A normal 9th realm physique cultivator would be lucky to have the strength of 10,000 caddies. There were many who were slightly weaker. However, senior brother Lei's strength had increased by 3 times. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. Lei Wenbai's smile widened as he listened to the praises of the people around him. He looked at Yi Qingxuang with anticipation. Although junior sister Yi had the martial sage physique, he was still a man. He had also put in a lot of effort into improving his physical strength. He could not possibly be left behind by her in this aspect, could he? If he performed better than her in this round, he might even be recognized by the teachers of the True Martial Arts Academy. As he thought about this, he glanced at Guchen in the distance. This young man had given him a big scare. He wondered how he would perform against the clear sound return bell. After Lei Wenbai made his move, the people behind him did not perform as well as he did. In fact, the gap was not small. Soon, there were only 2 people left who had not made their moves. These 2 people were the ones that everyone was looking forward to the most. It's Guchen and Yi Qingxuang again. I wonder if Guchen can create another miracle this time? Pfft. Do you think the clear sound return bell will be broken this time? His luck is at an end. The crowd was in a heated discussion. There were all kinds of opinions. Yi Qingxuang's face was as cold as ice. She glanced at Guchen and walked straight to the bell. Gu Chen, watch carefully. Luck won't be on your side this time, she murmured. She raised her chi, exerted her strength, and threw a punch. Her posture was as smooth as flowing water, revealing the unique heroism of a woman. Boom, as she threw a punch, the base of the clear sound return bell was shaken slightly off the ground. The bell swayed to an unprecedented degree. Dang! Dang! The sound of the bell continued to ring incessantly. 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. 11 times, the bell rang a total of 11 times. The crisp sound of the bell echoed throughout the arena, causing many disciples to gasp. 110,000 pounds. Senior Sister Yi has 110,000 pounds of strength in one punch. The crowd was shocked. Was she really a young girl? She could easily tear a tiger apart with her bare hands. As a future martial sage, it is normal for her to have such strength. The teachers from the True Martial Academy were not surprised. They nodded with a smile. Why were special constitutions so precious? Because they had many advantages that ordinary people did not have. As long as the so-called martial sage body did not die prematurely, their strength would be overwhelming in the future. It's that kid's turn. Someone whispered. Then, everyone turned to look at Gu Chen in unison. Yi Qingxuang had proved the power of the martial sage body with 110,000 pounds of strength in one punch. What about Gu Chen? Could this young man, who had just broken the Rising Dragon Orifice Pagoda, create another miracle? Under the watchful eyes of Yi Qingxuang, Gu Chen calmly walked to the voiceless boomerang bell. He was considering if he should use his full strength this time. What if the voiceless boomerang bell broke after he used his full strength? Would these guys say it was a coincidence? His hesitation fell into Yi Qingxuang's eyes, and she thought that he was feeling guilty. She said coldly, Gu Chen, hurry up and make your move. Don't waste everyone's time. Gu Chen found it funny. Yi Qingxuang's eyes were full of mockery. Since you want to see me make a fool of myself, I will show you. Gu Chen was furious. He had wanted to hold back, but it seemed like there was no need for that now. With a clean posture, Gu Chen punched out like a cannonball. Boom! This punch actually caused substantial ripples to appear in the air, and it even produced a surging sonic boom. Gu Chen's vigorous chi and blood shot up into the sky. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if a primordial beast had awakened. Dang! The voiceless boomerang bell only rang once because its pedestal fell off and the entire bell flew into the air. He flew away. Yes, the voiceless boomerang bell, which required 12 people to carry into the arena, was sent flying by Gu Chen's punch. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. The boomerang bell floated in midair. Everyone in the arena widened their eyes and their mouths. Rumble! When the time came to an end, the voiceless boomerang bell had already flown more than 100 feet to the edge of the drill ground and crashed into the wall. The earth and rocks collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. The boomerang bell had sunk into the wall, but it kept vibrating and ringing non-stop. Dang dang dang, it was as if he had flown such a long distance, but it was still not enough to offset the power of that punch. The crisp sound of the bell rang continuously, the entire audience was petrified, and there was a deathly silence. Gu Chen slowly retracted his fist, and the powerful blood chi entered his body. At this moment, his figure was incomparably majestic. After an unknown period of time, the bell stopped ringing. The entire audience seemed to have woken up from their slumber, and they erupted in an earth-shattering roar. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? Gu Chen actually sent the boomerang bell flying. He sent it flying. He didn't just send it flying. Looking at the momentum, if not for the wall, who knows how far the bell would have flown. Some people were so excited that they could not speak coherently, especially the guys. They were all fired up by that punch. Could it be that the boomerang bell is broken too? Someone asked weakly, still unable to believe what had happened. Idiot! The bell is not an orifice-fixing pagoda. The weight is there, and the fact is obvious. Someone immediately retorted, looking at Gu Chen with a fanatical gaze that had never been seen before. This guy was too awesome. He could blow up a giant elephant with one punch, right? At this moment, all the big shots on the grandstand stood up. Su Yun's face was flushed. 1,000,000 pounds of strength. That punch definitely had 1,000,000 pounds of strength. She was excited. She had been to many places to observe young men and women, but she had never seen such a genius. Is this guy a human? Could he be a beast in human skin? Wu Mo was also in disbelief. When Gu Chen punched, his blood qi was as strong as a beacon. It was too terrifying. Impossible, impossible, he is just an ordinary person, the head elder was dumbfounded. Her disciple, who had the martial sage physique, only had a strength of 65,000 pounds, but that Gu Chen, who she looked down on, had a strength that was almost 10 times stronger. This was a complete and utter suppression, a merciless slaughter. The orifice-fixing pagoda is not broken, the orifice-fixing pagoda is not broken. At this moment, the Wuchen sect leader, Wang Yuezhi, said excitedly, his face full of pride. He is a disciple of my Wuchen sect, he is a disciple of my Wuchen sect. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yes, they had thought that the orifice-fixing pagoda was broken, but looking at the situation now, it seemed that Gu Chen had really opened more than 200 orifices in his body. Only by unearthing the treasures of the human body to such an extent could one explain how he could possess such terrifying strength. Yi Chen, your benefactor is not simple. Lu Yonghao sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never seen such a genius in his life. Originally, the martial sage physique was considered one, but compared to Gu Chen, it was as weak as slag. Everyone cheered and cheered for Gu Chen because of the feat of sending the boomerang clock flying, almost worshipping him as if he was a god. Only one person fell to the ground in a daze. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Yi Qingshuang's beautiful face was extremely pale. She could not believe what had happened in front of her. She was born with the martial sage physique, a special physique that had never appeared in Feng Lin Mansion in 1,000 years. Ever since she entered the Wuchen sect, she had shone brilliantly. In the entrance examination, in the 13 clans trials, when had she not come out on top, she was the most dazzling person among her peers, respected by her peers and loved by her teachers. But what about Gu Chen? He was just a guy who had barely entered the Wuchen sect by relying on his father's connections, but had not been able to cultivate origin energy for 2 whole years. She had always been the sunshine, and he was the shadow under the sunlight. He could only survive by relying on her. This was her inherent understanding, but at this moment, it was all overturned. For the first time, she looked at the black-robed young man in front of her, and all the stubborn words he had said in the past echoed in her ears. Yi Qingshuang. Are you so sure that you can become the chief disciple? In 2 months, I will tear that proud coat of yours to shreds. You are not qualified to be the chief disciple. Yi Qingshuang's eyes were red. Her arrogance in the past was a huge contrast to the glory of the young man now. No, I have not lost. I will not lose. After a while, she stood up, and her beautiful eyes were filled with madness. The powerful aura of the martial sage physique spread out from her body. Gu Chen, let's fight. Let's see who is the chief disciple of the Wuchen sect. Today, we will settle everything. With a clang, she pulled out her sword. The young girl's dress was whiter than snow, holding her sword as she stood. This was a fight for honor, and also a battle of fate. 2 rounds of competition had passed, and the inter-sect rankings were about to be known. If there was any suspense, it would be the fight for the chief disciple. Originally, everyone had thought that today, Yi Qingshuang would be the best, and everyone else would be overshadowed. But he had never thought that Gu Chen, the dark horse, would appear. All the disciples on the field retreated, leaving enough space for the 2. Gu Chen looked at Yi Qingshuang, whose skin was as white as snow, but her face was flushed red, and pulled out the chilling star sword at his waist. He had waited too long for this battle. Clang, Yi Qingshuang's body flew through the air, holding her sword. The sword was filled with cold killing intent, and was as fast as lightning. Dustless sword method. The rumors say that Yi Shiji had practiced this sword method to the level of void sword during the 13 sex trials. Now that she has not fought for a long time, she has most likely improved. Someone exclaimed. Gu Chen followed the familiar sword path, his brow furrowed as he raised the chilling star sword. While the sword light was like water, moving like a waterfall. Ding! Metal and stone clashed, the 2 swords clashing, like needles against wheat. Dustless sword method? Gu Chen, you really are targeting me. Yi Qingshuang detected Gu Chen's sword path, and the anger in her heart grew. Clang, clang, clang. Her sword move immediately changed, and the 42 sword moves of Shadowless Sword were performed in succession in her hands, like moving clouds and flowing water. Don't think too highly of yourself. Gu Chen's response was indifferent. His pupils were shrouded in purple, and Yi Qingshuang's movements, which were so fast that normal people could not catch, became unreasonably slow in his eyes. Adding on his understanding of the Dustless Sword method, his sword moved with his heart, using Shadowless Sword against Shadowless Sword, sword against sword, sword against sword, sword against sword, clang, the edge of the sword flashed, and with a hiss, Yi Qingshuang's sleeve split open, revealing her snow-white skin. It was the same Shadowless Sword, but Gu Chen was clearly a level higher. Bastard! Yi Qingshuang was embarrassed and angry. Her sword move instantly rose a level, her speed even faster. It was the Void Sword 7-way sword move. Seeing this, Gu Chen's sword momentum immediately changed, and its speed increased by a large margin. For a moment, the two of them fought back and forth, and the myriad of sword lights dazzled the audience. I didn't expect that Gu Chen would also know the Immaculate Sword technique. Moreover, it seems that his attainments are actually on par with senior sister Yi. Both of them have practiced to the level of the Void Sword. This sword speed is too astounding. If it was me, I would have lost before my sword even left the sheath. Many of the disciples exclaimed in admiration. The Dustless Sword technique was the most famous sword technique in the Dustless sect. How many people had not studied it? Thus, the two's level of attainment could be seen at a glance. While the disciples were discussing, the elders on the viewing platform were also watching intently. One has the martial sage body, and the other is the most amazing dark horse today. They both use the same sword art. Mr. Wu, whose sword art do you think is better? Su Yan asked with a smile. It's obvious that the black-cloaked youth is better. Wu Mo's expression was cold. Ordinary disciples can't keep up with their speed with the naked eye, but how can we not understand? Although their sword arts are the same, and both are as fast as lightning, every time the martial sage body changes her sword move, the black-cloaked youth follows suit, and the path of the sword he uses is just right to break her move. If the martial sage body doesn't have any other trump cards, she will definitely lose if this stalemate continues. Wu Mo's answer was very pertinent, and the elders on the viewing platform nodded. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the technique. Just from the realm of the sword art, the two of them could be considered to be on par. However, Gu Chen's judgment of the situation and analysis of the sword moves were clearly stronger. In reality, as everyone had guessed, in the high-speed exchange of sword arts, the fine wounds on Yi Qingshuang's body gradually increased, while Gu Chen was unscathed. Gu Chen may be born with divine power, and his talent may not be bad, but in this competition, he will definitely lose to Qingshuang. At this time, the first elder gritted his teeth and said with certainty. Oh? What does Elder Tao rely on? The two teachers of the True Martial Arts Academy immediately looked at him curiously. Today, the first elder could be said to be dispirited. Yi Qingshuang's brilliance was completely overshadowed by Gu Chen. At this time, most people already felt that the martial sage body was not that powerful. She should be the most frustrated person, but why was she still so confident? Martial Xianxia's stainless sword art has entered the lifeless realm. At this time, sect leader Wan Yuezhi answered on behalf of him. Lifeless sword? No wonder, in this case, it will be difficult for her to lose. The sect leaders of the 12 sects all understood. The stainless sword art was known as the strongest sword art in the physical body realm, but in fact, it referred to the third level of the lifeless sword. No one in the physical body realm had ever cultivated the fourth level, so the power of the lifeless sword was the strongest. The first elder did not respond, but his eyes had become unusually calm. It would be best if the lifeless sword could defeat that guy. If not, Qingshuang would definitely use her trump card. Gu Chen, I'm going to kill you. The Shadowless Sword and the Void Sword were all defeated by Gu Chen. Yi Qingshuang's pretty face became even colder. The air suddenly became cold, and her sword became bloodthirsty, filled with murderous intent. She used the lifeless sword, the most ruthless sword art. Under the 3-foot sword edge, 9 out of 10 people would die. Senior Sister Yi has indeed cultivated the lifeless sword. This time, Gu Chen will definitely lose. The disciples exclaimed. Yi Qingshuang's sword light suddenly became like a venomous snake, flickering. Even from a distance, they could feel the murderous intent. You think you're the only one who knows this move? Gu Chen's eyes were filled with mockery, and the sword momentum of the cold star sword changed again, whoosh, an astonishing murderous intent soared into the sky. In terms of purity and concentration, it actually surpassed Yi Qingxuang. His lifeless sword was cultivated through countless battles with wild beasts, and it was filled with the smell of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If Yi Qingxuang's sword had a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, then he would have no chance of survival. His artistic conception was even better. You've also cultivated the lifeless sword? Yi Qingxuang was shocked and angry. 2 months ago, Gu Chen was only a servant disciple and had no access to the dustless sword technique. In other words, he used 2 months to cultivate this sword technique to the same realm as her. This was a complete suppression of talent, and he was clearly just an ordinary person. Why, Yi Qingxuang's murderous intent grew, and her sword took his life. Gu Chen activated his purple polar eyes, and every sword hit Yi Qingxuang's flaws, making the scales of victory tilt towards him. In his opinion, unless Yi Qingxuang's dustless sword technique broke through to the 4th realm, there would be no suspense today. Swoosh, with one sword, Gu Chen cut off Yi Qingxuang's hairband. Her fine black hair fell down, and her whole body was disheveled and messy. Just an inch away, Yi Qingxuang's face would have been disfigured. At this moment, even the disciples whose eyes could not keep up with the sword light could clearly see that Yi Qingxuang was about to lose. Elder Tao, it seems like your judgment is wrong again. Wu Mo said sarcastically, and the crowd shook their heads regretfully. It seemed like the outcome had been decided. It's impossible for Qingxuang to lose. The great elder was very sure. Just as she finished her words, there was a sudden change in the field. Yi Qingxuang's eyes shone brightly, and the 108 unlocked acupuncture points on her body shone brightly. Her entire aura changed. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade, and her body was wrapped in brilliance, pure and holy. What a sudden change! Yi Qingxuang's body was shrouded in a mysterious aura. She easily deflected Gu Chen's sword attack, and her entire person seemed to have changed. Under Gu Chen's purple extreme eyes, his opponent seemed to have changed into a different person. She was still using the same sword techniques, but regardless of speed, strength, or the way she reacted, everything had changed. Swoosh. Gu Chen stabbed 3 times to the left. Yi Qingxuang instantly dodged, and her reaction was even faster. She raised her sword, aiming for his weak spot. Gu Chen hurriedly dodged, but his opponent instantly closed in. Every sword attack was aimed at his weak spot, and it was extremely dangerous. Qi La. Under this sudden change, a wound appeared on Gu Chen's body for the first time. What's going on? She suddenly seems to have changed into a different person. There are no flaws in her attacks, and every move is fatal. It's like she was born for battle. A ripple appeared in Gu Chen's heart. Right now, Yi Qingxuang's body was in a situation that he couldn't understand. Gu Chen, do you know why special physiques are so precious? It's because they possess something that you don't. Yi Qingxuang said in a baffling manner, as though she was answering Gu Chen's doubts. Previously, she was filled with anger, but now, her expression had returned to indifference. Her tone was so cold that it seemed as though she had no emotions. Gu Chen hurriedly dealt with her sword techniques, adapting to her transformation. His eyes flickered non-stop. What does she mean? Could it be that the reason why she suddenly became stronger is related to her martial saint physique? Under the puzzlement in his heart, his attacks became even more restrained. Yi Qingxuang had completely turned the situation around, and she even had the upper hand. Could it be that senior sister Yi is going to turn the tables? This exchange of offense and defense was simply too fast. All the disciples watched without blinking, and their eyes were filled with respect. Right now, Yi Qingxuang's entire body was shrouded in multicolored light. Her movements were clean and efficient, without any unnecessary movements. She was truly like a female martial saint. Battle instincts. That is battle instincts? The 2 teachers from the True Martial Academy revealed astonished expressions as they looked at the first elder beside them. What is battle instincts? The sect leaders of the 13 sects of the Fenglin prefecture were all confused. Just like Gu Chen, they had no idea why Yi Qingxuang had suddenly become stronger. That's right, that is the innate ability of the martial saint physique awakened, battle instincts. That's right, that's the martial sacred body's innate divine power, battle instinct. Battle instincts? Yi Qingxuang hasn't stepped into the divine realm yet? Yi Qingxuang's power? The great elder of the Golden Crow sect, Gu Fenglai, could not help but ask. Deriving divine powers from one's body was a sign that one had stepped into the divine power realm from the physical body realm. Martial instincts was a realm. Was. Qingling, a, martial Qingling was a. God, and was a. Her. Mo Wu was Wu. God. Wu. Wu is. Wu. However, it's different for people with special constitutions. Some of them have already awakened the treasures in their bodies after going through the aperture breakthrough, and their supernatural powers are born. The martial saint physique is recognized as a first-class physique in the Kunlun continent. I should have thought of this possibility. No wonder Elder Tao was so confident. Yi Qingxuang's martial saint physique had already given birth to an innate ability. Battle instincts is a very special ability. It is a comprehensive ability that increases one's combat power. It is very precious. Once someone with this ability activates it, they will be like a natural warrior. They will be invincible in the same realm and will not be afraid of group battles. It is reasonable for the martial saint physique to awaken the battle instincts ability. Yi Qingxuang's future is limitless. Su Yun added, feeling very emotional. The battle instincts ability was born in the physical body realm. Just based on this, Yi Qingxuang would be fought over by all the major forces. Doesn't that mean that Guchen can't win? Lu Yichen had been listening to the conversation of a group of big shots. When she heard that Yi Qingxuang's ability was so powerful, she forgot where she was and asked. No one accused her of being rude. Su Yun looked at her and shook her head. Since Yi Qingxuang has already awakened the ability and battle instincts, it is impossible for Guchen to win. This sentence seemed to put Guchen out of the limelight. On the battlefield, the situation seemed to be changing. Guchen's purple polar pupils had been pushed to the extreme, looking for flaws in Yi Qingxuang's attacks. However, her lifeless sword, which used to be slightly weaker than his, was now perfect and flawless. He could not find any gap at all. He was already at a disadvantage in terms of swordsmanship. The only thing to be thankful for was that his arm had the strength of millions of kilograms. Yi Qingxuang was afraid and did not dare to get too close. She only dared to attack with her sword. I don't know what happened to her, but it is meaningless to think about it now. Her swordsmanship is indeed perfect, but it is not that I can't fight. Guchen quickly adapted to Yi Qingxuang's new combat power, and his state of mind returned to a calm state. Facing Yi Qingxuang at this moment, he was reminded of White Ape. White Ape had also sparred with him with the lifeless sword. Similar swordsmanship, the same sword essence, and the verification of the two allowed him to touch the fourth realm. It was a pity that time was too short, and he did not have time to truly comprehend it. At this moment, Yi Qingxuang was like White Ape with perfect swordsmanship. Guchen captured her movements through his purple polar pupils, and the sword in his hand changed as he pondered. The barrier of the last realm of the Wuchen swordsmanship that he could not figure out was quickly broken through in such an intense exchange. Swoosh. A light flashed in his mind. Guchen suddenly took 3 steps back and closed his eyes. What? You admit defeat? Yi Qingxuang said coldly. Guchen did not respond. He withdrew the sharp lifeless sword essence and calmly raised his sword. At this moment, he no longer had any ferocious killing intent. His whole person was calm and gentle. Eh? On the grandstand, Elder Nangong, who had not communicated with anyone since the beginning, stared at Guchen with a smile. Humph, playing tricks on me. Seeing that Guchen was not his usual self, Yi Qingxuang waved her sword against the wind, and the sword radiance broke through the air. Guchen did not have the slightest smell of smoke and fire. He gently used his sword to block. Bang! The sword radiance quickly melted. Yi Qingxuang's pupils shrank slightly, and her body instinctively bounced out. The sword shadows were as dense as a storm. Her sword moves were fast and sharp, but Guchen's swordsmanship had completely changed. It was like a gentle breeze and drizzling rain, stabbing slowly. His movements were obviously slow, but miraculously, he was faster than her, washing away the lead and returning to the original. Clang, a sword without the slightest smell of smoke, but it instantly broke through Yi Qingshuang's defense and pressed against her throat. Yi Qingshuang could not help but freeze. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of disbelief, and her voice was trembling. No, no dirt and no dirt? If you like it, you can add, recommend, tip, or leave a comment. Thank you, old evil. Yi Qingshuang had lost. With Gu Chen holding a sword to her throat, it meant that she had lost. The situation had been miraculously reversed. All the people of the Wuchen sect on the drill ground stared at Gu Chen, only noticing one thing. Was that the last realm of the Wuchen sword technique? An elder took a few deep breaths and turned to ask his companions. There's no mistaking it. It's the Immaculate Realm. Since the beginning of the ceremony, Wang Yuezhi, the sect leader of the Wuchen sect, had stood up for the umpteenth time. This time, when he stood up, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. The Wuchen sword technique, as the sword technique of the Wuchen sect, had an extraordinary significance in the sect. The founder had relied on this sword technique to establish the sect in Fenglin Mansion and made a name for himself. In the eyes of everyone in the sect, the supreme realm of this sword technique had long been deified. The two most important valleys of the Wuchen sect, Dustless and Immaculate, were named after the highest realm of this sword technique. It was evident how much people yearned for this realm. And now, a disciple who was still in the physical body realm had actually mastered the last realm of the Wuchen sword technique. One had to know that even the founder had only perfected the last realm after stepping into the divine realm. Gu Chen's talent in swordsmanship was too terrifying. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone in the Wuchen sect, he was a real monster. Lost? He has battle instincts, but he still lost. The first elder was dazed, unable to accept the scene in front of him. Who would have thought that Gu Chen could actually comprehend the sword technique that was supposed to be cultivated in the divine realm? Pure swordsmanship, returning to simplicity. Su Yun commented. She stood up from her seat and looked at Wu Mo, who was beside her. Wu Mo knew what she meant and nodded. Let's not talk about what kind of physique that young man has. His talent in swordsmanship alone is enough for him to enter the true martial academy. Leaving aside the dazed first elder, the sect leader could not help but be overjoyed when he heard this. As for the big shots of the 12 sects, they could not hide their jealousy. A martial saint body was already shocking enough, but the Wuchen sect had actually produced another genius. Yi Qingshuang had even given birth to her innate mystical ability, so she would definitely be able to enter true martial academy. Now that this Gu Chen was also able to do so, the Dustless sect suddenly had two quotas. One must know that those who could graduate from the true martial academy would almost all become the overlord of a region. In the near future, the Wuchen sect would probably rule over the entire Fenglin Manor. Sect leader Wang, can I say something? Su Yun asked politely. Of course, of course. Wang Yuezhi nodded vigorously. Su Yun coughed twice. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present, causing them to quiet down. At this time, the outcome was already decided. Gu Chen had already removed the sword from Yi Qingshuang's throat, and she fell to the ground in a daze, unable to accept reality. Gu Chen, Yi Qingshuang, are you two willing to join my true martial academy? She went straight to the point. Her words spread throughout the entire area, and countless disciples cast envious and jealous glances at the two. As expected, with the strength that the two of them had displayed, they were both accepted by the true martial academy. There was no joy on Gu Chen's face, and Yi Qingshuang was still in a state of shock. Neither of them responded. Qingshuang wholeheartedly wants to enter true martial academy, and as her master, I agree on her behalf. The great elder quickly said. She understood her disciple's personality very well. She had always been arrogant, and she would not be able to accept the blow of defeat in such a short period of time. She probably did not listen at all. Su Yun nodded. She understood Yi Qingshuang's feelings at the moment, so she accepted it. Then, she fixed her eyes on Gu Chen. Gu Chen, what about you? Are you willing to join my true martial academy? She said with a smile on her face. This young man had given her a lot of surprises today, and in her heart, he was a fine piece of jade. Although she was not clear what kind of physique he had, her intuition told her that his physique was definitely not ordinary. The people of the Dustless sect actually thought that he was trash before. It was simply unbelievable. A young man who could break through more than 200 apertures in his body, and a punch with the strength of 1,000,000 pounds, if one said that he did not have any special physique, she would definitely not believe it. The whole audience held their breath and focused on Gu Chen, waiting for him to say the 3 words, "I am willing." Gu Chen glanced at Yi Qingxuang, who was next to him, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I am not willing. I am not willing, I am not willing," his voice reverberated, and many people's expressions froze, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Teacher Wu Mo's expression instantly became gloomy, and Su Yun's eyes were also filled with surprise. "Why? Don't you know what kind of place True Martial Academy is?" "Of course I know," Gu Chen replied, raising his eyebrows. "Then why are you not willing to join? Give me a reason." Wu Mo sneered. Gu Chen's back was straight like a pine tree. He raised his head, and his voice was sonorous and powerful, echoing throughout the audience. "The reason is very simple. Wherever Yi Qingxuang wants to go, I, Gu Chen, will not go." After Gu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and strode away. In order to enter True Martial Academy, Yi Qingxuang had painstakingly made things difficult for him. As arrogant as he was, he naturally disliked that place. Perhaps this was the impulsiveness of a young man, but not being frivolous would be a waste of youth. He did not regret it now, and he would not regret it in the future. Wherever Yi Qingxuang wants to go, I, Gu Chen, will not go. His words were incomparably loud, and it spread throughout the audience, stunning everyone. So this was the reason. This was a blatant humiliation, even more humiliating than Yi Qingxuang breaking off the engagement with Gu Chen, and it was 100 times more embarrassing. Yi Qingxuang clearly heard these words. Her face was as pale as paper, and her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She raised her head and looked at Gu Chen's back. "Gu Chen, do you hate me that much? Do you hate me that much?" She felt as if the whole world was laughing at her. After a day of repeated blows, her mind had finally reached its limit. Gu Chen did not pay attention to her, or rather, he directly ignored her. "Gu Chen!" She suddenly stood up and screamed. She raised her sword with all her might, and stabbed at Gu Chen's back with an indomitable will. This sword was too sudden. No one would have thought that Yi Qingxuang would go crazy at this moment. Gu Chen only had time to turn around, and when he saw Yi Qingxuang's crazy face, the anger in his heart reached its limit. Even at this moment, this woman still wanted to plot against him. "Yi Qingxuang!" Gu Chen roared, but it was already too late to draw his sword. The blood in his body erupted wildly. Boom, the blood in his body was boiling, and a total of 365 star acupoints shone brilliantly. And the new golden bones between his ribs, accompanied by his monstrous anger, revealed a supreme, sacred, and peerless aura. Rumble, a terrifying aura swept across the entire drill ground, causing everyone's soul to tremble inexplicably. The first to bear the brunt was Yi Qingxuang. Under that peerless aura, her martial sage body shone brilliantly, but it did not even last 3 breaths. Clang! Before the sword could stab Gu Chen, it had already fallen to the ground. Yi Qingxuang's eyes turned white, and she fainted on the ground. Thump! 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 The entire drill ground, from Lu Yichen on the grandstand to all the other disciples of the physical body realm, felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and all of them fainted. With Gu Chen at the center, a domineering aura spread out, creating a terrifying scene. All the disciples of the Wuchen sect and the 12 sects present rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth, fainting on the ground. The people on the drill ground collapsed in droves, and only the elders of the divine realm and above could remain standing. Even some of the elders were inexplicably frightened and felt dizzy. What happened? The crowd was at a loss, feeling strangely suffocated as they stared in disbelief at Gu Chen, who was the only one standing on the drill ground. Heavens, 365 chakras! Gu Chen actually unlocked 365 chakras. So many people have fainted. Is this caused by Gu Chen? How is this possible? How can a disciple of the physique realm kill so many people in an instant? The shocking scene caused everyone to panic. Innate chi? On the grandstand, Su Yun and Wu Mo looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Yi-chen. Yi-chen. What's wrong? The Purple Cloud Society's sectmaster held his daughter who had suddenly fainted, looking extremely nervous. The elders and sectmasters of the other 12 sects did not fare much better. Their accompanying disciples had all fainted on the ground. Don't worry, they were just shocked by the innate qi and fainted temporarily. Based on everyone's physique, they will wake up in at most half a day. Su Yun recovered from the shock and comforted the crowd. Innate qi? What's that? The elders of the 13 sects were all confused. Innate qi. It's a type of innate qi. Su Yun's expression was solemn. Innate qi? Everyone was shocked. They turned to look at Gu Chen, who was on the drill ground, and gasped. Teacher Su, do you mean? Gu Chen has also derived an innate qi like Yi Qingxuang? Su Yun nodded solemnly. Wu Mo's eyes were fixed on Gu Chen, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Impossible. Qingxuang was able to derive divine abilities at the physical body realm because of her special physique. That Gu Chen is just an ordinary person. How could he do it? The great elder hurriedly retorted, but his mind could not help but recall the scene of his disciple sneak attacking Gu Chen, but after he released his innate haki, he could not even last for 3 breaths. Ordinary people? Which ordinary person can unblock 365 acupuncture points in their body? I've never seen such a scale in my life. Wu Mo sneered. The great elder could not help but be speechless. Yes, his disciple had only unlocked 108 apertures, but this Gu Chen had more than 3 times that. One had to know that the more acupoints one opened, the harder it was to open them. Gu Chen's feat was simply too shocking. No wonder even the Rising Dragon Orifice Pagoda was destroyed because of this. In your opinion, what kind of physique does Gu Chen have? Wang Yuezhi asked, pleasantly surprised. Gu Chen's divine ability was too terrifying. It actually made so many people lose their ability to fight in an instant. One had to know that Yi Qingxuang, Lei Wenbai, and many others were in the physical body realm 9th layer. There is no need to guess. In the entire Kunlun continent, as far as we know, there is only one type of physique that can give birth to innate haki. Su Yun's face was filled with caution. She had never thought that she would meet such a heaven-defying physique in the eastern wilderness. What is it? The crowd listened attentively. Firmament tyrannical bone. Su Yun said word by word. Elder Nangong, who was far away, revealed a complicated expression, as if he had recalled something from the past. Firmament tyrannical bone? What kind of physique is that? Is it even more powerful than the martial sage physique? The crowd had never heard of this physique before, so they compared it with the martial sage physique out of curiosity. Wu Mo spoke first, as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. The Kunlun continent's classification of special physiques can be roughly divided into 4 categories: trash, medium, first-rate, and superb. The martial sage physique is a first-rate physique, while the firmament tyrannical bone is a superb physique. It can even be said to be a heaven-defying physique. After saying so much, I guess you guys still don't know. Let me tell you who the other person on the continent who possesses the firmament tyrannical bone is. Her expression immediately became extremely solemn. Who is it? The crowd's breathing quickened. They had never thought that Gu Chen would actually possess a superb physique that was even more powerful than the martial sage physique. This was truly unexpected. The number 1 war god of the Middle Earth Empire, Huangfu Wuji. The expressions of the leaders of the 13 sects all changed at this moment. Huangfu Wuji is a peak expert of the Kunlun continent. Even in the eastern wilderness, we have heard of his fame. To think that Gu Chen actually has the same physique as him. Oh my god. The crowd looked at Gu Chen completely differently. It was as if they were looking at a supreme expert who was destined to shake the world in the future. Firmament tyrannical bone, the first elder suddenly became dazed and fell to the ground. Who would have thought that she was the one who asked Yi Qingxuang to break off the engagement with Gu Chen, because she did not want any stain on her reputation to affect her chances of entering the true martial academy. Who would have thought that Gu Chen would actually have such a nature-defying physique that was even more powerful than the martial sage physique, this did not make sense at all. Every disciple would be tested by the elders of the sect when they entered the sect. If the physique was special, it should have been discovered at that time. She suddenly felt a deep sense of regret. If she had not asked Qing Shuang to break off the engagement with Gu Chen, things would not have turned out like this. If the two of them really became husband and wife, it would be of great help to Qing Shuang. With the physique of the two of them, they were destined to establish an unprecedented foundation, and she would also benefit from it. However, all of this was impossible now. When that young man participated in the Rising Dragon ceremony, everything was already destined to be irreversible. Ha ha ha, our Wuchen sect has produced a peerless genius, a peerless genius. Wang Yuezhi could not help but laugh out loud. He was extremely excited. The elders of the 12 clans were extremely jealous at this time, and their eyes were completely red. A martial sage physique was not enough, and they even had a superb physique like the firmament tyrannical bone. How could the luck of the Wuchen sect be so prosperous? Although they were unwilling, the elders of the 12 clans immediately adjusted their mentality. With Gu Chen, the Wuchen sect would definitely rule over the Fenglin mansion in the future, and they might even dominate the eastern wilderness, which was like a lump of loose sand. The only choice they had now was to follow the Wuchen sect. The sooner they followed Gu Chen, the greater the benefits they could obtain. Everyone immediately smiled and congratulated Wang Yuezhi, praising him incessantly. Elder Nangong looked at the Wuchen sect leader and elders who were extremely excited as if they were celebrating a festival, and secretly shook his head. This group of frogs at the bottom of a well did not know how much trouble they had gotten themselves into. The appearance of the firmament tyrannical bone was destined to set off a storm of blood. The Rising Dragon ceremony came to a dramatic end. Everyone thought that the ceremony would be dominated by Yi Qingxuang, who had the martial sage physique. They did not expect a dark horse to suddenly emerge and overshadow the martial sage physique. After all the disciples who had fainted that day woke up, they were very confused about why they had fainted, but they could not forget the ending of the ceremony. Yi Qingxuang had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. She had been crushed by her ex-fiancé in all aspects. Gu Chen had become the chief disciple of the Wuchen sect, and he had unbelievably rejected the invitation of the True Martial Arts Academy, even after the repeated invitations of the two academy teachers. Gu Chen had become the object of admiration for countless disciples in the sect for a while. He could even refuse something that ordinary people regarded as a great opportunity without batting an eyelid. The ranking of the inner front 5 disciples was released that day. At night, the 5 most outstanding disciples were allowed to enter the Rising Dragon Pond. The Rising Dragon Pond was an important place in the Wuchen sect. The pond water was rich in spiritual liquid formed from the chi of heaven and earth. Disciples of the physical body realm soaked in it, which had an excellent effect on tempering their bodies. If they were lucky, they might even be reborn. The Rising Dragon Pond was located at the top of the first peak of the inner front door. Due to its high altitude, it was shrouded in clouds all year round. At night, Gu Chen, still dressed in black, arrived at the pavilion outside the Rising Dragon Pond. Senior Brother Gu. Greetings, Senior Brother. When he arrived, the other 4 inner front disciples were already there, and they quickly greeted Gu Chen. When everyone looked at Gu Chen, their eyes were full of respect, including the former chief disciple, Lei Wenbai. Gu Chen had made a name for himself with one battle. Today, he had used a terrifying battle record to completely convince them. Gu Chen nodded calmly and glanced at Yi Qingxuang, who was dressed in white and looked haggard. At this moment, Yi Qingxuang's injuries had healed a little, and she had changed into a clean set of clothes. When she saw Gu Chen, she only lowered her head and pursed her lips, not daring to look at him. She had already learned from her master everything that had happened after she had fainted. He didn't expect Gu Chen's physique to be far stronger than his. The Tyrant Ether Bone was a physique possessed by the #1 war god of the Middle-earth Empire. Gu Chen also possessed it. His future was destined to be even more glorious than hers. She couldn't help but think back to when she was young, the young master of the city lord's family. When he was young, Gu Chen was also very dazzling in her eyes. She used to admire him, but things gradually changed. Gu Chen faded into the crowd, and they finally developed to this point. Sensing Gu Chen's gaze, Yi Qingxuang laughed bitterly in her heart. Come on, if you want to humiliate me, come on, I'll take it all. Thinking of the many times she had humiliated Guchen in the past, especially today when she had lost her mind and tried to sneak attack him, it would not be strange for Guchen to humiliate her in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, Guchen only glanced at Xianxia once before withdrawing his gaze. He chatted cheerfully and wittily with Lei Wenbai and the others, treating her as if she was invisible. In an instant, Xianxia's face turned pale. What was even more painful than the extreme humiliation was the disregard. Guchen ignored her, which meant that he had never taken her seriously. She felt a sense of loss in her heart, and her back view seemed weak and helpless. Guchen, you're here. Very good, everyone is here. The elder in charge of the Ascending Dragon Pond saw Guchen and instantly smiled, his attitude extremely friendly. Lei Wenbai secretly clicked his tongue. He had been to the Ascending Dragon Pond many times, and this elder had always been serious and serious. When had he ever smiled so flatteringly at someone? Guchen was probably the only one who had received such treatment over the years. Alright, enter the Ascending Dragon Pond now. You can stay in there for 3 days and 3 nights, the elder said. 3 days and 3 nights? Isn't it only 1 day? Lei Wenbai said in shock. In the past, they were only allowed to stay in the Ascending Dragon Pond for 1 day. This was practically an iron rule. What, you think it's too much? Seeing the elder looking at him as if he was an idiot, Lei Wenbai realized that he had made a mistake. Even a fool could guess why this year was special. It was probably because of Guchen. Rumor had it that he had awakened a physique that was even more terrifying than the martial saint body. Now, all the higher-ups of the sect treated him like a treasure. So what if the Dragon Ascending Pool was opened for 2 more days? Being able to stay in the Ascending Dragon Pond for 2 more days because of Guchen, aside from Xianxia, the other 3 disciples were extremely excited. Guchen was not used to it either. Ever since the end of the Rising Dragon ceremony, everyone's attitude towards him had undergone a drastic change. Not only the sect leader and many elders, even the major characters of the other 12 sects of the Feng Lin Manor found opportunities to chat with him. Their expressions were filled with undisguised flattery. At first, he was confused. He didn't understand why the ceremony was so influential. It wasn't until he saw Lui Chen and she told him the ins and outs of the matter that he understood the situation. To think that he actually had the tyrannical firmament bone. This was too shocking. This tyrannical firmament bone must be referring to the newly grown bone between his ribs. He didn't expect it to have such a great origin. He was even more confused about the innate ability he had awakened, innate tyrannical aura. Back then, he had subconsciously executed it out of anger. After that, no matter how he tried, he couldn't use it again. In the past, he was invisible in the Wuchen sect. Now, he was treated with great respect everywhere he went. This was especially so for the 2 teachers of the True Martial Academy. They refused to give up and looked for him several times today. Guchen sighed in his heart. Originally, he should be happy that his wish had been fulfilled. However, he didn't know what to do. He also felt an inexplicable sense of danger. The elder brought the 5 of them into the Ascending Dragon Pond. After that, they returned to the pavilion and sealed this place. The Ascending Dragon Pond didn't look as big as the blood pond that Guchen had encountered before. However, the heaven and earth energy here was quite abundant. Lei Wenbai and the other 2 eagerly entered the pond and soaked in the spiritual liquid, seizing the time to cultivate. Guchen also entered the pond. Xianxia purposely ran to the farthest corner and sat down. It seemed like she didn't want to be too close to Guchen. Guchen didn't care about this woman at all. He sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. The spiritual liquid in the Ascending Dragon Pond is much worse than the blood pond. After cultivating for a while, Guchen felt a little disappointed. The spiritual liquid in the Ascending Dragon Pond was far less dense than the blood pond. It didn't help his body much. Actually, Guchen didn't know that although the blood pond had a lot of energy, it was formed by the blood essence of 10,000 beasts. How could an ordinary person absorb it? It was only because of his special physique and the nature of Heavenly Star's technique that he could absorb the blood pond. The 5 of them cultivated separately. Time passed by slowly. Late at night, the Ascending Dragon Pond was shrouded in mist. It made the place look like a paradise. It was quiet and peaceful. Tap. Tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The five of them opened their eyes in surprise. Strange. Normally, once the ascending dragon pond closed, even the elder guarding it wouldn't come in to disturb them. Who would come at this time? A silhouette moved in the fog and quickly approached. It was a woman in her 30s, dressed in purple. Teacher Wu, Yi Qingshuang murmured in surprise. That woman was Wu Mo from the True Martial Academy. Wu Mo's face was cold tonight. She took a few steps to the edge of the pool and looked at Gu Chen. Senior, what's the matter? Lei Wenbai, who was not far from Gu Chen, asked. He felt that something was wrong. The teachers of the True Martial Academy were respected, but the Ascending Dragon Pool was an important place of the Wuchen sect. How could they let her in so casually? Gu Chen, what's your decision? Do you want to return to the True Martial Academy with me? Wu Mo ignored the others and looked at Gu Chen with a smile. For some reason, Gu Chen felt that her smile was a little fake, and her eyes were filled with a strange fanaticism. Senior, can I think about it a little more? Gu Chen replied cautiously. He sniffed and found that there was a bloody smell in the moist air. Think about it? Are you sure you want to think about it? Wu Mo smiled and reached out to fix her messy hair. Gu Chen's pupil shrank. The finger that brushed past his forehead was clearly stained with blood. Could it be? Gu Chen's hair stood on end, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Senior, you, Lei Wenbai also noticed the abnormality and said in horror. Pooh, Wu Mo suddenly flicked her finger, and a ray of light pierced through the air and penetrated Lei Wenbai's head. Before he could finish speaking, a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. His panicked eyes quickly dimmed, and he fell into the pool. The water of the Ascending Dragon Pool was instantly dyed red. The other two inner disciples screamed in horror. Gu Chen and Yi Qingshuang were also horrified. Murder, this True Martial Academy teacher actually killed people indiscriminately. Noisy. The two disciples screamed again and again. Wu Mo's brows flashed with impatience. She flicked her finger again, and the two disciples died instantly. They fell to the ground without any signs of life. This time, Gu Chen and Yi Qingshuang's expressions changed greatly. What was the other party trying to do? He was actually killing people without the slightest scruple. Gu Chen, I won't waste any more words. Come with me. Wu Mo looked at Gu Chen again, his eyes filled with desire. Come with me. With your talent, you will definitely have a meteoric rise once you enter the True Martial Academy. Why do you need to hide in such a small place like the Eastern Wilderness? Stop lying. Gu Chen couldn't help but say. Only a ghost would believe that Wu Mo only wanted to recruit him into the True Martial Academy. If they wanted to accept him into the True Martial Academy, they wouldn't have needed to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Perhaps, not only the 3 innocent disciples would have died, even the elders in the attic would have been killed. The other party had started a massacre in the territory of the Dustless sect. Their motives were definitely not simple. At this time, Yi Qingshuang hid in the corner, trembling with fear, and did not dare to interrupt. She had chatted with her master before, so she knew how powerful the 2 teachers from the True Martial Academy were. With their strength, if they wanted to start a massacre in the Dustless sect, even if the sect leader and her master joined forces, they wouldn't have a chance of winning. In the Kunlun continent, the path of cultivation could be divided into 5 realms: the physical body, the divine ability, the nirvana, the longevity, and the celestial. In a small place like the Fenglin Mansion, the elders were generally only at the divine ability realm. Even the sect leader and her master were only at the late stage of the divine ability realm. As for the 2 teachers from the True Martial Academy, it was said that they were great nirvana cultivators. No one in the Dustless sect could stop such figures from killing people. You're quite clever. Forget it, I didn't think you would believe me anyway. Wu Mo was exposed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. I wanted to wait for you to agree to join the True Martial Academy, then find an opportunity to make a move on the way. But you don't know what's good for you, and you actually gave up this opportunity. Moreover, that last Su Yun will definitely ruin my plans, so I can only make a move in advance. After taking you away tonight, I'll go far away and never return to the True Martial Academy. Her smile was twisted, and she couldn't hide the excitement on her face. What? This isn't the Academy's intention? Gu Chen was shocked. He originally thought that Wu Mo's actions represented the true Martial Academy's attitude, but now it seemed like it was just her personal decision. The Academy? Humph, who cares about so much in front of the Tyrant firmament bone? Such a great advantage can't fall into the hands of others. As she spoke, she stretched out her 5 fingers and sucked in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the water in the pool churned, and streams of water flew up, forming a water prison that dragged Gu Chen up in the air. Gu Chen was shocked, and he waved his arms, trying to break free. Don't waste your energy. Your strength is indeed shocking, but it's useless in front of my spells, Wu Mo said coldly. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, at least before I take out the Tyrant firmament bone. She subconsciously licked her lips, and a greedy look appeared on her face. Take out my bone? Gu Chen's expression changed. You don't know, right? But it makes sense. In such a small place, there's no one who knows about this. She looked at Gu Chen as if she was examining a treasure. Today, when she found out that Gu Chen had a constitution like the Tyrant firmament bone, her heart began to stir. If Su Yun and a group of people had not been there, she would not have been able to restrain herself and made a move. She had waited so long for this night, and she was afraid that a long night would bring trouble. She directly snuck into the mountain peak, killed the old man guarding it, and came to kidnap Gu Chen. There are actually 2 types of special constitutions in this world. One is called the perfect constitution, and the other is the extreme organs. Seeing that Gu Chen did not understand, Wu Mo casually explained. The perfect constitution is like the martial sage constitution, which is blessed by the heavens. The various aspects of the body are balanced, and once a supernatural power is derived, the body will advance in all aspects. The other type is the extreme organs, which are also born naturally. It refers to a certain organ or part of the body that has special potential. Compared to the perfect constitution, the extreme organs are usually more singular, and their power is more extreme. Regardless of whether it's the perfect constitution or the extreme organs, they are both rare geniuses. However, the biggest difference between them is that the extreme organs can be transplanted. When he mentioned the word transplanted, Wu Mo's eyes lit up. That's the Tyrant firmament bone. It's the same extreme organs as the god of war, Huangfu Wuji. As long as I have it transplanted into my body, I will be able to shake the entire Kunlun continent one day. Wu Mo looked like he had gone crazy. Gu Chen completely understood the reason behind everything. It was actually because of the Tyrant firmament bone. Who would have thought that special constitutions could be transplanted? No wonder Wu Mo would take the risk. The essence of cultivation was the continuous evolution of the body, and the possessors of special constitutions were blessed by the heavens in cultivation. They were the favored children of heaven. Ordinary special constitutions were enough to make people scramble for them, not to mention the Tyrant firmament bone, which was a top-notch constitution. Once the news of you possessing the Tyrant firmament bone spreads, who knows how many forces in the continent will use all sorts of means to obtain you. Your tragic fate is already decided. Why don't you fulfill my wish? Wu Mo executed a technique to bind Gu Chen and was about to take him away. Rumble, suddenly, a bolt of green lightning fell from the sky, tearing through the fog at the top of the mountain, and struck Wu Mo at lightning speed. Wu Mo's body froze for a moment, and the bound Gu Chen fell to the ground. How could this be? In an instant, her breathing became weak, and blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. All of her internal organs had been turned to mush by that bolt of lightning. In the last moments of her life, her pupils dilated, and she saw a white-haired figure falling from the sky. It's you, damn it, just one step, just one step, just one step, I could. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness, and her body fell to the ground. Her skin was charred black, and there was no sign of life. Elder Nangong? Gu Chen crawled up from the ground, and looked at the old man in shock. He had been on the brink of death, and he did not expect that the person to save him would be Elder Nangong, who he had barely spoken to. I didn't expect him to act so quickly. Elder Nangong glanced at the 3 corpses in the rising dragon pond and sighed. There's no time to lose. Go with the old man. He looked at Gu Chen and said. Where to? Gu Chen's mind was still in a mess, and there were many questions he wanted to ask. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Leave the Wuchen sect now. It won't be long before they come over. Guchen wanted to ask who they were, but Elder Nangong grabbed his shoulder and took him into the sky. Yiqing Shuang was left alone, staring at the corpses on the ground in a daze. What on earth happened? Elder Nangong rode on a cloud high up in the sky, hurrying along with Guchen. Guchen was very surprised. He knew that Elder Nangong was strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. Wu Mo from the True Martial Academy was not a simple person, and none of the elders in the sect were a match for her. Yet, Elder Nangong killed such an enemy in an instant. There were too many questions in Guchen's mind at the moment, especially when Wu Mo mentioned the tyrannical ether bone. If it was really as he said, who knew how many people would target him in the future? Guchen's thoughts were in a mess. He looked down and was shocked. This direction, don't tell me we're returning to Tiannan City? Elder Nangong brought Guchen back to his home. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Guchen landed in his own courtyard. Let's go. As soon as he landed, Elder Nangong strode towards Guchen's father's study room. It was already late at night, but the light in the study was still on. Guchen followed with a belly full of doubts. Before he reached the door of the study opened. When Xianxia opened the door and saw Guchen and Elder Nangong, his face became solemn. Already exposed? It's been exposed. Elder Nangong nodded. The three of them entered the house and closed the door. Guchen saw his mother's serious face and could not help but ask. Mother, what's going on? Xianxia could not help but pat Guchen's head, his eyes shining with love. Chen, now that things have come to this, it's time to tell you about your father and grandfather. My father and grandfather? Guchen was stunned. His father had mysteriously disappeared 2 years ago. He had always wanted to know the truth, but his mother had never mentioned it. As for his grandfather, he only knew that his name was Gu Yuan. He had never seen him since he was born, so he had no impression of him at all. It's a long story. Uncle, you and my father-in-law are old friends, so you should tell him. Xianxia looked at Elder Nangong, whose real name was Nangong Jing. Elder Nangong nodded. This matter is too troublesome to explain. The old man used his thoughts to draw, so show him directly. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Guchen's forehead. Guchen subconsciously closed his eyes, and many pictures appeared in his mind. In the picture, a man who looked somewhat similar to Guchen appeared. He was about 20 years old, and he had a heroic appearance and an imposing appearance. He was talking cheerfully and wittily with a group of people. In this group of people, other than the man who looked similar to Guchen, there were 3 more people who were more conspicuous. One of them was a young and beautiful woman. She had been pregnant for many months and seemed to be husband and wife with a man who looked similar to Guchen. The man often looked at her belly with a gentle and doting gaze, looking forward to the birth of the child in her belly. The other 2 were conspicuous men. One was similar to Elder Nangong, but much younger. It should be him. The other person had a pair of strange red pupils, and his figure was thin and weak. This group of people had a harmonious relationship. They trained together, participated in the competition together, and forged a deep friendship. Until one day, when everyone was in a life and death crisis, the man who looked similar to Guchen had a glowing golden bone in his body. Then, he turned the tide and saved everyone. When Guchen saw this, his body trembled. Tyrannical ether bone, the golden bone was clearly the same as the one in his body. It was definitely the tyrannical ether bone. It was rumored that some special constitutions could be inherited. Considering that the man looked so similar to him, his identity was self-evident. It was his grandfather. That was his grandfather. In that case, the pregnant woman was his grandmother. His father had no brothers, so the child in her belly was obviously his father. The picture changed to another place. A group of brothers were out of danger, but his grandfather and grandmother were actually being chased. The leader of the people chasing after them was the young man with red eyes, the good brother of his grandfather. What's going on? Before Guchen could think, the picture changed again. He saw that his grandfather was already trapped in a prison. The red-eyed young man stood in front of him, smiling ferociously. His eyes were filled with greed. The way he looked at Guchen reminded Guchen of Wu Mo that night. Following that, a shocking scene appeared. The red-eyed young man had forcefully dug out the tyrannical ether bone from his grandfather's chest. Blood and flesh were badly mutilated, and the act was cruel. The scene shattered at this moment. In the pouring rain, Gu Yuan's wife, who had been hiding from the pursuers, gave birth to Gu Chen's father, Gu Tianming, in a rundown temple. The child was fatherless when he was born. Later, the weak woman traveled thousands of miles alone and came to eastern wilderness. However, a few years later, the woman fell ill from overwork. Coupled with her longing for her late husband, she passed away early, leaving Gu Tianming as an orphan. Seeing this, Gu Chen's eyes turned red. When he was young, he had heard his father say that his childhood had been very hard. He had not expected it to be like this. The last scene stopped when the much older elder Nangong reappeared in front of his father. No one knew what they talked about, but the picture disappeared. When Gu Chen opened his eyes, they were red. He had never known that there was such a deep hatred in his family. His grandfather had died tragically, his grandmother had passed away with regret, and his father had become an orphan. Mother, did the disappearance of father 2 years ago have anything to do with what happened to grandfather? Gu Chen raised his head and looked at his mother, his eyes filled with anger. Xianxia gazed at his son, his gentle gaze filled with reminiscence. That's right. 2 years ago, your father left because the tyrannical ether bone in his body had awakened. Your grandmother went to the eastern wilderness and hid her identity. She thought she had already escaped the enemy, but she didn't know that the enemy had purposely let them go all these years and had been secretly monitoring them. Gu Chen's heart sank. Why were they monitoring us? For the tyrannical ether bone, of course. Before your grandfather, the Kunlun continent had never had a super constitution like the tyrannical ether bone. Some special constitutions can be inherited. The enemy wanted to confirm this. Xianxu's gaze turned cold. The enemy had wild ambitions. They wanted to turn the 3 generations of the Gu family into their bone nurturers. What was a bone nurturer? If the Gu family could nurture such an extreme organ like the tyrannical ether bone, then they would wait for each generation's constitution to awaken before taking the organ and strengthening their own family. This was extremely cruel. Every member of a family was destined to be exploited by another family from the moment they were born. In the end, they would die a horrible death. Gu Chen's eyes turned completely red and he said in a trembling voice. My father, did he become like grandfather? Your father is not dead yet. Xianxu shook his head. Although the enemy had been monitoring the Gu family for so many years, they were not sure if the Gu family could really produce the tyrannical ether bone. Most importantly, the tyrannical ether bone is an extremely special constitution. It defies the heavens and has a noble bloodline. Before this constitution awakens, other than the possessor of the tyrannical ether bone, no one else can see it. If it was raised in captivity, it would lack courage and pride. Even if it was born, it would never awaken. This was why the enemy had been monitoring the Gu family instead of capturing Gu Tianming and locking him up. They had been waiting for the Gu family's bloodline to awaken so they could harvest the fruits of their labor. 2 years ago, your father awakened the tyrannical firmament bone. He knew that he would soon be exposed, so in order to not implicate us, mother and son, he left by himself. From then on, we completely lost contact. When he left 2 years ago, the reason why he made you consume that mysterious seed was because he knew that you also had the tyrannical Empyrean bone in your body. He did not wish for you to end up like him and your grandfather. As Xianxu unhurriedly spoke, many of the doubts in Gu Chen's heart in the past were solved one by one. Where did the mother root of all beings come from? Was the Tianqian Wansheng art left to me by my father? Gu Chen asked. Mother, I don't know what you're talking about. Surprised, Xianxu shook his head. If the mother root of all things you're referring to is that seed, then that was your grandfather's personal possession back then. I'm afraid that no one knows about its origins other than your deceased grandfather. Your father only knew that it was very strange, that it would spontaneously devour energy that got close to it. As long as you do not embark on the path of cultivation, you will not be able to awaken the Tyrant Empyrean bone. Hence, your father wanted you to consume that seed in exchange for your safety. At that time, he told me that if my son was an ordinary person, I would never tell him about this blood feud and let him live a peaceful and happy life. If one day, he still embarks on the path of cultivation and awakens the tyrant Empyrean bone, then I will tell him everything. Now, it has come to this, so you must remember it well. Xianxia became dignified and raised her voice. Gu family's son, Gu Chen, kneel down. Gu Chen immediately knelt down. Since you have awakened the tyrant Empyrean bone, there is no meaning in running away. If you don't cut off the shackles that bind the Gu family, you will never be able to sleep in peace. If you want to control your own fate, then remember your enemies and run. Keep running, keep enduring, until one day, you have enough strength to kill all your enemies. This educated and reasonable woman's eyes exploded with an astonishing killing intent. Mother, who is the enemy? Gu Chen's eyes were red as he said each word slowly, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. As a good brother, he had received the grace of his grandfather, but he betrayed him and stole the tyrant Empyrean bone from his body. That was not enough, he actually wanted the 3 generations of the Gu family to become his bone nurturers, to take and kill as he pleased. Grandfather died tragically, grandmother died with regret, and father was forced to leave, all because of one person. This person might have changed his fate by relying on grandfather's tyrant Empyrean bone. The more glorious he was, the more the Gu family would decline. This blood feud must be avenged. As long as you ask around a little, you will immediately know who the enemy is. He is the current peak cultivator of the Kunlun continent, the #1 war god of the Middle-earth Empire, Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji, Huangfu Wuji. Gu Chen kept repeating this name, firmly imprinting it in his mind. Then, his eyes were filled with madness as he said resolutely. I, Gu Chen, swear to the heavens that I will kill Huangfu Wuji and uproot the Huangfu family in my lifetime. The glory they stole from the Gu family, the blood debt they owe the Gu family, I will make them pay 100-fold. The youth's insolent words stunned Elder Nangong at the side. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Ever since that man rose up with the halo of the tyrant Empyrean bone, no one in the entire continent dared to say such words. Xianxia looked at Gu Chen, who had obviously matured a lot after 2 years away. Her face revealed a gratified expression as she helped him up. Good, well said. Mother believes that you can do it, but you must leave now. Huangfu Wuji's subordinates have been spying on us for the past 2 years because you were completely unable to cultivate origin energy, and because you had to track down your father. But now that your tyrant Empyrean bone has awakened, they will definitely receive the news in the shortest time possible and will come knocking soon. You must leave with Uncle Zheng. Other than Mother, he is the only person you can trust. Remember, after you leave, no matter when, don't easily reveal that you have the tyrant Empyrean bone. Human nature is greedy. Xianxia instructed as she took off a ring from her finger. Your luggage has already been prepared. It's all in this storage ring. Xianxia had already understood Gu Chen's intentions when he went to the Wuchen sect previously. After returning, he began to prepare everything. This day would come sooner or later, so it was better to bring it forward now. Mother, aren't you leaving with me? Gu Chen was anxious. Mother's meaning was clearly that she wasn't going to leave. Of course Mother will leave, but I will leave with little Qiu. Mother is just a mortal. If I go with you, I will only be a burden. Xianxia was very calm. It was hard to imagine that such a weak woman could be so calm in the face of a disaster. How can that be? You and little Qiu are both mortals. What if you get caught? Gu Chen said anxiously. He would never allow his mother to take the risk. In his opinion, his mother wanted to sacrifice herself in exchange for his safe departure. Suddenly, a slap landed on Gu Chen's face. It wasn't heavy, but it woke Gu Chen up. There's no time for you to be reluctant. Have you forgotten the oath you just made? If you want to kill that despicable Huangfu Wuji, you can't be so indecisive. Xianxia's tone was stern. Gu Chen was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Elder Nangong sighed silently. He still couldn't understand why Gu Tianming and Xianxia were together in the past. But after all these years of interaction, he realized that this seemingly gentle woman was actually an iron lady. She could see further than anyone else. Gu Chen, listen to your mother. The enemy's target is you and won't put your mother in their eyes. Moreover, your mother's family isn't simple. They won't touch her easily. Elder Nangong tried to persuade him. My mother's family? Guchen was surprised. He only knew that his mother was born in a famous family, but in order to be with his father, she left very early. He didn't know what the Shen family was like and had never seen his mother interact with the Shen family. "Uncle, let's leave quickly. Every moment we stay here increases the danger," Xianxia said, not giving Guchen any time to think. Elder Nangong nodded and left the study, taking Guchen with him as he soared through the sky. "Mother, you must live. This sun won't let you down." Guchen was brought high up into the sky. He struggled and shouted at the top of his lungs. He was afraid that this would be the last time he would see his mother. But his mother's slap woke him up. This wasn't the time to be hesitant. He could only choose to listen to her arrangements. Elder Nangong and Guchen turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the night sky. Xianxia stood in the same place for a long time until the rainbow completely disappeared. His eyes were filled with tears. A mother would worry about her son's journey. The road ahead was bound to be an extremely dangerous one, so how could she possibly be willing to part with it? "Madam, the luggage has been packed and the carriage is already waiting outside. Are we really going to leave Tiannan City?" At this moment, the maid, little Qiu, entered the courtyard and said reluctantly. The tears in Xianxu's eyes were quickly held back as he once again regained his calm and wise appearance. "Have you prepared the firewood and oil I asked you to?" Little Qiu nodded. "Everything is ready. According to Madam's instructions, every place in the house has been properly arranged." "All right then." Taking a deep breath, Xianxia took out a match from his body and lit the fire. Looking at the study in front of him and the pavilion where the family of three used to have fun, all the happy times flashed through his mind. All of a sudden, she threw the fire igniter out, the raging fire quickly ignited, and smoke billowed. All the buildings in the Gu Manor were set ablaze. Little Qiu's mouth was wide open as he muttered. "Madam, don't you feel sad? If young master sees this, he will be very sad." Xianxia did not reply and turned around to leave. Outside the manor, a carriage filled with all kinds of ancient books was waiting for them. She knew that the fire burning behind her was her home, but she could no longer go back. "Where are we going, madam?" "To a place that doesn't welcome us." Elder Nangong took Guchen and flew as fast as lightning in the sky, leaving the cumulus clouds behind them. "Tiannan City's Gu Manor, my home, is gone," Guchen looked down and muttered. In the distance, Tiannan City was filled with flames and smoke. That was the location of the Gu Manor. He stared blankly for a long time. When he came back to his senses, there was no longer any confusion or sadness in his eyes. Instead, there was only determination. He would not forget his vow. He would not forget what his mother had said to him tonight. This blood feud must be avenged. "Elder, where are we going?" Only now did Guchen have the mind to ask where he should go next. "To the southern mountains. There are 100,000 mountains there and the fiend race is very powerful there. It will be hard for Huangfu Wuji's influence to infiltrate." "The old man has already made arrangements," Elder Nangong replied. The Kunlun continent could be roughly divided into 5 regions: East Desolate, West Desert, North Plains, South Mountains, and the Middle Earth Empire located in the center. The Eastern Wilderness and the Southern Mountains were closer than the other regions, but the journey was long and arduous. Guchen nodded. He believed in Elder Nangong and would go wherever he wanted to go. At this moment, he calmed down and thought about how he should cultivate in the future so that he could take revenge as soon as possible. First, he had to understand how strong the enemy was. "Elder, what realm is that Huangfu Wuji's strength at?" Guchen asked. Elder Nangong couldn't help but glance at him. "Knowing the opponent's realm doesn't mean much to you now, but I have to tell you how powerful he is." He organized his words. "The Huangfu clan that Huangfu Wuji belongs to is now a top-notch clan in the Middle Earth Empire, and he is in charge of the most violent organization in the Middle Earth Empire, the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture. The Heavenly Mirror Prefecture is the most influential organization in the Middle Earth Empire after the Middle Earth Empire's royal family. Huangfu Wuji has countless guests and his influence permeates the entire continent." "Are you afraid of what the old man said?" Guchen shook his head. He was completely fearless because he was already mentally prepared. Elder Nangong saw that he was truly fearless and praised him in his heart. He even couldn't help but think of Gu Yuan. When that guy was young, wasn't he also fearless? Although the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture is powerful, it is under the control of the Middle-earth Empire's royal family on the surface. Everyone knows their every move, so you don't have to worry. These years, the Huangfu clan's influence has been growing, and they are already threatening the royal family. If he uses the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's power to search for the tyrannical firmament bone, the whole world will know, and he will make enemies everywhere. This is very disadvantageous for Huangfu Wuji. What you really need to pay attention to and be wary of are the assassins from the Underworld God Palace. Elder Nangong's tone was solemn. Underworld God Palace? Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. He had heard of this organization before. It was a famous assassin organization in the Kunlun continent. Together with the Celestial Court and the Netherworld Pavilion, they were known as the three major dark organizations of the continent. Even in a small place like the Eastern Baron Fenglin Prefecture, there were rumors of the Underworld God Palace's assassins. They came and went without a trace, killing entire clans at every turn. That's right. The leader of the Underworld God Palace has always been unknown to the world, but it is actually Huangfu Wuji. He single-handedly established this organization and used it to do some shady business. The people who have been monitoring the Gu clan all these years, including the ones who went after your father after he left, are all from the Underworld God Palace. If Huangfu Wuji wants to capture you, he will definitely use the Underworld God Palace's power. He will do anything. As Elder Nangong spoke, his eyelids twitched non-stop. His expression changed drastically as he looked to the west. Not good, they have already started to move. Elder Nangong's cultivation was profound, and his divine sense could cover a wide range. While escaping, he had been spreading his divine sense out to prevent enemies from catching up. And now, he sensed that the assassins from the Western Nether God Palace had appeared and were rapidly approaching. Damn it! How did I get discovered so quickly? Elder Nangong's expression was gloomy, and he was about to escape east with Gu Chen. Not good, there are people in the east too. His expression changed completely after sensing with his divine sense. Not only in the east and west, but also in the south and north, assassins from the Nether God Palace had suddenly appeared. It was clear that they had already laid out an inescapable net, and now they were just pulling it in. We can't escape. Elder Nangong smiled bitterly. In just a short while, black figures shuttled between the starlight and the clouds like a school of fish looking for food. Those are the assassins from the Nether God Palace? Gu Chen's expression was stern, and he unsheathed the chilling star sword as if he was facing a great enemy. Those assassins all wore long black robes and hoods, and their robes were embroidered with underworld sparrows. Even before arriving, he could already feel the dense murderous intent. All of them could fly in the air, unlike him who had to rely on Elder Nangong. Clearly, they were at least in the transcendent realm. His heart suddenly sank. Wear this jade. Elder Nangong took out a white jade pendant and casually put it on Gu Chen's chest. Then, he took a step forward and roared at the sky. Which underworld god guard has arrived? Under the cold moonlight, a ha-ha laughter came from the clouds. It's me. A man in yellow with a bamboo hat appeared out of nowhere. His body was as thin as a bamboo pole, and a pair of green eyes were vaguely revealed under the bamboo hat, like Will-o'-the-Wisp. It's you. Man with a bamboo hat, I didn't think Huangfu Wuji would be willing to send you out. Seeing this, Elder Nangong's expression turned serious. This person was one of the most special underworld god guards in the Nether God Palace. No one knew his name or origin, and they all called him by the codename Man with a Bamboo Hat. I have recently been conducting a new human experiment in the eastern wilderness. I heard that the little guy from the Gu family has awakened the Tyrant bone, so of course I had to come and take a look. His eyes exuded a treacherous color, causing Gu Chen to shudder. How did you discover our tracks so quickly? Elder Nangong questioned. Nangong Jing, do you really think that we won't be able to find you just because you're hiding in a small sect? Man with a bamboo hat replied coldly. I see. Elder Nangong smiled bitterly in his heart. So the problem was with him. He had long been targeted. Bringing Gu Chen away had instead implicated him. Fortunately, he was already prepared. since I can't escape, let's fight. His body rippled with a resolute aura, and he decided to give it his all. I advise you to stop. The disparity in strength is too great. It would be bad if you hurt the little guy, right? Man with a bamboo hat laughed. Humph, instead of letting him be captured by you and suffer the pain of having his bones dug out, old man, might as well finish him off here. Elder Nangong's expression became crazed, like a wild beast that had gone berserk. What do you want to do? Man with a bamboo hat felt that something was wrong. Elder Nangong turned around and stared at Gu Chen with a bloodthirsty look. At the same time, a voice rang in Gu Chen's mind. Gu Chen, originally, old man wanted to personally send you to the Nanling Mountains, but it seems that it won't be possible now. Old man can only send you on your way. What happens next is up to you. Gu Chen felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. Elder Nangong suddenly made his move. His entire body shone brilliantly, and an energy beam struck Gu Chen, who was just inches away from him. The strong light was so bright that the hundreds of assassins from the Nether God Palace could not open their eyes. The jade pendant on Gu Chen's chest cracked and shattered. Before he could say anything, his body turned into light and disappeared. When the strong light passed, the assassins from the Nether God Palace regained their vision. They only saw Elder Nangong laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, Huangfu Wuji, the Gu family's kid was killed by the old man and disappeared from the face of the earth. Your wish has failed. The group of assassins was instantly enraged. They did not expect that the heavy encirclement they had set up would be destroyed by this old man. Come, let the old man fight to his heart's content. This time, Elder Nangong no longer had any apprehensions. His whole body erupted with an aura as vast as the mountains and seas. Man with a bamboo hat stared at the place where Gu Chen disappeared. His will-o-wisp eyes revealed a hint of ridicule. Elder Nangong Jing, stop acting in front of me. You didn't even kill him earlier. You only used a spatial technique to teleport him away, right? Elder Nangong's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? It's fine if you don't admit it. In any case, you can't hide from my eyes. From the spatial fluctuations earlier, that kid definitely hasn't run far. He must still be in Fenglin Manor. All of you, spread out immediately and search for that kid's whereabouts. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must capture him for me. As for this old thing, let me deal with him. Man with a bamboo hat commanded. The group of assassins immediately obeyed and wanted to leave. You guys dare? The old man will fight it out with you guys. Elder Nangong roared furiously and rushed forward with all his might. Wuchen sect, beside the rising dragon pool. Sect leader Wang Yuezhi, Grand Elder Tao Yu, and True Martial Academy Su Yun were all here. They had just finished listening to Yi Qingxuan's recount of what happened tonight and were staring at the 4 corpses on the ground. I've underestimated the influence of the appearance of the Tyrant firmament bone. I also didn't notice Teacher Wu's ambition. I've let everyone down. Su Yun's expression turned heavy. Elder Nangong brought Gu Chen away just like that? Could it be that he wants to monopolize the Tyrant firmament bone? Wang Yuezhi mumbled. Right now, he was more concerned about Gu Chen's whereabouts. In the depths of his eyes, a hint of greed flashed. Sect leader Wang, Elder Tao, I have a premonition that this matter has already surpassed our control. You guys better bring your disciples and flee as soon as possible. Su Yun suddenly spoke. Flee? Teacher Su, are you joking? Both the Grand Elder and sect leader were shocked. How could it be possible for them to abandon the sect and flee? The progress of the matter will definitely go out of control. At that time, things will be out of control. I hope you guys can listen to me. Teacher Wu is dead. I have to leave Fenglin Manor immediately and return to the academy as soon as possible to report this matter to the higher-ups. Su Yun was a little nervous. She could feel that the air was filled with the smell of a storm. Teacher Su, if you want to leave, you will bring Qingxuan along, right? The Grand Elder hurriedly asked. Yi Qingxuan, who was at the side, also lifted her head, a hint of hope flashing in her eyes. Her wish had always been to enter the True Martial Academy and head to the majestic Middle-earth Empire. Even after Wu Mo's matter, she still had this wish in her heart. If Qing Shuang is still willing to believe in our true martial academy, I will naturally be very willing. Su Yun nodded. I feel very guilty about this. If Qing Shuang is willing to leave with me, I will definitely do my best to take care of her. The Grand Elder couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly shot a glance at his disciple, telling her to thank him. Hence, that night, Yi Qingshuang left with Su Yun. Su Yun was in a hurry and didn't even give her the time to return home. You guys better leave as soon as possible. Before Su Yun left, she reminded him again. Wang Yuezhi didn't reply directly. After they left, he immediately discussed with Tao Yu. Quickly gather the elders and disciples. Get them to search for Nangong and Guchen. No matter what, they must be found. His eyes were filled with excitement, as if he was driven by his primal instincts. Are we not leaving? Why should we leave? This is a heaven-sent opportunity for our sect to rise. After a moment of dizziness, Guchen found himself in the middle of a vast forest. The assassins from the underworld god palace were gone, and so was Elder Nangong. He had descended from the sky and landed in this forest in a few blinks of an eye. Elder Nangong, a sorrowful look appeared in Guchen's eyes. He immediately understood what had happened. Elder Nangong had used a divine ability to send him away, leaving him alone to deal with the assassins from the underworld god palace. He was most likely dead, there was no time for him to grieve. Guchen surveyed his surroundings. He had to figure out where he had been teleported to. This is the Forbidden Forest Sea? He soon recognized it. He had stayed in the Forbidden Forest Sea for an entire month before and was very familiar with this place. From the looks of it, I'm still in Fenglin Manor. Guchen's expression instantly tensed up. The enemy had eyes everywhere and would most likely launch a dense encirclement very soon. He had to escape from Fenglin Manor as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one would be able to save him next time. It's impossible to leave Fenglin Manor by the main road. It's easy to be exposed. The safest way is to pass through the Forbidden Forest Sea and head to the Long River Manor or Yangqing Manor. Guchen analyzed. The Forbidden Forest Sea spanned 3,000 miles from north to south and spanned across many prefectures in the eastern wilderness. He definitely couldn't re-enter Fenglin Manor. Right now, he had to find his location in the vast forest sea and then leave as soon as possible. Locking onto the tallest mountain nearby, Guchen sprinted in the forest, leaping and jumping, and soon climbed to the top of the mountain. It was nearing morning, and the eastern sky was turning white. Rumble, a loud rumbling sound came from afar. Monstrous energy waves surged, and even the clouds in the sky were split into two. A terrifying divine ability battle was taking place there, and the shockwaves could reach so far. At this moment, in Fenglin Manor, Guchen could only think of the battle between Elder Nangong and the people from the underworld god palace. Silently praying for Elder Nangong in his heart, Guchen made good use of his time. Purple light swirled in his eyes, and the mountains and rivers in the distance entered his vision. That place is the Dustless Sect, and Tiannan City is on the other side. In that case, if I want to leave Fenglin Manor and avoid the underworld god palace, the shortest distance is through the ghostly ruins. Guchen's expression changed. The ghastly ruins was the reason why the Forbidden Forest Sea had become a taboo. It was rumored that those who entered there would most likely die. Many strange things had happened there, and entering it would definitely cause one to be tainted with inauspiciousness. Guchen gazed into the distance. He could vaguely see a black dot flying towards them from the battlefield. Assassins from the Nether God Palace, Guchen's heart trembled. He immediately ran down the mountain and hid in the hidden forest. The speed at which the Nether God Palace's assassins carried out their search was faster than he had imagined. With their manpower and divine abilities, it was only a matter of time before they found the Forbidden Forest. There was no time to hesitate. Guchen immediately decided to pass through the ghastly ruins. He was still quite a distance away from the ghastly ruins, so he immediately set off. Cultivators at the Transcendent Realm and above have divine sense. No matter how hidden I am in the forest, their divine sense is still likely to be discovered. I have to find a way to hide. Guchen pondered as he hurried along. At this moment, a fierce tiger emerged from the forest. Roar! The fierce tiger immediately roared when it saw a human. However, when it sensed Gu Chen's aura, its roar quickly weakened, and it even subconsciously retreated. Got it. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed forward. A moment later, Gu Chen was draped in the tiger's skin. His aura mixed with the tiger's blood as he hurried through the forest. Xiao, during this time, a black beam of light flew across the sky. When it was about 1 li away, it gave him a fright. Fortunately, the other party did not notice it. As time passed, the enemy's search network would become tighter and tighter. Sooner or later, he would be discovered. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and hurried on. Half a day later, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Although Gu Chen had been hurrying since dawn without resting, he had only advanced 1/5 of the distance to the ghastly ruins. In the end, the forbidden forest was too big, and the terrain was complicated. With his speed, it would be difficult to reach it in a short time. However, the number of black figures patrolling the sky was gradually increasing. Their search network had already entered the forbidden forest, and Gu Chen could be discovered at any time. If I could also fly, or learn the first secret skill of the nature of heavenly stars and moon-treading steps, I would not be in such a desperate situation. Gu Chen was anxious and angry at his own incompetence. Elder Nangong had risked his life to escort him away. If he was still caught in the end, he would really let him down. He had not yet taken revenge, and he did not want to fall into the same fate as his grandfather. Power. I am still not strong enough. Gu Chen angrily pounded the ground. He had never desired power as much as he did at this moment. He was being chased by people from heaven to hell, but he could only helplessly hide and tremble in fear. The number of killers in the palace of the underworld god gradually increased. In the evening, when Gu Chen raised his head, he could see killers flying over from time to time. Whenever this happened, he could only lie down and pretend to be a tiger, hiding in the forest and not moving at all until the enemies left. This method could not be used for too long. He walked until his feet were numb, and he was still 2/3 of the way to the ghastly ruins. The enemies were about to catch him, and he was at the end of his rope. At this moment, rustle, rustle, rustle. Strange sounds came from the bushes. In despair, Gu Chen's hair stood on end, and he pulled out his sword. Squeak, squeak, a white head popped out, and its golden eyes blinked at Gu Chen. White ape. Why are you here? Gu Chen was stunned. He did not expect to meet this gluttonous innate stage demonic beast at this time. The white ape squeaked and pointed at the tiger skin on Gu Chen's body, swallowing its saliva. You want me to roast meat for you? I'm being chased, and I can't help it. Gu Chen said with a wry smile. This monkey was really carefree at a time like this. The white ape seemed to be deep in thought. It blinked its big eyes and pointed to the sky, gloating. You can tell? Since you know, don't disturb me. Hurry up and scram as far as you can, lest I drag you down with me. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. Today, he might die in battle in this forbidden forest. He had already made up his mind. If he was discovered by the killers from the palace of the underworld god, he would rather commit suicide than let these beasts bring him back alive. The white ape rubbed its chin and thought for a moment. Suddenly, it grinned and patted its chest, gesturing for Feng Lin to follow it. It turned and leaped into the forest. Seeing this, Gu Chen hesitated. Could it be that this white ape had a way to escape with him? At this time, he was already at his wits' end. He might as well try it as a last resort. He gritted his teeth and chased after it. A man and an ape sprinted in the forest. The white ape was extremely intelligent, as though it could predict the future. Every time it was about to fall into the range of the palace of the underworld god, it would quickly turn and bring Gu Chen away. Along the way, there was no danger. Wait a minute, this road seems familiar. When they were about to reach their destination, Gu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After a while, a valley appeared in front of him. It's here, he exclaimed. Wasn't this the place where the blood pool was originally located? He had been here before, and the valley was a dead end. Why did the white ape bring him here? Without giving Gu Chen any time to think, the white ape had already entered the depths of the valley. Coming here again, Gu Chen could still see some beasts in a trance. They seemed to have abandoned their attachment to life and traveled over mountains and rivers to come here. With a splash, they jumped into the blood pool and never floated up again. After a few days of absence, the blood pool had changed from its clear state when Guchen left, to a fresh shade of red. It was like the cycle of fate. Any beast that approached this place could not escape being buried here. Don't tell me you found a grave for me? Guchen looked at the white ape beside the blood pool and said helplessly. The end of the valley was a dead end. This blood pool was special, and the white ape's meaning was self-evident. The white ape scratched his head and pointed to the bottom of the pool. Guchen's eyes followed the direction and his pupils shrank. At the bottom of the pool, he could faintly see the rusty copper door. Guchen couldn't help blurting out. The strange situation that happened when he came into contact with the copper door last time was still vivid in his mind. You're not asking me to escape through that door, are you? The white ape nodded. Guchen was silent for a moment. The copper door at the bottom of the pool was very strange. The reason why this blood pool could attract so many beasts and even monsters to commit suicide was all because of the trace of power emitted from the door. If not for the tyrannical heavenly bone in his body saving him, he would have committed suicide. Such a strange and evil thing should have been kept at a respectful distance, but now he had nowhere to go. Do you know where the door leads to? Guchen looked at the white ape. The white ape shook its head. It did not know either. If that was the case, then this was really a bet. I'll be caught sooner or later anyway. I might as well give it a shot. Guchen made up his mind. He took off his shirt and put it into the storage ring his mother had given him. With a splash, he jumped into the water and swam towards the bottom of the pool. At the same time, on the cliff, an assassin from the underworld god palace landed and saw Guchen jump into the water with his own eyes. Initially, I noticed that the savage beasts in the surroundings were behaving oddly, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect to meet that lad from the Gu clan. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with ferocity and excitement. If I capture him, I'll be able to obtain a great reward, allowing me to take another step towards becoming an underworld god guard. Thinking of this, he leaped down like a rock and landed on the edge of the blood pool. The white ape at the edge of the pond was startled. Then, it grimaced in pain. Where did this beast come from? Don't get in my way. The assassin from the Nether God Palace glanced at the white ape and casually raised his hand. Pooh. A fireball emerged from his middle finger and shot out. The white ape nimbly flipped its body and fell into the water, dodging the attack. You're quite smart, but a beast will always be a beast. It's good that you escaped into the water. Let me take care of you together. The killer sneered and glanced at Guchen, who was swimming to the bottom of the pond. Another fireball emerged from his fingertip and fell into the water. Sizzle, the fireball that should have been extinguished when it fell into the water didn't disappear. Instead, the water in the pond seemed to be boiling and evaporating rapidly. Guchen was about to swim to the bottom of the pond when he suddenly noticed that the water around him had become hot. What's going on? He was bewildered, and the water around him quickly turned into wisps of smoke. In a few breaths' time, all the water in the pond had disappeared, and he fell to the bottom of the pond with a plop. Squeak, squeak. The white ape rolled to Guchen's side, his body burning up. A few wild beasts that had just died not far away were cooked, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air. Guchen got up. He was fine, and he immediately saw a black-robed figure standing outside the dried blood pond. Nether God Palace. He took a deep breath, and his expression was grim. In the end, he couldn't escape in time and was found by the assassin from the Nether God Palace. With a clang, Guchen unsheathed his sword and immediately prepared for battle. Surrender yourself. That way, you'll suffer less. With your mere physical body realm cultivation, you won't even be able to hurt a single hair of mine. The assassin looked down from above, stretched out his finger, and a fireball appeared. With your strength, I can burn you to ashes with just one fireball. This is the difference between a mortal and a cultivator. There is only death, and no surrender. Guchen said coldly, and held the cold star sword tightly. This was the first time he was dealing with a cultivator, and it was a battle of life and death. If he wanted to live, he could only kill the other party. However, the other party was tens of meters away from him, and he would probably die under the other party's magical arts before his sword could even reach him. He didn't know how to defeat such a strong enemy, but he had no reason to retreat. Stubborn fool. Since that's the case, I'll cripple your arms and legs. In any case, the higher-ups only said that you have to live, so it doesn't matter if you're crippled or not. The assassin revealed a sinister smile, and with a wave of his hand, the fireball was about to fall. So. Suddenly, a stone hit his head. It didn't cause any damage, but the assassin's face turned black. Smelly monkey, do you want to die? He looked at the white ape who was jumping next to Gu Chen and shot the fireball in his hand at it. Swish. The white ape was very agile, and dodged it in an instant, and made a face at the assassin. This time, the assassin's face became even more gloomy, and with a flick of his finger, fireballs flew out one after another. The white ape dodged to the left and right, and easily avoided the fireballs without any effort. Gu Chen looked at this scene in surprise, and saw the white ape dodging while looking at him with a mocking gaze. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had spent a lot of time with this little guy, and he understood its temperament very well. Whenever it showed that kind of gaze, it meant that it was about to trick someone. Smelly monkey. You dare to make fun of me? After his continuous attacks failed to hit the white ape, the assassin became angry and subconsciously took a few steps into the pool. When Gu Chen noticed this, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. He understood. At this moment, his whole body was rapidly accumulating power, and his legs were tensed. Smelly monkey, don't underestimate my five-finger fire-catching technique. The assassin took a few more steps, and was already deep into the blood pool. At this moment, his body suddenly froze, and he was in a trance. In his mind, an illusion appeared, and the image of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared, and the thought of suicide rose in his mind. Die. While he was in a daze, Gu Chen's legs had already shot out, and the cold star sword was raised, bursting with a soaring killing intent. This sword was extremely fast, and Gu Chen had used all the strength in his body. The blood pool had a strange power, and other than him and the white ape, the two beasts, even humans would want to commit suicide here. The assassin's cultivation was deep, so he was not affected by the blood pool. But once he entered the blood pool, the situation was different. The white ape knew this place better than Gu Chen, so he purposely provoked the assassin to lure him in. Facing a cultivator who had mastered spells, Gu Chen would only have a chance if he got close, so he immediately understood that this was his only chance. The assassin was strong, and even if he was affected by the blood pool, he would quickly recover. Gu Chen didn't dare to gamble. He didn't dare to gamble that the assassin would commit suicide like the other demonic beasts. Therefore, this sword condensed all the essence, energy, and spirit in his body. This was a fight to the death, and he absolutely had to kill the assassin. If he didn't kill the assassin, he would die, and he wouldn't be able to change his fate. Clang, the distance of 12 meters was crossed in an instant. Gu Chen raised his sword high, and with a ferocious expression, he poured 1,000,000 pounds of strength into the sword, and slashed across. Poochie, a head was tossed high into the air, and blood gushed out from the neck. The assassin was dead. He had never thought that he would die in the hands of a brat at the physical body realm. Die. Die. All of you from the underworld god palace must die. Gu Chen had suffered too much today. He needed to vent his anger, but he was afraid that the other party had some method to resurrect him. Even if the headless corpse fell to the ground, he would still crazily slash it. He chopped the other party's body into pieces. Fresh blood sprayed on his body and face. It was hot and pungent. After an unknown amount of time, the corpse on the ground was already riddled with holes. Only then did he let go of the cold star sword, his expression excessively calm. Searching the corpse, Gu Chen found a storage ring. Storage rings could store items. It was a standard for almost every cultivator. There must be a lot of good things hidden in this ring. Gu Chen put the ring into his bosom, stood up, and walked toward the rusty copper door. At this moment, he no longer had any fear of the unknown world behind the door. Since he was already here, he would take things as they came. No matter what fate awaited him, he would face it calmly. Clack. His hand grasped the handle of the door, and the cold and negative aura from before surged over again. The scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared in his mind again. It was as if he was in the azure hell. I'm already in hell. Why would I be afraid of hell? My road ahead is destined to be filled with white bones. Why would I be afraid of demons and ghosts? The tyrant heavenly bone in front of his chest glowed as if it had sensed his will. Creak, the rusty copper door was forcibly pulled open. A cold and gloomy wind rushed over. Gu Chen turned around, lifted the assassin's corpse, and threw it into the world behind the door. He could not let anyone find the corpse. He did not want to give the underworld god palace a chance to track him. Thank you for your help, White Ape. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay you. Gu Chen looked at the White Ape. He had already received its kindness twice. After saying this, Gu Chen looked at the sky behind him with reluctance. This was Feng Lin Mansion, the place where he was born and grew up. Behind the door was a brand new unknown world. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen entered the bronze door without looking back. This time, I have no fear or regrets. I will walk alone in a sea of corpses and blood. When he obtains the Tong Tian technique in the future, he will definitely send all of you to the Yellow Springs. White Ape watched as Gu Chen entered the bronze door. He hesitated for a moment before he jumped in as well. The bronze door closed. Oh, it's already been 1 day and 1 night. You haven't even caught a brat at the physical body realm? The man with a bamboo hat floated in the air. Below him, a group of assassins in black looked nervous, not even daring to breathe loudly. They searched everywhere in the Feng Lin Manor, but after a day passed, there were no traces of Gu Chen at all. On the contrary, one of their companions had gone missing. Forget it. It's just a matter of time before we catch that brat. Let's settle the loose ends first. Tell me, how many people know about the appearance of the tyrannical ether bone? Man with a bamboo hat said casually. The group of assassins in black breathed a sigh of relief. Reporting to Lord, on the day of the Wuchen Sex Rising Dragon ceremony, the upper echelons of the 13 sects in Feng Lin Manor were all present. Su Yun from the True Martial Academy has already left Feng Lin Manor. Our men are currently tracking her. In Tiannan City, the Gu Manor has already been destroyed in a fire. We have already grasped Xianxia's whereabouts. The subordinate reported the information one by one. Xianxia is just a mortal. Moreover, the Xin clan is highly respected in the Middle-earth Empire. It's a little troublesome. There's no need to care about her. The first team is in charge of hunting down the people from the True Martial Academy. Remember, you must not expose your identity. Otherwise, there will be trouble. As for the other teams, work together with me to annihilate the 13 sects in Feng Lin Manor. Remember, no matter what, you must ensure that the news of the tyrannical ether bone's appearance will not spread. Man with a bamboo hat gave many orders. The assassins from the underworld god palace all agreed. That night, a horrifying massacre occurred in the territory of Feng Lin Manor. Golden Crow Sect. Who are you guys? Why did you barge into my sect and kill my disciples? Great Elder Gu Fenlia's face was filled with sorrow. He had suffered 5 slashes and 8 swords, and his body was covered with wounds. Beneath his feet, blood flowed like a river. The corpses of the Golden Crow Sect's elders and disciples were piled up like a mountain. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for knowing too much. The assassins threw out a sentence and broke his throat. Then, they burned down the entire Golden Crow Sect, Purple Firmament Sect. Father, I'm not leaving. I want to stay with you. Lu Yichen was covered in blood as she screamed in despair. Yichen, leave quickly. Leave quickly. These are people from the underworld god palace. They kill without batting an eyelid. Since they are here, today, our Purple Firmament Sect. The Purple Firmament Sect's leader, Lu Yonghao, protected his daughter and disciple and fought with all his might. Before he could finish speaking, a banner pierced through his head. He fell to the ground and his vitality dissipated. Father, Lu Yichen cried her heart out. In a single day, the Purple Firmament Sect had suddenly encountered a great calamity, but they didn't even know the reason. Junior sister Lu, leave quickly. We'll stop them. You must stay alive. The remaining disciples tried their best to stop the assassins from the underworld god palace, but they died one after another under the butcher's knife. Stop. Leave these people here. I happen to need some new living bodies for my experiment. Take them all away. The man with a bamboo hat flew across the sky and casually glanced at the grieving young girl. Wuchen sect. Speak, where did Guchen go? Sect leader Wang Yueji's arms and legs were broken, and he lay on the ground, barely breathing. I really don't know. Please, please, let the Wuchen sect live. His eyes were dim, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had thought that he had hopes of obtaining the heaven-defying overbearing heavenly bone, but he did not expect that he had thought too simply of the world. The overbearing bone was not something that he could get his hands on. If he had known earlier, he would have listened to Su Yun and not ended up like this. Before he died, he only had one wish. He hoped that the Wuchen sect would not be destroyed by his generation. Otherwise, even if he died, he would not have the face to see the founder. Reporting to the leader, all the elders and disciples of the Wuchen sect's 2 valleys and 16 peaks have been killed. We caught the Wuchen sect's great elder. She was releasing the spiritual eagle at the time and should have reported to someone else. How should we deal with her? As the assassin spoke, he threw Tao Yu, who was covered in wounds. My entire sect's disciples were killed? Wang Yueji's face showed despair when he heard this. Just because he was greedy and did not listen to Su Yun, his entire sect had been destroyed. Trash. Torture her to death. You must force her to reveal the location of the spiritual eagle. The leader said with a gloomy face. Haha, you can kill me, but don't even think about humiliating me. Tao Yu's expression was ferocious. The skin on her body quickly turned red and swelled, then with a boom, she self-destructed. One day, my disciple will definitely avenge me. Blood and body parts flew everywhere, and her last murmur was left in the air. Elder Tao, Wang Yueji's eyes were filled with sorrow. It was over, everything was over. The Wuchen sect was gone. How was he going to face the ancestors in the netherworld? This crazy old woman still wants to disgust people even before she dies. The assassin from the underworld god palace was splashed with blood and was furious. The leader of the team grabbed Wang Yueji. You're all alone now. You can go and die too. Before Wang Yueji died, a figure suddenly appeared in his despairing heart. It was a genius youth who had cultivated the Wuchen sword art to the highest realm and had an unprecedented physique. No, my Wuchen sect still has a successor. Hope suddenly burned in his eyes. Gu Chen, you must live. You must take revenge for the Wuchen sect. One day, I'll definitely kill them all. He had just finished speaking when his chest was pierced by a battle spear. When he died, his eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. On this night, the 13 sects of Fenglin Prefecture were all annihilated overnight. The number of deaths exceeded 100,000. The sect leaders and elders of the various sects all died in battle, and a large number of innocent disciples died in vain. The important places of the various sects were all burned down at the same time. This night was known as the Calamity of Fenglin Prefecture. Countless people died unjustly because a certain faction didn't want a certain piece of news to leak out. Compared to the vast Kunlun continent, the eastern wilderness Fenglin Prefecture wasn't worth mentioning. The 13 sects were like a drop in the ocean. The 13 sects that were annihilated didn't even cause a ripple in the power structure of the entire continent. But no one would have thought that the incident that happened tonight would become the beginning of the war that would engulf the entire continent in the future. The chapter of Fenglin Prefecture had come to an end, and the magnificent world was about to unfold before the main character. Also, the recommendation votes will be cleared every day. It's shameful to waste them. Everyone, please vote for them. Thank you very much. The mottled ancient city walls glowed with a green light, and the towering Buddha tower stood tall in the night. A faint gray fog lingered in the ruins of the city, and from time to time, ghostly shadows flitted past. Gu Chen shuttled through the ruins with a sword in one hand and a vigilant look on his face. The white ape followed beside him. I didn't expect the ghostly ruins to be behind the bronze door, he murmured. 6 hours ago, he passed through the bronze door and found himself in a deserted ancient city. Based on the surrounding environment, it was easy for him to determine that this was the notorious ghostly ruins. He had originally planned to leave Fenglin Mansion through this place, but he didn't expect that after such a long detour, his wish would finally come true. This city was full of evil. 6 hours after arriving here, Guchen had already seen no less than 5 waves of ghosts. Some were green-armored skeletons that could walk freely, some were rotting corpses with wings, and some were simply ghostly shadows that passed by him, bringing with them gusts of eerie wind. The most frightening one was an hour ago, when Guchen encountered a red-clothed little girl holding a candied hawthorn. She was innocent and her laughter was melodious like silver bells, completely out of place in this place. "Brother, do you want to buy candied hawthorn?" When she came close and raised her head, her face suddenly rotted, and maggots crawled in and out of her eye sockets. Guchen's expression changed drastically, and he immediately swung his sword. But the little girl disappeared in front of him like a gust of green smoke, and after walking for a while, he felt an inexplicable soreness in his shoulder. Squeak squeak. Finally, after a few sharp cries from the white ape, Guchen realized that the girl had not disappeared. She had been sitting on his shoulder all the way, and he didn't notice it at all. This scared him out of his wits, and the majestic blood qi in his body erupted. His yang qi was extremely strong, and only then did he finally drive away the wandering ghost. Since then, Guchen was treading on thin ice. Even if he saw any strange scenes in the city, he would pretend that he didn't see them. There was a saying about the ghostly ruins. It was once an extremely prosperous and powerful city, and even compared to the big cities of the Central Empire, it was not much inferior. No one went to investigate why such an ancient city would appear in the boundless sea of trees. However, from the broken walls, one could vaguely see a bit of its former glory. Ghost soldiers were patrolling the streets with bronze spears in their hands. Blood-red skeletons were digging up the thick layers of bone ashes and digging out some unknown white crystals, which they then put into their mouths and crunched into pieces. Guchen turned a blind eye to all of this. He realized that these inanimate objects seemed to be moving unconsciously. As long as he didn't provoke them, there wouldn't be too much trouble. He arrived in front of a Buddha tower. He could see it from afar. This tower was one of the tallest buildings in the ghastly ruins and had an excellent view. Pushing open the half-collapsed door of the tower and using the cold star sword to push away the dense cobwebs, Guchen walked along the moss-covered steps to the top of the tower. There weren't any dead things running amok in the tower, but white bones could be seen on the steps from time to time. Some of these white bones were human bones, some were beast bones, and some were simply grotesque. They belonged to races that Guchen couldn't understand at all. It was hard to imagine what had happened here. The reliefs on the walls were soaked in filthy black blood. It was impossible to see the original artistic appearance. Soon, he reached the top of the tower. Through the window, he could overlook the entire ghastly ruins. This was indeed an ancient city, a city of death. Being here, even the moon above his head was stained with a few traces of green. Guchen saw the forbidden forest sea in the distance and identified the direction of Fenglin Mansion. "I'm afraid that the underworld god palace is searching for me everywhere. If they can't find me in Fenglin Mansion, they will soon search other places. Under such circumstances, the ghastly ruins that people avoid is the safest place," Guchen murmured. Although the ghastly ruins was eerie, it could completely avoid the eyes of the underworld god palace. He decided to stay here for a while and wait for the limelight to pass. There was nothing to eat here. Fortunately, the storage ring his mother gave him was filled with a large amount of food. There were even pills like fasting pills. Therefore, he could stay here for a long time until he broke through to the transcendent realm. Facing the assassin of the underworld god palace head-on, Guchen felt as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. If not for the strangeness of the blood pool and the fact that the assassin didn't notice, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. This made him thirst for strength even more. He had to step into the transcendent realm as soon as possible and become a true cultivator. Only by becoming a cultivator could he master the great transcendent arts that could summon the wind and summon the rain. Only then could he have a chance at revenge. There are many good things in the assassin's storage ring. They can help me break through as soon as possible. Guchen cleaned up the top of the tower and used this place as his temporary foothold. He then took inventory of the wealth he currently possessed. The assassin's storage ring contained 2 sets of standard robes for members of the underworld god palace, a few scriptures on spells, and many crystals, pills, and talisman weapons. Apart from being the hard currency of the world of cultivators, crystals also contained surging qi of heaven and earth. Refining them could save many days of bitter cultivation. The assassin was quite wealthy, and the crystals in his storage ring were more than enough for Gu Chen to break through to the transcendent realm. He was already at the 9th level of the physique realm and was only one step away from the transcendent realm, divine transformation. In layman's terms, the so-called divine transformation was the transformation of one's psyche into consciousness. In the process of advancing from the physique realm to the transcendent realm, everything from the periosteum, tendons, and skin to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels had to be reborn. The last step would extend to the brain. The brain was the most important part of the human body. Only after going through 9 levels of training would the transcendent realm be born. However, without consciousness, it would be extremely difficult to master the power of the transcendent realm. Transcendent realm meant that one could wield the power of heaven and earth. Taking out a crystal the size of a cobblestone, Gu Chen activated the nature of celestial stars and began to cultivate in silence. He wanted to break through to the transcendent realm in one go. He adjusted his mentality, and his breathing soon became steady without joy or sorrow. The white ape was bored to death when it saw him meditating. Its eyes darted around as it ran down the Buddha pagoda. 3 days later, the 365-star acupoints in Gu Chen's body suddenly shone brilliantly, drawing in the power of heaven and earth from the outside. This process lasted for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. When everything was over, the energy in Gu Chen's body gurgled and flowed, its total volume increasing by dozens of times, freely flowing through the meridians of his body. He had broken through. After using up all the crystals in the assassin's possession, success came naturally. There were no shackles. He did not rush to open his eyes. Instead, he attentively mobilized the nascent consciousness in his mind, sensing everything around him. Consciousness was formed from psyche. It was similar to the extension of the 5 senses, but it possessed abilities that the 5 senses did not possess. At this moment, Gu Chen did not need to open his eyes. Within a radius of 10 feet, even a speck of dust existed clearly in his senses. Not only that, but with a single thought, a stone 15 feet away suddenly swayed gently. Controlling objects was one of the simplest ways to use one's divine sense. Some mighty cultivators only needed a single thought to uproot a mountain from the ground, send a flying sword into the air, and take a person's head from 1,000 miles away. Gu Chen's divine sense had just been born, but he couldn't do this. Besides being able to clearly sense everything within 100 feet, he could only gently shake the small stone. He tried to use his divine sense to control it to float, but it was very difficult. Instead, it consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Frowning, he stood up for the first time in 3 days and walked to the window. The cold moonlight outside sprinkled down on his body. His eyes were as warm as jade. He muttered a few words in his heart, and the moonlight that filled the sky flowed into his mind, rapidly nourishing and strengthening his nascent divine sense. Moonlight soul refining technique. When Gu Chen was in the mortal body realm, he had used this secret technique to cleanse his soul and obtain a photographic memory. Now that his divine sense had just been born, he borrowed its strange power to nourish his divine sense. Under the mysterious power of the moon, the nascent divine sense grew. The range of Gu Chen's divine sense quickly expanded from 100 feet to 1,000 feet. Within 1,000 feet, not even an ant in a crack in the ground could hide from his sight. It was like he had gained countless pairs of eyes out of thin air, with 360 degrees of vision. When the soul refining was complete, Gu Chen's eyes flashed and he once again used his divine sense to control the stone. Whoosh, this time, the stone flew up from the ground and fell into his hand. Everything was done in one go. Gu Chen smiled. Although this stone was very light, since he could control it to this degree, he could also control ordinary swords and sabers. For instance, his chilling star sword could transform into a flying sword as long as he wanted. Looking out the window, the wandering corpses were still wandering the streets. The white ape wasn't in the pagoda, who knew where it had run off to? As Gu Chen thought about it, he suddenly stepped on the window and jumped out. Whoosh, his body rapidly fell, his robes fluttering in the wind. The top of the pagoda was 100 meters above the ground. If he fell like this, even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. However, Gu Chen's expression was abnormally calm. When he was still 10 meters above the ground, dark golden scales extended from the 365 star acupoints on his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in scales, and he had already landed on the street. Bang, there was a huge pit in the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. Guchen climbed out of it, and the scales on his body quickly faded away. He was completely unharmed. Not a bad divine ability, he commented, his face full of joy. When advancing from the physical body realm to the divine power realm, one's body would definitely develop a divine power. This was a natural phenomenon of the opening of the human body's treasure trove. As one's cultivation increased, their divine abilities would also become stronger. As soon as Guchen stabilized his divinity realm, he naturally sensed something and understood his new divinity, astral scale armor. This was a purely defensive type of god art. Once it encountered external damage, it would naturally activate to protect its physique. Every cultivator's divine ability was different, and it was closely related to one's physique, cultivation method, and even the environment one grew up in. Guchen's divinity astral scale armor was obviously influenced by the nature of the heavenly stars technique. After trying to control it with his mind, Guchen realized that this astral scale armor could be extended and expanded at will, which was extremely convenient. If he used the astral scale armor to protect his entire body, even his face would be completely covered. If it was concentrated in one area, the thickness of the astral scale armor would increase by 100 times, thus strengthening its defense. This was a very convenient divinity, and Guchen's safety was greatly guaranteed. Other than the astral scale armor, I have another divinity, Guchen murmured, and he couldn't help but touch his chest. Between his ribs, the golden Tyrant heavenly bone was hidden, and there was no abnormality at all. This awakened Tyrant heavenly bone brought him and his family a great disaster, but it was also a gift from the heavens. Innate Haki, this was the first divinity that the Tyrant heavenly bone gave him. Ordinary people would only develop one divinity realm when they stepped into the divinity realm, but those with special physiques would often develop one or even more. As a super special physique, the innate Haki's divinity realm was extremely powerful. This divinity realm could naturally intimidate beasts, evil spirits, ghosts, demons, and so on. In front of it, the weak would even faint and lose their ability to fight. During the Rising Dragon ceremony, Guchen accidentally awakened this divinity realm, but he couldn't use it no matter how he tried. That was because he hadn't condensed his divine sense at that time, and it was too difficult to control such a top-notch divinity realm. Yi Qingshuang was able to use the divinity realm based on her battle instinct, partly because she had cultivated much more than Guchen, and partly because her battle instinct was not as good as the innate Haki. The higher the level of the divinity realm, the harder it was to master. Right now, I can already use the innate Haki. Guchen was excited, and he really wanted to try and see how strong this divinity realm was. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. White Ape's voice came from the corner of the street, revealing his anxiety, as if something had happened. When Guchen heard this, his heart skipped a beat. There were dangers everywhere in the ruins of ghosts, and the White Ape was not afraid of anything. Could it be that he had encountered some kind of danger? The White Ape had saved him twice, and Guchen had long regarded it as his companion. How could he see anything happen to it? He quickly rushed over. Around the corner, the scene in front of him made Guchen suck in a breath of cold air. He saw the White Ape holding several pieces of white crystals in his hands, surrounded by hundreds of blood-red skeletons, whimpering and roaring, trying to catch it. He immediately understood what had happened. He had seen those dead skeletons before. They always wandered around the ruins of ghosts, looking for the unknown white crystals from the piles of white bones. They always swallowed that kind of crystal, and after eating it, the flame in their skulls would become brighter. Guchen guessed that the crystal was equivalent to food for them. But the White Ape was not afraid of anything, and he was probably curious about the use of the white crystals, so he stole them, and finally got into big trouble. Seeing the White Ape jumping up and down anxiously, surrounded by hundreds of skeletons, Guchen anxiously shouted, "Stop!" Boom, the tyrannical bone in his body shone brilliantly, and Guchen activated the innate chi. The peerlessly domineering aura swept across the entire street. All the blood-red skeletons stopped what they were doing, and the flame in their skulls flickered violently, like a typhoon passing through, and all of them let out hysterical roars. Woo! They hugged their heads, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly as the flame in their skulls exploded one after another. Within a few breaths, all the dead things on the street fell to the ground, and the skeletons were scattered all over the ground, some even turned into ashes. The white ape stopped running, and looked left and right in shock. Finally, he laughed proudly and kicked the bones beside his feet. "You really know how to cause trouble, don't you know where you are?" Guchen saw that the power of the innate chi was so strong, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The white ape didn't seem to be aware that he had caused trouble. He picked up a pile of white crystals from the ground, and presented them in front of Guchen. "If a monkey like you doesn't steal bananas, why would you steal this thing?" Guchen said angrily, but he still picked up the white crystal and looked at it carefully. This thing was cold to the touch. If a mortal touched it, his body would probably be frozen. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Nay, in the distance, warhorses neighed, and a large number of hooves approached. Not good. Guchen's face changed. Could it be that the movement of the innate aura was too big and attracted other dead things? A ghost soldier wearing rusty armor and riding a rotten horse appeared on the street, holding an ancient bronze spear high in his hand. Guchen's expression tightened, and the cold star sword was about to be unsheathed. Whoosh! The white ape ran away with a pile of crystals. Only then did Guchen see that other than the ghost soldiers, there were 1, 10, 100, at least hundreds of ghost soldiers were alarmed, and there was a strange roar in the distance. "Disloyal bastard!" Guchen scolded the white ape and immediately ran. He didn't want to be entangled with a group of dead things. Jia. Perhaps his previous behavior had violated the taboo of the ghost ruins. The ghost soldiers who had never cared about Guchen rushed towards him. Their speed was too fast, like the wind, there was no way he could escape. "Get lost!" Guchen turned back and shouted while running, and once again used the innate aura. Boom! The dozen or so warhorses leading the charge collapsed to the ground, and a group of Yin soldiers also fell to the ground. This directly caused all the ghost soldiers behind to collide with each other, and they were thrown off their horses. Guchen breathed a sigh of relief, but saw a huge hazy shadow behind the street, and the ground trembled with its footsteps. Clatter! The sound of chains dragging on the ground was heard, and it made people's scalp tingle, as if some peerless evil spirit had been disturbed. In the night, strange roars came one after another, and ghost fires burned everywhere. Because of Guchen's 2 attacks, the ghost ruins seemed to be boiling. Not good, it's too big. Guchen's scalp went numb as he recalled all the rumors he had heard in the ghastly ruins. Behind him came the howls of ghosts and howls of wolves. A chilly wind blew, but Guchen did not look back as he ran straight out of the ruins of ghosts. After running for an unknown period of time, the cries of the ghosts behind him finally stopped. By then, Guchen had already escaped to the outside of the ghastly ruins. He was so scared that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. GG. White Ape had escaped long ago. He was calm and composed. He picked up a banana from somewhere and handed it to Guchen with a sympathetic expression. "You stinky monkey, see if I don't teach you a lesson." Guchen was enraged. He had almost died in the ruins of ghosts just now. His hand moved like lightning to grab the white ape's buttocks and whipped it violently. The white ape held twice and quickly broke free from Guchen's grasp, fleeing up the tree. Guchen's anger subsided a little, and he turned back to look at the ghost ruins. What is that huge black shadow? How did the ruins of ghosts form? He had a lot of questions in his heart, but he could not get an answer. He only knew that he did not have the courage to go in again. Fortunately, he had run in the opposite direction of Fenglin Mansion. At this time, he was thousands of miles away, and his safety was greatly guaranteed. The innate aura caused a huge commotion, and I can't accurately control the range for the time being. Moreover, once I use this ability, it will easily expose the fact that I have the Tyrant bone. It seems that I must not use it in the future unless I have no other choice. With the experience of using aura twice, Guchen thought to himself. After resting enough, Guchen got up and looked for a suitable campsite. Although he had walked out of the ruins of ghosts, he did not plan to leave the forbidden forest for the time being. It had only been a few days since the appearance of the assassins from the Nether God Palace. Their search network must be very tight. Although he had entered the divine realm, he had too few skills. The most obvious one was his speed. Thinking of this, Guchen glanced at the white ape who was cautiously following behind him with a face full of guilt. This little guy had just been severely spanked by him, and it seemed to be a little more obedient. It carried a large bag of white crystals and followed quietly. Whether it was when he was being chased by the Nether God Palace or when he had just escaped from the ruins of ghosts, Guchen's speed was really not good. Even the white ape could easily beat him. He needed to learn a powerful method to increase his speed, otherwise the shortcoming would sooner or later kill him. He immediately thought of the 33 layers of Heaven's secret technique. Previously, when he was practicing the first layer of Heaven's secret technique, because his realm was too low, he could not get started with the stars carrying moon steps and the sun embracing moon hammer. Now, he was a cultivator of the divine realm, and his soul realm had greatly improved. Now that he was learning these two secret techniques, he had a little more confidence. In addition, he had obtained several ancient books from the assassins from the Nether God Palace. Among them, the 5 Fingers Fire Catching Technique, Breath Control Technique, and Netherworld Body Technique were very practical. He decided to practice in the periphery of the ruins of ghosts before the outside world's limelight died down. Mastering a few more skills would increase his ability to protect his life. From that day onwards, Guchen opened a cave residence on a hill near the ruins of ghosts, and diligently practiced his spells and martial arts. Every time he mastered a spell, he would have more hope for revenge. With the obsession in his heart, Guchen practiced without eating or sleeping. He was 10 times more diligent than when he was in the Dustless sect. During the day, he would chase after demonic beasts in the forest, alternating between the Netherworld Body Technique and the stars carrying moon steps. At night, he would sit by the bonfire while the white ape gnawed on the fragrant beast meat. He would hold the ancient book in one hand as if deep in thought, while his other hand would nimbly manipulate the flame. Sometimes, in the morning and evening, when the sun and the moon occasionally hung high in the sky at the same time, he would stand on the peak of the mountain, inhaling and exhaling the essence of the sun and the moon, his hands drawing strange circles. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Guchen's lush black hair had grown a lot longer, and his skin had become a healthy wheat color because he had deliberately tanned. Compared to a month ago, he had changed a lot. He had grown taller, and his original delicate features had become more resolute and indifferent. Guchen had already mastered the 5 Fingers Catching Fire Technique, Breath Holding Technique, and Netherworld Body Technique, which he had obtained from the assassin of the Nether God Palace. Among them, he had only used a day and a half to master the 5 Fingers Catching Fire Technique, Breath Holding Technique, and Netherworld Body Technique. He was originally a genius, and his comprehension of spells was extremely high. Compared to these few techniques, the progress of the stars carrying moon steps and the sun embracing moon hammer was much slower. The realm of the 33 secret techniques was too profound. When these 2 secret techniques were cultivated to perfection, they would be earth-shattering. Therefore, even if Guchen had only grasped a little bit of it, he would still benefit a lot. He could already take 2 steps of the stars carrying moon steps. With 1 step, he could move a distance of up to 300 meters, which was close to teleportation. Unfortunately, after taking 2 steps, the footwork came to an abrupt halt and could not be continued. Guchen guessed that it might have something to do with his insufficient cultivation and that he was only at the early stage of the divine power realm. To his surprise, the little bit of understanding of the stars carrying moon steps had actually increased the speed of the Netherworld Body Technique that he had just cultivated by 3 times. Now, in the Forbidden Forest, there were almost no savage beasts that could shake him off. In a month's time, his cultivation had only increased from the early stage of the divine power realm to the peak of the early stage of the divine power realm, but his strength had increased more than 100 times. He was already a true cultivator. It was time to leave. He stayed in the forest near the ghastly ruins for a month. On the surface, Guchen seemed to be focused on training, but every night, he would feel an inexplicable fear. He was worried about whether his mother had safely left Tiannan City, and whether Elder Nangong was still alive. These information could only be obtained in a crowded place, and in the forest, there was no one to accompany him except for White Ape. Now that he had mastered his magical powers and the search was over, Guchen decided to leave. After taking a hearty bath in the mountain stream, Guchen took out a clean martial artist's uniform from his storage ring and put it on. This set of clothes was personally woven by his mother. The material was exquisite, and it was very comfortable to wear. Hanging the cold star sword on his back, Guchen said goodbye to the cave that he had stayed in for a month. Dressed simply, he set out on the road to leave. White Ape was still by his side. Guchen was already used to its company. This little guy was not tall, but before he left, he packed a pile of white crystals from the ghastly ruins and carried them on his shoulder, treating them like treasures. Greedy, lawless, but talented. This was Guchen's evaluation of White Ape. In this month, not only was he improving, White Ape ate and played all day, but his strength was also improving. He even watched him use the 5-finger fire-catching technique, and learned it himself in a few days. Guchen was not surprised by this. The little guy's ability to learn and imitate was very strong. One man and one ape walked in the forest, walking straight down. Guchen had never left Feng Lin Mansion before, and knew very little about the outside world. Right now, he could only find a place with people, and then decide where he should go. Elder Nangong originally wanted to bring Guchen to Nanling, but now that he was gone, Guchen had to find a way out himself. This is different from what we agreed on. You promised me, so you should abide by the agreement. Entering a place like the ghastly ruins is a big risk, and your Huang family's reward is far from enough. If that's the case, why didn't you reject him directly back then? You're only saying these words now that we're here. As Guchen was walking, he spread out his divine sense. Suddenly, he sensed a few conversations. He raised his head in surprise and looked to the west. The source of the sound was 200 meters away, separated by the dense forest. After staying in the forest for a month, this was the first time he heard a human voice. Who would have thought that someone would come to a place so close to the ghastly ruins? A pensive look appeared in his eyes. There seemed to be quite a number of people here, but he didn't know what they were here for. He eavesdropped on them curiously. The use of the divine sense was truly marvelous. He didn't need to see it with his own eyes, but the silhouettes of a group of people already appeared in his mind. 200 meters away, a group of people was gathered together. A beautiful woman in her 20s wearing a red dress was arguing with a middle-aged Taoist priest with an angry expression on her face. There were a total of 10 people on the Taoist priest's side, while there were only 2 guards on the beauty's side. The two parties seemed to be arguing over whether to enter the ghostly ruins or not. The middle-aged Taoist priest had the highest cultivation in the group. Under the detection of Guchen's divine sense, he had just stepped into the divine power realm. As for the others, they were only at the physical body realm. Guchen found it a little funny that such a group of people wanted to step into the ghostly ruins. Could it be that they were seeking death? Taoist Lin, what do I have to do for you to follow our original agreement and bring your men into the ghostly ruins to help me find the Nining Stone? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to change his mind after arguing for a long time, the beauty bit her lip and spoke in a low voice. Oh, Huang Fei, no matter what, this poor Taoist and Master Huang are acquaintances. If I can help, how can I not? It's just that entering the ghostly ruins is too risky. Even if I'm willing, will my brothers be willing? Taoist Lin looked like he was in a difficult position. What conditions do you have, Taoist Lin? Just say it. A trace of disgust appeared in the eyes of the beauty named Huang Fei. She knew that the other party was deliberately raising the price, but there was nothing she could do. The Nining Stone was extremely important to her grandfather, and she couldn't lose it. Now that you put it that way, this poor Taoist does have something that you can help me with. Taoist Lin rubbed his chin, his eyes lingering on Huang Fei's voluptuous breasts. Huang Fei sensed his gaze and felt indignant, but she couldn't show it. What kind of help? Taoist Lin, don't waste time. When it gets dark, you won't be able to enter the ghostly ruins. Taoist Lin still looked like he was in a difficult position, but his subordinates continued the topic. Miss Huang, my Taoist Lin is too embarrassed to say it, so I'll say it on his behalf. It's like this, some time ago, Taoist Lin was plotted against by vile people and was poisoned. The miracle doctor in the Rejuvenation Valley said that he needs to find a woman whose primordial yin has not been broken to perform dual cultivation to cure the poison. Taoist Lin has given us a new lease on life. If you can help him with this, we will naturally go into the ghostly ruins to find the Nining Stone for you. After the subordinate finished speaking, the rest of his companions nodded hurriedly, their eyes filled with excitement. Huang Fei's face turned pale in an instant. How could she not understand the so-called dual cultivation? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think we can't tell what you're planning? This is too much. Taking advantage of the situation, despicable and shameless. Huang Fei's 2 guards were enraged on the spot. Daoist Lin had always been known for his lecherous nature. Their young mistress had no choice but to ask him for help. She did not expect him to agree on the surface but oppose her in secret. In the end, he came up with this trick. Only a ghost would believe the nonsense of being poisoned. This group of people was clearly acting and plotting something. Ahem, you can't say things like that. I've always been a gentleman and won't force anyone. Daoist Lin's expression was stern and righteous. As long as Huang Fei helps me cure this poison, I'll double the promised reward. I promise to enter the ghostly ruins and find the Nining Stone for you even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of flames. Huang Fei looked at his pretentious expression and suddenly gave up. She sneered. Daoist Lin, stop pretending. After all this trouble, you don't even dare to enter the ghostly ruins. I'm really desperate. I can't believe I thought of asking you for help. That's it, forget it. As she spoke, she turned around and was about to leave with the 2 guards. Daoist Lin did not expect her to reject him so decisively. His face turned red and then green. It was not easy to trick this enchanting woman into coming to this barren land. If he let her escape, wouldn't it be a pity? Stop right there. His voice was cold as he signaled his subordinates to surround Huang Fei and her guards with his eyes. Daoist Lin, are you going to use force? Aren't you afraid that my grandfather will cause trouble for you? Huang Fei threatened angrily. Her proud breasts were heaving up and down in anger. Hey, don't use your grandfather to pressure me. If it was a few years ago, I would still have my concerns. But now, everyone in the greedy wolf city knows that your grandfather's lifespan is coming to an end. If he makes a move, he will lose half his life. I'm taking a risk by bringing you here. How can I go back without any reward? If you know what's good for you, you'll let me have some fun. Don't tell your grandfather about this, lest he dies in a fit of anger. Lin Daozhang revealed a vicious smile, no longer trying to hide it. Boss, we want it too. A dozen subordinates hurriedly said, swallowing hard. They could not stand looking at this exquisite beauty along the way. No problem. She's going to do it alone, and so are a bunch of them. This little girl is very virtuous. After being humiliated like this, she would either not dare to tell anyone, or kill herself here. Lin Daozhang's smile turned cruel. He raised his hand, conjuring a large yellow hand that grabbed Huang Fei. Don't even think about touching my young mistress. The 2 guards were enraged. They charged forward, unafraid of the power of a divinity realm cultivator. Bang! Bang! The 2 physical physique realm guards could not withstand the heavy yellow hand. One knelt on the ground, while the other was sent flying, crashing into a dozen trees. Squeak squeak, the guard crashed into a tree, and a white ape that happened to be on the tree screeched and jumped away. Who's there? Lin Daozhang's expression changed as he looked over. Gu Chen walked out expressionlessly and went up to check on the heavily injured guard. He found that although he was breathing heavily, he was still alive. So it's a kid. Lin Daozhang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Gu Chen's appearance. This was the Forbidden Forest, and it was close to the ghastly ruins. He could not help but feel nervous. However, he did not think too much about it. No normal kid would stay in a place like this. Is Louis all right? Huang Fei looked at Gu Chen and asked anxiously. The guard who was kneeling on the ground had blood at the corner of his mouth, but he got up without a care, his face full of anxiety. The 2 guards were biological brothers, Louis and Luer. They were adopted by the Huang family in Greedy Wolf City and were loyal to them. He's still alive. Gu Chen's words made the 2 feel more at ease. Pfft, you can't even take care of yourself, so why would you care about the life and death of a mere guard? Master Lin sneered. His gaze swept past Gu Chen and stopped on the white ape beside him. To be more precise, it was the burden on its back. The bundle was very big, and it was not tied tightly, so a little of the white crystal inside was exposed. 19 stone? Taoist Master Lin's eyes lit up. When Huang Fei heard this, she could not help but look over. Her mouth was agape. That snow-white little ape was actually carrying an entire bag of 19 stones that he had yearned for day and night. Oh my god! That stone is what you're looking for? Gu Chen had a strange look on his face. This group of people had been arguing for a long time, and the topic of their discussion revolved around the 19 stone. He had thought that it would be some kind of treasure, but he did not expect it to be this far. This monkey entered the ghastly ruins and came out alive. A group of people cried out in surprise. Their gazes towards the 19 stone became scorching hot. I never thought that I would be able to obtain so many 19 stones without entering the ghastly ruins. This can be sold for a sky-high price. Master Lin rubbed his hands excitedly. Huang Fei, as long as you sleep with me, I'll give you a 19 stone as we agreed. How about that? That way, I won't have slept with you for nothing. Huang Fei spat angrily. You shameless bastard, I won't let you have your way even if I have to die. Little brother, take your spiritual beast and run. We'll hold them back. Huang Fei's thoughts were very simple. She and her 2 guards might not be able to escape today, but she could at least make things difficult for Master Lin. From her point of view, the other party's luck was off the charts. A pile of 19 stones had actually delivered themselves to their doorstep. One should know that each 19 stone could be sold for a very high price on the black market. Escape? Do you think you can escape from me? Master Lin chuckled. Once again, he conjured a giant earthen yellow illusory hand. It expanded against the wind and grabbed at the white ape. The giant hand shrouded the area. Strong winds gusted and broke the trees. Gu Chen stood still, his face expressionless. The white ape blinked its huge eyes. Faced with the incoming attack, it did not sense any danger at all. Bang! Just as the giant hand was about to fall, the white ape suddenly jumped and used its forehead to hit the palm of the giant hand. Crack! The giant hand immediately collapsed, turning into strands of chaotic energy that dissipated. What? The group of people could not help but widen their eyes. Huang Fei could not help but cover her small mouth. They had seen Master Lin's spell with their own eyes. The 2 guards could not withstand it at all. Who would have thought that the same technique would be broken by a monkey's forehead? Gu Chen was not surprised. Using his divine sense, he could tell that the giant illusory hand was just a facade. It was not a powerful spell. The white ape was very intelligent. It had broken it in an instant. Taoist Lin's face darkened to the extreme. It had been broken, the spell that he was so proud of had been broken by a monkey. Go to hell. His eyes flashed. A small sword flew out of his sleeve and stabbed at the white ape like lightning. The white ape's body swayed and easily dodged the sword. It then made a face at Master Lin, its eyes full of mockery. This time everyone was stunned. This monkey was too smart. Master Lin's 2 attacks had missed. He could not help but fly into a rage. He glanced at Gu Chen, who was standing there, and his murderous intent rose. If he could not kill the spirit beast, killing the master would be the same. Whoosh, the flying sword turned into a spiritual light and went straight for Gu Chen. However, he did not seem to see it. He did not move. Little brother, run. Huang Fei was shocked. This young man looked about the same age as her brother. She instinctively felt sorry for him. Ding! The flying sword hit the center of Gu Chen's eyebrows, but there was no blood. Dark golden scales appeared between Gu Chen's eyebrows. The astral scale armor had blocked the attack in time. Gu Chen's expression turned cold. He reached out and grabbed the flying sword. Crack, crack. Exerting strength in his 5 fingers, the flying sword was forcefully crushed into a hole by his tremendous strength. Master Lin's mouth was wide open. His eyes were filled with horror. The others also gasped. Was this kid a monster? Such a young cultivator with the divine ability? Master Lin quickly realized. His face paled. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Although he was also a cultivator, he was actually a lowly bandit. He had only entered the divine ability realm because he had a chance. Since then, He had pretended to be a Taoist priest and gathered a group of gangsters to make a name for himself in Greedy Wolf City. Although he was in the divine ability realm, his cultivation had stopped advancing a long time ago. His spells were even worse. He could flaunt his power in front of ordinary people. However, in front of a real cultivator, he had no chance of winning. Gu Chen's calmness from beginning to end made him shudder. The way he looked at him was like how a beast in the forest looked at a weak prey. In fact, in his eyes, he was not even food, therefore, Master Lin instinctively chose to run. In a few breaths, he had run hundreds of feet away. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, Gu Chen took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Master Lin. He raised a hand. Poof! A raging flame ignited. Before Master Lin could react, it engulfed him in the blink of an eye. Lin Daozhong turned into a man of fire, wailing incessantly. In a very short time, his entire body was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a pile of ashes. Gu Chen retracted his hand, surprised at how weak this person was. He couldn't even block one of his attacks. He glanced at the pile of ashes and couldn't find anything like a storage ring. This guy was really poor. Lin Daozhang's subordinates were scared out of their wits, their hands and feet trembling. His abilities were vast and his dermic powers were boundless. They thought he was just a little brat. Who would have thought that he was such a powerful cultivator? To them, their boss was a godlike figure, but such a figure was easily burned to ashes by this young man. How could they possibly be a match for him? They couldn't even escape. Didn't they see that the young man only took one step and appeared hundreds of feet away? Thud thud thud. In unison, the subordinates all knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Chen, who was walking back. "Spare us, my lord. Spare us, my lord. We had eyes but failed to recognize you. Please spare us, my lord." They were so scared that they pissed their pants. Huang Fei and the heavily injured guard recovered from the shock, their faces full of joy. This young man was so powerful, they could be saved. Gu Chen looked at the group of people, his eyes shining. "Do you know me?" Before leaving the Sea of Trees, Gu Chen had no idea how much the palace of the underworld god was searching for him. He was worried that they had issued a wanted order for him. They definitely wouldn't issue a wanted order for him as the owner of the overbearing heavenly bone, but they might issue a wanted order for him. If that was the case, these people here might know him. The group of subordinates hurriedly said. "Yes, of course I do. My lord is so powerful, how could I not know you?" Gu Chen's brows relaxed. These people clearly didn't know him and were just spouting nonsense to save their lives. If that was the case, the wanted order that he was worried about might not exist. Young Senior, this group of people usually commit all sorts of evil deeds. Moreover, they are vengeful. If you let them go, they might bring you trouble. Huang Fei saw that Gu Chen was deep in thought and seemed to have the intention to let this group of people go. She had wanted to address him as little brother, but when she recalled his astonishing strength, she hurriedly changed the way she addressed him. "Oh?" Gu Chen looked deeply at Huang Fei. This woman wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. It was obvious that if he let this group of people go, the lives of this woman and her heavily injured guards would be in danger. Huang Fei felt a little weak under his stare until Gu Chen looked away. Clang, the cold star sword on Gu Chen's back was unsheathed. The sword light was like a swimming fish, enveloping a dozen of his subordinates. The group of people turned pale with fright. They hurriedly crawled up and scattered in all directions. But how could they outrun the sharp sword that was driven by divine sense? In a short while, they all died under the sword. Corpses lay strewn across the forest, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. Consort Huang heaved a sigh of relief. Dead, well done, this group of people had done all sorts of bad things and deserved to die. Moreover, if they didn't die, they would be a threat to the Huang family. "Thank you, Senior, for your help," Consort Huang said gratefully and bowed. When she bent down, her snow-white chest was revealed. Only then did Gu Chen have the time to size up this woman. She was in her early 20s and had a charming face. Most importantly, her figure was exquisite and well-proportioned. She had a pair of slender thighs, a pair of impressive peaks, and a waist so thin that it could be held in one hand. This curve was simply amazing. Coupled with the fiery red clothes, it was full of charm. It was no wonder that a group of animals wanted to do her in this deep mountain forest. What are you thanking me for? How can you be sure that your fate will be better than theirs? Faced with such a beautiful woman, Gu Chen said coldly. Huang Fei's pretty face turned pale in an instant. The guards, who had already relaxed, tensed up again. Could it be that they had just escaped from the wolf and met the tiger at the back? Thinking about it carefully, this young man had just killed them as fast as lightning. He was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Gu Chen was thinking about how to deal with the three of them. This woman had just played a trick and used him to kill all the enemies. Since she dared to come to this forbidden forest with a group of scoundrels, she was definitely not a kind person. In a situation where they did not know each other, and considering that he was being hunted by the underworld god palace, the best way to avoid being exposed was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, not letting anyone leave this place alive. However, when he glanced at the heavily injured and unconscious guards, Gu Chen gave up on this idea. The loyalty of these two guards reminded him of Elder Nangong. If Elder Nangong had abandoned him and escaped on his own, how could he have survived until now? After all, he was not a cold-blooded and heartless person. Where are you from? Gu Chen thought about it and asked. He wanted to understand more about the outside world before leaving the forest. Frightened by his threat, Consort Huang immediately told him the truth. Senior, we are from the Huang clan of Beijing Prefecture's Greedy Wolf City. Beijing Prefecture. Gu Chen fell silent. As expected, he had already left Fenglin Prefecture. He had heard of Beijing Prefecture before. It was also part of the Eastern Wilderness, but it was connected to both the Southern Mountains and the Middle-earth Empire. It was much larger than ordinary prefectures. It was said that it was a lawless area and had always been rather chaotic. The Forbidden Forest covered a vast area. Fenglin Prefecture was in the east, while Beijing Prefecture was in the west. Separated by the ghastly ruins, very few people dared to cross. Thus, it was equivalent to thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers. Gu Chen asked a few more questions in succession, completely confirming his location. After beating around the bush and confirming that these two did not know him, he was much less wary. Senior, you're not from Beijing Prefecture, are you? Do you have a place to go? Huang Fei chatted with Gu Chen for a while and found that he seemed to be all alone, not even knowing where to go. She could not help but have an idea. The other party was so powerful that he could easily kill Taoist Lin. It was as if the heavens had sent him to help the Huang clan. Most importantly, he had a bag of 9 stones. What does that have to do with you? Gu Chen was on guard, his expression cold. Senior, please don't misunderstand. It's just that if you don't have a place to stay, why don't you come to my Huang clan? She said hurriedly. She might as well. Make her intentions clear. My Huang clan is willing to pay a large sum of money to hire you as our clan's worshipper. Miss, you should discuss this with the clan leader. Lu Er's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly reminded her in a low voice. A clan's worshipper was of great importance. It could affect the rise and fall of a clan. She had to know everything about it. This young man looked fierce and was definitely not a good person. What was Miss thinking? How could she invite him? What if she invited a wolf into the house? Gu Chen looked at Huang Fei in surprise. He did not expect that after being threatened by him, she would still dare to invite him to be a worshipper. He had heard of worshippers before. In order to maintain and expand their influence, some aristocratic families would invite powerful cultivators to be worshippers and give them money and resources in exchange for their protection. Becoming a consecrator of the Huang family seemed like a good choice. Cultivation itself was an extremely costly affair, especially after reaching the divine realm. To maintain the rapid growth of one's strength, a large amount of resources was unavoidable. This was why most cultivators had sects to rely on. Usually, only a cultivation sect could support such a huge expenditure. As a possessor of the mighty Empyrean bone, Gu Chen could tell how astonishing the resources he needed were when he was in the physical body realm. Now that he had left the sect and become a rogue cultivator, resources had become an urgent problem. Besides, he needed a new identity to hide himself. This Huang family seemed to be quite powerful. It would be helpful for him to gather information in an unfamiliar place. I'll consider it. Gu Chen did not refuse directly. Huang Fei was overjoyed and quickly took out a bottle of medicinal pills. This is a very important matter. Of course, Senior needs to consider it carefully. This is a yellow-grade medicinal pill, the golden embryo pill. Consider it a gift for you in advance. Gu Chen accepted the golden embryo pill, his heart filled with joy. On the Kunlun continent, medicinal pills could be divided into 5 grades: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. They corresponded to the physical body, divine ability, nirvana, longevity, and celestial being realms. Weapons, materials, and so on. Mortal-grade medicinal pills were only effective for the physical body realm. For example, the Qi and Blood pill and Fierce Tiger pill that Gu Chen had taken were both mortal-grade medicinal pills. Cultivators tempered their bodies in the physical body realm, and from the divine ability realm onwards, elemental energy cultivation became the most important. The stronger one's elemental energy cultivation, the more powerful the divine ability and dharma spells. Mortal-grade medicinal pills mainly tempered the body, while yellow-grade and above medicinal pills focused on increasing elemental energy. This golden embryo pill was one of the better yellow-grade medicinal pills. It was probably a medial-grade yellow-grade medicinal pill, and was very useful for Gu Chen. Gu Chen accepted it without hesitation. It seemed that Huang Fei was sincere. Seeing that Gu Chen accepted it, Huang Fei was finally relieved. That bottle of golden embryo pill was originally a reward for Taoist Lin. Since Gu Chen had saved them, it was not a big deal to give it to him. Furthermore, she was afraid that Gu Chen was the kind of cultivator who would kill and rob others. After all, there were many people like that in Beijing Prefecture. Not only did he gain a favorable impression of the Huang clan by giving it to him first, but it also brought a potential worshipper to the Huang clan. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Both parties were very satisfied. Huang Fei hurriedly helped Lu Yi and Lu Er heal their injuries. Gu Chen sat by the side and cultivated while observing the 3 of them. 2 hours later, the 2 bodyguards' injuries were much better. As agreed, Gu Chen and the white ape left the taboo forest. Because it was bordered by the Central Plains Empire, the eastern wastelands, and the southern mountains, Beijing Prefecture was a place where all sorts of people gathered. It was difficult for the major forces of the continent to completely infiltrate it. It was a famous no-man's land. In this prefecture that was 10 times the size of Fenglin Manor, there were many small powers and cities of all shapes and sizes scattered all over the place. The Ravenous Wolf City was a medium-sized city in Beijing Prefecture, and the Huang family was once the most powerful force in the Ravenous Wolf City. This was what Gu Chen had heard from Huang Fei when they were in the carriage heading to the Ravenous Wolf City. Based on his previous understanding of Beijing Prefecture, Gu Chen judged that it was a good place to live in seclusion. Because it was a no-man's land, many criminals who had offended people in the Central Plains Empire, the southern mountains, or the eastern wastelands liked to escape to this place. After a long time, the evil forces in this place joined forces and did not allow the major forces to intervene legitimately. Thus, order was always in chaos. In a place like this, there were people of dubious identities everywhere. Even if the underworld god palace wanted to investigate him, they would be powerless. Beijing Prefecture had 3 characteristics: chaos, black market, and fight if one was disobedient. Gu Chen already understood the chaos. As for the black market, it was said that because this place was located at the throat of the 3 major regions, trade was especially developed. In particular, some treasures that could not see the light of day were especially popular in the black market. As for the third, fight if one was disobedient, it referred to the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. This was a product of chaos. In Beijing Prefecture, kindness was out of the question. Only killing and viciousness could win respect. Gu Chen closed his eyes along the way. As he listened to Huang Fei's description of Beijing Prefecture, he had a rough idea of the place. Senior Chen, we've arrived at the Ravenous Wolf City. After a bumpy journey, the Ravenous Wolf City was finally within reach. Huang Fei said excitedly. Chen Gu was the pseudonym Gu Chen had given himself. Hearing that they had arrived at the city, Gu Chen only nodded slightly. Huang Fei was used to it. Along the way, she had more or less understood Gu Chen's temperament. Although he looked only 16 or 17 years old, she had a deep impression of his temperament and shrewdness. Moreover, he was cold and taciturn. Such a person must have a story that no one knew about. Beijing Prefecture was full of people with stories like this. Huang Fei had no interest in finding out. After entering the ravenous wolf city, the two alighted from the carriage. Louis and Luer returned to the Huang residence ahead of time to report. Huang Fei accompanied Gu Chen as they walked unhurriedly through the city. Feeling the crowds and the loud cries of the vendors, Gu Chen's expression was one of caution. He had already observed along the way. The underworld god palace's bounty did not exist. Moreover, this was the chaotic Beijing Prefecture. His appearance had changed a little over a month ago. It was extremely difficult for the people of the underworld god palace to recognize him. He was basically out of danger, but the caution he had developed during this period made him extremely sensitive to everything around him. Compared to him, White Ape never knew how to spell the word caution. This was the monkey's first time in a human city. It looked around and touched everything. When it came across a Tonghulu cellar, it even snatched a few skewers for a taste. Fortunately, Huang Fei followed behind it and gave money everywhere. Fortunately, no one came looking for trouble. Before long, they arrived at the Huang residence. A large group of people gathered at the entrance. It seemed that all the elders of the Huang family had arrived. When they saw Huang Fei, they turned to look at Gu Chen. Many of their faces darkened. Fei, you finally know that you're back. I've heard about it from the Lu brothers. I told you long ago that Lin is unreliable, but you still went to him for help. If something happens to you, where will our Huang family put our face? The middle-aged man in the lead said with a cold expression. He clearly already knew that Huang Fei had almost been gang-raped by Taoist Master Lin and his gang. However, compared to her safety, he seemed to care more about his reputation. That's right, Xiao Fei. Do you think that the ghastly ruins is a place that just anyone can enter? Only you are naive enough to believe that Lin can help you. Another middle-aged man mocked. Huang Fei's joy at returning home immediately disappeared when she saw the two men. First uncle, second uncle, you think that it's useless, but have you ever done anything? You're just sitting around in the Huang residence, waiting to die. You're not even willing to try. Huang Fei retorted sharply with a wave of her hand. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Let's talk inside. I'm sure you already know that I've invited High Official Chen back from outside. Elder Chen? Are you talking about this hairless kid? Huang clan's first and second uncles sneered, their eyes filled with mockery. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but Louis and Luer's words were questionable, and after seeing the kid in front of them, he was too young. So this was the kid who dealt with Huang Daozhang and his group of subordinates. No matter how they heard it, they couldn't believe it. Are you guys crazy? How can you talk to Elder Chen like that? Huang Fei's expression changed, afraid that Gu Chen would get angry. Although her first and second uncles weren't very capable, they weren't hopelessly stupid. She had already told Louis and Luer to come back early to explain the situation. How could they still dare to act like this in front of a cultivator with the ability of divinity? Fei, don't pretend anymore. Uncle, I don't know where you found this kid, but aren't you too naive to think that you can rely on him to seize power in our Huang clan? Huang clan's first uncle looked like he had seen through the truth, and his aunt's tone was even sharper. That's right, this kid doesn't look bad. Is he your lover, Fei? Come to think of it, you're also at the age of loneliness. But if you want to hire someone to pretend to be an elder, you should find someone more presentable. Do you think we're all stupid? Huang Fei's face turned red, and she understood what was going on. They thought that what she told Louis and Luer to say was all a lie, and that this Gu Chen was just a figurehead to take over their power. She looked at the clan, old and young. Not many people believed her, and explaining would only be playing the lute to a cow. Forget it, what's the point of arguing with you guys? Grandfather has the final say in this matter. As long as he meets Senior Chen, he'll naturally agree to let him be an elder. Unfortunately, your grandfather is in seclusion again and can't meet random people. Huang clan's first uncle said indifferently. Seclusion again? Could it be that grandfather's situation? Huang Fei's eyes revealed a worried look. Xiao Fei, don't cause trouble at this juncture. Isn't it enough that you almost lost your life in the Forbidden Forest? Just leave the family matters to me and your uncle. In fact, your uncle and I have also invited a senior expert to be our Huang family's consecrator. They will arrive tomorrow. Father has already agreed before he went into seclusion. When the time comes, let's have a competition, and whoever is more powerful will become a consecrator. Their treatment will be 3 times that of the other families in the city. The strength of those two is the real deal, and they're quite famous. How can a little brat that you found from who knows where compare to them? Second uncle of the Huang family said. Huang Fei's face turned ashen. She could not help but look at Guchen apologetically. Originally, she was the one who tried her best to invite Guchen over. She didn't expect her first and second uncles to be so blind as to offend him with their words. She was very worried that Guchen would turn around and leave. After all, he had such strength at such a young age, so it was natural for him to be arrogant. Can I participate in tomorrow's competition? Unexpectedly, Guchen looked at the two of them and asked indifferently. Everyone in the Huang family was stunned for a moment, but the second uncle quickly reacted and sneered. Of course you can. You are an important guest invited by Xiao Fei. You have the right to participate. Spells have no eyes. If you get hurt by the 2 seniors, you can't blame anyone else. First uncle of the Huang family added expressionlessly. Very well, I will participate. Guchen replied calmly. The elders of the Huang family laughed but did not say anything. Especially Huang Fei's aunts and aunts, they were shaking with laughter. In that case, Fei, please take good care of your guests. We still have other matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first. The group of people shook their heads and walked away. A few of them talked loudly, and some even said things like you overestimate yourself. I'm sorry, Senior Chen. I've made a fool of myself. After the whole family left, Huang Fei smiled bitterly. The apologetic look on her face could not be wiped away. It's fine. Guchen shook his head. He did not care about those guys at all. What he cared about was the 3 times treatment that they mentioned. Ever since Grandpa's health deteriorated, the Huang family's situation in the Greedy Wolf City has been getting worse. But under these circumstances, my first and second uncles only know how to fight for power. As she led Guchen to the guest room, Huang Fei couldn't help but complain. The Huang family's 3 generations revolved around Huang Pingzhong, who was also Huang Fei's grandfather. As a divine realm cultivator, Huang Pingzhong had built up the Huang family's enormous foundation through hard work. In the entire Beijing prefecture, he was somewhat famous for his godly archery skills. However, in recent years, he had advanced in age, and few of the Huang family's second-generation descendants were promising. To this day, none of them had stepped into the divine realm. Huang Fei's father had originally been rather talented in cultivation, but he had died in an accident when he was young. Under these circumstances, the Huang family's businesses were naturally coveted by many. Many forces were waiting for Huang Pingzhong to die of old age. When the Huang family no longer had any cultivators to protect it, they would be able to slaughter the Huang family at will. Under these circumstances, the Huang family should be united, but the various branches of the family were still trying to cheat each other. This was especially true for Huang Fei's first and second uncles, who schemed to fight for the position of family head. Even she, who had been favored by the family head for 3 generations, was hostile towards her. You went to the ghastly ruins to find the Nining Stone just to help your grandfather? Guchen couldn't help but ask as he listened to Huang Fei's story. Huang Fei nodded. The reason she had taken the risk to ask Taoist Lin, who had a rather bad reputation, for help was because she wanted to do something for her grandfather and extend the family's life. Guchen's impression of her improved quite a bit. It was not easy for Huang Fei to do this in a situation where there were internal and external troubles. I have the Nining Stone. If the price is right, there's no harm in selling it to the Huang family. But can you tell me what use this thing has for your grandfather? Guchen pondered. Along the way, Huang Fei had hinted many times that she was interested in buying the Nining Stone from White Ape. However, Guchen didn't know exactly how valuable the Nining Stone was, so why would he sell it so easily? The Nining Stone belonged to the Yin element and was the food of the dead in the ghastly ruins. He couldn't imagine how useful it would be to the Huang family's master, who was nearing the end of his lifespan. I'm not too sure about that. I only know that Grandpa has been looking for the Nining Stone for a long time. He said that it was very important to him. If he could find it, he might be able to live longer. Huang Fei replied. She didn't seem to be hiding anything. How about this? If Senior Chen is willing to sell it, I'll ask Grandpa to discuss it with you personally when he comes out of seclusion. Gu Chen nodded in agreement. After arranging a place for Gu Chen, Huang Fei left with a solemn look on her face. Senior Chen, tomorrow's competition is of great importance. Since Grandpa has agreed to this competition, it means that he intends to choose the next master. Whoever invites the cultivator to become the master will naturally have the most say in the family in the future. First uncle and second uncle don't have enough power. I don't want the family to die in their hands, so I hope that Senior Chen can do his best. I promise that after this is done, I will give Senior Chen a generous reward. She had thrown caution to the wind and pinned her hopes on Gu Chen. She wanted to fight for the position of master. She bowed again. The view of her chest was so beautiful that no one would get tired of looking at it. I'll do my best. Gu Chen touched his nose and looked away from her chest. The next day, the entire Huang family was gathered in the family's martial arts field. The two invited cultivators had already arrived. The Huang family was divided into two factions, each headed by the Huang family's first uncle and second uncle. The atmosphere was full of gunpowder. Today's competition was related to who would inherit the position of the family leader. Almost every disciple of the Huang family had their own team. Monk Silver, I didn't expect you to fight with me for the position of the Huang family's elder. On the side of the Huang family's first uncle, an old man wearing a wooden crown and a Taoist robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking a bit like an immortal. Enlightened Master Liu, I advise you to go back to where you came from. Otherwise, it won't be good if your old bones are broken. Opposite him was a monk. He was born with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He didn't look kind at all like a monk. Instead, there was a sense of fierceness between his brows. The two were already at daggers drawn before they started fighting. As independent cultivators, they couldn't compare to those who came out of cultivation sections. They were often short of money. Becoming an elder of a certain force naturally became a big source of income. In particular, the Huang family was extremely rich in Tanling City. Therefore, both of them were very interested and determined to get the position of elder. Tell me, how do you want to fight? The two were about to spar when a shout came from afar. Wait. Huang Fei walked quickly in front while Gu Chen followed behind her unhurriedly. They arrived at the martial arts field. What does this girl want to do? How dare she interrupt the two of us? Enlightened Master Liu and Monk Silver were very displeased. Uncle, second uncle, the competition has already begun. Why didn't you inform us? Consort Huang walked over, her pretty face filled with anger as she asked directly. If Louis hadn't rushed over to tell her, she wouldn't have known that today's competition had already begun. She almost missed it. This was extremely impolite to Senior Chen who she had invited. The attitude of the family yesterday was enough to make her angry. She didn't expect them to become even worse. Fei what are you doing? Is there a place for you to mess around in front of these two seniors? Huang Fei's uncle's expression turned cold. That's right. Yesterday's matter was just a joke. I already gave you a way out and deliberately didn't call you. I didn't expect you to pester us endlessly. You're so young, yet you don't want to contribute to the family. Instead, you covet the position of the family head. Do you think it's appropriate? Second uncle also criticized, looking at Gu Chen with disdain. Yesterday, when this young man said that he wanted to participate in the competition, he only thought that he was deliberately trying to show off in front of the beauty. He didn't expect that he would really dare to come today. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. All of you are too much. Huang Fei was so angry that her body trembled. It was true that she did not want the two elders to become the head of the family. She also wanted to replace them, but it was not for her own selfish desires, but for the future of the Huang family. He did not expect the two of them to describe him in such an unbearable manner. Why didn't they think about who was the one who risked his life to go to the ghastly ruins while their son was out drinking? What's going on? Don't tell me you haven't discussed the matter of the Huang clan's sinecures yet? Taoist Master Lu and the silver-headed monk listened to their conversation with impatience on their faces. Of course not. Seniors, please calm down. It's like this. Second uncle of the Huang family hurriedly told them about how consort Huang had invited Guchen over to be a sinecure. What? Let this brat compete with us? When the two cultivators heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Senior Chen is not a brat. He is a transcendent realm cultivator. Consort Huang hurriedly refuted. At this moment, she was already at the limit of her anger. Transcendent realm cultivator? How old is he? I'm afraid he's not even 18, right? The old man only became a cultivator when he was nearly 50 years old. If he is also a cultivator at such a young age, then wouldn't the old man have lived his life like a dog? Taoist Master Lu sneered. The Huang family has really fallen. They even want to invite a brat who still smells of his mother's milk to be a sinecure. The silver-headed monk pointed at Guchen with a face full of displeasure. If I compete with this brat and this matter spreads out, where will I put my face? Chase him away, don't let him affect our competition. Seeing that the two cultivators were angry, the Huang family's first and second uncles' expressions tensed up and hurriedly agreed. The Huang family was now in a crisis. It was not easy to invite these two. If they were to leave in anger, what would they do? Someone, take consort Huang and that brat away. They hurriedly shouted, and a few juniors of the Huang family immediately stepped forward. Don't you dare. Consort Huang immediately berated, and for a moment, those people hesitated. Although consort Huang was young, she was deeply loved by the family head. Her methods were also very powerful, so they didn't dare to be too rash. One move. At this time, Guchen, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth with a cold expression. The Huang family's neglect and the two cultivators' contempt had angered him. Everyone couldn't help but look over. One move. As long as one of you can take one move from me, I will immediately turn around and leave the Huang family. As he spoke, he looked straight at the two cultivators. At this moment, the dormant blood chi in Guchen's body became majestic, revealing an aura that even wild beasts would fear. Previously, he had cultivated the breath concealment technique of the assassins from the Nether God Palace. Thus, even if they were both early-stage transcendent realm cultivators, the two opposite him didn't notice any clues. The scene fell silent. The sudden oppression made everyone in the Huang family inexplicably fearful. Originally, they thought that it was pure boasting, but for some reason, they didn't have the courage to ridicule or refute like before. A bit interesting. Enlightened Master Lu and the silver-headed monk's expressions also changed. They realized that the young man in front of them probably had some strength. However, he wanted to use one move to finish them off, he was looking down on them too much. But if you lose... Guchen didn't give the two a chance to speak. A pair of dark eyes were cold and ruthless as they swept over the Huang family's first and second uncles. I want the position of the Huang family's guardian, and the treatment must be doubled out of yours. Also, those who were disrespectful to me before must pay the price. As soon as he said this, everyone in the Huang family's expression changed. What kind of joke is this? What if we don't agree? The Huang family's second uncle broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Guchen's aura was a bit terrifying. Consort Huang, do you accept my conditions? Guchen ignored him and turned to look at Consort Huang beside him. Consort Huang's expression turned cold. She understood the meaning of Guchen's words and immediately nodded solemnly. Okay, I agree. It's useless for her to agree. We don't agree. The Huang family's first and second uncles shouted angrily. The winner is the patriarch, and he can decide everything, right? Guchen took a step forward. The powerful aura shook the Huang family juniors who wanted to kick him out and made them retreat subconsciously. Since it's like this, cut the crap. Which one of you wants to take one move from me? His eyes burst with light and his voice rolled like thunder, shaking the Huang family's women and causing the Huang family's men's legs to weaken. I understand. That is indeed the case. The silver-headed monk grinned and strode forward. The position of Huang family's guardian is mine. Not to mention one move, I can easily take 100 moves. You're too full of yourself. In terms of defense, I'm one of the best in Beijing Prefecture. Divine ability, Silver Dragon Buddha body. His entire body glowed with silver light, and his body expanded by more than half. His muscles twisted like steel bars, and in a moment, his entire body was covered in silver. Silver Buddha's name came from his divine ability. The Silver Dragon Buddha body multiplied his size and increased his strength. Most importantly, his defense was unbelievably strong. Every cultivator who stepped into the divine ability realm would inevitably gain divine abilities. But most cultivators' divine abilities weren't particularly powerful. If they were unlucky, their awakened divine abilities wouldn't even be as powerful as ordinary spells. For example, Enlightened Master Lu's awakened hearing ability, but it was only slightly better than others. It was of little value. Silver Buddha, on the other hand, was a very lucky person. He had awakened an extraordinary divine ability, the Silver Dragon Buddha body. Over the years, he had relied on it to make a name for himself in Beijing Prefecture. Silver Buddha was only at the early stage of divine ability, but with the Silver Dragon Buddha body, he dared to go head-on against a middle-stage divine ability cultivator. Enlightened Master Lu was very envious of him. Now that he stood up and revealed his divine ability, no matter how much the little demon hid, he would lose without a doubt. One move, it could only be said that he was young and frivolous. Silver Buddha was not exaggerating. It wouldn't be strange if he could take 100 moves. In such a situation, there was no need for him to make a move. He could just watch from the side. Seeing Silver Buddha reveal such an extraordinary dharma, the Huang family's second uncle was overjoyed. He was still a bit shaken by Gu Chen's words, but at this moment, the haze was swept away. Humph, it's easy to sprain your tongue if you brag too much. I want to see how you defeat Senior Buddha in one move. He was in high spirits while the Huang family's first uncle was inexplicably nervous. This Silver Buddha looked so powerful. Would the enlightened Master Lu he invited be a match? Lady Huang was also shocked. This Silver Buddha looked much more powerful than Daoist Lin. Even though she had seen Gu Chen in action before, she couldn't help but worry. In the boundless world, there are indeed all kinds of divine abilities. Gu Chen saw that the other's appearance had changed greatly and felt it was new, but he wasn't worried. Instead, he was even more eager to try. The stronger the defense, the more he could test the level of his move. He slowly walked forward, raised his hands slightly, and grasped the air. His temperament suddenly changed. His hands seemed to be able to hold the entire world. The Silver Buddha became more serious. His whole body was sparkling with silver light, and all of his weak points disappeared. Gu Chen's hands began to move in the void, as if he was pushing an invisible ball. Heaven and earth Xianxia rushed over. His aura rose rapidly. His fists were shrouded in golden light. With a casual swing, the air whistled. It's actually a martial skill. Monk Silver's expression changed slightly. He was a body cultivator and didn't have a deep understanding of spells, but he was very knowledgeable about martial arts. When a cultivator reaches the transcendent realm, they tend to learn spells and view martial arts as inferior. However, he knew that some powerful martial techniques were far more powerful than spells, and that was what body cultivators like him yearned for. The martial skill that the little rascal was displaying was giving him that feeling. He had a very bad premonition. He had to break this guy's momentum, he roared fiercely. Relying on the silver-fled Dragon Buddha body, he slid forward like a falling mountain, directly colliding with Gu Chen. Gu Chen's eyes lit up at this moment. He leaped up and spun in the air, accumulating his power to the peak. 33 Layered Heaven's Secret Technique. First Level Secret Technique, Sun Moon Refining, Secret Technique, Sun Moon Embracing Hammer. He pushed with both hands, and the sun and moon alternated as he smashed down. Boom, the violent Xianxia turned into a shockwave. Monk Silver was hit head-on, and his feet directly sank into the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The bluestone floor of the practice field exploded with him as the center, rolling out and forming a large pit. Astral winds blew up, bringing up billowing smoke and dust. Everyone couldn't open their eyes for a while. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Gu Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Inside the pit, Monk Silver was lying down covered in blood. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and his feet were twisted out of shape. He had fainted, broken. The silver flood dragon Buddha body, known for its powerful defense, collapsed under one blow from Gu Chen. Enlightened Master Lu sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at this scene in shock. And the group of Huang family members were frighteningly pale. One move, he really finished off Monk Silver in one move. The second uncle of the Huang family was horrified. He looked at Gu Chen as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't expect that this young man was really a cultivator of the god realm, and to be so powerful. Thinking of all the disrespect he had shown him before, his scalp went numb. Gu Chen looked at Monk Silver, who was exhaling more than he inhaled, but there wasn't much joy on his face. The Sun-Moon Embracing Hammer was a powerful martial technique recorded in the 33 Layers of Heaven's Secret Technique, so it wasn't strange at all that it had such power. In fact, he had painstakingly practiced this martial technique for a month and had only learned a little bit. It was the first time he used it against a god realm cultivator, so he had some experience in using it. This was something to be happy about. Turning his head, Gu Chen's gaze fell on Enlightened Master Lu, who hadn't made a move yet. "You're the only one left. Do you want to take one of my moves?" Enlightened Master Lu's expression immediately changed. What a joke. Even Monk Silver, who had such a powerful defense, was defeated. If he accepted this kind of competition, wouldn't his fate be even worse? So fellow Daoist Chen is such a powerful body cultivator. The old man admires you. He laughed it off first, then rolled his eyes. With fellow Daoist strength, isn't it too unfair for the old man to stand still and take your attack head-on? You have to know that there are 3,000 great Daos and there are many kinds of cultivators in the world. In a fight of martial arts, it's important to use one's strength to attack one's weakness. He still wanted to go on for a long time, but Gu Chen waved his hand and interrupted him. Then how do you want to compete? Gu Chen originally wanted to fight with different kinds of God Realm cultivators to accumulate combat experience. Moreover, he still consumed a lot of elemental energy to use the Sun-Moon Embracing Hammer, so he didn't plan to use it again. Oh, the old man is good at controlling swords. Enlightened Master Lu didn't expect Gu Chen to be so straightforward and didn't hide anything. With a shake of his sleeve, 3 crystal-clear swords flew out and danced around him. Uncle Huang's face lit up when he saw the 3 flying swords. Enlightened Master Lu's flying flow 3 swords were quite famous. The 3 swords were all yellow-grade low-grade Dharma treasures. When used together, there were endless changes and extraordinary power. Don't look at how powerful that brat's attack was just now. If he couldn't get close, it wouldn't have much meaning. He heard his father say that battles between cultivators were always complicated and focused on mutual restraint. In his opinion, this enlightened Master Lu just happened to restrain Chenggu. Since you use a sword, I'll use a sword too. With a thought, Gu Chen unsheathed the chilling star sword on his back and held it in his hand. Oh? The sword in fellow Daoist Chen's hand seems to be an ordinary weapon? Enlightened Master Lu said uncertainly. Yes, it's a mortal grade top grade. It can't compare to the so-called Dharma treasures. Gu Chen casually replied. This chilling star sword was given to him by Lui Chen. It was made of millennium cold iron and was considered the top of mortal grade weapons. But cultivators were different. The weapons used by cultivators were usually called Dharma treasures. They were full of spirituality and possessed all kinds of power. Even the worst yellow-grade low-grade Dharma treasure was much more powerful than ordinary weapons. Fellow Daoist Chen plans to use that ordinary sword to deal with the old man's 3 flying swords? A look of anger flashed across Enlightened Being Lu's face, thinking that the other party was underestimating him. Gu Chen nodded. Could it be that fellow Daoist Chen thinks that the sword in your hand can be faster than the old man's flying sword? Enlightened Being Lu laughed out of extreme anger. That's right. Gu Chen's reply completely infuriated him. Alright, the old man wants to see how fast fellow Daoist Chen's sword is. With a spell, the 3 flying swords released a 3-foot-long green light and whizzed out, swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, the flying swords were extremely fast. Gu Chen's eyes were purple, but he could clearly see their trajectory. Clang, he stabbed out with his sword and hit the flying sword, sending it flying. He did not directly use the Immaculate Sword technique, afraid that others would recognize it. He added his own understanding of the sword move. Unfortunately, although the flying sword was knocked back, a small nick actually appeared on the blade of the chilling star sword. In the end, a mortal weapon could not compare to a yellow-grade magic treasure. If he continued to use the sword, the chilling star sword would definitely break in a short while. It seems that fellow Daoist Chen is too careless. Seeing this, enlightened being Lu sneered and commanded the flying sword to pursue. He was determined to take the position of the Huang family's guardian. The three swords flew together, faintly sealing off all of Gu Chen's directions. The sword chi was dense and could easily cut through steel. Whoosh! This time, Gu Chen did not attack with his sword. His movement technique became strange and ethereal. When the flying sword fell, he dodged it at a strange angle, as if he had entered the netherworld. Enlightened being Lu's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his finger, the flying sword returned to its nest and attacked again. Gu Chen smiled. His footwork was strange, and his body flickered. He dodged the flying sword's stab one by one and quickly rushed towards enlightened being Lu. This was the netherworld movement technique that had been improved by the moon treading star steps. When he moved, he was as fast as a ghost. Seeing that Gu Chen was about to close in on him, afraid that he would use that frightening martial skill from before, spiritual master Lu shouted loudly. The three swords of flying stream flowed down like a waterfall, slashing down streams of sword chi and landing right on Gu Chen's back. At the same time, he quickly formed a lightning palm in his hand and blasted it towards Gu Chen. His reaction could not be said to be slow. With a pincer attack, it was reasonable to say that Gu Chen would not be able to escape. Gu Chen saw that it was difficult to dodge, but at this moment, he laughed. His footwork changed. He gave up on the netherworld movement technique and used the stars and moon striding steps. Whoosh, he instantly disappeared from where he stood, and both of Daoist Master Lu's attacks missed. Not good. Daoist Master Lu was scared out of his wits, but Gu Chen had already appeared behind him, and his sword seemed to have flown over from the heavens. Dang, the cold star sword stabbed 3 times in a row. The first sword pierced through Daoist Master Lu's right arm, the second sword pierced through his thigh, and the third sword stopped less than an inch behind his neck, cold and threatening. Clang, clang. Daoist Master Lu's 3 flying swords fell together, and he knelt on one leg, his face as pale as paper. Chen. Fellow Daoist Chen, the old man has lost. Please spare the old man's life. Although it was a competition, Beijing Prefecture was full of vicious and evil people. It was normal for one to be killed after losing a battle of magical powers. When Gu Chen heard this, he withdrew his sword. Daoist Master Lu's heart couldn't help but be relieved. Lost? Eldest Uncle Huang looked at this scene and spat out 2 words with difficulty, as if he couldn't believe it. Second Uncle Huang's expression was also incomparably gloomy. At the same time, fear rapidly spread in his heart. Previously, they didn't know the depth of this Jingu's strength and had offended him. Now that 2 cultivators were no match for him, if he wanted revenge, they wouldn't have any room to fight back. Although his father was in the prefecture, he was in seclusion. Even if someone killed him, he wouldn't know. Gu Chen walked towards the group of people from the Huang clan. Concubine Huang's eldest and second uncles instinctively retreated. The entire clan was trembling with fear. At this moment, their intestines were green with regret. They shouldn't have doubted Concubine Huang's words. The Huang clan was already in a precarious situation. How could they have offended such a powerful cultivator? Gu Chen walked in front of Concubine Huang and looked at her calmly. From now on, you should be the head of the clan, right? Concubine Huang had witnessed the entire battle from beginning to end. Her heart swayed as she watched. This young man was a few years younger than her, but he was actually this powerful. This had a huge impact on her. As she looked at Gu Chen's face, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Inexplicably, she wondered why he was so handsome. After being reminded by Gu Chen, she took a deep breath and quickly adjusted her mentality. Her grandfather was in seclusion. Now that she had Senior Chen's support, her position as the head of the clan was set in stone. From now on, I am the head of the Huang clan. Do you have any objections? This charming lady was now more heroic. As soon as she finished speaking, no one in the Huang clan dared to say a word. The first and second uncles of the Huang clan were completely defeated. Who dared to say no when the young man was right next to them? Since no one has any objections, then I will announce two things. Concubine Huang was also a decisive person. First, from now on, Senior Chengu will be a guest of the Huang clan. As previously agreed, he will be given double the treatment. No one objected. Although the Huang clan's offer of a guest was already 3 times that of the other clans in the city, this meant that Gu Chen's treatment was 6 times that of a normal guest. It was high enough to put a lot of financial pressure on the Huang clan. However, his strength was there, and they had offended him first. There was nothing they could say about this treatment. Second, from now on, first uncle will be relieved of his position as the pavilion master of the martial pavilion and second uncle's financial power. From now on, be it the medicine workshop, the weapon market, or the martial pavilion, they will only listen to my orders. As for the specific arrangements, we will discuss it another time. As soon as the second matter was announced, the faces of the first and second uncles of the Huang clan turned pale. The martial pavilion controlled the armed forces that the Huang clan had accumulated over the years. If they could not be the pavilion master, they would instantly lose their right to speak in the clan. Without financial power, they would not be able to live an extravagant life. As soon as the order was given, everyone in the Huang clan's first and second uncles' families cried. Even their sons would not be able to indulge in debauchery in the future. Fei you can't do this. The first and second uncles were anxious and wanted to plead for mercy. Taking away their power was even worse than killing them. Shut up. Have you done anything proper these past few years? A large part of the reason for the Huang clan's decline is because you are obsessed with fighting for power and filling your own pockets. If anyone has any objections, I will kick you out of the clan. With Gu Chen as her backing, concubine Huang was full of confidence and decided to reform the Huang clan from within. Being threatened by her like this, the group of people were dejected and did not dare to say anything more. Gu Chen nodded to himself. He knew that the reason why concubine Huang punished them like this was largely because of him. These people had spoken disrespectfully to him before, and now they had their power and wealth taken away. This was a price that they would remember for the rest of their lives. Gu Chen officially became a consecrator of the Huang clan and had a small courtyard in the Huang clan. Every month, the Huang clan would give him 1,000 crystals, 3 bottles of low-grade yellow-grade pills, or 1 bottle of middle-grade yellow-grade pills. In return, Gu Chen promised to provide them with protection. According to Gu Chen's understanding, this treatment was not inferior to that of the elders of the Wuchen sect. Although it was a consecrator, the number of times a cultivator in the greedy wolf city could make use of a divine ability could be counted on one hand. Most of the time, Gu Chen could focus on cultivation. As soon as Huang Fei took over the position of clan leader, she immediately started a drastic reform of the Huang clan. As one of the top forces in the greedy wolf city, how could such a big movement be hidden from others? Very soon, many forces in the greedy wolf city knew that the Huang clan's clan leader would be succeeded by a junior of the 3rd generation. They even invited a young cultivator from outside, causing a heated discussion. Gu Chen was not interested in the internal strife of the Huang clan. Once he settled down, he only had one thing to do, and that was to find out information about Tiannan City and the Wuchen sect. He wanted to know if his mother and elder Nangong were safe. That night, a large number of assassins from the underworld god palace had been mobilized, and the commotion caused should not be small. Even if he was far away in the Beijing prefecture, he might be able to find some information. He had thought that it would take some time to find out this information, but he did not expect to get the answer so quickly. Boom! The stone table in the courtyard was smashed into powder by Gu Chen's fist. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. His body trembled, and his aura was as ferocious as a wild beast. The calamity of the Fenglin prefecture, the 13 clans were all annihilated, more than 100,000 people died for no reason. All sorts of shocking news from the outside world reverberated in his mind, causing his heart to bleed. From sect leader Wang to ordinary servants, even people from the Purple Firmament Society, Golden Crow sect, and other sects died for no reason. All of this was for me, Gu Chen. Underworld God Palace, how vicious of you. Gu Chen's voice was hoarse, and he was in great pain. 100,000 people, 100,000 people died because of him. The news from the outside world was that the 13 sects of the Fenglin Manor had offended some major powers and were uprooted overnight. The commotion caused by this matter was extremely great. The cultivation sects of the Fenglin Manor were all annihilated, causing the various prefectures in the eastern wilderness to discuss this. Even the sects that were close to the Fenglin Manor felt insecure. Of course, Beijing Prefecture had also heard about such a big event. Even after a month, the news did not die down. Thus, it was not difficult for Guchen to find out about it. As for the reason why the 13 sects of Fenglin Manor were annihilated and who was the culprit, there were many different opinions. There was no clear conclusion. Some people said that they had offended a reclusive major character from the eastern barren lands. There were also people who directly guessed that it had something to do with the three great dark powers of the continent. There were even people who said that they had seen assassins from the celestial court appearing in Fenglin Manor. Only Guchen, who knew the truth of the matter, understood that the culprit who had annihilated the 13 sects was not some reclusive major character, nor was it someone from the celestial court or the netherworld manor. It could only be the underworld god palace. During the rising dragon ceremony 1 month ago, Guchen had awakened the tyrannical ether bone. It was impossible for the appearance of such a top-notch physique on the continent not to have any news spread. However, news about the tyrannical ether bone, and even his name, had not appeared in the rumors about the calamity that had befallen Fenglin Manor. In fact, it was as if he, Gu Chen, had never existed. Guchen immediately understood what was going on. The underworld god palace had done such a heinous thing just to silence them. They did not want the news of the tyrannical ether bone to leak out and increase their competitors. Thus, they had killed everyone who knew about it. For this reason, they viewed the lives of 100,000 people as ants. I was too naive. Huangfu Wuji and the underworld god palace are 100 times more vicious than I had imagined. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with grief. So many people had died because of him, and he felt the most terrible in his heart. Previously, he had been worried that he would be listed as a wanted criminal. Who would have thought that the underworld god palace had no intention of letting him appear in this world? To them, the best outcome for him was perhaps to have his tyrannical ether bone dug out by them and then die a miserable death. Huangfu Wuji, the underworld god palace, and that man with a bamboo hat. One day, I, Gu Chen, will definitely make all of you pay the price. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with madness. He hammered the ground with all his might, creating a huge pit in his courtyard. He had a blood feud with Huangfu Wuji, and he had to kill him. The underworld god palace was so vicious, and he had to uproot them by hook or by crook. That man with a bamboo hat was an upper echelon of the underworld god palace. That day at Fenglin residence, he must have been the one who gave the order to massacre. He might even have killed Elder Nangong. Such a person had to die without a doubt. Guchen constantly muttered the name of his enemy. After venting his anger for a long time, he slowly calmed down. Anger was useless. Before he had the strength to take revenge, all his anger would only bring about bad results. Therefore, he had to restrain himself, he had to endure. He was like the coldest venomous snake, entrenched in the dark, waiting for the day to deal a fatal blow to his enemy. Guchen had completely calmed down. He directly returned to his house, took out the golden embryo pills and other elixirs that Huang Fei had given him, and started to cultivate crazily. He devoured a large amount of elixirs and took in all the resources he could see. He cherished every breath of time, all for the sake of growing faster. Several days later, Huang Fei arrived at Gu Chen's residence. When she saw the devastated courtyard, her eyes were filled with worry. That day, Gu Chen vented his anger. Although the servants outside didn't know what happened, they all gasped when they saw the scene in the courtyard. Since then, Gu Chen didn't even leave his house. When Huang Fei found out, she was very worried. Hence, she found an excuse to visit him today. It was normal for cultivators to go into seclusion for a few months. She shouldn't be worried. But these days, every time she tossed and turned because of her clan's affairs, Gu Chen's figure would always appear in her mind. Although he was younger than her, he gave her a sense of security. In a situation where there were internal and external troubles, she especially needed a strong shoulder. I wonder what happened to Senior Chen. At the door, Huang Fei hesitated whether she should knock on the door. Gigi. A short white figure jumped over the wall and entered the courtyard. It seemed to be in a hurry and was sneaky. White ape. Huang Fei called out happily. Senior Chen's snow-white little monkey was extremely clever. She liked it very much. When White Ape heard someone calling him, he got a fright. When he turned and saw that it was Huang Fei, he heaved a sigh of relief. Gigi. White Ape responded a few times and came closer. Huang Fei saw that it was holding a bag in its hand. What is this? She asked curiously. White Ape had a shifty look on his face. He chuckled and loosened the bag. Suddenly, a pile of things flowed out. The fragrant smell of medicine filled the air. There was a large pile of medicinal herbs inside, and they looked to be quite old. Where did these come from? Huang Fei was shocked. White Ape did not answer. He randomly picked up a wild ginseng and threw it into his mouth, munching on it. Pooey pooey. As if dissatisfied with the taste of the ginseng, he spat it out. Huang Fei's heart ached. This little monkey was too wasteful. That wild ginseng was at least 100 years old and worth a lot of money. Creak, at this moment, the door of Gu Chen's room suddenly opened and he walked out. Senior Chen. Huang Fei was pleasantly surprised and quickly greeted him. Gu Chen nodded and looked at White Ape with a frown. Where did these come from? He had been immersed in cultivation for the past few days and had no time to care about White Ape. Ever since he entered the greedy wolf city, this monkey was like a runaway horse, disappearing from time to time. Squeak. White Ape's eyes flickered. He took out a golden fruit and took a few bites without making a sound. I don't care where you came from. You'd better send it back. I won't care if anything happens to you. He shook his head angrily. These things were obviously stolen, but White Ape was used to being wild, so he was too lazy to reprimand it. Anyway, this monkey was smart and strong. It would not be too much trouble. Miss Huang, why are you looking for me? Gu Chen turned to ask Huang Fei. His divine sense had sensed that Huang Fei had been pacing outside the house for a long time, so he came out to check. Huang Fei was a little speechless. She did not know why, but she felt that Gu Chen was even colder than before. He exuded a temperament that kept people at a distance. Has Patriarch Huang come out of seclusion? Gu Chen guessed when Huang Fei did not answer. Patriarch Huang wanted the Nining stone in his hands, and Huang Fei said that he would negotiate the price with him once he came out of seclusion. As the owner of the tyrannical ether bone, Gu Chen needed a lot of elixirs. Ordinary people would not be able to take too many elixirs in a short period of time, but he did not have this concern. Even the impurities in the elixirs could be easily eliminated through the nature of the heavenly stellar art, making his origin power pure. In the past few days, he had been cultivating with all his might. He had finally broken through from the peak of the early stage of the divine arts to the middle stage of the divine arts, but he had almost used up all the pills he had. The higher one's cultivation base was, the harder it was to increase. If he wanted to maintain his rapid growth, he would need a large amount of medicinal pills and resources. Thus, he was a little concerned about the Huang family head. He planned to sell all the Nining stones to him if the price he offered was right. As for the fact that the Nining stones originally belonged to the White Ape, he did not care about it at all. The monkey had lost its novelty and had long since thrown the stones in the corner of the house, not even touching them. No, grandfather hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Huang Fei hurriedly shook her head. According to the usual practice, grandfather's seclusion is not short. It might even take a few months. Once Huang Pingzhang went into closed-door cultivation, he was not allowed to be disturbed no matter how big the matter was. Thus, she did not have the time to talk about the Nining stone. Oh, what is it, then? Gu Chen's interest was immediately dampened. Huang Fei pursed her lips. It's like this. Today, there will be a black market meeting in the city. According to the usual practice, the family heads of the three major forces in Greedy Wolf City will attend. I have just become the family head, so I must go. However, I am afraid that something unexpected will happen, so I hope Senior Chen can accompany me. Gu Chen immediately understood and nodded. All right. Since he had taken the Huang family's money, he naturally had to do things for them. This was a Legitimate request from Huang Fei. Seeing that Gu Chen had agreed, Huang Fei's face lit up. Then let's go now. It's getting late. Gu Chen had no objections. He changed his clothes and followed her out. As for the white ape, he was happily munching on a pile of unknown medicinal ingredients in the house. He had no interest in going with the two of them. Beijing Prefecture is a lawless area, and it is also a strategic location. Therefore, the black market is especially developed. Almost every city in the prefecture has a black market, which is controlled by different forces. Every year, it brings in a considerable amount of profit. In the carriage, Huang Fei told Gu Chen about the black market. Beijing Prefecture had three main characteristics: chaos, black market, and violence. The black market was very important in Beijing Prefecture. It directly or indirectly supported countless forces. Does the Huang family also run a black market? Gu Chen asked curiously. No, the Huang family is not powerful enough to run a black market. Even if the three major forces of Greedy Wolf City join forces, they are not powerful enough. Huang Fei shook her head. Not only did the black market need a powerful source of goods, but it also needed military power. This kind of trade was always shady, and the participants were often vicious and evil people. Without powerful military power, there was no way to ensure the stability of the black market. The Huang family was powerful in Greedy Wolf City, but it was nothing compared to the entire Beijing Prefecture. The black market in our area is controlled by the Cloud Mist sect. Every month, they hold a black market in Greedy Wolf City. The three major forces in the city all work with the Cloud Mist sect and sell their goods through their channels. Therefore, they pay special attention to the black market. Huang Fei explained. The Huang family owned many medicine shops and weapon markets. Almost all of their goods were sold through the Cloud Mist sect's channels. Naturally, they were very concerned about the black market. Tell me about the other two major forces in the city. The Qian family and the Lan family, right? Gu Chen asked. Currently, the situation in Greedy Wolf City was not stable. The three major forces were competing fiercely. The Qian and Lan families had taken advantage of the Huang family's decline and had never stopped their ambition to take over the city. Now that Gu Chen had become the Huang family's honorable guest, he naturally needed to know more about his potential enemies. The head of the Qian family, Qian Fengbao, is a mid-stage divine power cultivator. He is narrow-minded and vicious. He started from scratch and is in the prime of his life. Under his leadership, the Qian family is thriving. He is the biggest threat to the Huang family. Huang Fei answered without hesitation. As for the Lan family, they don't have any cultivators, but they have a good relationship with the Cloud Mist sect. They run their business well, so they are very wealthy. They have two honorable guests. I heard that they are twins of a boy and a girl. They are not to be trifled with. Gu Chen listened carefully and nodded. It seemed that these two families were not weak. If the Huang family had not invited him to be their honorable guest, and the Huang family head had died, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, one of these two families had a relationship with the Cloud Mist sect, and the other family head was a mid-stage divine power cultivator. The fact that the Huang family was able to sit on the throne of Greedy Wolf City's #1 power showed how powerful the Huang family head was when he was at his peak. Gu Chen was born into the family of Tiannan City's castellan, so he was not surprised by the competition between these families. He already had his own judgment. As they spoke, they arrived at the location of the black market. The location was not in the city, but on the outskirts of Greedy Wolf City. The biggest characteristic of the black market was that it could not be seen in the light. Many people who had enemies or were wanted were not willing to enter the city, so the location was often hidden in the outskirts. Gu Chen, Huang Fei, and the two guards, Lu 1 and Lu 2, arrived at an abandoned and desolate house. Inside the house, Lu Yi gently knocked on the wooden board on the ground. Immediately, a hidden wooden door appeared, revealing a staircase that led underground. Underground was a huge karst space, and there were guards of the Cloud Mist sect guarding the entrance. Seeing that it was the Huang family, the guards immediately let them in. Gu Chen walked in, and there were already many people gathered in the hall of the black market. The trading mode of the black market was an auction. At this time, all sorts of people were gathered here, and there were already auction items on display on the stage. Most of the guests here were wearing masks, not wanting to be discovered. Some of them had a fierce aura, and it was obvious that they had a lot of blood on their hands. The three major powers of the greedy wolf city had their own private rooms here. When Gu Chen and Huang Fei entered the private room, the people of the other powers were already there. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, many gazes fell on the two of them. Huang Fei was a little nervous, while Gu Chen was expressionless. According to her previous description, he quickly recognized who these people were. The middle-aged man with a hooked nose should be the head of the Qian family, Qian Fengbao. Gu Chen spread out his divine sense and determined that his cultivation was in the middle stage of the divine arts. And the two youths standing behind him, a man and a woman who looked very similar, should be the head of the Lan family. The head of the Lan family had a big belly and a shabby cultivation. Gu Chen's attention was focused on the man and woman. This pair of twins were both in the early stage of the divine arts. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and their temperaments were quite good. They looked like they came from a cultivation sect, and were very different from ordinary rogue cultivators. Other than the two families, there was also an old man present. His cultivation was also in the middle stage of the divine arts, but Gu Chen couldn't figure out who he was. Junior Huang Fei greets Elder Wu and everyone else. Huang Fei respectfully called out to the old man. Gu Chen immediately understood that this old man was from the Cloud Mist sect, and was in charge of this black market transaction. The younger generation is truly formidable. I didn't think that you, Xiao Fei, would have become the head of the family. Elder Wu replied with a smile, but his and everyone else's gazes were focused on Gu Chen. The reason why Consort Huang was able to become the head of the family was because she had invited a worshipper from outside, named Gu. They heard that Elder Chen was very young but had great strength, so they were very curious. Now that they had finally met Gu Chen, they were all astonished to find that he was younger than they had imagined. Several cultivators immediately spread out their spiritual sense, wanting to probe Gu Chen's cultivation. However, they couldn't see through Gu Chen's breath-restraining technique of the Nether God Palace. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Just how strong was this young man? You must be Cultivator Chen. I've heard a lot about you. The head of the Qian clan smiled and greeted. Gu Chen felt that he was like a smiling tiger. Hello, everyone. He responded with a single sentence, and then he looked as if he didn't want to talk to anyone else. He was extremely cold. Seeing this, everyone had a strange look in their eyes. With such an attitude, if it wasn't because he was extremely strong, then he was just bluffing. Gu Chen and Consort Huang sat down. Everyone was very friendly to the new head of the Huang clan and didn't make things difficult for him at all. However, Gu Chen knew that this was just a facade. Back in Tiannan City, the Yi clan that Yi Qingshuang belonged to was also very friendly with the Gu clan on the surface, but in reality, they were always thinking of annexing the Gu clan. The current situation of the Huang clan was somewhat similar to that of the Gu clan. There are many good things being auctioned in the black market today. Many of them are also useful to us cultivators. Everyone, please take a closer look. Elder Wu said with a smile. Gu Chen, who was attending the black market for the first time, immediately showed an interested look. Qian Fengbao also seemed to be interested. Only the Jing siblings, the pair of twins, had a disapproving look on their faces. The auction in the black market was in full swing. There were all sorts of items being auctioned, medicinal pills, magic treasures, cultivation techniques, and even slaves. This was the greatest attraction of the black market. Most auctions would have many things to worry about. For example, the inherited cultivation techniques of some sects could not be auctioned for fear of offending others. However, this was not a problem in the black market. The origins of the auction items were a mystery, and so were the people they were sold to. It was very difficult to track them. Hence, Beijing Prefecture would often auction items that could not be found anywhere else in the Kunlun continent, attracting countless cultivators to participate in the black market trade. Gu Chen bought a few bottles of yellow-grade medicinal pills. Half of the essence crystals were his monthly salary from the Huang clan, and the other half was his income from selling the miscellaneous items he had obtained from the Underworld God Palace's assassins. Medicinal pills of yellow grade and above were simply too expensive. After buying a few times, his money pouch was almost empty. After that, when a suitable medicinal pill appeared or a coveted magic treasure appeared, Xiaochen could only lament his inadequacy. Next up is the Grand Tai Heavy Sword. It is forged from the strange Tai metal and weighs 50 tons. It is indestructible. Just based on its material, it is already an inferior grade yellow grade magic treasure. If a refiner can carve a formation on it, its rank can be raised by several grades. The starting bid for the Grand Tai Heavy Sword is only 1100 essence crystals. You cannot miss this opportunity. The pretty MC introduced the black heavy sword that just appeared on the stage. It looked ferocious, and it weighed a shocking 50 tons. A weapon of such weight was not commonly seen. Everyone, the material of this Grand Tai Heavy Sword is very precious. Don't miss it. Elder Wu turned his head around and praised himself with a smile. Elder Wu, stop fooling us. The material of this heavy sword is pretty good, almost as good as a profound grade material. However, it is not appropriate to call it a magic treasure. Qian Fengbao shook his head. That's right. It can only be considered a magic treasure if it can carve a formation on it, right? I heard that it is extremely difficult to carve a formation on this Grand Tai Heavy Sword. In addition to its frightening weight, it has already been auctioned many times. The elder brother of the Jing siblings said. Elder Wu could not help but feel a little awkward and coughed a few times. Cough cough, I am just casually recommending it. With a weight of 50 tons, even cultivators would not be able to easily lift it. Furthermore, if it could not be carved with a formation, it meant that it could not be stored and released as one wished. No matter how good the material of this Grand Tai Heavy Sword was, it was still too weak. As Guchen listened to everyone's conversation, he looked at the Grand Tai Heavy Sword and could not help but feel a little tempted. His chilling star sword had already been chipped when he sparred with enlightened Master Liu. Compared to the magic treasures of other cultivators, it was simply too weak. This Grand Tai Heavy Sword looked indestructible. A weight of 50 tons might be difficult for others, but to him, who had the strength of 1,000,000 tons, it was a piece of cake. In addition, its starting bid was clearly much cheaper than ordinary magic treasures. It was probably because it could not be sold. If he could get it, he would not suffer a loss. Unfortunately, he had already spent all his essence crystals. How could he take out another 1100 essence crystals? Guchen was a little tempted, but he sighed regretfully. It seemed like he could only give up 1,110 crystals. Just then, Huang Fei, who was standing beside Guchen, suddenly made a bid, attracting everyone's attention. Family head Huang, what do you want this heavy sword for? The Lan family head asked in surprise. Didn't Huang Fei hear the conversation between the cultivators? The heavy sword was of no use. Moreover, no one in the Huang family was suitable to use it. Family head Huang specialized in archery, so it was obvious that she didn't buy it for him. Guchen was also a little surprised. What did Huang Fei want to do with this sword? That sword looks good, so I bought it as a collection. Moreover, it seems that no one will bid against me. I can get it at the most affordable price. It's a good deal, Huang Fei replied. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. She was purely trying to pick up a bargain. Elder Wu was overjoyed to hear this. Xiao Fei, you really have a good eye. Even if you can't use this sword, you can sell it in the future and make a lot of money. The Qian family and Lan family sneered in their hearts. It would be a miracle if this sword could be sold. The Smoke Cloud sect had so many channels, but this sword had been sold so many times, let alone the Huang family. Everyone guessed that Huang Fei had just become the family head of the Huang family and wanted to build a good relationship with the Smoke Cloud sect. Therefore, she purposely acted like a fool. However, this idea was too naive. The Smoke Cloud sect was not that easy to please. It would be better to use this money on training their own people. She was too young after all. The two family heads thought to themselves. They were even more certain about the Huang family's decline. The VIP in the private room has made a bid. Is there anyone who can outbid her? Is there anyone? The MC on the stage asked enthusiastically. The guests below the stage all shook their heads in disbelief. The people in the private room couldn't be seen from the outside. To them, the sword was so useless, yet someone still wanted to buy it. It was clearly someone hired by the black market. In the end, the Hongtai heavy sword was bought by Huang Fei at the lowest price without any suspense. The auction continued. A group of young girls in prison uniforms with shackles on their hands and feet were brought onto the stage by a strong man. Every single one of them had beautiful appearances and good figures. Especially that panic-stricken, despairing, and helpless appearance, it was even more tempting to look at it. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. Gu Chen, who was sitting in his seat regretting not being able to obtain the Hongtai heavy sword, suddenly froze. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle when he glanced at one of the people on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this round of the auction has 7 beautiful young ladies. All of them are virgins. More importantly, all of their cultivation bases are above the 8th rank of the mortal body realm. Come, let everyone see their figures. The female MC said with a smile. The thugs of the black market immediately waved their whips and shouted, forcing the 7 helpless girls to turn around. The prison uniforms they wore were very thin, and their backs were bare. When they turned around, their graceful figures were faintly discernible, extremely alluring. The crowd of guests below the stage was stunned, and they even whistled. At this moment, 7 girls with cultivation above the 8th layer of the fleshly body realm? Where did the smoke cloud sect get such a treasure? Qian Fengbao's eyes lit up, and the head of the Lan family was also greatly moved. However, they were puzzled. The girls on the stage looked to be below 20 years old, but they had such cultivation bases. If they were in some small sects, they would be at the level of an inner disciple. Such beautiful young ladies should have boundless prospects. How did they end up being captured by the smoke cloud sect and auctioned off as slaves? Everyone looked at Elder Wu, curious about his explanation. Even the Jing siblings, who didn't think much of it before, felt a little more interested now. Do they just happen to look alike? At this moment, great waves rose in Gu Chen's heart as he stared at one of the young ladies on the stage. That young lady refused to turn around and reveal her beautiful back. A muscular man at the side went up and kicked her a few times before forcefully pulling her over. Seeing that everyone seemed to be very interested, Elder Wu smiled as he stroked his beard and said meaningfully. Does everyone still remember the shocking calamity that befell the Fenglin Manor a month ago? Gu Chen's fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, clenched tightly. He retracted his gaze from the stage and looked at Elder Wu. How can we not know about this? 13 sects were annihilated in a single night. This is simply unheard of. I heard that over 100,000 people died. The river in front of the Golden Crow sect's mountain gate turned into a river of blood. TSK TSK. The few of them replied. That's right. A total of 13 sects were annihilated. Most of the elders and disciples of the various sects in the Fenglin Manor died, but some managed to escape. Could it be that these 7 young ladies were the ones who escaped? That's right. They escaped from the Fenglin Manor. At that time, they were injured and were captured by others. In the end, they were sold to our smoke cloud sect. After hearing the explanation, everyone's eyes gleamed. These young ladies' aptitudes aren't bad. Why didn't the smoke cloud sect accept them as disciples but instead sold them as slaves? Upon hearing that these 7 young ladies were from the 13 sects of the Fenglin Manor, everyone's thoughts became sharper. These 7 young ladies came from different sections. The cultivation arts they cultivate are very different from our smoke cloud sect. In addition, their aptitude is already set and they are useless to our smoke cloud sect. It would be a waste to keep them. We might as well sell them at a high price. Elder Wu laughed heartily. The faces of Qian Fengbao and the Lan clan head were filled with disbelief. The Jing siblings laughed coldly. The younger sister said, Elder Wu, we aren't fools. Why don't you tell us directly? What's the danger in buying them? Under normal circumstances, any small sect would be willing to accept these 7 young ladies as disciples. However, the smoke cloud sect was selling them as slaves. No matter how high the price was, it was still illogical. One must know that all of their cultivation bases had reached the 8th level of the fleshly body realm. As long as one of them broke through to become a cultivator in the future, their future would be boundless. AI, everyone is really smart. As expected, I can't hide it from you. Elder Wu helplessly shook his head. There's indeed danger in buying them, but the danger isn't that great. Compared to the price we are offering, it's definitely worth it. He wasn't willing to be direct, but from his serious expression, he didn't seem to be lying this time around. How much are you guys selling them for? Qian Fengbao asked with interest. 300 crystals for one. How is it? Cheap enough, right? Elder Wu winked at Qian Fengbao. How can I not know clan head Qian's taste? If you are afraid of the risk, you can play with them for a while and then kill them all. That way, everything will be fine. 300 crystals for a few times? Even if they are virgins, this price is too expensive. Qian Fengbao sneered. The 7 young ladies are sold as a package. The starting price is only 2,000 crystals. If you don't buy them, there will be plenty of people who will. To put it bluntly, this is a black market. What kind of item is bought without risk? If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Elder Wu said confidently. By then, the MC had already announced the price. However, unlike in the private room, she did not reveal the origin of these young ladies. The moment the starting price of 2,000 crystals was announced, the crowd outside became rowdy. 7 beautiful girls are only worth 2,000 crystals? This price is too cheap. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on with these 7 people. Otherwise, how could the Cloud Mist sect be so kind? Who cares? This is the black market. We'll run away after buying them. Even if there's danger, who can find us? The guests discussed fervently. Very soon, a bidding frenzy was set off. After all, there were countless desperados who came to the black market. Why would they care about the risk? What they cared about was the price-performance ratio. Not to mention that these 7 girls' cultivation levels were not bad among their peers, their figures and looks were enough to make many men's lust swell. One had to know that they were not ordinary women. They were already very close to becoming cultivators. If they were to be imprisoned as slaves, how could they be the same as ordinary women? The price suddenly went from 2,000 crystals to 4,000 crystals. The guests were very enthusiastic. The 7 girls on the stage turned pale and trembled in fear. They looked like they wanted to eat them alive. The more frightened they were, the more excited the guests below the stage became. 4,500 crystals. In the private room, Qian Fengbao could not help but shout. Elder Wu was right. This was the black market. Who cared about the risks? 4,800, the Lan family leader also spoke. Since no one had any concerns, why should he worry, hearing that everyone was participating in the auction and that the 7 girls were being auctioned off like goods? Gu Chen's heart turned cold. Her name is Xiao Ke, right? Gu Chen murmured in his heart as he looked at the helpless girl on the stage. When these girls went on the stage, he found one of them particularly familiar. When he heard Elder Wu's explanation of their origins, he was immediately sure that he did not recognize the wrong person. The girl on the stage was called Xiao Quebec. She was an inner disciple of the Purple Cloud sect. When Gu Chen entered the Forbidden Forest to cultivate, he met the people of the Purple Cloud sect and the Golden Crow sect who were plotted against by the White Ape. It was there that he met Lu Yichen and obtained the Cold Star Sword. Back then, this young girl was by Lu Yichen's side and was her junior sister. When she heard Gu Chen's name, she was the first one to recognize him, so Gu Chen had an impression of her. To think that there were still survivors among the 13 sects of the Fenglin prefecture. No matter how ruthless the Netherworld God Palace had been, it was impossible for all of them to have been in their respective sects that day. It was normal for some to have slipped through the net. We must save them. Gu Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had met people he knew in a foreign land, and these people had such a tragic fate because of him. No matter what, he could not sit back and do nothing, even if doing so might expose himself and allow the Nether God Palace to discover him. He still had to do it. Since he was young, his parents had taught him to distinguish right from wrong, to distinguish kindness from hatred. No matter how big the reason was, he could not abandon his principles. When the bidding price had reached 5,500 yuan, Gu Chen opened his mouth at this time. 6,000 yuan crystals. He did not have that much money, but even if he had to sell all the elixirs he had bought earlier, even if he had to borrow money from the Huang clan, he had to save them. When Gu Chen opened his bid, everyone in the private room immediately looked at him with mocking eyes. It seemed that this young cultivator was also hot-blooded. For these 7 flowers, he did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of money. Huang Fei's expression became a little unnatural when she heard Gu Chen open his mouth. Gu Chen was usually cold, and she thought that he was young and did not understand the love between a man and a woman. But it seemed that it was not the case. Could it be that he only liked younger girls, and she was a little old in his eyes? Huang Fei did not know what she was thinking. 7,000 yuan crystals. Qian Fengbao directly increased the bid by 1,000 yuan crystals, and then looked at Gu Chen with a smile. I'm sorry, fellow Daoist Chen. I am very interested in these 7 girls, so I cannot let you have them. Gu Chen was expressionless as he directly increased the bid. 8,000 yuan crystals. This determined look caused everyone to be surprised. This Huang clan's consecrator was so young, how could he take out so many yuan crystals? Qian Fengbao's expression turned cold. It seemed that this Huang clan's new consecrator was going to go against him. Fine, he came here today with the intention of testing this Chenggu. 10,000 yuan crystals. He directly raised the bid to 10,000. Even as the Qian clan's clan head, this amount of money was very shocking. It was enough to buy a few good magic treasures. The guests in the hall immediately shut their mouths, and no one continued to raise the bid. To put it bluntly, the reason why many people wanted to auction was because of the dirty thoughts in their hearts. It was not worth it to spend so much money for such trivial matters between a man and a woman. As for taking these girls in and nurturing them, there were countless desperados present, so where would they have the time and energy to do so? Fellow Daoist Chen, how about it, do you want to follow? After Qian Fengbao raised the bid, he looked at Gu Chen provocatively. This was a test. He wanted to know how strong the Huang clan's consecrator was. Wealth was also a standard to measure a cultivator's strength. He made up his mind. If the other party continued to raise the bid, he would follow. If he still wanted to follow, then he would let him have it. At that time, the price would definitely exceed the actual value of the 7 girls. It was worth it to be able to trick the Huang clan's consecrator. Gu Chen stared at Qian Fengbao. He could feel the ridicule in Qian Fengbao's eyes, and his heart was incomparably angry. Qian Fengbao was clearly provoking him. Maybe he had the intention to compete with the Huang clan. 10,000 yuan crystals was a sky-high price to him. Even if he bought it, he wouldn't be able to pay the Smoke Cloud sect at that time. The Huang clan would give him a monthly allowance in advance on account of his face, but if the amount was too much, it would definitely be impossible. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Chen's mind, and he rapidly calmed down. The 7 survivors of the calamity in the Fenglin Manor had greatly agitated him, causing the emotions he had suppressed for many days to almost explode. However, a lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. No matter how one looked at it, there was no meaning in going against this fellow now. Gu Chen's emotions gradually calmed down. In reality, this only took a short while. He still looked as expressionless as before. Since clan head Qian wants it so much, I will let you have it. After he finished speaking, he let out a rare smile. In the eyes of the crowd, this instantly became a sign of weakness. Haha, thank you for letting me win, thank you for letting me win. Qian Fengbao put on a fake smile, and a look of disdain could be seen in the depths of his eyes. It seemed like the Huang clan's consecrator wasn't that great after all. No one competed with Qian Fengbao anymore. The MC on the stage finally announced that the 7 girls had been decided. Everyone in the private room congratulated the Qian clan's clan head. Gu Chen also revealed a rare smile and asked casually. Clan head Qian, I wonder what you intend to do with these 7 girls. Qian Fengbao instantly cast a playful look at him. Could it be that Daoist Chen is still thinking about them? If you really like them, I will send a few of them to the Huang clan after I am done playing with them. Gu Chen's heart went cold, but his expression didn't change. You are too kind, Lord Qian. You don't know this, right? The Qian family owns a brothel, and Lord Qian has always been a generous man. Elder Wu reminded Chen Fan out of kindness and put on an expression that all men would understand. Gu Chen finally understood. Once Qian Fengbao was done playing with Xiao Ke and the others, he would send them to his brothel. A beautiful girl who was close to the level of a cultivator would definitely attract a lot of men. From Elder Wu's expression, it seemed that Qian Fengbao often used the female slaves as tools to build relationships and give them to people who could help him. He spent 10,000 essence crystals to buy the 7 girls, so he would get 10 times or even 100 times more from them. If that is the case, then thank you, Lord Qian. Gu Chen purposely put on a happy expression and ended the conversation. You are welcome. Qian Fengbao looked at Gu Chen and despised him even more. Even the Jing siblings looked at him with disdain. When Qinggu first entered the room, he looked cold and arrogant, but a few girls made him show his true colors. It seemed that the person the Huang family invited was not very good. He was just a kid, how much hope could he have? The Huang family was doomed to fall. After the black market auction was over, everyone handed over the goods and left. Gu Chen watched Qian Fengbao leave with the 7 girls and tied them to the prison cart like animals. His eyes were cold. Senior Chen, if you like girls like that, I can help you find a few. Huang Fei saw that Gu Chen cared about the 7 girls, and she felt a little upset, but she said so on the surface. In terms of body and appearance, she was no worse than those girls. She was even better. The only difference was her age, but she was only a few years older, and that was the age when girls were at their most beautiful. She thought that Gu Chen was blind, but she remembered that she was the lord of the family and had to pretend to be generous. No need. Gu Chen shook his head and added. By the way, can I trouble you to give me the detailed information of the Qian and Lan families? Alright, when do you want it, senior? Consort Huang was not surprised. Today, they had met 2 hostile families, so it was normal for Gu Chen to pay attention. I want it today. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. Huang Fei nodded and looked at the smoke cloud sect disciple who had just arrived with the Hongtai heavy sword. She said to Gu Chen. Senior Chen, this Hongtai heavy sword is yours. Please accept it. Gu Chen was a little moved when she saw the sword on stage in the private room. After thinking for a while, she decided to buy it. A few days ago, when Gu Chen and Lu Zhenren fought, they didn't have any magic treasures. At that time, Gu Chen's sword was chipped. This sword would most likely be of great help to Senior Chen, and it would be beneficial to the Huang family as well, so she decided to buy it. Of course, she also had some girlish thoughts. You want to give this sword to me? Gu Chen was a little moved. If it was any other day, he would not accept this sword since he had already received a lot of salary from the Huang family. Otherwise, he would owe them a favor, and he would not be able to leave as he wished in the future. However, considering what he was about to do, this sword would be of great help. Thank you. I will remember this favor. Gu Chen took a deep breath and lifted the Hongtai heavy sword. The weight was just right, and it complemented his monstrous strength. Senior Chen, you are too kind. As long as you like it. Consort Huang was happy to hear that. She had been trying to please Gu Chen, but he had always been cold. Now, she was finally working on it. Gu Chen played with the Hongtai heavy sword for a while, then put it in his storage ring. The two got on the carriage and returned to the Huang family. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu Chen took out a black robe from his storage ring. The robe was hooded, and there was a picture of the dark sparrow embroidered on it. This was the uniform of the underworld god palace that he got from the assassins. Gu Chen hated it very much, and he never thought that he would have to wear it one day. He decided to go to the Qian family tonight to rescue Xiao Ke and the other girls. He had already learned about the Qian family's location and information. He had no choice but to do it. Xian Fengbao's attitude during the day told him that if he did not act now, Xiao Ke and the others would have a miserable fate. Their misfortune was indirectly caused by him, and he could not stand by and watch. Since he could not buy it, he would steal it. After putting on the uniform of the underworld god palace assassins, Gu Chen's joints cracked, and the contours of his face looked different from before. At this moment, he no longer looked like the cold young consecrator Chenggu. Instead, he looked like an assassin hiding in the shadows. White Ape was beside him. He had eaten a lot of herbs during the day, and now he rubbed his belly in satisfaction. Seeing that Gu Chen had changed, he squeaked twice, and his golden eyes were filled with curiosity. little guy, if I fail tonight, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to come back. You should leave then. Go back to the Forbidden Forest. This is the human world after all, and it is very dangerous for a Xiantian demonic beast like you. Before leaving, Guchen said with a complicated expression. Qian Fengbao was a veteran mid-stage divine power cultivator, and the Qian family definitely had a lot of fighters. He was taking a big risk this time, and he was not sure if he could come back alive. But he had to go, for the principles his parents taught him, and for the moral principles in his heart. Repay kindness with kindness, and take revenge with hatred. Don't implicate the innocent, don't let any of your enemies go. After bidding farewell, Guchen put on his hood and left the residence. He turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the night. White Ape looked at his back as he left, scratched his head, and thought for a moment before jumping out of the house. As one of the three major forces in Greedy Wolf City, the Qian residence occupied thousands of acres of land in the city. The residence was magnificent, and even in the middle of the night, it was still brightly lit. In a corner of the Qian residence, just as the patrolling guards passed by, a person jumped over the wall. It was the black-robed Guchen. He used the breath-concealing technique, and his aura was completely restrained. He landed without a sound. Guchen spread out his divine consciousness and executed the netherworld body movement technique. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land in the Qian residence. He easily avoided the guards and quietly searched for his target. The netherworld movement technique and breath-concealing technique were the standard for assassins in the Nether God Palace, and they were extremely suitable for stealth and assassination operations. The range of Guchen's divine sense had already reached 100 feet, and after stepping into the mid-stage divine power, it had increased a little. At this moment, his divine sense rolled out, and the location of a large number of auras in the Qian residence appeared clearly in his mind. Like a ghost, he passed through the layers of guards and went deep into the Qian residence. Soon, he found his target. Qian Fengbao grinned sinisterly beside the 10-meter-long waterbed as he threw the 7 young girls he had just bought onto the bed. The young girls had all taken a bath and were wearing thin silk clothes as they screamed at his barbaric behavior. Shut up. It is your greatest honor for me to open a treasure for you. He had drunk a little tonight and his cheeks were flushed as he started to tear off the clothes of the nearest young girl. The young girl's beautiful face turned pale as she struggled, but her clothes were still gradually taken off, revealing her underwear and a large area of her snow-white skin. This made Qian Fengbao even more excited as he laughed complacently. Haha, I want to sleep with 7 girls tonight. His savage laughter and unscrupulous actions caused many young girls to despair as they sobbed. Xiaoke was curled up in a corner alone with a blade in her hand. She had stolen it when the Qian residence's guards were not paying attention. She had decided that instead of being humiliated tonight and living a long and hopeless life, it would be better to end her life as soon as possible. The Purple Heaven Gate is gone and Master, Senior and Junior sisters are all dead. What's the point of me living alone in this world? She revealed a mournful smile. No, I beg you. Please let me go. The young girl who was being subjected to violence struggled with all her might. Seeing that she could not escape, she suddenly bit the man's sturdy arm. Slut! You dare to resist me? Qian Fengbao felt a wave of pain and was enraged. He grabbed the young girl's head with one hand and dragged her off the bed. How dare you be disobedient? You're rebelling. He dragged her head and slammed it onto the ground, causing the young girl to scream in pain. Save me, save me. The young girl's forehead was bleeding and her cries were extremely mournful, but they could not penetrate the huge room. Xiaoke's heart trembled as she watched. The young girl's name was Zhao Rou. In the past few days, they had snuggled together in the dark prison, encouraging and comforting each other as they went through the most difficult times. But now, she was suffering from the inhumane torture of that bastard while she held the blade in her hand and only wanted to commit suicide. Her eyes were red as she shakily climbed up from the waterbed and hid the blade in her palm. My lord, let her go. Let me serve you. Her voice was trembling. Oh? Is there finally someone smarter? Qian Fengbao loosened his grip on Zhao Rou's hair and looked over with a sinister smile. I didn't spend so much money to buy you guys just to make you cry. If you don't listen, I guarantee you'll only end up worse. Since you've stood out, then come and set an example. As he spoke, he sat down on the tiger skin stool and loosened his belt, revealing his hideous appearance. "Come here, kneel." He pointed with excitement in his eyes. He had long wanted to try out the female disciples of these cultivation sections. No one knew that when he was young, he also wanted to become a disciple of a certain cultivation sect, but at that time, they rejected him with a lofty attitude, thinking that he was not talented enough. But so what now? He was the ruler, and these female disciples from the sects were only fit to kneel before him and fawn over him. Xiaoquei's eyes were filled with fear, but she still plucked up her courage and walked towards Qian Fengbao. Qian Fengbao was amused. He saw her bend her legs, and the moment she was about to kneel down, the blade in her hand suddenly pierced out. Clatter! Qian Fengbao swung his hand and the blade immediately flew out. His hand was firmly embedded in Xiaoquei's palm, and his entire face was filled with mockery. "You're also considered half a cultivator. Don't you know that this little trick is completely useless in front of a cultivator? In fact, this thing can't even hurt me." "Let go of me," Xiaoquei struggled with all her might. Of course she knew that her resistance was futile, but she was unwilling to see her companions suffer. "Hey, behave yourself for this, daddy." He casually kicked. Xiaoquei's knees softened and she fell to the ground. He laughed sinisterly. "Hey, you haven't served me yet?" Boom! Just as he was about to act wicked, the room door suddenly exploded. The corpse of a Qian residence guard was thrown in and smashed onto his body. Qian Fengbao's expression changed. He sent out a palm wind and the corpse was instantly crushed by elemental energy. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the gauze curtain red. The charming atmosphere in the room instantly disappeared. He suddenly stood up and kicked Xiaoquei to the side. His expression was as gloomy as water as he looked outside the door. "Who is it?" Someone actually dared to break into his Qian residence at night and even killed his guard dog. What shocked him even more was that he actually did not notice. A black figure appeared at the door. His entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and the underworld sparrow pattern on the robe was especially eye-catching. An assassin from the underworld god palace? His expression changed slightly. The underworld god palace was one of the 3 major dark forces on the continent and operated an assassin business. Could it be that someone had paid an assassin to kill him? Gu Chen and Qian Fengbao were separated by 10 meters. He glanced at Xiaoquei and the other 6 young ladies. After confirming that they were still safe, he let out a sigh of relief. His divine senses had taken some time to lock on to Qian Fengbao's position, and it took some time to deal with the nearby guards. Fortunately, he still had time. The guards in the courtyard outside had all been dealt with. Even if there was some commotion here, the people from other areas of the Qian residence would not be able to rush over so quickly. While thinking, Gu Chen flipped his hand and took out the Hongtai heavy sword that he had just obtained today. The moment that big black figure appeared, Qian Fengbao's eyes instantly narrowed. "Isn't this sword? Are you Huang Pingzhang?" he guessed. This sword had just been bought by the Huang family today, and the person in the Huang family who was most likely to use this sword was the Huang family's patriarch. Gu Chen did not reply. He stabbed out with the sword as fast as lightning. It was the dustless sword art. Qian Fengbao's reaction was not slow. The storage ring on his hand lit up, and a saber appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The saber light was bright and blurry. Clang! The saber light was like fire, sweeping through everything. Facing the attack, Qian Fengbao dealt with it calmly. At this moment, he had already estimated the other party's strength. His sword art could only be considered ordinary. "Huang Pingzhang, I have long heard rumors that you are related to the dark forces. I originally thought that you were from the Celestial Court or the Yellow Spring Manor. I didn't expect you to be from the Underworld God Palace," Qian Fengbao said as he fought. "Why did you barge into my Qian residence tonight? Could it be that you know that you don't have much lifespan left, so you want to exterminate my Qian family? This way, those useless descendants of your Huang family can sleep in peace?" Gu Chen did not reply. He fought speed with speed. The dustless sword art was known for its speed, but this Qian Fengbao's saber art was not slow either. In terms of saber art, other than the last level of the dustless sword art, the first 3 levels of the dustless sword art could not be compared. Gu Chen quickly made a judgment on his opponent's strength. His eyes revealed ridicule, and the muscles on his arm that was holding the heavy sword suddenly bulged. Boom, the saber and the sword collided again, but the surging power was 10 times stronger. Qian Fengbao was caught off guard, and the sound of bones cracking came from his hand. The saber almost flew out of his hand. You are not Huang Pingzhong. He retreated in shock and anger, looking a little embarrassed. When he had just fought with Qian Fengbao, he had only used 20% of his strength. When Qian Fengbao got used to his attack rhythm, his strength suddenly increased by 10 times, catching him off guard. Huang Pingzhong was good at archery, and his blood and qi were declining. It was impossible for him to have such shocking brute force. Die. From the very beginning, Gu Chen had planned to make his opponent lower his guard. Now that his plan had succeeded, his opponent's arm was injured, and his saber technique was greatly reduced. Naturally, Gu Chen would beat him when he was down. With a heavy sword weighing 100,000 jin and a strength of 1 million jin, in close combat, Gu Chen was as terrifying as a ferocious beast. Bang! Boom, he used the most barbaric fighting method. The Hongtai heavy sword glowed with a black luster and was as dense as rain. Qian Fengbao had a body full of ability, but he did not expect Gu Chen's close combat to be so terrifying. For a moment, he was suppressed to the point that he had no room to retaliate. The black heavy sword smashed over like a mountain, causing his blood and qi to churn, his arm to go numb, and his soul to leave his body. Kacha, his injured arm could not hold on any longer and broke. The saber had also left his hand. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of Gu Chen's entanglement and couldn't pull away from him, Qian Fengbao's gaze turned fierce. His remaining hand grabbed toward Gu Chen's head, his 5 fingers were like steel, exuding ferocity, condensing a large half of his cultivation. He didn't really want to perish together. He just wanted to scare Gu Chen away and force him to withdraw his sword. As long as the other party avoided him out of fear of harming the innocent, he would be able to buy some time for him to use other methods. However, his judgment was wrong once again. Gu Chen suddenly closed his eyes. His face was quickly covered by dark golden scales. Those claws that could pierce through gold and stone descended. Divine ability, star scale armor, the claw slashed across, but it only brought about a bunch of sparks. It was unable to break through the defense. It's over. This was Qian Fengbao's last thought, because when Gu Chen decided to take his attack head-on, his heavy sword slammed down heavily, rumble, the gigantic sword body directly smashed onto Qian Fengbao's head. Without any resistance, he was instantly smashed into a pile of mush, fresh blood splattered and landed on Gu Chen's face. The astral scale armor slowly disappeared. He couldn't help but rub his face. There was a slight pain on his cheek, but it was only a slight pain. Taking the opponent's fatal blow head-on in exchange for a clean victory, in a battle that happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a single careless thought could lead to a completely different outcome. Qian Fengbao had bet everything on him retreating and had neglected his guard. As a result, his physical body was unable to withstand a single blow from the Hongtai heavy sword. As for him, he had bet everything on the star-scale armor's defensive power. It did not disappoint him, so he won. He killed Qian Fengbao with one strike, instantly killing a mid-stage god art. This was an achievement worthy of pride. After dealing with the enemy, Gu Chen's body relaxed, and he looked at Xiaoke and the other 6 girls. When they saw him looking at them, they became even more fearful. Some of them even revealed hatred in their eyes. That night, their seniors and fellow sisters had died at the hands of this black-robed man. Don't worry, I'm not from the Nether God Palace. Gu Chen took off his hood and removed his disguise, revealing his original face. Xiaoke, who was terrified, was pleasantly surprised when she saw his face. You're from the Wuchen sect, Gu Chen immediately interrupted her. Do you believe me now? This is not a place to stay for long, follow me. Xiaoke hurriedly nodded. The scene in front of her was extremely familiar, just like reincarnation. Back in the Forbidden Forest Sea, when she and her senior were surrounded by the beast tide, she had thought of committing suicide by consuming poison. It was this youth who descended from the sky and saved them. She did not expect that she would be saved by him again in such a situation. It was as if he was her destined benefactor, and she immediately trusted him. The other girls were still in shock. They did not know Gu Chen, and their experiences during this period of time made it hard for them to believe that someone would come to help them. Big senior brother Gu, your big senior brother Gu. Zhao Rou, who was saved by Xiaoke earlier, suddenly said excitedly. Her face was filled with tears. You are? Guchen was shocked. He did not know this girl. I'm Zhao Rou, I'm also a disciple of the Wuchen sect. Zhao Rou hurriedly said. Guchen understood. He had not been in the inner sect of the Wuchen sect for a long time, and he rarely showed his face, so he did not know many inner sect disciples. However, during the Rising Dragon ceremony, he amazed everyone and even became the chief disciple of the sect. This Zhao Rou definitely knew him. He nodded. Junior sister Zhao, come with me quickly. As he spoke, he searched Qian Fengbao's corpse for his storage ring. At the same time, he also kept his knife. Xiaoke and Zhao Rou were sure that the other party was on their side. The other 5 girls immediately believed him and decided to leave with Guchen. Who dares to trespass the Qian residence? Bold thief, leave your life here. At this time, the movement inside was finally noticed. A large number of Qian residence guards rushed over. The few people who came in did not recognize Qian Fengbao's corpse on the ground because it was beyond recognition. They only saw that Guchen was trying to escape with the 7 girls, so they immediately shouted and surrounded them. Guchen revealed his true appearance at this moment. He would not allow himself to be discovered, so his eyes were filled with killing intent. Die. He rushed out with the great Tai-heavy sword. Everywhere he passed, no one could stop him and they were all destroyed, killing a person with 3 steps. Guchen rushed out with the 7 girls. Everywhere he passed, blood and flesh splattered. None of the guards who bumped into his true appearance could survive. The 7 girls were forced to drink a large amount of medicine. Currently, they were unable to use their cultivation and could only follow behind in a panic. The group speed was not fast, but the commotion they made quickly alerted all directions. Everywhere in the Qian residence, there was a large number of footsteps moving. Damn it. At this speed, I will be exposed before I can escape from the Qian residence. Guchen changed his appearance again. His eyes were flickering. Qian Fengbao was already dead. The huge Qian residence no longer had any cultivators with the ability of God. They were no longer a threat to him. However, it would not be easy for him to escape with so many people. The Qian residence was huge. The situation would definitely become difficult to deal with. If other cultivators with the ability of God were attracted here, it would be troublesome. The last thing he wanted was to expose himself. After all, he had to consider the spies of the Nether God Palace. At this moment, everywhere in the Qian residence, flames suddenly soared into the sky. Thick smoke billowed. Fire! Fire! Quickly put out the fire. The huge commotion covered the movement of Guchen's escape. A large number of guards who were rushing in his direction turned and went to the fire. Great! Guchen was delighted. He killed another wave of guards and quickly escaped with the 7 people. This time, they successfully climbed over the wall. Just as they came out, a white shadow flashed in front of them. Guchen was shocked. Just as he was about to make a move, he realized it was White Ape. The little fellow was holding a fire stick in his hand. He grinned at him proudly. You're the one who set the fire? The White Ape nodded. Guchen could not help but feel a surge of admiration in his heart. This little fellow was really too smart. The group left the Qian residence as fast as they could and entered a remote alley. Guchen took out the clothes that he had prepared beforehand for Xiaoke and the rest to change into. By the time they left the alley, the group had already changed their appearance. They pretended to be passers-by and left calmly. As for the Qian residence, it suffered heavy losses. The clan master died mysteriously and the residence was on fire everywhere. In one night, the Qian clan, one of the 3 major forces of the greedy wolf city, collapsed. That's what happened. We fled to the outskirts of Fenglin Mansion, but we were caught and sold to the Beijing Mansion. In the inn, Xiaoke, Zhao Rou, and the others, who had just escaped danger, told Guchen about the nightmarish catastrophe in a depressed tone. Fenglin Mansion's catastrophe was even crueler than the rumors. Guchen listened and didn't speak for a long time. He clenched his fists tightly. The 7 girls came from different sects, but their experiences were similar. When the assassins from the underworld god palace came, most of them weren't in their sects and were lucky to escape. That day, when Guchen was taken away by Elder Nangong, sect leader Wang sent many Wuchen sect disciples to search for him. Zhao Rou happened to be one of them. Xiaoke went to the market of West Mountain City. When she returned, the Purple Cloud Society was already on fire. Poor senior sister Liu. I heard that sect leader's body was found in a horrible way. Senior sister should have been with sect leader that day. I'm afraid she also. When Xiaoke mentioned Lu Yichen, who was like a sister to her, she choked with sobs. Guchen didn't feel good either. Lu Yichen was cute, gentle, and polite. He had a good impression of her. Her entire family had died because of him, and this was a sin he owed. Senior brother Gu, how did you escape this calamity? After telling their experiences, they couldn't help but look at Guchen curiously. A month ago, Guchen was only a disciple in the physical body realm. But now, he could actually kill cultivators in the divine power realm. His experience must have been full of twists and turns. He probably suffered as much as they did. Guchen was silent. He was thinking about whether he should tell the truth to the 7. Until now, the 7 of them didn't know why the Underworld God Palace wanted to massacre the 13 sections. Also, none of them knew that he had the Tyrant Heavenly Bone. On the day of the Rising Dragon ceremony, he unintentionally displayed his innate domineering aura, which caused all the disciples of the Wuchen sect to faint, and only a small portion of the disciples of the 12 sects were present that day. After that day, even an inner sect disciple like Zhao Rou of the Dustless sect only knew that Guchen had awakened a very powerful special constitution, but did not know what it was. After all, they were all unconscious at the time of the incident, so they had no idea what had happened between the 2 teachers of the True Martial Academy and the higher-ups of the 13 sects. As for the outer sect disciples, they knew even less. In the end, a physique like the Ether Tyrant Bone was too far away from the disciples of the small sects in the Feng Lin matter. The 7 of them did not know that Guchen was the cause of all this. They only thought that he was lucky enough to escape that day. Guchen should have told them the truth since he had personally caused everyone's suffering, but when he saw that everyone was still in a state of shock, he gave up on this idea. It was not a good thing for Xiaoke's group of 7 to know his secret. It would not be good for him and Xiaoke's group of 7. What he needed to do now was to figure out how to settle them down. One day, when everyone was mentally prepared, he would tell them the truth. Guchen made up his mind, so he made up a lie that was similar to everyone else's, and no one doubted him. Now that we've regained our freedom, where should we go? Guchen asked. The 7 girls smiled bitterly. Their sects had already been destroyed, so where else could they go? Even if they wanted to go home, it was unrealistic. The Underworld God Palace's ruthless killing was still fresh in their minds, and they were afraid of implicating their families. If you don't have a place to stay for now, I'll arrange it for you, Guchen said after some thought. He had to help the 7 of them. This was the Beijing prefecture, and it was relatively chaotic here. If he did not help them, they might encounter more danger very soon. Won't it be too troublesome for you, Brother Gu? The girls were overjoyed. At this time, Guchen was their only support. They naturally wanted to stay, but they were afraid that it would be too troublesome for him. It won't be, don't worry. Since we've all survived the calamity of the Feng Lin matter, we'll be a family from now on, Guchen said seriously. He could not bring the 7 of them back to the Huang clan. Otherwise, what happened tonight would be exposed. However, he could find another place for them to stay, and it would be fine as long as it was closer to him. As for how they would live peacefully in the future, he didn't have to worry too much. All of them were inner disciples of the 13 sections. Regardless of cultivation or talent, they were stronger than ordinary people. Once they got used to the environment, they would naturally be able to live well. Guchen roughly explained his current situation. After learning about his arrangements, the 7 of them had no objections and trusted him completely. I'll find a suitable place for everyone to stay in these 2 days. Oh right, the Underworld God Palace's assassins won't let this go easily. In the future, everyone must change your names and don't expose your true identities and those of your companions, Guchen reminded them. In reality, it was unlikely that the underworld god palace was still hunting the 7 girls. In fact, they might not even know who they were. However, now that they knew their true identities, if they accidentally revealed it to the outside world, they might invite a fatal disaster. They had to take precautions. Brother Gu, we understand. Not only will we change our names, but we'll also disguise ourselves when we go out in the future, Xiaoke said. The others nodded one after another. After going through all kinds of hardships, they had all matured a lot and understood the dangers of the world. That night, Guchen chatted a lot with the 7 girls and even personally treated their injuries. When he was done, it was already noon the next day. Have a good rest in the inn. When I find a place to stay, I'll come and find you. Guchen left the money and returned to the Huang residence with White Ape. As soon as he returned to the Huang residence, he saw a commotion inside and outside. Guchen spread out his divine sense and found out that everyone in the Huang residence was talking about the huge change in the Qian residence last night. As one of the 3 major forces in the Greedy Wolf City, the Qian family's patriarch was suddenly killed in one night. Many places in the Qian residence were on fire and they suffered heavy losses. This was bound to have a major impact on the Greedy Wolf City. Some people in the Huang residence were excited and wanted to take advantage of this time to hit the Qian family while they were down. Some people were worried that the mysterious person who killed Qian Fengbao would also find trouble with the Huang family. Guchen listened carefully. Although there were many rumors, no one knew who killed Qian Fengbao last night. He let out a sigh of relief. When he returned to his residence, Huang Fei was already waiting for him in the yard. Senior Master Chen, something bad has happened. Huang Fei rushed to Guchen anxiously as soon as she saw him. Is it about the Qian family? I just heard about it. Guchen said calmly, as if he was not involved in the matter. Huang Fei nodded her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Such a big thing happened to the Qian family, they will definitely be weakened. Let's not talk about the mysterious killer first. Without the protection of the Immortal Powers Cultivator, the Qian family's huge business will definitely attract a lot of attention. I heard that the Lan family has already started to make their move. Once the Lan family takes over the Qian family's business, their power will increase exponentially and become a great threat to the Huang family. Someone in the family suggested that we should make our move as soon as possible to take over the Qian family's business and prevent the Lan family from monopolizing it. Senior Master Chen, what do you think we should do now? Please bookmark and recommend. The Lan clan was already rich and powerful in the Tanling city. If they swallowed up the Qian clan's business, their power would expand to an extremely high level. The 3 forces originally kept each other in check. Now that the Qian clan was gone, the Huang clan, whose situation was the least optimistic, suddenly felt that they would be in the same boat. If the Huang clan and the Lan clan fight, what are the chances of them winning? How big will the loss be? Guchen said in a low voice. If we don't take into account the cultivators with the divine ability, the manpower of the Huang clan's martial pavilion is not as good as that of the Lan clan. Furthermore, once they fall out with each other, the operations of the medicine workshop and the weapon market will be greatly affected, and the losses will not be small. But optimistically, if we can take over the Qian family's most profitable brothels and gambling houses, all the losses will be worth it. Huang Fei quickly analyzed the situation. She had already thought about the pros and cons of the matter and was prepared to take a gamble. However, the Huang clan was currently relying on Guchen's protection. If they were to go to war, it would definitely escalate to the level of a battle between cultivators. Thus, they had to listen to Guchen's opinion. If we fight with the Lan clan, will old Master Huang be able to come out in time? Guchen said again. It's hard to say when grandfather will come out of seclusion. Huang Fei shook her head. Over the past 2 years, her grandfather's condition had not been optimistic. The time he spent in seclusion was also longer than the last. If possible, she did not want him to make a move. That way, she would be able to live a little longer. Looks like the Huang family patriarch is at a critical moment in his closed door. Training. It would be extremely unwise to start a war with the Lan family at this time. Let's give the Qian family's property to them. Guchen said calmly. Give it to them? Don't tell me we don't want all the properties of the Qian family? Concubine Huang was astonished. That's right. There's no harm in letting them have it for now. Gu Chen's face was expressionless and his tone was firm. Deep disappointment appeared in the depths of Consort Huang's eyes. From her point of view, this battle with the Lan family was unavoidable. Retreating now would only result in a more miserable death. In fact, she was already leaning towards making a move. She came to ask Gu Chen mainly because she hoped that he could boost her courage. However, she didn't expect that the young man she admired would make her retreat at this moment. There's no harm in giving it to them temporarily. If they gave in this time, the Huang family would never be able to rise again. By the way, if there's nothing important in the next few days, don't look for me. Gu Chen added before entering his room. Consort Huang stood rooted to the ground, a bitter smile forming on her lips. He told me not to look for him. Does he mean that if I don't listen to him and take action against the Lan family, he won't help me? Huang Fei suddenly wondered if she had misjudged this person. She left with a sense of loss in her heart. Inside the house, Gu Chen's divine sense sensed that Huang Fei had left dejectedly. He shook his head gently. Miss Huang is quite bold. She wants to compete with the Lan clan at this time and save the Huang clan from its decline. If we're lucky, the Huang family will only need to pay a small price in exchange for greater benefits. We might even be able to reverse the impression of weakness in the eyes of others. But this is not a good thing for me. The main reason why Gu Chen gave the suggestion to retreat temporarily was to be cautious. With such a big incident happening in the Qian family, it would definitely attract the attention of some people. At this time, whoever stood out first would be easily targeted. Gu Chen wasn't afraid of trouble, but he had disguised himself as an assassin from the Nether God Palace last night. Xiao Ke and the others had sensitive identities. At this juncture, keeping a low profile was the right choice. If the Lan clan wanted to swallow up the Qian clan, then let them. He would let them be proud for a period of time. He would then take care of them without any bloodshed. At that time, not only would the Huang clan not suffer any losses from the fight, but they would also gain more benefits. As a consecrator, he would also be able to obtain more cultivation resources. Gu Chen was far-sighted and didn't care about these temporary gains and losses. But Consort Huang was different. In order to prevent her from acting first and reporting later, he hinted that she would be able to keep her composure. After killing Qian Fengbao this time, there are quite a few unexpected gains. Gu Chen no longer cared about the Huang clan's matters. He took out Qian Fengbao's storage ring. As the Qian clan's clan leader and a mid-stage divine power cultivator, Qian Fengbao was extremely wealthy. Other than the fixed assets that couldn't be moved away from the brothels and gambling dens, the majority of the Qian clan's wealth was in this storage ring. Gu Chen erased the divine sense imprint that Qian Fengbao left on the storage ring. His divine sense entered the ring and took out the spoils of war one by one. He started counting them. 100,000 crystals, 1 bottle of yellow-grade upper-grade elixirs, 4 bottles of middle-grade elixirs, and more than 20 bottles of low-grade elixirs. There were 2 yellow-grade middle-grade transcendent artifacts, including the saber he used earlier. As for low-grade transcendent artifacts, there were 4. As for the other medicinal ingredients, talismans, and other items, they were also a considerable sum. In addition, there were 2 saber arts and 1 sword art, all of which were yellow-grade. Qian Fengbao's wealth was many times richer than that of Gu Chen, who had just been appointed as a consecrator not long ago. The monthly salary given by the Huang clan is far from enough for my cultivation. Now that I have this additional wealth, I can finally solve this urgent problem. These transcendent artifacts are quite useful to me. Luckily, I killed him last night when he was least expecting it. Otherwise, even if he couldn't beat me, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. These transcendent artifacts are quite useful to me. Luckily, I killed him last night when he was least expecting it. Otherwise, even if he couldn't beat me, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Gu Chen still had lingering fears. Of the 2 yellow-grade middle-grade transcendent artifacts, one was that saber, called the Flame Astral Saber, and the other was a pair of wind travel wings. Looking at these trump cards, Qian Fengbao died unjustly. Who would have thought that he only wanted to force Gu Chen to retreat, but Gu Chen, that madman, would trade injuries for injuries, and in the end, even his head exploded. Looking at these trump cards, Qian Fengbao's death was really unjust. Who would have thought that he only wanted to force Gu Chen to retreat, but Gu Chen, that lunatic, would actually exchange injuries for injuries, and in the end, even his head exploded. Elixirs could increase Gu Chen's cultivation, transcendent artifacts could increase Gu Chen's battle prowess, and the remaining 2 saber arts and sword arts were also quite helpful to Gu Chen. Although the secret arts of the sun and moon training were powerful, he had only just started cultivating the stars carrying moon steps and the sun embracing moon hammer, and it would take a lot of time to cultivate them. Other than that, the only offensive arts he had were the dustless sword art and the 5 fingers capturing fire technique. Other than the last level of the dustless sword art, the first 3 levels were only of the mortal grade, and to the current Gu Chen, they were of little help. When he fought with Qian Fengbao last night, the saber art that he displayed was quite profound, and it was a level higher than the dustless sword art. With his 2 saber arts and 1 sword art, Gu Chen believed that he would be able to improve at a faster rate. He flipped through the 3 secret manuals one by one, and they were the yellow grade lower grade wine chant saber art, the middle grade blazing flame saber art, and the high grade shadow sword art. The saber art and sword art each had their own profoundness, and after a few glances, Gu Chen already had an idea of the difficulty. Compared to the 33-layered Heaven's Secret technique, the saber art and sword art were much easier to understand, and with his perception, he would be able to grasp them in a short period of time. Over the next few days, Gu Chen found a place for Xiao Ke, Zhao Rou, and the others to stay. It was a hidden place in the Greedy Wolf City. He left some cultivation resources for them and occasionally visited them. The rest of the time, he immersed himself in cultivation. At this time, the Lan family quickly took action against the huge industry left behind by the Qian family. They annexed the Qian family's brothel and gambling house at the fastest speed and incorporated their members. Their reputation soared and their strength soared. On the contrary, the Huang family, the other major force in the Greedy Wolf City, quietly waited and allowed the Lan family to swallow up the Qian family's industry without saying a word. In the past few years, the Huang family had been declining and no longer had the glory of the past. It was not until recently that they invited Master Chen back that their shaky position was slightly stabilized. But now that the Qian family had declined, it was a great opportunity for the Huang family to rise again. Yet, they tolerated everything and did not dare to compete with the Lan family for the industry. This immediately attracted a lot of doubts. The Huang family could not hold on any longer. The master of the Huang family was dying. The Master Chen that the Huang family invited was actually just a pretty boy raised by Huang Fei. He had no ability at all. Many rumors against the Huang family began to spread in the Greedy Wolf City, making the Huang family's disciples very sullen outside and could only lower their heads. Some of the smaller forces in the city smelled the wind and tried to curry favor with the Lan family. Because from the looks of it, it would not be long before the Lan family became the biggest force in the Greedy Wolf City, or even the only force. Haha, the Qian family's industry will soon be completely integrated. At that time, the Huang family will not have the qualifications to fight with the Lan family. In the Lan family's residence, the big-bellied master of the Lan family was in high spirits and said with a smile, "I can't believe that the master invited by the Huang family is so useless. He doesn't even have the courage to fight with us." The elder of the Jing siblings, Jing Fenghe, sat in his seat and shook his head. That day in the black market, he couldn't compete with Qian Fengbao for women. When Qian Fengbao promised to give him some benefits, did you forget his happy face? In my opinion, that kid has no ability at all. The rumor that he defeated enlightened Master Lu and Monk Yin is very suspicious. The younger sister, Jingli, said. She didn't even try to hide the disdain on her face. I was very surprised when I saw that Chingu last time. He's just a brat with a hairless mouth. How capable can he be? The head of the Lan family smiled. We don't need to care about that guy. In the opinion of the two seniors, when will we be able to swallow up the Huang family? What are our chances of winning? Zheng Fenghe pondered for a while. In a month at most, the Qian family's forces will be completely digested. At that time, we can consider getting rid of the Huang family. But if I want to get rid of the Huang family, I have to get rid of two big obstacles first. First, the Cloud Mist Martial School. After all, the Tanlang city is under their control. We have made such a big move in such a short period of time. If we want to unify the Tanlang city, we should get their permission. It will save us a lot of trouble. As for second place, it's naturally Huang Pingzhong. Although he has rarely made a move in the past few years, and it is rumored that he is sick and old, he is still a late-stage divine ability cultivator after all. His archery skills are superb, and he is not easy to deal with. Only by solving these two problems can we uproot the Huang family and make the Tanlang city belong to the Lan family. The head of the Lan family nodded. Senior, you are right. The Cloud Mist Martial School has always been on good terms with the Lan family. This shouldn't be a problem. As for that old fart Huang Pingzhong, he is indeed troublesome. The head of the Lan family's eyes were full of fear. Huang Pingzhong was once a legend in the Tanlang city. At his peak, the Tanlang city was his, and the Lan family was nothing to him. What's there to worry about? It's just an old fart that's about to die. Big brother and I together, can't we take care of him? Zhongli said confidently. You can't say that. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Xingfeng has shook his head and thought for a while. The way I see it, the Lan family can hire 1 or 2 more masters. When they attack together, taking down the Huang family will be in the bag. Hearing this suggestion, the head of the Lan family hesitated. The resources required to hire 1 master was enormous. The amount of money that the Jing siblings spent every month already made his heart ache. If he were to hire 1 or 2 more masters, it would not be a small amount. What? Are you worried about the money? When you take over the Huang family, you will be the only boss in the Tanlang city. Do you think you can't earn it back? Zhongli glanced at the head of the Lan family with disdain. A small family was a small family after all. They didn't have any sense of hierarchy. Hearing this, the head of the Lan family gritted his teeth and said, All right, I will think of a way to hire a few more masters. We must take care of the Huang family in 1 or 2 months. In the courtyard, Gu Chen held the flame astral saber in his hand. The saber light was extremely fast, blurring the surroundings. Clang, with a slash, a light green wind blade shot out from the saber and hit a rock in the distance. Crack, the rock was instantly cut in half, and the cut was smooth. The saber in his hand did not stop. With a change of style, the flame astral saber emitted flames, and the saber intent became scorching hot and violent. Rumble, he slashed again. This time, a fire dragon rushed out from the saber and soared 3 or 4 zhang into the sky before slowly disappearing. The surrounding temperature rose a lot because of this. After spending a few days, I have finally mastered the wind chant saber technique and the blazing flame saber technique. The difference between the yellow and mortal saber techniques is much greater. Gu Chen held the saber with both hands, closed his eyes, and focused on the gains he had just made. The biggest difference between the yellow and mortal saber techniques was that the yellow saber techniques could already communicate with the chi of heaven and earth and use it to evolve effects such as spells. With his talent, he had mastered the 2 saber techniques in a few days. However, he was not very satisfied. Although the saber was good, he had previously learned the sword. At this moment, the weapon he was most comfortable with was the Hongtai heavy sword. If possible, he hoped to modify and perfect the 2 saber techniques so that they could become sword techniques that suited him. There were many similarities between the saber and the sword, and Gu Chen's comprehension was extremely shocking. He was confident that it would not be difficult to achieve this. The shadow sword technique is a superior grade yellow saber technique. After I master these 2 saber techniques and turn them into my own sword technique, it will be most suitable for me to cultivate the shadow sword technique. Apart from this, I have to continue cultivating the various secret techniques of the sun and moon training. Those are painstaking efforts, and I can't stop. Gu Chen made a strict and arduous cultivation plan for himself. He cherished every breath of time, and it was extremely fulfilling. The outside world was raging, and the greedy wolf city was surging with undercurrents. The Lan clan was prospering, and the Huang clan was gloomy. The power struggle was getting more and more intense. The Lan clan's disciples were arrogant, and they walked like the wind. The Huang clan's disciples were jittery, and they treated every tree and bush as an enemy. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was enjoying his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, 2 major events happened in the greedy wolf city. Firstly, a mysterious bandit had appeared in the city, and he'd repeatedly committed crimes and specialized in stealing medicinal pills and medicinal ingredients, causing many aristocratic families and medicinal stores to have endless headaches. Second, the escalating conflict between the Lan family and the Huang family. A younger generation member of the Huang family, who was also the cousin of the current head of the family, Huang Fei, got into a quarrel with the Lan family while playing in a brothel and was beaten black and blue. When he was sent back to the Huang family, he was on the verge of death. With the complete disappearance of the Qian family in the greedy city, the conflict between the two families became more and more prominent. After this incident, it finally got out of hand. The Huang family, who had swallowed their anger, finally couldn't hold back anymore and began to fight back against the Lan family. First, the Lan family's restaurant caught on fire. Then, a younger generation member of the Lan family was inexplicably beaten up at night and almost half of his body was paralyzed. Once such a counterattack appeared, the conflict between the two sides finally turned from secret to open. The smell of gunpowder was very strong. After a few small-scale conflicts, everyone in the greedy wolf city could clearly feel that the two sides had become like fire and water. It wouldn't be long before one of the families disappeared. At this time, the Lan family released a shocking news: spiritual master Lu and monk Silver officially joined the Lan family and became the Lan family's guardians. Suddenly, the Lan family had a total of 4 guardians. When this news came out, it was like a hurricane that immediately swept through the huge greedy wolf city. Although everyone didn't think the Huang family would win, they still had 2 cultivators. Even if the Lan family wanted to touch them, it would be very difficult. But now it was different. With the addition of 2 new cultivators, there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. On the Huang family's side, there was only the Huang family head, who was rumored to be at the end of his lifespan, and the immature Chenggu. Anyone could see that the Huang family was finished. For a moment, the Lan family raised their arms and shouted. All the big and small forces in the city surrendered. The Huang family was already on the verge of despair. Head, what should we do now? The reason that Taoist Master Lu and monk Silver joined the Lan family was obviously because they harbored resentment and wanted to take revenge on Chenggu and my Huang family. And what about Chenggu? What is he doing? In the past month, besides staying in his own courtyard and squandering the huge amount of resources my Huang family has given him, has he done anything proper? Inside the Huang family's meeting hall, a group of people were as anxious as ants on a hot pan because of the Lan family's addition of 2 more elders. Consort Huang's first and second uncles were righteously criticizing her for her dereliction of duty as the head of the household. She was the one who invited Chenggu, but he didn't do anything in the past month. He only let the Huang family endure silently and even gave the Qian family's property to the Lan family for nothing, which led to the current terrible situation. Originally, with Huang Fei's prestige as the head of the Lan family, no one dared to voice out their anger and could only do as she said. But now that the Lan family had 2 more worshippers, everyone could no longer hold back their anger. Concubine Huang sat on the patriarch's seat. Her brows were tightly furrowed and she could not hide the exhaustion on her face. Over the past few days, she had been exhausted by the Lan family's activities and felt extremely exhausted. It would have been fine if that was all, but because Senior Chen had never shown up, her first and second uncles had more and more doubts about him. There were already many people in the Huang family who did not listen to her. They had even secretly set fire to the Lan family's restaurant, causing the situation to escalate further. Perfected cultivator Lu and monk Intua were there for the money. Even if they had no conflict with Senior Chen, they would still go there. Concubine Huang explained, defending Gu Chen. Also, first and second uncles, you shouldn't have let people set fire to the Lan family's restaurant. Grandpa is in seclusion and the situation is unclear. We should have endured. Endured? How long do we have to endure? If we continue to endure, the Huang family will be gone. The first uncle of the Huang family snorted coldly. Concubine Huang felt mentally and physically exhausted. Things had come to this point, but the family still could not unite. Report, a letter from the Lan family. Just then, a servant of the Huang family rushed in with a letter in his hand. Everyone's expression changed. Concubine Huang took the letter and opened it. With a single glance, his face turned pale. What is the Lan family trying to do? The first and second uncles of the Huang family also came over to have a look. When they saw the content of the letter, their faces darkened. A letter of challenge. It was a letter of challenge. The Lan family said in the letter that since the conflict between the two parties was irreconcilable, they would challenge the Huang family to a battle of life and death tomorrow. The loser would have to leave the Tanlang city. Despicable Lan family. They are not the only ones who have the final say in this matter. They are coming tomorrow. They did not even give us a chance to ask for help. The second uncle of the Huang family said angrily. If they lose, they will leave the Tanlang city. Who gave them the right to do so? The Huang family does not agree to this. We will not accept this unfair battle. The first uncle of the Huang family said. I'm afraid we have no choice but to accept it. Concubine Huang read the letter again and a bitter smile appeared on her face. The Lan family leader said that Elder Wu from the Yunyan sect will come tomorrow. It seems that the Yunyan sect has tacitly agreed to this. The Yunyan sect, these three words were like a towering mountain, sinking heavily into the hearts of everyone from the Huang family. In their territory, the Yunyan sect was the most powerful force. The Tanlang city was under their jurisdiction. Now, they had tacitly agreed to let the Lan family attack the Huang family. If they agreed to the battle, everything would be fine. If not, the Huang family would be covered in blood. Everyone understood the situation. The hall was dead silent. A battle of life and death. Does that mean it is a battle between the masters? The Huang family only has one master, Chenggu. How can we fight against four masters from the Lan family? The first uncle murmured in despair. It's too late to ask for help. No, we have to ask father to come out of seclusion. The second uncle said hurriedly. Concubine Huang did not stop him. This was a matter of life and death. The Lan family had put it nicely. The loser would have to leave the Tanlang city. But in a place as chaotic as Beijing Prefecture, if a family lost its foundation, there would be wild wolves waiting to take a bite out of them. The loser would be extermination. First uncle, second uncle, go check on grandpa. I will go talk to Senior Chen about this. Concubine Huang said through gritted teeth. Everyone nodded and went their separate ways. Has the Lan family issued a challenge? In the courtyard, Gu Chen had just finished his sword practice. When he heard Concubine Huang's words, he could not help but smile mockingly. After a month, the limelight had already passed, and no one mentioned the Qian family anymore. He had used up almost all the elixirs and resources he had obtained from Qian Fengbao. The Lan family was rushing to his door to present him with gifts. Senior Chen, what should we do now? Do you know any cultivator friends who can help at this time? Concubine Huang asked anxiously. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Go back and tell the others that I will be on time tomorrow. Gu Chen said casually. Does Senior Chen have a way to deal with the four masters? Huang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Chen's calmness had given her confidence. Gu Chen nodded but did not elaborate. Huang Fei left with his promise. Not long after returning to the meeting hall, first uncle and second uncle returned. Both of them looked gloomy. How's grandpa? Huang Fei asked immediately. We waited outside for a long time. Your grandpa did not respond. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out tomorrow. Both of them smiled bitterly and asked with concern. What did Master Chen say? Senior Chen said that he will be on time tomorrow. Huang Fei's answer eased the frown on their faces. First uncle asked cautiously. He only said that he will fight. Did he say how he is going to deal with the four masters? Huang Fei shook her head. The group of people became anxious again. There was no specific plan. Chenggu was just one person and they were worried about him. Did he agree very readily? Is he just trying to brush you off? We can only count on him now. He better not run away. Second uncle said worriedly. Gu Chen had asked them to tolerate the Lan family, but now he was willing to fight. It was hard to believe. Second uncle, how could you say that? Senior Chen is not that kind of person. Huang Fei's face turned cold. Although she was disappointed in Gu Chen because of what happened before, she still had great trust in him. Especially at such a critical juncture of life and death, how could they allow such rumors to shake the morale of the army? We have seen Senior Chen's strength. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to trust him. If we don't unite now, the Huang family will be finished. At this moment, she displayed her authority as the clan head. Everyone nodded and didn't say anything else. That night, everyone in the Huang family could not sleep. They were worried about the unknown fate the next day. Finally, the morning came. Neigh. War horses neighed and galloped in the air. Just as dawn broke, a large group of people from the City of Greed headed straight for the Huang family. The Lan family made their move. Yesterday, they had sent out a letter of challenge. Today, they were going to chase the Huang family out of the greedy wolf city. With the Huang mansion as the center, the nearby residents had all evacuated, afraid that they would be dragged into the fierce battle between the two forces. Everyone knew that after today, there would only be one major force in the greedy wolf city, and that force was none other than the Lan family. At the entrance of the Huang mansion, the head of the Lan clan dismounted from his horse. With a face full of smiles, he accompanied the Jing siblings, Spiritual Master Lu, and Monk Silver into the Huang mansion. The guards of the Huang residence looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were tense as if they were treading on thin ice under the pressure of the cultivators. Lan family head, the sun has just risen. I didn't expect you to come. The eldest uncle of the Huang family immediately came out to welcome them, his face filled with anger. Isn't it because I want to settle everything as soon as possible so that your Huang family has enough time to pack? The head of the Lan family mocked. His words infuriated the eldest uncle of the Huang family, but he didn't dare to act rashly in front of the 4 cultivators. After a while, Concubine Huang and the others arrived. Seeing the arrogant Lan family members, their expressions did not look good. Everyone, please come in. Servants, serve tea. Concubine Huang showed great self-restraint and invited them to sit in the hall. No need to be so polite, little girl. Elder Wu should be here soon. We will wait for him here and take a look at the Huang mansion. TSK, the scenery here is not bad. Concubine Huang was the head of the Huang family for a long time, but the head of the Lan family called her little girl, full of disrespect. What's more, he looked around the Huang mansion as if it had already become his. The people of the Lan family also behaved impudently. The Huang family looked at the 4 cultivators, but they didn't dare to say anything. Quickly, go and invite Senior Chen. Concubine Huang said to one of her cousins. The cousin nodded and left in a hurry. Not long after, the sky brightened and the people of the smoke cloud sect arrived. Their leader was Elder Wu. As soon as he arrived, the head of the Lan family laughed heartily. Elder Wu, you are finally here. The head of the Lan family and Elder Wu were very familiar with each other. Elder Wu smiled at the head of the Lan family. Concubine Huang went up to greet him, but Elder Wu purposely gave her the cold shoulder. His attitude was completely different from before. Seeing this, the Huang family's hearts sank. It seemed that the smoke cloud sect was really planning to help the Lan family rule the Tanling city. Since everyone is here, let's begin today's deathmatch. Where is the head of the Huang family? Elder Wu personally presided over the match. The people of the Huang family fell silent. Since yesterday, they had sent people to guard the place where the head of the Huang family was cultivating in seclusion, waiting for him to come out. However, the old man did not respond at all. There was no way he would come out today. Seeing the solemn expression on the faces of the Huang family, the head of the Lan family understood what was going on. It seems that the head of the Huang family is too old to fight anymore. He heaved a sigh of relief. The biggest variable today was Huang Pingzhong. The name he made when he was young still lingered in the Tanling city. Now that the Huang family was at the brink of life and death, if he still did not show himself, it could only mean that he was really not strong enough. It was even possible that he had died of old age a long time ago. It seems like we can skip today's competition. The Huang family will leave the greedy wolf city today. The handsome Jingfeng has said calmly. It's too early to say that. Master Chen is already on his way. Concubine Huang retorted, trying to cheer up the morale of the Huang family. Chen Gu? There are 4 of us here today. Does the Huang family plan to send him alone to challenge us? Xingli sneered. Forget about the four of us. Even if he only fights me, the chance of Qinggu winning is very low. If the Huang family is relying on him, then surrender as soon as possible. Don't waste each other's time. Her words were full of disdain. The Huang family was furious but powerless to refute. Although Guchen said he would fight, the majority of the Huang family were not optimistic about him at all. There were 4 cultivators. Qinggu was so young. No matter how strong he was, how could he win? Moreover, the fact that he asked the Huang family to endure showed that he was not confident enough to face the Lan family's master head-on. We haven't even fought yet. How can you be so sure? Aren't the 2 of you defeated by Senior Chen? What's there to be arrogant about? Concubine Huang was furious. She pointed at the silent enlightened Master Lu and Indida. When the 2 of them heard this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. They were defeated by Qinggu last time, causing them to lose their position as masters of the Huang family. One of them was covered in dust and the other was seriously injured. They became the laughingstock of many. This time, they came for the generous rewards from the Lan family and to avenge their humiliation. Today, with the Jing siblings' help, they did not put Qinggu in their eyes. Last time, the 2 of us were careless and lost to that yellow-haired brat, Qinggu. This time, it's different. Perfected Master Lu argued. That's right, that Qinggu is really despicable. If I didn't stand still last time, how could his martial skill hurt me? Silver Duda also glared angrily. Oh? Then this time, remember to go all out. As he spoke, an indifferent voice sounded. They saw Guchen in a black robe with a black heavy sword on his back. His expression was cold as he strode in from outside the courtyard. For a moment, Perfected Master Lu and Silver Duda felt as if they had eaten a fly, choking and unable to speak. As soon as Guchen arrived, the shadow of the previous fiasco shrouded their hearts. You're finally here. Are you really alone? Xingli glanced behind Guchen to make sure that he was really alone. Then she teased him. Guchen walked closer and glanced at everyone. His face was as calm as an ancient well. To deal with the 4 of you, I alone am enough. As soon as these words fell, the Jing siblings were furious. Perfected Master Lu and Silver Duda also felt their blood boil as they felt humiliated. You're still so good at pretending. You obviously don't have any ability, but you still want to pretend to be an expert. Xingli sneered again and again. Since the last time she saw Guchen in the black market, she had labeled him as an empty shell. Surname Chen, this time it's my turn to beat you until you're seriously injured and paralyzed. Silver Duda said fiercely. Last time he was hit by Guchen's sun-embracing moon-cradling hammer, his entire body was almost crippled. If it wasn't for the precious bone-replenishing pills sent by the Lan family, it would have been impossible for him to recover so quickly. Today, with someone helping him, he was full of confidence and came with the idea of crippling Guchen. Oh? Isn't today a life-and-death battle? The loser will die, so how can he just be injured? Guchen pretended to be surprised. His words made everyone's expression change. So arrogant. So confident. It seems that fellow Daoist Chen is quite confident in today's battle. I'm looking forward to it. Xingfeng has smiled, and his eyes became colder. Originally, they didn't have to kill Qinggu today. Their main target was the Huang clan. But since Qinggu said so, they couldn't blame anyone else for what happened later. Let's start. Guchen glanced at Elder Wu of the Smoke Cloud sect, too lazy to say anything more. Elder Wu felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort when he was urged like this. Today, the Huang family was like a turtle in a jar. They should be trembling with fear and trepidation, but why was this Qinggu so fearless? Glancing at the sword on Xiao Chen's back, Elder Wu was inwardly shocked. Xiao Chen was able to carry the 50,000 Jin Hong Tai heavy sword on his back without panting or blushing. It looked like Xiao Chen was truly capable and was not just bluffing. He was about to announce the start of the battle when Huang Fei anxiously spoke first. Elder Wu, may I know the rules of today's competition? The Lan clan has a total of 4 people, while my Huang clan only has 1. Logically speaking, they should be fighting one by one, right? Senior Chen was bold and powerful. He didn't even ask about the rules and was about to start fighting. but she couldn't do that. If 4 cultivators attacked at the same time, how could Xianxia stand a chance? She could only hope that these cultivators still cared about their pride and attacked one by one. That way, Xianxia would have a chance of winning. Upon hearing her words, Elder Wu and the 4 elders invited by the Lan family all revealed mocking looks on their faces. "Miss Huang, please step back. They didn't come here today to reason with you." Guchen pulled Huang Fei to the side and slowly unsheathed the Hongtai heavy sword. "Looks like you're the one who's aware. The young lady from the Huang clan is too naive." Xingli ridiculed. They had come with such a large force and held the absolute advantage. How could they still talk about rules with the Huang clan? This was Beijing Prefecture. Whoever's fist was harder was the law. Seeing that Huang Fei and the rest of the Huang clan turned pale when they heard this, Xingli suddenly felt like playing around. "Fellow Daoist Chen, if you're willing to admit that you can't do it, then it's not like we can't consider it. Let me have a one-on-one match with you first. If you win, I won't interfere anymore." Hope surged in the eyes of the Huang clan's eldest uncle and second uncle. If this was true, then it was an opportunity. At this time, they didn't care about their pride anymore. They hurriedly looked at Gu Chen, hoping that he would agree. Gu Chen revealed a mocking look. This Xingli was only in her 20s, so where did she get her confidence from? He even killed Qian Fengbao without hesitation, so why would he care about her, a mere early-stage divine power cultivator? This group of fellows really looked down on him. "I don't know what you're thinking, but in my opinion, everyone here is trash. Let's fight in one go. Don't make me suffer too much." Everyone here is trash. They thought they would hear Gu Chen admit defeat, but they didn't expect him to humiliate everyone together. Jing Li's eyes were about to spit fire. Zheng Fenghe's expression was even colder, and enlightened Master Lu and Monk Yin Tua gnashed their teeth in hatred. New hatred and old hatred welled up in their hearts. Even Elder Wu was a little angry. Why was it that when this brat was speaking, his eyes seemed to glance at her? Could it be that he was also a member of the trash? The scene instantly became tense. Everyone's aura locked onto Gu Chen, and killing intent filled the air. It's over, this time my Huang family is finished." The Huang family's eldest uncle and second uncle were completely disheartened. What was wrong with this Chen Gongfeng's brain? It was fine if he didn't say a few soft words, but he had to provoke this group of people. Huang Fei bit her red lips. Gu Chen's confidence had infected her. She retreated with anticipation and left the battlefield with everyone else. "We can begin," Elder Wu said coldly. He wanted to see where the Huang family's elders got their confidence from. Clang! Roar! Almost as soon as he spoke, enlightened Master Fei Lu's 3 swords flew out, cutting through the sky like a meteor. Monk Yin Tua roared as he used his silver-fled dragon Buddha body, and like a silver elephant, he charged forward. The Jing siblings, one with a blade and the other with a sword, stabbed at Gu Chen from the other 2 sides with a frightening cold light. A pincer attack, the 4 of them attacked at the same time, and the tyrannical origin energy wave stirred up the heaven and earth essence energy of the entire Huang residence. Gu Chen was surrounded like a small boat on the ocean, and he could be capsized at any time. He raised the great Tai heavy sword, and the origin energy in his body that was close to the peak of the middle stage of the divine arts began to circulate. His entire aura suddenly changed. The heavy sword was ferocious, and his aura was even more ferocious. His entire person rose from the ground like a towering mountain. Whoosh! Enlightened Master Lu's flying sword came the fastest, and it fell towards his head. Gu Chen waved his sword, and the sword light was as fast as lightning. It was like a thick black flood dragon pouncing into the sky. Bang! The 3 flying swords were like moths flying into a flame. Without any room to resist, they were smashed into pieces by the heavy sword. The sword's body bent, and it lost all its spirituality as it flew out. Enlightened Master Lu was affected by the aura, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a piece of paper on the verge of collapse. And at this time, Monk Yin Tua got close. Die! His face was full of malevolence, and he gathered all the power in his body into this attack. As long as he collided with it, the other party's internal organs would be turned into mud. The Jing siblings also attacked from the back, and their blades and swords released a glaring light. The 3 of them attacked at the same time. Gu Chen could either escape, or he could only defend one side. What should he choose? Such a soul-stirring scene made the Huang family juniors involuntarily closed their eyes while the Lan family members cheered, as if they could already see the scene of victory. As danger approached, Guchen didn't panic at all. The Grand Tai heavy sword changed from a slashing stance to a simple and violent smash at the approaching monk. The monk's expression changed greatly. Did the opponent plan to ignore the attack from behind and perish together with him? He had no other choice. He gritted his teeth, his muscles bulged, and his essence light shone brightly as he rushed forward. Boom! Guchen's heavy sword smashed down, causing the entire courtyard to shake as if millions of horses were galloping past. The monk was instantly smashed into the ground by the heavy sword, not even able to hold on for a single breath. The Jing siblings' sword and saber arrived. Guchen had placed all his attention on the monk, leaving his weak point open. He was simply courting death. The two sword and saber lights were incomparably gorgeous, displaying dense killing intent. One slashed at the back of Guchen's neck, the other stabbed at his kidney, both vital points. A dark golden light burst out from Guchen's back as the star-scale armor completely covered his back. Ding! Clang! The two sword and saber landed on his body, creating a series of sparks. They actually couldn't break through his defense. A defensive type ability? The Jing siblings' expressions changed greatly. The sudden appearance of the gorgeous scale armor had even more astonishing defensive power than the silver flood dragon Buddha body. The two didn't believe it and changed their sword and saber moves, continuously slashing at Guchen's back. Guchen didn't even turn his head, letting the two slash at him as they pleased. He pulled out the Grand Tai heavy sword that was stuck in the ground. His gaze pierced through the void and landed on the paper-pale Enlightened Master Lu in the distance. Enlightened Master Lu felt a chill in his heart. His eyes revealed fear as he subconsciously retreated. Now that he was entangled by the Jing siblings, that Chengu should have dealt with them first, but why was he looking at him? Whoosh! Guchen used the moon-striding steps and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Jing siblings miserably pounced on empty air. Taoist Master Lu screamed and immediately turned around. Sure enough, he saw Guchen appear behind him. The scene was extremely similar to the last time, but Guchen's eyes were especially cold today. Fellow cultivator Chen, the old man knows his mistake. Please spare the old man's life. Taoist Master Lu's legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground. His voice was as sharp as a eunuch's. Guchen held his heavy sword, his face expressionless. That's what you said last time. Considering that there was no enmity between us, I spared your lives. What happened in the end? Taoist Master Lu was silent, his eyes filled with regret. Taoist Master Lu, you have some prospects. How can you kneel to him? The Jing siblings flew into a rage and rushed forward. They had invited these two to guard against Huang Pingzhong. Who would have thought that they would be so weak? One was killed in an instant, and the other was forced to kneel after being touched from behind. Where would they put their faces now? All of you, shut up. The old man has been ruined by you. Taoist Master Lu was so angry that his beard trembled. He turned around and scolded. Although the battle just now was very short, how could he not see the gap between the two sides? He thought that he could win by relying on his numbers, but it was obvious that he was too naive. His flying flow 3 swords collapsed upon contact, and he was seriously injured by the backlash. The silver monk even lost his life in an instant. As for the Jing siblings, with the two of them risking their lives to give them an opportunity, they actually couldn't kill this Chengu. They couldn't even break through his defense. He realized that the other party's strength was far stronger than he had originally estimated. It was simply impossible to win. Fellow cultivator Chen, please spare the old man's life. The old man knows that I have made mistakes again and again. My crimes cannot be forgiven. I am willing to take out all my wealth, just ask you to let me go. Taoist Master Lu lowered his voice and actually kowtowed to Guchen. This scene shocked everyone speechless. The people from the Huang and Lan families didn't come back to their senses. The Jing siblings also stopped in place for a moment. Wasn't this Taoist Master Lu too useless? The Huang family was shocked at first, then their faces revealed ecstasy. The Lan family head was ashamed and resentful. He felt that he was blind to actually invite such a cowardly trash. Only Elder Wu could clearly see the entire battle situation and could understand Taoist Master Lu's thoughts. His gaze towards Gu Chen was filled with fear. This is too terrifying. This brat's strength is unfathomable. I was really blind before. I didn't expect the Huang family's consecrator to be so strong. With his strength, even if I go down to help the Lan family, I'm afraid I'm not his match. I really shouldn't have agreed to the Lan family's request. Elder Wu regretted in his heart. He originally thought that the Huang family would be destroyed today without any suspense. Who would have thought that he would bump into a nail? Although Taoist Master Lu's actions were shameful, it was a wise move. It was obvious that he couldn't win. It was better to lower his stance. As long as he could live, what was a little face worth? A thought arose in his heart. If this Chingu let Taoist Master Lu go, it meant that his temperament was still considered gentle. Then he would quickly come forward to mediate and stop the battle. The Lan family's idea of swallowing the Huang family was obviously not feasible. However, he didn't want the Lan family to be destroyed because of this. After all, the Lan family head gave him a lot of money every year. It would be a pity to lose it. Everyone looked at Gu Chen, curious as to how he would decide. There's a saying that goes, don't do it 3 times. It means that if a person makes the same mistake in a row, there's no reason to forgive him for the 3rd time. Gu Chen said coldly. The heavens and earth are witnesses. The old man guarantees that he will never make a 3rd mistake. Taoist Master Lu hurriedly blurted out a guarantee. He was overjoyed in his heart. Was the other party planning to forgive him? Go back and see what happened to your companion. Gu Chen continued. Taoist Master Lu braced himself and turned around. He only thought that Gu Chen wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and use the Yin Dida's ending to remind him not to make the same mistake again. The Yin Dida was smashed into the ground by Gu Chen's sword. It was several zhang deep underground and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, Taoist Master Lu had his divine sense and could still sense it. His corpse was beyond recognition. All the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were paralyzed. There was not a single place that was intact. One had to know that he had the extraordinary divine ability of the silver flood dragon Buddha body. He had become like this under Gu Chen's sword. If it was anyone else, not even dregs would be left. Did you see what happened to him? In my dictionary, there's only don't do it twice and don't do it again. It's useless to plead with me because if you dare to do it a 2nd time, you are destined to die. I won't give you a 3rd chance. After Gu Chen finished speaking, the Hongtai heavy sword suddenly smashed towards the kneeling Taoist Master Lu. No, Taoist Master Lu was scared out of his wits. The others didn't expect Gu Chen to be so ruthless and decisive. Boom! A pool of blood appeared on the ground. The corpse was a ghastly sight. Some of the juniors from the Lan and Huang families couldn't help but turn their heads and vomit. It wasn't that they hadn't seen people die before, but they had never seen such a miserable way of dying. The Jing siblings were stunned. Elder Wu was silent. Patriarch Lan's face was deathly pale and his legs were weak. Gu Chen raised his sword indifferently and swept his gaze over the remaining siblings of the Jing family. It's your turn. After fighting for a short while, the 2 cultivators died, and their deaths were extremely miserable. At this moment, everyone finally understood that what Gu Chen had said previously was not a joke at all. He really regarded his 4 opponents as trash. He said that the loser would die, but he meant what he said. The Huang clan members were pulled back from the abyss of despair. They looked at Gu Chen with fanatical expressions. The dejection on their faces was swept away. On the contrary, the Lan clan members were no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they became fearful. Clan head Lan placed all his hopes on the Jing siblings. They were the only lifeline left. Despicable bastard, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. Jing Li's face was ashen as she gripped her sword tightly. Gu Chen was amused. He never said anything, but this woman was the one who looked down on him. Now, she was the one who accused him of hiding his strength. How unreasonable. He raised his blood-stained heavy sword and walked towards the pair of siblings with a cold glint in his eyes. The 2 of them tried to kill him. If not for the star-scale armor, how could he be unharmed? Since they were so vicious, he would not be soft-hearted. Xingli was fearless. She wanted to continue fighting with Gu Chen, but her elder brother stopped her. "Brother Chen, we had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended you." He no longer had the dignity from before. A smile appeared on his face. "How about this? We are just worshippers. We are only paid to do things. Why must we fight to the death?" "Elder brother, you." Xingli was shocked. Wasn't her elder brother admitting defeat to that brat? Gu Chen stopped and looked at Fenghe in surprise. Enlightened Master Lu was old and experienced many things. He could understand that, but he did not expect Fenghe to be able to do this at such a young age. "Elder Xing, what do you mean by that? Don't you care about the Lan clan?" Hearing this, Lan family head asked anxiously. Fenghe snorted and did not even look at him. "We do things with as much money as we are paid. This is beyond our capabilities. Do you expect us to risk our lives for you?" Clan head Lan felt the world spinning in his head. "How could you go back on your word like this?" "Shut up." Fenghe directly shed all pretense of cordiality, his face full of impatience. "If you keep being so noisy, I'll take your life." The Lan family felt as if the sky had collapsed. They had spent a lot of money to support the Xing siblings. They had never expected that they would abandon them as soon as the situation changed. They were treated like trash that could be thrown away at any time. The head of the Lan family collapsed to the ground, smiling miserably. Consecrators, in the end, they are unreliable." Fenghe ignored him. He took out a storage ring and threw it on the ground in front of him. "Brother Chen, the resources in this storage ring have always been given to me and my sister by the Lan family. Now, they are yours. How about we leave the greedy wolf city immediately?" Fenghe was very decisive. This scene made Elder Wu secretly admire him. Originally, he wanted to protect the Lan family, but that Jingu was vicious and merciless. Seeing that the situation was not right, the Xing siblings were not willing to work hard. It seemed like the Lan family was doomed. In his heart, he thought that it would be best to leave this place as soon as possible. Gu Chen picked up the storage ring and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that there were quite a lot of medicinal pills and herbs inside. It was only slightly worse than Xianfengbao's. It seemed like the Xing siblings did not lie to him. "This storage ring, I'll accept it," he said calmly. Fenghe heaved a sigh of relief. Although Xingli was unhappy, she did not say anything. Her brother had always been calmer and wiser than her. He naturally had his reasons for doing this. "Since that's the case, us siblings will take our leave." Fenghe clasped his hands at Gu Chen and was about to leave. "Wait, who said that you can leave?" Gu Chen laughed coldly. The Xing siblings' faces changed. "Chen, we've already accepted the things. Are you going to ignore the rules?" Xingli said angrily. Gu Chen's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "Rules? When I was weak, you didn't talk to me about rules. Now that I'm strong, you're talking about rules? When the four of you teamed up to kill me, why didn't you follow the rules? Do you think I'll let you go just because you gave me a storage ring? After I kill you, everything will naturally be mine. This is Beijing Prefecture. You're too naive to talk about rules with me." Gu Chen raised his hand and slashed out a pale green sword ray. Countless fine wind blades sliced past. The Xing siblings' faces changed drastically as they tried to block in a panic. Meanwhile, Gu Chen used the Netherworld movement technique and closed in on them in an instant. Over the past month, he had mastered the Wind Song Saber technique and the Blaze Saber technique, turning them into the Wind Song Sword technique and the Blaze Sword technique. These two sword techniques combined the characteristics of the Grand Tai Heavy Sword to create a sword path that belonged to him. At this moment, he instantly closed in on the two. His sword moves were wide and powerful. Wind and fire intertwined. Although the Xing siblings were panicking, they cooperated very well. Saber light and sword shadows attacked Gu Chen together. Their sword and saber techniques were not bad. Their combined attack was especially mysterious. Gu Chen could not take them down for a while. Interesting. He judged that when the two joined forces, their strength was above Qianfengbao's. The sword techniques they mastered were not ordinary either. They were incomparable to the blaze saber technique and wind song sword technique. He was delighted and purposely went easy on them. He tried to figure out the two sword paths. Purple light flowed in his eyes as he secretly learned them. This guy is not as strong as I thought. Kill him. Zheng Fenghe was delighted when he saw that Gu Chen did not have an overwhelming advantage. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. Zhengli nodded. The two sword moves were unrestrained. One was yin and one was yang, water and fire together. One of them wields a saber in his left hand and a sword in his right. One sword moves lean towards yin and the other lean towards yang and hard. In terms of individual strength, they are not much stronger than spiritual master Liu. However, when the two of them join forces, they are able to reach the middle stage of divine power. Even most middle stage cultivators would not be their match. Gu Chen's interest was piqued. These two people must have mastered some special techniques. Moreover, they did not look like rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators often used unorthodox methods. They had clearly gone through orthodox training, as if they came from a sect. Gu Chen understood enough. He did not want to fight with the two anymore. His purple eyes saw through their flaws. He injected his peak middle stage elemental energy into the heavy sword and slashed. Rumble. A fire dragon came out from the tip of the sword. It was vivid and lifelike. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed Zheng Fenghe, who was closest to it. Zheng Fenghe's body was on fire. He screamed. Gu Chen used the breeze chasing the moon again and chopped off his head. Sisterly, run! He shouted before he died. Zhengli was heartbroken and flew into the sky to escape. She actually knew how to fly. Gu Chen's face darkened. He hesitated whether to chase after her or not. He had refined Qianfengbao's wind travel wings. Even if the other party flew away, he could still chase after her. However, the people from the smoke cloud sect were nearby. If he did that, it would reveal that he was the one who did it. Just as he was hesitating, a series of explosions sounded in the sky. A glowing blue arrow came whistling from somewhere in the Huang residence. The arrow was extremely fast. Its penetrating power was extremely strong. It shot through the sky and pierced through the escaping Zhengli. One arrow through the heart, blood dyed the sky red. Zhengli's body fell to the ground and her eyes dimmed. Dead. Such impressive archery skills. Gu Chen's eyes darted to the direction the arrow came from. On the roof of a building, an elder in gray put down his bow. Huang Pingzhang? Elder Wu's expression changed. That arrow just now was powerful and didn't seem weak at all. Compared to before, Huang Pingzhang's strength hadn't declined at all. Damn it, we've fallen into the Huang clan's trap. He thought. Huang Pingzhang still had the strength to fight, but he didn't show up and only attacked when Zhengli was about to escape. He was probably confident about the outcome of the battle. The Lan clan thought they were going to kill the Huang clan today, but it seemed like it was the opposite. The Huang clan had planned this long ago to lure them into a trap. Looks like the Huang clan has long had the ambition to rule the city of Greedy Wolf. Damn it, why didn't they inform the House of the Smoke Cloud first? Elder Wu felt like he had suffered a loss, but he didn't dare to get angry. Didn't they see that the 4 cultivators accompanying them were all dead? Huang Pingzhang was a cultivator of the advanced stage of the divine art, and Gu wasn't much weaker. Their strength was enough to attract the attention of the House of the Smoke Cloud. With this in mind, Elder Wu forced a smile on his face and declared his judgment. Congratulations to the Huang clan for winning today's competition. According to the agreement, the Lan clan must leave the city of Greedy Wolf today. Understood, Lord Lan? The head of the Lan family sat on the ground, completely disheartened, muttering to himself. My Lan clan is finished. Gu Chen ignored Elder Wu and stepped forward to loot the storage rings of the siblings of the Jing family, Immortal Liu, and Monk Silver one by one. At this moment, Huang Pingzhang flew down from the roof and a group of Huang clan members rushed up to him. The Huang clan's survival changed from great sorrow to great joy. At this moment, everyone was in high spirits. Some of the Huang clan members had already taken the initiative to kidnap everyone from the Lan clan. Others quickly ran out to report this news to the entire city. Ahem, since it's over, I'll leave first. Elder Wu felt extremely awkward staying there, so he found an excuse to leave in a hurry. Within a few days, the Huang family would become the only power in the greedy wolf city. He had to report this matter to his superiors as soon as possible. Cultivator Chen, thank you for saving the Huang family in a time of crisis. Huang Pingzhang led the Huang family towards Gu Chen, saluting Gu Chen in front of everyone. At this moment, the patriarch was bowing respectfully to a young man. Everyone in the Huang family, including first and second uncles who didn't think highly of Gu Chen, didn't dare to object. There was deep awe in their eyes as they looked at Gu Chen. There was even a tinge of panic in this reverence. Gu Chen had just collected all the storage rings, and when he saw Huang Pingzhang bow to him, he calmly accepted them. Patriarch Huang is too courteous. I've heard a lot about you and I finally get to meet you. He studied the old man in front of him. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were so small that they almost became a thin line. He gave off a kind feeling. However, judging from that arrow just now, he was definitely a vicious and merciless person. Even the timing of his appearance was very thought-provoking. Gu Chen remembered the night he killed Qian Fengbao and the words he said about Huang Pingzhang. The old man was in seclusion and couldn't come out for a while. If it wasn't for fellow cultivator Chen, I'm afraid the Huang family would have been finished today. This is a great kindness. All of you, why don't you kowtow to fellow cultivator Chen and thank him? Huang Pingzhang turned around and said. The Huang family members didn't dare to disobey him. They all knelt down and saluted Gu Chen. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. Patriarch Huang, you're too kind. It's my duty to take someone's money to get rid of a disaster. That's not right. Didn't the Jing siblings also take the Lan family's money? What did they do in the end? Huang Pingzhang shook his head and sighed. The Huang family members were distressed. They didn't have a transcendent cultivator, and they couldn't just rely on their worshippers. The worshippers would run away at the first sign of danger. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but worry. The patriarch was old, and the Huang family would soon lose their own transcendent cultivator. Would they have to rely on this Chingu then? Based on the strength he showed today, if he was willing to stay in the Huang family, it would be a guarantee for the family. But he was still young, and it would be difficult to decide. Moreover, with his strength, would he be willing to stay as a worshipper and not want to develop his own forces? Thinking of Gu Chen's ruthlessness, some of the second-generation Huang family members were deeply worried. It's a bit presumptuous to ask this question now, but the old man wants to know, does fellow cultivator Chen have a wife? After chatting with Gu Chen for a while, Huang Pingzhang suddenly threw out a question as if they regretted not meeting each other earlier. When the Huang family members heard this, their eyes lit up and they all looked at Huang Fei. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier. They were worried that Chen Gu would leave one day or have the ambition to establish his own force, but the patriarch had already thought of a countermeasure. If they could ally with him through marriage, this problem would naturally be solved. In the entire Huang family, the only one who could match up to this young cultivator was Huang Fei, the patriarch. Not only was she young and beautiful, but she also knew Chen Gu from a long time ago. Maybe there really was a chance. Seeing everyone looking at her, Huang Fei understood her grandfather's meaning. She was both embarrassed and happy. Really, grandfather, why didn't you discuss it with me first? How embarrassing. She wasn't the least bit unwilling, her big eyes looking at Gu Chen expectantly. I'm still young, and I don't have a wife. Gu Chen shook his head. Hearing his answer, the Huang family members were overjoyed. There was a chance. Haha, if that's the case, then that's great. Come, Xiao Fei. Huang Pingzhang turned around and called out to Huang Fei. Huang Fei lowered her head and walked over nervously. She had met Gu Chen countless times, but at this moment, she was inexplicably nervous, like a bride meeting her husband for the first time. What does fellow Daoist Chen think of my girl? Huang Pingzhang asked with a smile. Gu Chen immediately understood the Huang family patriarch's meaning. He frowned slightly and replied politely. Miss Huang is as beautiful as a flower, and has a good temperament. She is a very good girl. Oh? Since fellow Daoist Chen doesn't have a wife, and you think Xiaofei is not bad, would you be willing to marry into the Huang family? Huang Pingzhang went straight to the point. Hearing this, Huang Fei's ears and neck turned red. Her heart was as sweet as honey. For this kind of thing, Patriarch should ask Miss Huang first. Gu Chen's head hurt. He had guessed correctly. Huang Pingzhang looked at Huang Fei with a smile. Xiaofei, are you willing? Huang Fei lowered her head even more shyly, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. As you wish, grandfather. The heart of a young girl was revealed in her words. Haha, looks like Xiaofei has no objections. What does fellow Daoist Chen think? Huang Pingzhang asked again with anticipation. Gu Chen shook his head slowly. The smile on Huang Pingzhang's face disappeared. Everyone in the Huang family fell silent. Huang Fei was so shy that she lowered her head. But when she sensed the sudden silence, she looked up and saw Gu Chen's voice. My goal is to cultivate. I have no interest in the affairs between men and women. I have to disappoint you. Miss Huang is a good person. You should find a better partner. Gu Chen was telling the truth. He was carrying a blood feud with him. How could he be interested in the affairs between men and women? He wished he could spend every second on cultivation. He understood the Huang family's intention. It was just a marriage of benefits. He could not accept it. To him, the Huang family was just a temporary place to settle down. He could not stay in a corner forever. I see. Huang Pingzhang felt a little regretful, but he was not unhappy. Being able to cultivate to such a level at such a young age, fellow cultivator Chen, your focus is indeed a very important factor. I was being rude. There is no rush. Who knows what will happen in a few years? He laughed, and the Huang family laughed as well, but the atmosphere was obviously a lot more awkward. Huang Fei's eyes became misty. She pursed her lips and did not say a word. That day, Gu Chen left in an awkward atmosphere. The Huang family had defeated the Lan family. They turned out in full force and started a bloodbath on the Lan family members in the Greedy Wolf City. It was a cruel massacre. The winner was the king. The Huang family quickly took over all the properties of the Lan family, including those they had taken from the Qian family. When night fell, the news that the Huang family had become the most powerful force in the Greedy Wolf City had spread throughout the city. The reputation of the young worshipper, Qin Gu, spread even further. People were amazed that the Huang family was so lucky to have such a powerful family. Late at night, in Gu Chen's courtyard. The white ape was nowhere to be seen. Gu Chen was lying on a chair, reading a yellow diary with delicate handwriting. This diary was left behind by the deceased Xingli. She had a habit of writing things down, and the background of the Jing siblings revealed in the diary was somewhat special. It turns out that the Jing siblings are actually disciples of the Yin-Yang sword sect in Yuzhou of the Central Empire. They were wanted by the Yin-Yang sword sect because they stole a secret treasure that was supposed to be delivered to the sect. Thus, they concealed their identities and fled to Beijing Mansion. Gu Chen murmured. The first time he met the Jing siblings, he could tell that their temperament was different from ordinary loose cultivators. The battle during the day also showed this. This diary explained his doubts very well. These two siblings were really audacious. In order to covet the secret treasure, they did not hesitate to become outlaws. It was a pity that they would never have thought that the Greedy Wolf City, which was supposed to be their temporary hideout, would eventually become their burial ground. Speaking of which, those two are really idiots. They stole the secret treasure, but they don't even know how to use it. Gu Chen's other hand was lightly tossing a simple and unadorned small black cauldron, admiring it curiously. This small cauldron was the secret treasure of the Yin-Yang sword sect that the Jing siblings had stolen. Unfortunately, even though they had stolen it, they were completely unable to understand the mystery of this secret treasure. They did not even know what it was used for. Gu Chen had just checked it over and over again, but he did not find anything special about this small cauldron. It was not even a magic treasure. Gu Chen tried to penetrate it with his divine sense, trying to leave a mark to control it. However, he found that any divine sense that entered it was like a clay ox entering a swamp, unable to produce the slightest reaction. Thus, in his opinion, this thing was of little value. It was not as good as his other gains. The 4 cultivators' storage rings were filled with medicinal pills and resources. Added together, they were about 3 times that of Qianfengbao's. If he sold those magic treasures and materials that Guchen had no use for, he would probably be able to exchange them for a lot of medicinal pills. Last time, all of the Qian family's resources were barely enough for me to reach the peak of the middle stage of the divine ability stage. The further I cultivate, the more money I have to spend. Guchen reckoned that he planned to sell all the useless things in the 4 cultivators' storage rings and exchange them for medicinal pills. That was the most important thing to him. Relying on these pills, he would definitely be able to step into the late stage of the divine ability stage. As for whether or not he could reach the perfection of the divine ability stage, that would depend on his luck. Just as Guchen was thinking, all the hairs on his body suddenly stood up, and a sudden killing intent locked onto him. His expression changed, and he almost immediately jumped up from the chair. In the next moment, the chair was shattered by a spear radiance. Was a pale white spear radiance swayed, and once again pounced towards him, like a flood dragon coming out of the abyss. Guchen was in midair, and was caught off guard, so it was impossible for him to dodge. With a thought, a pair of blue wings that were as thin as cicada wings appeared on his back. Swish! With a flap of the wind travel wings, he forcibly shifted half a zhang away, and Guchen dodged the spear radiance. He glided in the air and landed on the roof. His expression sank, and he looked at the figure that came out of the darkness with a spear, and his eyes narrowed. The attacker in front of him was 8 feet tall, and he had a strong physique. He was wearing a knight suit, and with that spear in his hand, it was as though the entire world was under his control. "Who are you?" Guchen asked calmly. That person was wearing a mask, and he didn't reply. His body emitted a colorful mist, and he left an afterimage in his original position. He crossed the void and arrived in the blink of an eye. Guchen's expression turned cold, and he took out the Hongtai heavy sword. Clang! The heavy sword clashed with the spear, and Guchen's hand actually went numb. It wasn't that his strength was inferior to the opponent, but the opponent's spear contained a skillful force, and he actually suffered a loss due to his carelessness. So, the black-clothed man waved his spear repeatedly, and it was like a flood dragon overturning the seas. Guchen bounced up, and the roof was smashed into pieces by the spear radiance. Wind chant sword art, blazing flame sword art. Guchen waved his sword repeatedly, and wind blades and fire slashes rained down. That black-clothed man was hidden in the mist, and his figure flashed a few times. He was extremely fast, and he easily dodged the attacks. Swoosh! He got close to Guchen again, and his spear radiance pierced through the air. Guchen flapped his wind travel wings, and he dodged the spear and landed on the ground. The black-clothed man chased after him almost immediately, and his movement technique was as fast as lightning. Guchen snorted coldly, and he executed the netherworld movement technique, blending into the darkness, and circling around his opponent. Bang! Boom! The heavy sword and the spear clashed repeatedly, and sparks flew everywhere. His opponent's spear technique was tricky and sharp, and he struck at the weak spot. Guchen felt strained, and he changed his sword technique, executing the shadow sword art. This was the highest grade sword art he knew, and it was a yellow grade superior grade sword art. He didn't use it even when he was dealing with the 4 cultivators during the day. But in order to deal with this black-cloaked man, he had no choice but to use it. The Hongtai heavy sword turned into a black shadow, and it flickered between bright and dark, fast and slow. The sword's trajectory was elusive like a ghost. In an instant, the gap between them shrunk, and they were evenly matched. The commotion caused by the battle was too great, and the people of the Huang residence, who were far away, soon sensed it, and the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. South seeing this, the black-clothed man forced Guchen back with his spear, and he retreated into a dark corner of the courtyard. "You won't be able to escape." Guchen slashed with his heavy sword, and the sword radiance brushed past his opponent's clothes. His opponent's body was shrouded in a colorful mist, and after a moment of distortion, he disappeared on the spot. "What happened, Senior Chen?" A large number of people from the Huang residence rushed over, led by Huang Fei. The walls of the courtyard had collapsed, and there were holes everywhere. Guchen's roof was damaged. It was a ghastly sight. "Nothing. Gu Chen looked at the place where the black-clothed man had disappeared and answered casually with a thoughtful look on his face. The people of the Huang clan couldn't help but look at each other. A bitter smile appeared on Huang Fei's face. Senior Chen, what happened during the day was really awkward, but please don't take it to heart. Let's get along like before, okay? She was sad that Gu Chen refused to marry her during the day, but she was older than a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She had a strong heart and had adjusted to the situation. She had already thought it through. The reason Gu Chen had given her was very normal. A man of his age with such a high cultivation level would not be a man who was interested in romance. She made up her mind. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. As long as she stayed by his side, she would be able to touch his heart one day. She liked this outstanding young man from the bottom of her heart. However, she did not expect that Gu Chen would not tell her about the commotion at his place. She immediately thought that he was still upset about what happened during the day and was deliberately distancing himself from her. She felt lonely. Gu Chen came back to his senses and shook his head. Miss Huang, you misunderstood me. I was not upset about what happened during the day. I was just thinking about the assassin. Assassin? Huang Fei's face tightened. An assassin broke into the Huang residence and tried to assassinate Senior Chen? Did Senior Chen see his face clearly? Who sent him? Gu Chen scrutinized her. The worry on Huang Fei's face did not seem to be fake. If she was faking it, then her acting skills were too terrifying. Don't worry, it's just a little thief. He smiled brightly. She asked many times, but Gu Chen refused to tell her the details. Huang Fei had to leave some people to clean the courtyard and invite Gu Chen to sleep in another courtyard. On one hand, it was because there was a big hole in Gu Chen's roof. On the other hand, she wanted to strengthen the protection of Gu Chen. Today, the Huang family had just unified the greedy wolf city, and Master Chen was ambushed in the middle of the night. It was obvious that someone did not want to see the Huang family doing well. Although Gu Chen's strength did not require their protection, etiquette was still a must. Right now, he was their greatest backer. Gu Chen didn't even think about it before refusing. He even ordered the Huang family to leave and leave the matter of cleaning up the courtyard until tomorrow. After everyone had left, Gu Chen's expression turned cold. His divine sense spread out and locked onto a certain direction in the depths of the Huang estate. The wings of wind sprang up from his back once again, stirring up a cool breeze. He traversed the void and leaped over layers of eaves. Not long after, he landed in a courtyard filled with epiphyllum. The door to the courtyard was tightly shut, and the lights had long been extinguished. It seemed that the person inside had been asleep for a long time. Old Master Huang, come out, he said coldly. This was Huang Pingzhang's residence. Upon hearing his words, there was no response from inside. Do you want me to destroy the place you live in before you're willing to come out? Or do you want me to lure the entire Huang family here, and I'll kill a few of them? As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, a sigh came from inside the house. Huang Pingzhang opened the door and walked out. Old Master Huang's body was hunched over, and he looked at Gu Chen with a serious expression. How can you be sure that I was the one who ambushed you tonight? In the entire greedy wolf city, aside from you, who else has the ability to fight me? That's not a reason. Who knows if it was your old enemy who came looking for you? Also, your performance today has attracted the attention of the Cloud sect. They are in charge of this area, so it's not impossible for them to attack you. Huang Pingzhang shook his head. My old enemy? What do you know? Gu Chen's eyebrows twitched as he thought about where he might have exposed himself. The underworld movement technique is a skill of the underworld palace, isn't it? Isn't it normal for an assassin to have enemies? Also, the wings of wind originally belonged to Master Qian, didn't they? The disturbance in the greedy wolf city was indeed caused by you. Everything that happened today was within your calculations. Huang Pingzhang's words were equivalent to admitting that he was the assassin tonight. If he hadn't fought with Gu Chen, he definitely wouldn't have been able to detect all this. Gu Chen was surprised by the sharpness of the other's eyes, but he also understood that the other did not know his real identity. He let out a sigh of relief. 100 thoughts flashed through his mind. You still haven't answered the old man. How can you be so sure that it was the old man who did it? Huang Pingzhang was a little confused. The assassin he was disguised as tonight was very different from him, and the skills and techniques he used were also very different from his usual self. Logically speaking, even if Gu Chen had doubts, he wouldn't be so sure that it was him. Gu Chen glanced at him. Indeed, the man in black tonight was good at spear art, which was different from Master Huang, who was good at archery. His temperament and appearance were also very different. Especially during the day when you and I met for the first time, you wanted to marry your own granddaughter to me, and you looked very grateful. Why do you look like you are plotting against me? The corner of his mouth raised into a sarcastic smile. It seems that the play during the day was a bit over the top. Huang Pingzhang touched his chin. Also, since you already know that I killed Qian Fengbao, I might as well make it clear. On the night when Qian Fengbao died, I pretended to be an assassin to kill him, and he mistook me for you. Only then did I know that you have some relationship with the dark forces. Huang Pingzhang sighed. It seems that this is the main reason why you are so sure that the old man was the assassin tonight. Gu Chen shook his head. In fact, I wasn't sure before I came here. I was just trying to trick you, until you admitted it yourself. Huang Pingzhang couldn't help laughing. You are really slippery. Clang, Gu Chen suddenly pulled out the Hongtai heavy sword and stabbed it into the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. I have already answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer me. According to your answer, there will be different results. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with coldness, and the courtyard was filled with invisible killing intent. Huang Pingzhang's face was solemn, and he took out the long spear from before. Ask away. First, why did you want to kill me? Huang Pingzhang's face was calm. In the battle during the day, your performance was really shocking. It's true that you helped my Huang family a lot, but just think about what happened to the Lan family. People like consecrated elder are ultimately unreliable. You are too strong. After the old man passed away, it would be easy for him to destroy my Huang family and replace me. The old man didn't know how big your ambition was, and whether you would be more terrifying than the Lan family and the Qian family, so he made his move. The truth proved that the old man's idea was right. It was you who secretly destroyed the Qian family, which proved that you wanted to stir up trouble in the greedy wolf city. You have already destroyed the Qian family and the Lan family, so it wouldn't be strange for you to destroy my Huang family next, right? Gu Chen hadn't been in the greedy wolf city for long, but 2 of the 3 major forces in the city had already been destroyed because of him. He had killed the Qian family with his own hands, and the Lan family had fallen into his trap. To those who knew the inside story, his purpose was self-evident. After annexing the Qian family and the Lan family, the next step would be the Huang family, and then he would build his own force. This kind of drama happened every day in the chaotic Beijing prefecture. It was no wonder that Huang Pingzhang wanted to kill them. He was afraid that after he died, the Huang family would end up worse than the Lan family and the Qian family. Hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes were full of disdain. Huang Pingzhang's reason was similar to what he had guessed, but that was underestimating him. He had the overbearing ether bone and was destined to be the enemy of the whole world. If he didn't die, he was destined to be a top expert on this continent. He still had a strong enemy like Huangfu Wuji, who had a deep hatred for him. Why would he care about a mere greedy wolf city? Not to mention one greedy wolf city, even if there were 10 or 100 of them, they would not be attractive to him. He had destroyed the Qian family to save Xiao Ke and the others, but the Lan family had run into the muzzle of his gun. He needed a large amount of cultivation resources to grow, so he didn't mind destroying all the forces that provoked him. But if the Huang family followed the rules and trusted each other, why would he harm them? Gu Chen was disdainful, but he was too lazy to explain. Second, since you want to kill me, why don't you use your full strength? Your strongest skill is archery, right? You should know how strong I am in close combat. Why don't you find an opportunity to kill me with an arrow from a distance? Judging from how Huang Pingzhang killed Jingli today, his archery skills were quite good. It was possible that he could pose a threat to her. Choosing to fight in close combat with him was the most unwise choice, but he had done so. As an assassin, it was impossible for him not to understand this. He was like an experienced hunter who had fallen into his own trap. It was very puzzling. Because you rejected the old man's proposal to marry you today. Huang Pingzhang had a complicated look in his eyes. In fact, the old man came out of seclusion a few days ago and knew about you. He has been secretly observing you. Gu Chen was surprised to hear this. Huang Pingzhang had been spying on him for so many days without him noticing. This meant that the other party's ability to conceal himself was quite impressive. He pondered for a moment. He had not visited Xiaoke and the others for the past few days, so they probably did not know about it. His heart relaxed slightly. I've been observing you for the past few days. Aside from cultivating, you don't do anything else. You're practically a martial arts fanatic. This kind of person doesn't seem like someone who is passionate about power struggles. Today, the old man suggested marrying Xiaofei to you. It was also a test. If you had the ambition to take over my Huang family, I would have accepted it. But you refused without even thinking about it. I really can't understand you. Plus, my Huang family is indebted to you, so the old man's attack tonight was more to test you, to get to know you better. What was the result of the test? Gu Chen smiled playfully. You deserve to die. Huang Pingzhang's shriveled old face turned murderous, and his pair of narrowed eyes shone brightly. If I had known that you were the one who destroyed the Qian family, the old man would have made ample preparations before killing you. You're suspected to be an assassin from the underworld god palace, so there's no reason for me to keep you alive. His entire aura changed. It surged like a violent storm, almost drowning the entire courtyard. You're indeed a young talent, but the old man is not as weak as the rumors say. Since things have come to this, let's fight to the death today. Huang Pingzhang knew that since Gu Chen had come looking for him, a battle between the two of them was unavoidable. For the safety of the Huang family's younger generation, he had to kill the other party no matter what. Gu Chen looked at Huang Pingzhang, who was ready to go to war, but he calmly shook his head at this moment. I've said it before. Depending on your answer, there will be different results. I still have one last question. Are you from the Underworld Tower or the Celestial Court? Huang Pingzhang glanced at Gu Chen in shock. What's the point of asking this question? Gu Chen loosened his grip on the Grand Tai heavy sword and sat down on the grass. From the looks of it, he had already given up on denouncing Huang Pingzhang. Didn't you think I was unfathomable? Let me tell you honestly, I have no interest in your Huang family or this greedy wolf city. Huang Pingzhang's surging killing intent shrank. When he looked into Gu Chen's pitch-black eyes, his intuition told him that Gu Chen was not lying. Then what do you want? I can ignore the matter of you trying to kill me today. If you die in the future, I can consider helping your Huang family if I'm in a good mood. I only have one request. Recommend me to the dark faction behind you. Gu Chen's eyes gleamed as he spoke resolutely. Ever since the underworld god palace chased after him, Gu Chen had been thinking about how to shake them off and take revenge on his enemies. The first method he thought of was to join the Celestial Court or the Underworld Tower, which were also one of the three dark factions of the Kunlun continent. The three dark factions were all assassins. Although they had different tendencies, if he could join the Celestial Court or the Underworld Tower, he would be able to learn some anti-tracking methods and obtain all sorts of information. It would be harder for the Underworld God Palace to catch him in the future. Furthermore, the three dark factions had always been enemies with each other. He heard that there had been many conflicts over the years. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He might be able to find an ally and a chance to take revenge in the two dark factions. However, the two dark factions were very mysterious and could not be easily joined. He had no way to do so until Huang Pingzhang appeared. He wanted to join the dark faction. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to use the same methods as the Underworld God Palace to deal with them, giving them a taste of their own medicine. For this purpose, he could ignore some of Huang Pingzhang's schemes. Before he came, he had already thought of everything. However, he still needed to understand Huang Pingzhang's thoughts. If Huang Pingzhang really wanted him dead, then he would need to reconsider his plan. He was quite satisfied with Huang Pingzhang's answer. He had painstakingly thought about his own family, and with Huang Pingzhang in his hands, even if Huang Pingzhang wanted to kill him, Huang Pingzhang was still trustworthy. He was not worried that the dark faction behind him was the Underworld God Palace. He had seen the assassins from the Underworld God Palace before. The movement technique he used tonight was completely different from theirs. Why do you want to join? You should know that not many people have a good ending once they become an assassin. Huang Pingzhang was shocked. He had never expected Gu Chen to make such a request. I have someone I must kill. Gu Chen's voice was deep. His eyes were so dark that it seemed like no sunlight could penetrate them. Huang Pingzhang could not help but tremble. He had seen this kind of gaze from the most cold-blooded and ruthless killing gods before. This guy was definitely a good candidate to be an assassin. What he said to her was not a lie, nor did he have the slightest hint of a joke. All right, the old man agrees. After a long while, Huang Pingzhang took a deep breath and made a decision that would greatly affect his life. Inside the pavilion, the night breeze was blowing. Huang Pingzhang was making tea, talking with Gu Chen by the candlelight. The old man is a member of the Celestial Court. He's been a member of the Celestial Court for almost 20 years now. As Gu Chen listened, some basic information about the three major organizations flashed through his mind. The Celestial Court is the most mysterious of the three major underground organizations. It has a lot fewer members compared to the other two, but its influence isn't any less. Although the old man is a member of the Celestial Court, he's only a bronze assassin who can barely enter the Heaven's Gate. He can't directly agree to let you join the Celestial Court. Recently, the Celestial Court lost a lot of manpower in the Western Desert. They're recruiting again. The old man can recommend you to participate in the examination. Huang Pingzhang's words made Gu Chen happy, but he changed the topic. You have to think carefully. The Celestial Court is an organization that pays a lot of attention to secrecy. If you can't pass the examination, there's only one outcome, and that is death. Gu Chen's expression didn't change. How exactly is the examination conducted? The Celestial Court's examination has never had a uniform standard. It's decided by the gold assassin in charge. But the examination has always been strict. The passing rate is less than 10%, Huang Pingzhang said. Gu Chen frowned. You also participated in the examination back then, right? Do you have any suggestions for me? Huang Pingzhang went silent for a bit. According to the old man's experience, to pass the examination, the most important thing isn't cultivation, but the quality of an assassin. Quality? Gu Chen thought about it. That's right. What level of cultivation do you think is needed to join the Celestial Court? Huang Pingzhang asked. At least telekinesis realm, Gu Chen casually answered. That's normal, but in the history of the Celestial Court, there were many people who joined the Celestial Court when they were in the physical body realm. Even if they were great cultivators in the Nirvana realm, some of them didn't even have the qualifications to become bronze assassins. There's such a big difference? Gu Chen was surprised. The biggest reason for this is due to their inner qualities. Whether a person has the qualities to become a member of the Celestial Court is decided by the examiner. Qualities are hard to say, but if you have a skill that is beneficial to an assassin, the success rate of passing the test is very high. You can understand it this way. Those who have mastered these skills are considered to have the qualities of an assassin. What are the specific abilities? Gu Chen asked curiously. The ability to move stealthily, the swordsmanship to kill with one strike, the speed to come and go without a trace, and even the ability to calmly analyze any kind of danger. These are all considered. Gu Chen understood. Then, Old Master Huang, what kind of killer qualities do you have? Archery. The old man's archery is first-rate among the bronze assassins of the Celestial Court, followed by his spear, which can barely be considered second-rate. The more killer qualities you have, the more likely you are to pass the test. As an assassin, having 100% accuracy in archery was extremely popular, as it was extremely beneficial for assassination. Gu Chen understood and said with a smile. Then, in your opinion, do I have the qualities of an assassin? You. Huang Pingzhang's old eyes revealed a complicated look. To be honest, you're definitely a genius. To have such strength at such a young age, you'd have a bright future in many cultivation sections. I can't understand why you want to live a life of licking blood on the edge of a blade. Your netherworld movement technique and breath control technique are both good, they are both suitable for an assassin, but they are the symbols of the Nether God Palace. If you use them in the Celestial Court's test, I'm afraid you'll be treated as a spy of the Nether God Palace and killed on the spot. In addition, your swordsmanship is also very powerful, but using a heavy sword is very easy to be recognized. When the Celestial Court selects members, they are more inclined to those who can conceal themselves perfectly and live under two identities. Guchen rubbed his chin. In other words, I don't quite meet the requirements of the Celestial Court. Even if I defeat everyone else in the test, I might not be able to get in? Huang Pingzhong shook his head. No, the old man believes that you have the qualities to become an assassin of the Celestial Court. Your temperament, your calmness and wisdom, the old man has seen it all. Temperament is something that's hard to see through in the test, right? After all, everyone knows how to disguise themselves, and the examiners won't just use that as a standard for the test. Guchen frowned. Joining the Celestial Court meant a lot to him, and he wanted to make sure he could get in no matter what. He pondered for a moment and asked. If you recommend me, what's the latest time the test will start? The next test is set in 2 weeks, so you have at most 2 weeks, Huang Pingzhong said. 2 weeks, that should be enough. Guchen nodded. Old man Huang, can you teach me your archery skills? Of course, I will give you enough in return. You want to learn archery? Huang Pingzhong was shocked and blurted out. Although having excellent archery skills can increase the success rate of passing the test, learning archery is not that simple. Do you have any foundation before? Guchen shook his head. Huang Pingzhong was speechless. Did this kid think that his excellent archery skills could be mastered in a short period of time? That was the result of 10 years of hard work. Fellow Daoist Chen, you should think of another way. He said tactfully. It was impossible to learn his archery skills in 2 weeks. I heard from Miss Huang that old man Huang wants the 9ing stone in my hands, right? Guchen didn't explain and asked indifferently. Huang Pingzhong's pupils shrank and his expression became serious. Even if fellow Daoist Chen didn't mention this, the old man was going to tell you. The 9ing stone is very important to the old man. I hope fellow Daoist Chen can name a price. The old man is willing to buy it for a high price. Guchen shook his head. I don't lack money. As long as you teach me your archery skills, I will give you 3 9ing stones. Archery was Huang Pingzhong's specialty. He wouldn't teach it so easily, but Guchen could only try to negotiate. He wanted to increase the success rate of passing the Celestial Court's test no matter what. To him, archery was a shortcut. 3? The old man heard that fellow Daoist Chen has a whole bag. Huang Pingzhong's eyes flickered. Archery was very particular about talent and the length of hard practice. He didn't teach Guchen before because he thought it was impossible for Guchen to master it in 2 weeks. It was simply a waste of time. But since Chen Fan was offering him something he needed urgently, it was hard for him to refuse. Then I'll give you 5 at most, no more. All right, deal. Huang Pingzhong agreed immediately. His face was filled with joy. Oh right, there is one more thing I need to discuss with old man Huang. Guchen added when he saw that both sides had reached an agreement. Now that I have helped the Huang family unify the greedy wolf city, the Huang family has benefited greatly. My monthly salary will be tripled. Tripled? Your monthly salary is already much higher than what the other families are paying, right? Huang Pingzhong's eyes widened. Even he, the Huang family's old man, couldn't get such treatment. Because I am worth it. Guchen said confidently. Huang Pingzhong was speechless. He was about to say that 5 9ing stones was a good deal, but he didn't expect Chen Fan to get back at him so quickly. But Chen Fan's help to the Huang family was indeed worth the price. Besides, he also wanted to repair the damage caused by the sneak attack on Guchen. All right, we will do as you say. From tomorrow onwards, the old man will teach you archery. I hope we can work well together. Happy cooperation. 30 miles away from the greedy wolf city, there were rolling hills. Each hill was about 500 meters apart. At this moment, on each hill, there was a dummy target. There were a total of 18 hills, distributed in a circle. On the middle hill, Guchen held a longbow and pulled the bowstring into a full moon shape according to Huang Pingzhong's instructions. For the next 2 weeks, this will be your training place. If you want your archery to be strong enough to attract the interest of the Celestial Court's examiner, you have to at least practice the old man's cloud swallow archery to the minor realm. Huang Pingzhang said, "Now, let the old man see your archery foundation." Gu Chen nodded. He glanced at the farthest mountain and aimed at the dummy target at the top of the mountain. Pulling the bow and shooting the arrow, his movements were not smooth. Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air, as fast as lightning. With Gu Chen's strong arm strength, even if it was several miles away, the arrow did not slow down when it reached the target hill. However, it flew past the dummy target a few dozen meters away and disappeared in the end. Seeing this, Huang Pingzhang could not help but cover his face. The difference was too big. A mortal archer could shoot a target from 100 steps away, but Gu Chen's archery was not even as good as a mortal. Looking at his movements, he knew he was a pure novice. His arm strength was full, and if he practiced it well, he estimated that the shooting range would be very long, but archery was about accuracy. If he was not accurate, what was the use of shooting a long distance? Originally, he felt that using 2 weeks to practice archery was not a good idea. Seeing Gu Chen's performance, he completely rejected this possibility. Ahem, let me try again. Gu Chen was slightly embarrassed. He also knew that he was not good enough, so he refamiliarized himself with the bow and arrow. Remember, body coordination is very important when pulling the bow. In addition, when shooting, you need to consider many external factors such as wind direction. This is the most difficult part to grasp. Huang Pingzhang carefully taught, correcting each of Gu Chen's movements, imparting his own experience without reservation. Gu Chen listened carefully and did the same. Half a day passed. Gu Chen shot 30 arrows in a row. Only 2 of them grazed the target, and 1 of them even hit the target by a fluke. Huang Pingzhang, who was initially full of enthusiasm, became a little dispirited. Fellow Daoist Chen, continue practicing here. From now on, the old man will come and guide you for 2 hours every day. You can practice by yourself for the rest of the time. This is the secret manual of the flowing cloud swallow archery technique. Take a look for yourself. Huang Pingzhang found an excuse to leave, while Gu Chen continued to stay and cultivate. After he left, Gu Chen studied it attentively without any rest. By the time Huang Pingzhang came over the next day, Gu Chen had already memorized all the essentials of the flowing cloud swallow archery technique by heart. Drawing the bow and shooting the arrow was as easy as controlling his own arm. The only regret was that it had never been accurate. In front of Huang Pingzhang, Gu Chen missed another 3 arrows. Fellow Daoist Chen, mastering archery requires painstaking effort. From the looks of it, it won't be able to help you much. Huang Pingzhang said tactfully. This day had proven that Gu Chen had no talent in archery. Instead of wasting time on archery, it would be better to spend it on other things. Maybe it would be more helpful for him to pass the assessment. Let me try again. Gu Chen pondered. He picked up the bow again and aimed at the farthest mountain. That place was about 5 miles away. The wind was strong, and the farther the arrow was, the harder it would be to hit the target. Huang Pingzhang didn't say anything. Gu Chen took a deep breath. After a day of practice, he had already found the feeling of archery. In fact, he didn't deliberately aim at the target. He mostly followed the instructions of the flowing cloud swallow archery technique and developed the habit of drawing the bow. He adjusted his body to the best shooting posture. At this moment, he was highly focused. He didn't need to be distracted by the coordination between his body and the bow because he could already command it. As he concentrated, Gu Chen's eyes turned purple. This was the first time he used the purple eyes that day. For the past few months, he had been persistently absorbing the Eastern Rising purple chi every morning. This miraculous eye technique had already reached a high level of maturity. With the purple eyes, he could clearly see everything on the mountain 5 miles away. It was very different from his previous vision. There was a fine mark on the dummy's target and a drop of morning dew on its forehead. He could see it clearly. The mountain wind whistled. Even the flow of the air was clear in his eyes. At this moment, he used his eyes to capture the void. Things that were difficult in the past suddenly became simple. Bang, he drew the bow and shot the arrow in one go. There was no delay. Another arrow pierced through the sky. Huang Pingzhang nodded. This day, Gu Chen had been studying very hard. It could be seen from his perfect posture. Unfortunately, his biggest problem was that he didn't have a Sense of arrow. He couldn't hit the target no matter what. Whoosh, the arrow drew a sharp arc in the sky and reached the sky. Then, like an eagle, it swooped down. Eh? He was surprised. This time, the arrow didn't seem to have deviated. Poof, without giving him time to think, the arrow pierced through the dummy's forehead, and the dew on it splattered. 5 miles away, the mountain wind was fierce, but the arrow pierced through the dummy's forehead. Is it a coincidence? Huang Pingzhang gasped. As he guessed, he saw Guchen shooting arrows continuously. He turned his body and placed the arrow on the bowstring. He aimed at the mountain and pulled the bow to its fullest. Whoosh! 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 4 consecutive arrows were shot smoothly. All of them hit the dummy's target. 3 of them pierced through the dummy's head. It's not a coincidence. This kid, Huang Pingzhang, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He couldn't understand how Guchen's archery skills could deviate so much in such a short period of time. Fellow Huang, did I pass? Guchen turned around and asked. There was a look of dissatisfaction on his face. With the help of the purple eyes, the 4 arrows should have pierced through the dummy's head. However, he was inexperienced, and one of the arrows was a little off. Pass. Barely pass. Huang Pingzhang came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. He was afraid that Guchen would be arrogant and didn't dare to praise him. However, in reality, it took him 3 years to reach Guchen's level. Guchen, on the other hand, did it in just 1 day. The difference was shocking. It was unbelievable. Could this kid be an archery genius? Seems like it's really possible for him to achieve initial success in archery in 2 weeks. He thought to himself, looking forward to it for some reason. Every day after that, Guchen practiced archery tirelessly. In 3 days, he could accurately hit the bullseye of every mountain with every single arrow he shot. In 5 days, he shot 4 arrows at a time, and every arrow hit the target. When a week passed, his target was the birds passing by in the sky. When 10 days passed, not even a fly 5 kilometers away could escape from his arrow. He broke more than 10 bows and shot tens of thousands of arrows. He was fully focused and had no distractions. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Celestial Court's assessment had arrived. End of chapter 77. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.